53486. The Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, Volume 12. Edited by Stephen Jones. Collection and editorial material copyright Stephen Jones, 2001. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Selection of 22 short stories and novellas from the year 2000, with an introductory overview of the year in horror fiction writing and publishing. Also includes Necrology 2000, which lists writers, artists, and performers contributing to the horror genre who died in 2000. 2001. From the Book Jacket. The multiple award-winning Best New Horror series continues to be the world's premier annual showcase devoted exclusively to excellence in contemporary dark fantasy and the macabre. Reflecting the finest in contemporary horror fiction, World Fantasy Award-winning editor Stephen Jones has, as usual, selected some of the most memorable short stories and novellas of supernatural and psychological dread by today's finest authors. With the most comprehensive overview of the year, lists of useful contact addresses, and a fascinating necrology as a bonus, this is the only book every horror fan needs to have on their shelves. About the editor. Stephen Jones lives in London, England. He is the winner of 2 World Fantasy Awards, 3 Horror Writers Association Bram Stoker Awards, and 2 International Horror Guild Awards, as well as being a 13-time recipient of the British Fantasy Award and a Hugo Award nominee. A former television producer-director and genre movie publicist and consultant, the first 3 Hellraiser movies, Nightlife, Nightbreed, Split Second, Mind Ripper, Last Gasp, etc., he is the co-editor of Horror, 100 Best Books, the best horror from Fantasy Tales, Gaslight and Ghosts, Now We Are Sick, H.P. Lovecraft's Book of Horror, The Anthology of Fantasy and the Supernatural, Secret City, Strange Tales of London, and the Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, Dark Terrors, Dark Voices, and Fantasy Tales series. He has written Creep Shows, the Illustrated Stephen King Movie Guide, the Essential Monster Movie Guide, the Illustrated Vampire Movie Guide, the Illustrated Dinosaur Movie Guide, the Illustrated Frankenstein Movie Guide, and the Illustrated Werewolf Movie Guide, and compiled the Mammoth Book of Terror, the Mammoth Book of Vampires, the Mammoth Book of Zombies, the Mammoth Book of Werewolves, the Mammoth Book of Frankenstein, the Mammoth Book of Dracula, the Mammoth Book of Vampire Stories by Women, Shadows over Innsmouth, Dancing with the Dark, Dark of the Night, Dark Detectives, White of the Moon, Exorcisms and Ecstasies by Carl Edward Wagner, The Vampire Stories of R. Chetwynd Hayes, and Phantoms and Friends by R. Chetwynd Hayes, James Herbert by Horror Haunted, The Conan Chronicles by Robert E. Howard, 2 volumes, Clive Barker's A to Z of Horror, Clive Barker's Shadows in Eden, Clive Barker's The Nightbreed Chronicles, and the Hellraiser Chronicles. You can visit his website at www.herbedragons.co.uk/Jones. Contents. Acknowledgements. Side 1, Tone 2. Introduction. Horror in 2000. The Editor. Side 1, Tone 3. Castle in the Desert. Kim Newman. Side 3, Tone 1. The Keeper of the Rothenstein Tomb. Iain Sinclair. Side 3, Tone 2. Forever Gramma. Mick Garris. Side 4, Tone 1. At Home in the Pubs of Old London. Christopher Fowler. Side 4, Tone 2. In the Waterworks. Birmingham, Alabama, 1888. Caitlín R. Kiernan. Side 4, Tone 3. Bone Orchards. Paul J. McAuley. Side 5, Tone 1. No Strings. Ramsey Campbell. Side 5, Tone 2. The Grotto. Kathryn Ptacek. Side 5, Tone 3. Mary Roderick. Geoffrey Warburton. Side 6, Tone 1. Climbing Down from Heaven, Terry Lamsley, Side 6, Tone 2. Empty Stations, Nicholas Royle, Side 7, Tone 1. Flesh of Leaves, Bones of Desire, Charlie Jacob, Side 7, Tone 2. The Repulsion, Tim Lebon, Side 7, Tone 3. The Detailer, Dennis Etchison, Side 7, Tone 4. Coming Home, Mark Morris, Side 8, Tone 1. The Hunger of the Leaves, Joel Lane, Side 8, Tone 2. Xenos Beach, Graham Joyce, Side 8, Tone 3. At Eventide, Kathy Koja, Side 9, Tone 1. Pariadalia, Steve Rasnick Tim, Side 9, Tone 2. I Have a Special Plan for This World, Thomas Ligotti, Side 9, Tone 3. The Handover, Michael Marshall Smith, Side 10, Tone 1. The Other Side of Midnight, Kim Newman, Side 10, Tone 2. Necrology 2000, Stephen Jones and Kim Newman, Side 12, Tone 1. Useful Addresses, Side 14, Tone 1. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank Mandy Slater, David Barraclough, Nicholas Royle, Bill Congreve, Douglas E. Winter, Sarah Broker, Andrew I. Porter, Joe Fletcher, Gordon Van Gelder, William K. Schaefer, Robert Morgan, Barbara Roden, David Pringle, the late Frederick S. Clark, Andy Cox, Peter Crowther, Janet L. Hetherington, Richard Dalby, Robert T. Garcia, J. Broker, Andrew Smith, Frank Eisgruber, Hugh Lamb, and Val and S. Edwards for all their help and support. Special thanks are also due to Locus, Interzone, Science Fiction Chronicle, Variety, and all the other sources that were used for reference in the introduction and the Necrology. In memory of R. Chetwynd Hayes, 1919 to 2001, who knew why shadmocks only whistle, and Richard Lehman, 1947 to 2001, a genuinely nice guy. Introduction. Horror in 2000. While the general decline in the number of horror books published by the mass market in North America continued, there was an astonishing increase in print-on-demand titles, and, to a lesser extent, e-books, alongside the usually supportive small presses. While it remains to be seen if the on-demand boom will be financially viable, the trade paperbacks are usually less attractive and slightly more expensive than regular books. It does mean that many out-of-print titles are again available through the Internet. In America, leisure books editor Don Doria published on average 2 horror titles a month, while Kensington Pinnacle began reprinting a number of titles from the old Zebra imprint, as well as also releasing several new horror novels. Carroll Publishing Group, which filed for bankruptcy in November 1999, sold off its assets to Kensington Publishing Corporation for $2.5 million. The deal included a backlist of more than 1,500 titles and 130 unpublished projects. In Britain, the number of reprint genre titles was up, mostly due to Orion Gallance's classic fantasy and science fiction series. And while there was an increase in the total number of mass-market genre books published in the UK, horror was down to the lowest number of titles to appear since the late 1980s, although it still accounted for a bigger share of the market than in America. James Middlehurst, CEO of British publisher Dorling Kindersley, resigned after admitting that the company had seriously misjudged the number of Star Wars books they published. Although they printed 13 million copies of 2 Star Wars Episode I, The Phantom Menace tie-ins, only 3 million copies sold, and the company announced a pre-tax loss of £28 million. Subsequently, founder and chairman Peter Kindersley agreed to sell his shares in the company to the Pearson Corporation, owner of the Penguin Group, for more than £3 million. In December 2000, an Ontario teenager, whose favorite writer is Stephen King, was arrested and jailed by Canadian police after reading his story aloud to a drama class at Tagwee Secondary School in Avonmore. The story was entitled Twisted, and it ended with the implied bombing of a high school as an act of revenge by a bullied student. After the boy was suspended and then permanently expelled by the high school's principal, concerned parents also complained to the police. Despite the lack of proof that the story was anything but a piece of fiction, the 16-year-old was arrested and spent more than a month in jail charged with making death threats. The case sparked a national debate about freedom of expression, and various Ottawa authors, including Charles de Lint, organized a support group for the youngster. Originally announced as Harry Potter and the Doomspell Tournament, J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, the fourth book in the phenomenally successful children's series, was already top of the Amazon.com bestseller list more than 2 months prior to publication because of pre-orders. With an initial 3.8 million hardcover run in the U.S., it was selling out just days after its record-breaking July 8th release. Barnes & Noble had its biggest weekend in history, having sold 502,000 copies, including around 100,000 through its website, by the close of business on the Sunday night. Amazon.com had pre-orders of nearly 350,000 copies, and FedEx delivered 250,000 copies for Amazon on the Saturday, with 95% of the orders arriving at customers' homes before 4 p.m. With more than 50,000 extra orders being placed over the weekend, U.S. publisher Scholastic decided to print another 2 million copies of the book. Scholastic also set a 3.2 million printing for the paperback edition. A 20-hour audio version of The Goblet of Fire from Listening Library went out with the first issue of 180,000 copies, the largest ever for a children's audiobook. Booksellers report that it was the fastest-selling audiobook ever, children's or adult. Listening Library subsequently went back to press 3 times for an additional 110,000 copies. In Britain, with a first print run of 1 million copies, the Harry Potter title broke UK publishing records by selling 372,775 copies on its first day. In fact, books by J.K. Rowling accounted for 19% of the total value of the entire British book market during the launch week. Helped by the Harry Potter phenomenon, which accounted for nearly 10% of the company's total income, Scholastic's revenues were up 99% for the first fiscal quarter of 2000 in the U.S., while UK publisher Bloomsbury benefited from an increase of sales of 78% and profits almost doubled. In March, author Nancy Stouffer filed suit in a U.S. district court against Scholastic, J.K. Rowling, Time Warner, Mattel, and Hasbro, claiming 8 counts of trademark infringement and unfair competition for the use of the Muggles characters in the Harry Potter books. In 1984, Stouffer wrote a book entitled The Legend of Ra and the Muggles, which also included a character named Larry Potter. A spokesperson for Scholastic described the suit completely meritless. Neil Gaiman was also dragged reluctantly into the controversy when newspaper articles cited the bespectacled boy wizard hero of his 1990 graphic novel, The Books of Magic, as another influence. However, Rowling's childhood friend Iain Potter claimed that he provided the inspiration for her character. Not that author J.K. Rowling probably cared all that much. Along with receiving an OBE and the Queen's birthday honors on June 17th, she entered the annual Forbes survey of the world's richest entertainers with estimated 1999 earnings of $42 million. It was still some way behind Stephen King, $65 million, and George Lucas, who topped the list with an incredible $400 million. In March, the head teacher of a Church of England primary school in Kent, England, banned the Potter books because their elements of magic supposedly contradict biblical teachings and the school's own church ethos, and suggested that parents take similar action at home. Meanwhile, a school superintendent in Michigan bowed to pressure from local groups and an advisory committee and withdrew most of the restrictions he placed on the Harry Potter books in 1999. In early August, the Pagan Federation announced that TV shows such as Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Sabrina the Teenage Witch and the success of the Harry Potter books had resulted in a rapid growth of interest in witchcraft amongst children. The organization revealed that it was receiving around 100 inquiries a month from youngsters who wanted to be witches. Predictably, the editor of the Christian young people's magazine Youthwork said he had no doubt that such stories could fuel a fascination in the occult, leading to psychological and spiritual damage. A list of 100 titles adults most wanted taken off U.S. library shelves in the 1990s was released to mark the American Library Association's 20th annual Banned Books Week in September. Out of 20,000 complaints over the past decade, the most unwelcome books were Alvin Schwartz's popular young adult collections of scary stories, while J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter titles made the list at number 48. Muggles for Harry Potter was a nationwide organization created by a schoolteacher and a parent to stop libraries banning the books. Also in the top 10 banned titles were J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye and Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn. In early 2000, Stephen King signed a new 3-book deal with Simon & Schuster in the U.S. and Hodder & Stoughton in the U.K., worth, according to some press reports, a record-breaking $40 million. The deal covered 2 novels and a collection of stories. King's non-fiction book, On Writing, a Memoir of the Craft, was a slight but extremely entertaining volume split into 3 distinct sections relating to the author's memories of his early career, his advice on how to write, and his thoughts following his near-fatal encounter with a van in June 1999. The British edition from New English Library also included a short story competition, with a winner to be published in the paperback edition. It was won by Garrett Adams, a.k.a. Adam Howe, after King selected his story, Jumper, from among 3,000 submissions. A follow-up volume, Secret Windows, Essays in Fiction on the Craft of Writing, was only available to members of the U.S. Book of the Month Club and included obscure fiction, essays, and juvenilia by King, with an introduction by Peter Straub. With worldwide sales of 200 million copies, Dean Koontz's latest #1 novel, From the Corner of His Eye, weighed in at a hefty 600-plus pages and had a first printing in America of 500,000 copies. It was about Bartholomew Lampion, whose eyes were removed by surgeons at the age of 3, but who mysteriously regained his sight a decade later. 3 complete novels was an omnibus reprint of 3 of Koontz's horror novels, the pseudonymous The Key to Midnight, 1979, Cold Fire, and Hideaway. With an American first printing of 750,000 copies from Knopf, Anne Rice's Merrick was a crossover novel in which a descendant of the author's Mayfair witches encountered some of her vampire characters. Ramsey Campbell's latest novel, the psychological thriller Silent Children, was published in America by Tor's Forge imprint. It concerned a mother whose children were taken by a deranged killer who wanted to make them perfect. The Ghosts of Sleeth, 48, was an omnibus edition of 2 recent novels by James Herbert, published by Encore. Peter James' 13th novel, Faith, was aimed at the mainstream thriller audience as the eponymous heroine was menaced by her abusive plastic surgeon husband. A Shadow on the Wall was a new ghost novel in the M.R. James tradition by Jonathan Aycliffe, a.k.a. Dennis McCune, Daniel Easterman, published by Severn House. It involved a Cambridge medievalist haunted by an entity accidentally freed from an opened tomb in the early 1890s. Under his Easterman byline, the author also published The Jaguar Mask, in which a series of ritual murders in France was connected to the discovery of a lost city. Rain, Lightning Strikes, and Eye of the Storm were the first 3 volumes in a new Gothic horror series published under the late V.C. Andrews, registered trademark, byline, but still probably written by Andrew Niederman. Orphans was an omnibus edition of the first 4 volumes in the author's 1998 series. More family secrets were revealed in John Saul's Nightshade. For pulp fans, Shadows Bend, a novel of the fantastic and unspeakable by David Barber and Richard Raleigh, featured Weird Tales authors H.P. Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard, and Clark Ashton Smith, joining forces in the mid-1930s to save the world from the eldritch evils of the Thulu mythos. He may be in his 90s, but pulp legend Hugh B. Cave proved he was still going strong with the paperback original The Dawning, in which a polluted Earth took revenge on mankind. A Haunted Prep School resulted in Mischief, a new novel by Douglas Clegg, published simultaneously in mass-market paperback by Leisure, and a 750-copy hardcover from CD Publications. The author announced that he was also donating all the paperback royalties of his original e-novel, Naomi, to the National Downs Syndrome Society. A woman who sold spells was blamed for a miser's death in Andrew Niederman's Curse, and a private detective investigated a series of strange deaths in a town of witches and Bentley Little's The Walking. In Ed Gorman's The Poker Club, a simple suburban card game resulted in murder and included references to cannibalism and vampires, while Craig Spector's To Bury the Dead involved a firefighter investigating the murder of his daughter and was a super-release from HarperCollins. Nicholas Royle's fourth novel, The Director's Cut, featured movies, murder, and madness, as a body wrapped in celluloid was discovered on the site of a suicide filmed 15 years earlier. Jesus, a.k.a. Joe Panther, was alive and well and tracking down serial killers in modern-day Melbourne in The Second Coming, the second book in the series by Andrew Masterson. In Blood, Joseph Glass' second novel featuring psychic Susan Shader, the police psychologist was on the trail of a serial killer. Mary Higgins Clark's Before I Say Goodbye also involved a woman with psychic powers, and Yvonne Navarro's That's Not My Name was another psychological chiller. Tom Piccirilli's The Deceased involved a writer haunted by the ghosts of his murdered family, and a painter encountered the ghost of a girl in Lisa Carey's In the Country of the Young. Josephine Boyle's The Spirit of the Family involved a woman whose London flat was haunted by the spirits of previous occupants, and Nancy Atherton's character Laurie and her ghostly Aunt Dimity teamed up for the 6th time to solve a mystery dating back to the First World War in the amusing Aunt Dimity Beats the Devil. Geoffrey E. Barlow's Dark Sleeper was a Victorian dark fantasy in which a series of supernatural portents heralded the raising of a demon by an ancient immortal, while Kim Wilkins' The Resurrectionists, set in a small Yorkshire village with a dark secret, came with a guarantee from HarperCollins Australia that it was better than Anne Rice or your money back. Anne Bishop's Queen of the Darkness was the final volume in the Black Jewels trilogy, in which a witch's adoptive father, Satan, and his sons Lucifer and Demon were the heroes. The Demon Circle by Dan Schmidt involved a former Oklahoma policeman battling a satanic occult. A 4,000-year-old Peruvian mummy was the carrier of a deadly plague in Excavation by James Rollins, a.k.a. James Clemens. The Summoning God was the second volume in Kathleen O'Neill Gear and W. Michael Gear's Anasazi Mysteries, anthropological horror series, and unfrozen prehistoric cats roamed the foothills of Southern California in Jeff Rovin's Fatalis. Rick R. Reed's A Face Without a Heart was a contemporary retelling of The Picture of Dorian Gray, while Brent Monahan's The Jekyll Island Club was an historical mystery. William M. Voltoss's The Authenticator drew on Edgar Allan Poe's The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar, when an investigator discovered a woman kept in a near-death condition. Even excluding the Buffy and Angel tie-ins, the number of original vampire novels increased more than 25% over the previous year, with the number of reprints also up. Necroscope, Defilers, a.k.a. E. Branch Defilers, was the second volume in Brian Lumley's third and final Necroscope trilogy. This time, reluctant hero Jake Cutter was defending the Earth from an attack by the vampire world while seeking personal revenge against the Italian mobsters who killed the woman he loved. Hunting Ground was the fourth volume in Charles Grant's Black Oak series, and involved the leader of Black Oak Security, Ethan Proctor, taking a much-needed vacation in Atlantic City, where he encountered vampires. Chelsea Quinn Yarborough's Come Twilight featured Simone, a beautiful vampire created by the undead Saint-Germain in Spain, and P. N. Elrod's undead private detective Jack Fleming returned in a new hardcover, The Vampire Files, Lady Crimson, the 9th in the series. First published in the UK by Headline, Richard Lehman's The Travelling Vampire Show strayed into Ray Bradbury country, with its tale of the eponymous attraction arriving in a sleepy summer town during the early 1960s. Published by Canada's Baskerville Books, Bloodlover was the fourth volume in Nancy Kilpatrick's Powers of the Blood sequence, and involved a clash of wills between the undead Comte Julien de Villiers and his victim Jeanette Price. Lois Tilton's Darkspawn, about a vampire prince released from his tomb, was the first original work of fiction from Hawk Publishing. Karen Taylor's Blood of My Blood was the fourth in the Vampire Legacy series, in which the undead Deidre Griffin searched New Orleans for her missing detective husband. Laurel K. Hamilton's Obsidian Butterfly was the 9th in the series, featuring Anita Blake, vampire hunter. This time, the tough heroine teamed up with a bounty hunter who specialized in the preternatural to investigate a monstrous killer terrorizing the American Southwest. The paperback original also included an 8-page preview of the author's next book. In Mick Farren's Dark Lost, a sequel to The Time of Feasting, a colony of Los Angeles vampires discovered that someone was trying to raise Lovecraft's Cthulhu. The Silence in Heaven by Peter Lord Wolfe was the first in a trilogy about how vampires were created by a fallen angel, while travel writer Jade McGregor was followed back from Scotland by the undead in When Darkness Falls, the second volume in Shannon Drake's paperback vampire trilogy. Kyle Marfin's Gothique, published by Design Image Group, involved a group of urban goths encountering the real undead in contemporary Chicago. Lusts of the Forbidden was another entry in the erotic vampire series by Valentina Selescu, and Thomas M. Sipos's Vampire Nation was a first novel set in communist Transylvania. It was available as a print-on-demand title from Ex Libris. Laws of the Blood, Partners, was the second volume in Susan Sizemore's series about vampire enforcers, and Daughters of the Moon was a first novel by Joseph Curtin and featured Countess Erzsébet Bathory in the mid-20th century. Marianne Mitchell's Quenched was a sequel to the author's Sips of Blood, involving a vampiric Marquis de Sade in San Francisco. Elaine Bergstrom's Blood to Blood, The Dracula Story Continues, was a sequel to the author's Mina, and again featured the characters of Mina and Jonathan Harker from Bram Stoker's novel, this time menaced by Dracula's sister, Joanna Tsepesh. Victoria Ann Roberts' Moon Rising involved Stoker in a fictional love affair in the 19th century Yorkshire town of Whitby. Kim Newman's 1998 novel, Judgment of Tears, Anno Dracula 1959, the third in the author's revisionist vampire series, was finally published in the UK under its original title, Dracula Cha-Cha-Cha. And Vlad Tepes was an omnibus paperback containing Fred Saberhagen's novels An Old Friend of the Family, 1979, and Thorn, 1980. Argentine psychotherapist Federico Andahazi's 1998 novel, The Merciful Woman, Las Piadosas, was translated from the Spanish by Alberto Mongeil and involved Dr. Polidori entering into a Faustian pact with a mysterious woman who agreed to produce for him the most compelling vampire story ever written. In P.D. K6 Canyons, a rookie tabloid reporter uncovered a secret society of werewolves living in urban Denver. Murchiston, The Wolf's Tale, by David Holland, was written as a journal by a Victorian aristocrat cursed with lycanthropy, and Kai Johnson's The Foxwoman was a reworking of the popular Japanese folk tale about shape-changing foxes. The political thriller War of the Werewolf was an on-demand title by Gary Greenberg and Jerome Tuchili about a schizophrenic lycanthrope, while in Frederick Bloxam's Lycanthropia, a group of Los Angeles werewolves hunted shape-changing killers to protect their own existence. Douglas E. Winter's hard-boiled first novel, Run, arrived boasting quotes from Peter Straub and Elmore Leonard. A missing chapter from the book turned up in Criminal Minded, a collection of short fiction from Canongate Crime presented by Ian Rankin. Newcomer Jim Butcher's Stormfront was the first novel in the Dresden Files, in which Chicago wizard Harry Dresden investigated a gory murder case and found himself suspected of the crime. A woman's psychic powers linked her to a Civil War mystery in By Blood Possessed, a first novel by Elena Santangelo. In Alvin Liu's The Hell Screens, a Chinese-American investigated a series of murders linked by an evil spirit, and Sarah Blake's Grange House was a literary debut novel with ghosts. Mark Z. Danielewski's House of Leaves was a literary first novel about a building that was bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. With an introduction and notes by Johnny Truant, various editions of the Pantheon trade paperback and signed limited hardcover apparently had selected text printed in different colors and or braille. First published in Canada, Andrew Piper's debut novel, Lost Girls, involved a teacher accused of murdering 2 teenage girls near a haunted lake, while a student at Harvard discovered his dorm was haunted in Adam's Fall by newcomer Sean Desmond. Will Self's satirical literary novel, How the Dead Live, was an after-death memoir by a woman who died of cancer. From A Past Life by Penny Faith was a ghost story about 2 women who shared a supernatural link, and Barbara Erskine's Whispers in the Sand was a supernatural romance set in Egypt. In Arthur Rosenfeld's A Cure for Gravity, a motorcyclist attempted to escape a ghost and encountered the daughter he did not know he had, while Alice Hoffman's The River King also included ghosts and was set in a strange school. Michael Faber's Under the Skin involved a woman who picked up hitchhikers in Scotland for her own psychotic needs. Mark Hazard Osmond's Marley's Ghost was a prequel to Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, telling the story of Jacob Marley, while Marcel Mario Salas' Frankenstein, The Dawning and the Passing was a literary sequel to Mary Shelley's classic, with framing sequences set in 2351 A.D. Mary Shelley's original 1818 novel was reissued with a new foreword by Walter James Miller and a previously published afterword by Harold Bloom, along with a revised and updated bibliography. William Beckford's 1816 decadent novel, Ptacek, was reprinted by Creation Press with a new introduction by Jeremy Reed and illustrations by Odilon Redon. The same publisher issued the original Lippincott's magazine version of Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, along with a preface and Chapter 16 from the 1891 edition. Tales of Soldiers and Civilians and Other Stories collected 36 stories and 2 articles by Ambrose Bierce, including 10 supernatural tales from Can Such Things Be, 1893, with an introduction and notes by Tom Quirk. The complete weird fiction of Bierce's contemporary, Robert W. Chambers, was collected in Chaosium's The Yellow Sign and Other Tales, in which editor S.T. Joshi selected stories from several collections, along with the novel In Search of the Unknown, and 4 chapters from The Tracer of Lost Persons. M.P. Shields' revised 1929 post-Holocaust novel, The Purple Cloud, was reissued by the University of Nebraska Press with an introduction by John Clute. The Conan Chronicles Volume 1, The People of the Black Circle, was the first of 2 volumes collecting all of Robert E. Howard's original stories and fragments featuring his barbarian warrior from the pulps. Edited with an historical afterword by Stephen Jones, it was the 8th volume in Orion Millennium's excellent new series of classic fantasy masterworks reprints. Shirley Jackson's 1949 collection of 25 superior tales, The Lottery and Other Stories, was reissued with a new introduction by Patrick McGrath. In Britain, Anthony Burgess' 1962 novel, A Clockwork Orange, was reissued as part of a boxed set with a widescreen video version of Stanley Kubrick's controversial 1971 movie. Jonathan Carroll's stunning 1980 debut novel, The Land of Laughs, was the 9th volume in Orion Millennium's Fantasy Masterworks series, while editor Douglas E. Winters' 1988 anthology, Night Visions 5, featuring 3 stories each from Stephen King and Dan Simmons, and a novella by George R.R. Martin, was reprinted by Orion's classy Indigo imprint under the British title Dark Visions. Nancy A. Collins' first Sonia Blue novel, Sunglasses After Dark, was reissued by White Wolf in a slightly revised 10th anniversary trade paperback, illustrated by a number of comic book artists. Witch Hill, the late Marion Zimmer Bradley's 1990 novel about witchcraft and romance, appeared in trade paperback from Tor Books. Although originally published in 1993, the late Robert Bloch's anthology, Monsters in Our Midst, co-edited with Martin H. Greenberg, finally received a paperback edition from Tor. Veteran film producer Jack H. Harris sued the publishers of the Goosebumps books in the Los Angeles Federal District Court. Harris, creator of the 1958 cult SF movie The Blob, starring Steve McQueen, claimed that the book The Blob That Ate Everyone was a breach of his copyright and that publication should cease and initial damages of $100,000 should be paid. Jane Mendelssohn's Innocence was an offbeat literary vampire story about a series of apparent suicide pacts at a private Manhattan school, which the Village Voice described as a kind of Rosemary's Baby channeled through J.D. Salinger. Dreamtime was a new 6-part young adult series by different authors linked by the Shadow Man, a mythic figure who manipulated the dreams and reality of children in an attempt to break into the real world. Contributing authors included Stephen Beauchamp, Jenny Jones, and Colin Greenland. In the new series, The Saga of Darren Shan, by Darren Shan, actually author Darren O'Shaughnessy, the young half-vampire protagonist who travelled with a cirque du freak became involved with an agent of death and encountered a werewolf. Legacy of Lies was the first volume in the Dark Secrets series by Elizabeth Chandler, a.k.a. Mary Claire Heldorfer, while Jenny Carroll's The Mediator, Shadowland, was the first in a series of novels about a girl who could talk with the dead. Witch's Night Out, by the unlikely named Silver Raven Wolf, was the first volume in the Witches' Chillers series about a coven of 5 teenage friends using magic to investigate a murder. A teen witch had to save her mother from witch hunters, and a murder charge in Magic Can Be Murder by Vivian van de Velde, and a cursed pom-pom turned cheerleaders into monsters, in Sarah J. Jett's aptly titled Night of the Pom-Pom. In Amelia Atwater Rhodes' Demon in My View, a teen-aged author encountered a boy who was just like the villain in her vampire novel. Don't Open Your Eyes was a new horror novel by Anne Hallam, a.k.a. Gwyneth Jones, in which a teenage girl's boyfriend returned from the grave as a ghoul. Something Wicked's in Those Woods was a first novel by Marisa Montes, in which a pair of orphans encountered ghosts in their new home, and there were more spectres to be found in The Ghost of Fossil Glen by Cynthia De Felici. James A. Moore's Under the Overtree, published by Meisha Merlin, featured a race of evil woodland creatures who granted the wishes of a bullied teenager, and a mysterious ghost hunter named John Crowley. Beast by Joe Donna Napoli told the eponymous character's side of the story from Beauty and the Beast. A young boy time-travelled back to the Irish potato famine in The Grave by James Hennihan, while in Claudio Appone's My Grandfather Jack the Ripper, originally published in Italy in 1998 as Mio Nomo Jack lo Squartatore, a teenager discovered he was living in the house of the Ripper's last murder and used his psychic powers to travel back in time. Samantha Lee's Amy was expanded from the author's novella originally scheduled to appear in the 1999 Mosaic novel Horror at Halloween, while the author's The Bogle was another volume in Scholastic's Point Horror Unleashed series that also included Low Lake by Roger Davenport and In Spirit by Nick Turnbull. Scissor Man was the bogeyman used to ensure children behaved in the novel by John Brindley. The Cunning Man by Celia Reese was about the eponymous wrecker of ships, while the new Mutant series included Ortho's Brood by Roger Davenport, Carnival of the Dead by Lawrence Stagg, and Dissolvers and Night of the Toxic Slime, both by Anthony Masters. 4 Fantastic Novels was an omnibus of Daniel Pinkwater's books, Yobgorgel, Mystery Monster of Lake Ontario, The Worms of Kukumlima, The Snark-Out Boys and the Baconburg Horror, and Borgel, with a foreword by Scott Silman. Neil Schusterman's Mind Benders, Stories to Warp Your Brain, collected 9 stories and an afterword by the author, while Ghosts of the Southern Belle was a picture book about a sea ghost, written by Odds Bodkin and illustrated by Bernie Fuchs. Ado van Belkom selected 15 tales of horror for Tundra Books' Superior Young Adult Anthology, Be Afraid, including new fiction by Steve Rasnick Tim, Nancy Kilpatrick, Ed Gorman, Scott Nicholson, and Paul Finch, plus reprints from Richard Lehman, Joe R. Lansdale, and Nancy Etchemendy. Only Robert J. Sawyer's story seemed out of place, and this was a rare case where the contribution by the editor turned out to be one of the best in the book. In That's Ghosts for You, 13 Scary Stories, editor Marianne Garris collected a baker's dozen young adult stories, 4 originals, by Josepha Sherman, Nancy Etchemendy, and others, most of which first appeared in Cricket magazine. From Horror in Stoughton, Australia, Tales from the Wasteland was an apocalyptic horror anthology with stories by Robert Hood, Lucy Sussex, Pamela Freeman, Jenny Possacker, and others. With Top 10 Horror Stories from Scholastic's Hippo imprint, Michael Cox and illustrator Michael Tickner used such classics as Dracula, Frankenstein, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, The Hound of the Baskervilles, and The Monkey's Paw to create jokes and cartoons around. Peter Straub's Magic Terror collected 7 stories, only 2 of which were overtly fantastic, but all were disturbing and engrossing. Kim Newman had 2 new mass-market collections published. 7 Stars collected 5 short stories, plus the multi-part novel of the title, with an introduction by Stephen Jones, while Eugene Byrne introduced Unforgivable Stories, which featured 13 stories, including 2 individual collaborations with Byrne and Paul J. McAuley. Richard Lehman's Dreadful Tales was a world first edition hardcover from Headline, containing 25 stories, 1 original, which were mostly unfamiliar to UK readers. The author also included a brief preface in which explained why he didn't read prefaces. Edited by Stephen Jones, R. Chetwynd Hayes' Phantoms and Fiends was a hardcover volume of 21 previously uncollected stories, 2 original, with an affectionate foreword by Charles Grant. Graham Masterton's Feelings of Fear contained 12 stories, 3 original. Bill Pronzini's paperback original, Night Freight, collected 26 stories, 1 original, and J. N. Williamson's Frights of Fancy contained 16 stories, 3 original, with an introduction by Ed Gorman. Boasting blurbs by Iain Sinclair and Harlan Ellison, Time's Hammer, the collected short fiction of James Sallis, was a welcome compilation of 27 SF and fantasy stories by the one-time editor of New Worlds, published in paperback by Birmingham's Ptacek imprint. M. John Harrison's Travel Arrangements contained 14 previously published stories, including an expansion of a story that originally appeared in Dennis Etchison's Meta-Horror anthology. Published as an attractive trade paperback by Australia's Eidolon Books, Terry Dowling's Blackwater Days was a series of 7 linked stories, 3 reprint, based around Sean Tan's cover and the patients and staff at the Blackwater Psychiatric Hospital in Everton, Australia. From Canada's Mosaic Press came the trade paperback The Vampire Stories of Nancy Kilpatrick, a collection of 19 previously published tales with an introduction by Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough and a foreword by the author. Dark Terrors 5, The Gallant's Book of Horror, was the first biannual edition of the non-themed horror anthology edited by Stephen Jones and David Sutton. It included 30 new stories by Christopher Fowler, Chaz Brenchley, David J. Show, Ramsey Campbell, Graham Masterton, Tanith Lee, Michael Marshall Smith, Roberta Lannis, Kim Newman, Lisa Tuttle, Dennis Etchison, Mick Garris, Peter Straub, Gahan Wilson, and many others, plus a major novella by David Case. Expertly edited by Nancy Kilpatrick and Thomas S. Roach, Graven Images featured 15 tales of myth and magic by Storm Constantine, Kathryn Ptacek, Jean Wolfe, Esther Friesner, Yvonne Navarro, Nina Kariki Hoffman, Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough, Kathy Koja, Tanith Lee, and others, including reprints from Robert Silverberg, Brian McNaughton, and a collaboration between Jack Ketchum and Edward Lee. Kilpatrick was also one of the contributors to editor Michael Rowe's Queer Fear, somewhat unnecessarily subtitled Gay Horror Fiction, and published by Vancouver's Arsenal Pulp Press as a trade paperback. It contained 18 new stories by such authors as Douglas Clegg, Michael Morano, Gemma Files, Brian Hodge, Caitlín R. Kiernan, and Ron Oliver. Edited by Peter Haining, the Mammoth Book of Haunted House Stories featured 35 ghost stories by Joan Aiken, Robert Bloch, Ramsey Campbell, James Herbert, M. R. James, Nigel Neal, Ruth Rendell, Ian Watson, and many others, including an original poetic collaboration by 8-year-old Elizabeth Albright and Ray Bradbury. Peter Crowther's Foresight collected 4 novellas in hardcover by Graham Joyce, James Lovegrove, Kim Newman, and Michael Marshall Smith. which were first published individually under the editor's small press imprint, P.S. Publishing. The stories were subsequently paperbacked together as two binary doubles without Crowther's introduction. Whispered from the Grave was an anthology of 14 ghost stories, one reprint, compiled by the Design Image Group and featuring such authors as Nancy Kilpatrick, Rick R. Reed, Barry Hoffman, Don Tomasa, Edo van Belkom, and P.D. Kasich. From the same publisher and edited by Kasich, Bell Book and Beyond was an anthology of 21 witchy tales by affiliate members of the Horror Writers Association, with an introduction by S.P. Somto. Contributors included Michael Oliveri, John R. Platt, and the team of L.H. Maynard and M.P.N. Sims. Although subtitled A Science Fiction Anthology, Ellen Daplow's Superior Vanishing Acts, which featured stories about endangered species, included Susie McKee Charnas, Paul J. McAuley, Ian McDowell, Brian Stableford, David J. Shaw, and Michael Cadnam amongst its 16 contributors, 4 with reprints. Ostensibly a collection of fairy tale fantasies for adults, Blackheart Ivory Bones, co-edited by Daplow and Terry Dowling, also contained some darker tales from among its 20 contributors, who included Tanith Lee, Neil Gaiman, Jane Yolen, Brian Stableford, Michael Cadnam, Joyce Carol Oates, and Howard Waldrop. The editor's young adult anthology, A Wolf at the Door and Other Retold Fairy Tales, covered much the same ground with some of the same authors. Martin H. Greenberg rescued the late Mike Baker's anthology, My Favorite Horror Story, in which such authors as Stephen King, F. Paul Wilson, Ramsey Campbell, Peter Atkins, Peter Straub, Poppy Z. Bright, Dennis Etchison, Harlan Ellison, and 7 others chose their favorite horror story by the likes of Robert Bloch, Richard Matheson, M.R. James, Arthur Machen, H.P. Lovecraft, Robert Aikman, and Edgar Allan Poe. In collaboration with Russell Davis, Greenberg also edited Mardi Gras Madness, Tales of Terror and Mayhem in New Orleans, featuring 11 original stories by Charles DeLint, Nancy Holder, Peter Crowther, and others. Published by Thunder's Mouth Adrenaline, Dark, Stories of Madness, Murder and the Supernatural was an anthology of 21 stories, including 6 novel excerpts, edited by Clint Willis and featuring Ian Banks, Shirley Jackson, Edgar Allan Poe, and Rudyard Kipling. One Dark Night, 13 Masterpieces of the Macabre, edited by Kathleen Blease, included classic work by Bram Stoker, F. Marion Crawford, H. G. Wells, and Mark Twain. From Invisible Cities Press, Ghostwriting, Haunted Tales by Contemporary Writers, was a literary anthology of 21 spook stories, 4 reprints, edited by Roger Weingarten and featuring John Updike, Peter Straub, and others. Edited by Nicholas Royle, the second volume of the Time Out Book of London Short Stories included fine work by such genre names as Christopher Fowler, Kim Newman, Toby Litt, Ian Sinclair, Paul J. McAuley, Conrad Williams, Rhonda Carrier, Chris Pettit, Jeff Nicholson, Christopher Kenworthy, and Michael Moorcock, although only some of the 29 stories were fantastical. The New English Library Book of Internet Stories, edited by Maxime Jakubowski, contained 24 stories by such familiar contributors as Pat Cadigan, Kim Newman, Ian Watson, and China Mieville. Editor Paula Gurin's Embraces, Dark Erotica was an anthology of 20 stories, 2 reprints, from Venus or Vixen Press, featuring stories by Poppy Z. Bright, Nancy Holder, J. Russell, David J. Shaw, and, predictably, John Shirley, while A Taste of Midnight was an anthology of 11 erotic vampire tales, 2 reprints, edited by Cecilia Tan for Circlet Press. Marvin Kaye's anthology, The Vampire Sextet, was produced exclusively for Doubleday's Guild America Books Club. It contained 6 new vampire novellas, with an erotic spin by Kim Newman, Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough, Brian Stableford, Nancy A. Collins, S.P. Somto, and Tanith Lee. Published by Forge, the first annual collection of the world's finest mystery and crime stories, edited by Ed Gorman and Martin H. Greenberg, included fiction by David Morrell, Peter Crowther, Peter Tremaine, Edward Brandt, Joyce Carol Oates, Bill Pronzini, and many others. Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling's The Year's Best Fantasy and Horror 13th Annual Collection boasted the usual fine cover painting by Tom Canty and included 37 stories, 10 poems, and an essay by Douglas E. Winter, along with 2 summations, 3 separate roundups, and the usual list of honorable mentions, which were not good enough to include in the book. The Mammoth Book of Best New Horror Volume 11, edited by Stephen Jones, contained 21 stories and novellas, along with the usual annual summary, extensive necrology, and list of useful addresses. Both volumes overlapped with an unprecedented 6 stories by Steve Rasnick Tim, Gemma Files, Neil Gaiman, Tim Lebon, Paul J. McAuley, and Michael Marshall Smith. 4 were picked by Datlow, with the remaining pair chosen by Windling. After seeing nearly 20% wiped off its stock market value in June, online retailer Amazon.com announced losses of $480 million for the final 3 months of 2000, a rise of $198 million in the same period in 1999. Although sales nearly doubled for the year, so did losses, with the result that 1,300 jobs, almost a sixth of the workforce, were made redundant in early 2001. The company predicted it would be operating profitably by the fourth quarter of 2001. BarnesandNoble.com also laid off 350 employees, 16% of the workforce, after a larger-than-predicted net loss during its fourth quarter, up more than 260% over the previous year, despite a rise in sales, and an overall loss of $275.7 million for the year. Meanwhile, German media company Bertelsmann abandoned plans to float its online book and music site, BOL.com, on the stock market in May because of unfavorable market conditions. Stephen King released his new 16,000-word supernatural novella, Riding the Bullet, exclusively on the Internet in March. The initial demand was phenomenal, with 400,000 downloads in the first 24 hours. The author estimated that he would make as much as $450,000 for the story. He would have received around $10,000 if he had sold it to The New Yorker or a similar magazine. In late July, King stirred up plenty of publicity by offering an episodic horror novel at $1 per download through his Philtrum Press website. In the 1980s, I started an epistolary novel called The Plant, he explained. I published limited editions of the first 3 short volumes, giving them out to friends and relatives, folks who are usually but not always the same, as funky Christmas cards. I gave The Plant up, not because I thought it was bad, but because other projects intervened. I was intrigued by the success of Riding the Bullet, stunned would probably be a more accurate word, and since then have been anxious to try something similar. There were more than 152,000 downloads of the first 5,000-word installment of The Plant during the first week, with over 76% paying the fee under an honor system. We've proved that the guy who shops for entertainment on the net can be as honest as the one in a retail bricks-and-mortar store, said King. However, after the author increased the price to $2 and the number of downloads dropped below 46%, King announced in November that The Plant was going back into hibernation after the 6th chapter, and continuation of the story would be postponed indefinitely. At least one commentator pointed out that by making his pledge over the Internet, King may have created a series of separate contracts with individual readers who, if he stopped publishing more installments and they continued to make the due payments, could theoretically have grounds to sue him for breach of contract. Meanwhile, it was estimated that the serial novel earned King more than $700,000, and the author's own publishing imprint, Philtrum Press, offered all 6 installments as an e-book, The Plant, Book 1, The Rise of Zenith, for $7. Beginning in July, Douglas Clegg's free email serial novel, Nightmare House, was distributed as a chapter a week to his mailing list, sponsored by Cemetery Dance. The Haunted House posting also featured horror trivia quizzes, with prizes including limited edition hardcovers and subscriptions to Cemetery Dance magazine. Meanwhile, Clegg's novella Purity was available on Internet-enabled cell phones as a free M-book download and attracted more than 10,000 readers in less than 3 weeks. The online magazine Sci-Fi.com, edited by Ellen Datlow, went online in May with stories by Robert A. Heinlein, Pat Cadigan, James P. Blaylock, Howard Waldrop, and others. It later posted such new fiction as Castle in the Desert, Anno Dracula, 1977, by Kim Newman, A Cold Dish by Lisa Tuttle, and The Origin of Truth by Tim Lebon. Darren McKeeman's Gothic.net was one of the most popular and successful electronic markets for horror, but amongst the other numerous online magazines and websites that featured fiction, poetry, and articles were HorrorFind.com, Brett Savory's The Chiaroscuro, Imaginary Worlds, Sinister Element, Paul Kane and John Ford's Terror Tales, Would That It Were, Kim Gilbrow's The Haunted, and Simon Clark's Nailed by the Heart. Despite only being sold on diskette, CD-ROM, or as a file download, editor Steve Eller's original electronic anthology, Brainbox, The Real Horror, featured a surprisingly strong lineup of 15 contributors that included P.D. Ptacek, Gerard Daniel Horner, Charlee Jacob, Scott Nicholson, Brian A. Hopkins, Karen E. Taylor, and Gary Braunbeck. Interest in online publishing was given a boost when Random House Ventures, an investment subsidiary of the mass-market publisher, bought a significant minority share, reputedly 49%, in e-book and print-on-demand publisher Ex Libris Corporation. The company also created its own online imprint, At Random, and launched Nancy A. Collins' on-demand imprint Scrapple Press in June with the author's new collection, Avenue X and Other Dark Streets. Stealth Press was a new imprint set up by Craig Spector and a venture catalyst company to sell books directly through the Internet and not through bookstores. The premiere release in November was a beautifully designed edition of screenwriter Peter Atkins' 1992 vampire serial killer novel, Morning Star. It was also the first American hardcover of the book. From the same publisher came The Light at the End, a reprint of the debut Splatterpunk serial killer novel by John Skipp and Craig Spector. Meanwhile, Dave Hinchberger's Overlook Connection Press launched its own on-demand line entitled Infinity. One of the first titles was a reprint of Edward Lee's 1997 novel Big Head in the author's preferred version, which included extra material illustrated by Eric Wilson. Alan Rogers' Lovecraftian novella Her Misbegotten Son appeared as a print-on-demand trade paperback from New Jersey's Wildside Press, which reported its sales more than doubled during the second half of the year. From the same imprint came revised editions of the author's Bone Music and Fire, plus Ghost Who Cannot Sleep, a collection of Rogers' stories and poems, with an introduction by Dean Wesley Smith. Rogers also contributed the introduction to Bruce Holland Rogers' collection of 10 stories, Wind Over Heaven and Other Dark Tales, while Keith R.A. DeCandido introduced Adam Troy Castro's collection, A Desperate Decaying Darkness, which contained 13 stories, 3 original, and was published by Wildside, who also issued the author's collection, An Alien Darkness. Stephen Mark Rainey's The Last Trumpet collected 13 loosely connected stories in the author's Lovecraftian The Fugue Devil cycle, several featuring the mysterious Asbury family and the haunted town of Beckham. Rainey's Balak, also from Wildside, was a Lovecraft-inspired novel involving missing children and the monstrous entity Golgolith. Darrell Schweitzer's Nightscapes, Tales of the Ominous and Magical, was a print-on-demand collection of 17 reprint stories from Wildside Press, and Necromancies and Netherworlds was a collection of 10 uncanny stories, some with a touch of Lovecraft about them, by Schweitzer and Jason Van Hollander. Also from Wildside, Tripping the Dark Fantastic contained 8 dark fantasy stories, 3 original, by David Bischoff, with an introduction by Charles Sheffield. Dark Tales Publications and Internet company Bookface teamed up to offer readers the opportunity to preview publications online and then make print-on-demand downloads. Sephora Geron's novel of contemporary witches and vampires, Eternal Sunset, was an online title available from Dark Tales. From the same imprint came Mort Castle's Moon on the Water, a collection of 18 horror stories. Clickers, a giant crab novel by J.F. Gonzalez and Mark Williams, and Dead Times, Yvonne Navarro's tale about a woman who sold her soul in return for 9 lives. Steve Savile's Secret Life of Colors involved a former cop tracking down a supernatural serial killer, while Tribulations by Michael J. Straczynski was another demonic serial killer novel set in Los Angeles. David J. Shaw's 1990 collection Lost Angels was reissued by Babbage Press as an on-demand title. The new edition replaced one of 5 stories with an original tale and added an afterword by the author. The Snake Woman of Ipanema, Lucille Bellucci's novel about supernatural revenge, was published as a print-on-demand title by iUniverse.com. One of the most disappointing books of the year was Arkham's Masters of Horror, grandly subtitled A 60th Anniversary Anthology Retrospective of the First 30 Years of Arkham House. Despite including mostly unfamiliar or previously unpublished stories by Clark Ashton Smith, Donald Wandry, Robert E. Howard, Robert Bloch, Carl Jacobi, E. Hoffman Price, Ray Douglas Bradbury, John Ramsey Campbell, Seabury Quinn, and 11 others, and a fannish but fascinating introduction by editor Peter Ruber, this collection of classic authors was marred by numerous typos, poor writing, and some of the most mean-spirited author notes ever to grace a small press anthology. If ever there was a book that would have benefited considerably from the sure editorial hand of Arkham's late founder, August Derleth, this was it. From the same publisher, in The Stone House, was a collection of 24 of his own favorite stories from the past 2 decades by Barry N. Malzberg. In February, Fedogan and Bremer announced a new distribution deal with Arkham House, the imprint it was set up to emulate in 1989. Along with the first of a planned 2-volume collection of Donald Wandry's eponymous pulp criminologist, Frost, F&B celebrated Hugh B. Cave's 90th birthday with the publication of Bottled in Blonde under its Mystery imprint. Containing a short foreword by the author and an introduction by Don Hutchison, the hardcover also collected all 9 of Cave's hard-boiled Peter Kane stories originally published in the Dime Detective Pulp magazine from the mid-1930s until the early 40s. It was also available in a signed edition limited to 100 copies. Cave also supplied the introduction to The Vampire Master and Other Tales of Terror, a handsome hardcover collection of 9 pulp stories by Edmund Hamilton, published by Hafner Press. A 100-copy slip-cased edition was signed by Cave and dust jacket artist John Arfstrom. As part of its ongoing deal with the author, Subterranean Press reissued Joe R. Lansdale's early 1980s weirdish Western Blood Dance as Volume 3 in the hardcover Lost Lansdale series. It was available in a signed edition limited to 1,000 copies. Lansdale's Edgar Award-winning The Bottoms was a new novel based on the author's Bram Stoker Award-winning novella Mad Dog Summer, from 9.99, New Stories of Horror and Suspense, published in a signed and slip-cased edition of 400 numbered and 26 lettered copies by Subterranean and a mass-market hardcover by Mysterious Press, containing slightly more text. The author's killer hurricane novella, The Big Blow, originally published in Douglas E. Winter's 1997 Revelations, a.k.a. Millennium Anthology, also appeared in expanded form as a limited edition hardcover. Tim Powers' ambitious historical thriller, Declare, combined spying and the supernatural in 1963 with appearances by T.E. Lawrence, Kim Philby, and a touch of 1,001 Nights. It appeared in a special signed edition of 474 copies and a 26-copy lettered edition, tray-cased with an original illustration by the author. Limited to 1,500 signed copies, Night Moves and Other Stories collected 9 of Powers' stories, including a collaboration with James P. Blaylock, who also contributed an introduction, plus notes by the author. Plastic Jesus was an alternate history novella written and illustrated by Poppy Z. Bright about gay politics and British popular music. It was available in a trade hardcover edition and also in 600 copies signed by the author. A touch of the creature was the long-awaited new collection from Charles Beaumont, the late author's first new book since 1968. Unfortunately, despite an introduction by Richard Matheson and an attractive supernatural-themed dust jacket illustration by Phil Parks, most of the 14 previously unpublished stories were neither fantasy nor horror. Once again ably edited by David J. Shaw, with a little help from Stefan Zimjanovich, Hell on Earth, The Lost Block, Volume 2, contained 4 rarely reprinted novellas from the pulps by Robert Bloch, with an introduction by Douglas E. Winter and a transcription of a 1990 radio interview with the late author. It was limited to 1,250 signed and numbered copies and a 26-copy lettered edition. Subterranean's Taps and Sighs, edited by Peter Crowther, was one of the year's best original anthologies, squeezed between another introduction by Winter and a very brief afterword by veteran Richard Matheson, were 18 mostly excellent tales of ghosts and hauntings by a stellar lineup of authors that included Richard Christian Matheson, Michael Marshall Smith, Brian Stableford, Ramsey Campbell, Charles DeLint, Graham Joyce, Poppy Z. Bright, Ian MacDonald, Mark Morris, Terry Lamsley, Gene Wolfe, Chaz Brenchley, and others. The book also boasted a dust jacket illustration by J.K. Potter and was available as a trade hardcover, a signed limited edition, and a signed lettered edition. James P. Blaylock's first collection, 13 Phantoms and Other Stories, contained 16 previously published stories, including the World Fantasy Award winner of the title and 2 co-written with Tim Powers, in a hardcover edition from Edgewood Press. Despite the death in 1999 of founder James Turner, his Golden Griffin press imprint was continued by his brother Gary, with Beluthahatchee and Other Stories, a first-rate collection of 11 tales, 2 original, by Andy Duncan, with a foreword by Michael Bishop and an afterword by John Kessel. The same was true for High Cotton, selected stories of Joe R. Lansdale, an outstanding collection of 21 of the author's favorite-owned stories. From Florida's Necro publications, the Long Ones collected 4 novellas, 1 original, and an afterword by Lansdale, illustrated by Robert Copley. It was published in a signed 400-copy hardcover edition and a deluxe tray-case edition of 26 copies. Douglas Clegg's new novels, Mischief and You Come When I Call You, appeared from Cemetery Dance Publications. CD also published F. Paul Wilson's series of Sims novellas, set in a world in which most simple manual labor was done by genetically altered chimps, created by SimGen. Sims Book 1, La Causa, was published in a hardcover trade edition and a tray-cased edition of 26 signed and lettered copies, bound in leather, with satin ribbon page marker and additional artwork. Originally published in paperback a decade ago, William F. Nolan's serial killer novel, Hell Tracks, was reissued in a revised version by CD with a new introduction by Richard Matheson, a new preface by the author, and the inclusion of Nolan's Lonely Train A-Comin', the original short story that inspired the book. It was limited to 500 hardcover copies signed by both Nolan and Matheson, and a tray-cased deluxe edition of 26 signed and lettered copies. Thomas Dessier's Ghost Music and Other Tales was a collection of stories and novellas, including 2 originals, limited to 600 signed hardcover copies and a tray-cased edition of 26 signed and lettered copies. Richard Lehman's novel Once Upon a Halloween was a fun series of tricks and treats, featuring satanic cults, a haunted house, and a cast of terrified teens, available in a signed edition of 2,000 hardcover copies. Cemetery Dance also published the first American edition of the author's The Traveling Vampire Show in hardcover. Lehman's horror anthology Bad News appeared from Cemetery Dance in time for Halloween and featured fiction from the editor, plus Simon Clark, Jack Ketchum, Lucy Taylor, Rick Hatala, Gary Brandner, Bentley Little, Ed Gorman, Tom Piccirilli, Bill Pronzini, Edward Lee, John Pellin, Nancy Holder, Richard Chismar, F. Paul Wilson, and others. It was also available in a tray-cased lettered edition of 52 signed copies. Edited by Richard Chismar and Robert Morrish, October Dreams, a celebration of Halloween, was a grab bag of 22 stories, 11 reprints, 30 favorite Halloween memories, a poem, and 3 essays. Contributors included Ray Bradbury, Poppy Z. Bright, Richard Lehman, Michael Marshall Smith, Caitlín R. Kiernan, and John Charlee. A slip-cased, leather-bound edition of 400 signed and numbered copies included a special Halloween art section containing full-color paintings created exclusively for the book. Nicely designed to look like the author's previous 3 hardcover collections from Scream Press, Dreamhaven's The Death Artist collected 12 superior short stories, 1 original, from Dennis Etchison, suitably illustrated with J.K. Potter's bizarre photomontages. Published by Gauntlet Press, All the Rage by F. Paul Wilson was another Repairman Jack novel, in which mythology was made real by a new designer drug. Gauntlet also reissued Caitlín R. Kiernan's 1998 debut novel Silk, in a 450-copy signed hardcover, with a new introduction by the author and an afterword by Poppy Z. Bright. A deluxe limited edition was also available, and both versions featured artwork by Clive Barker. From the same publisher came Kiernan's excellent collection entitled Tales of Pain and Wonder, illustrated by Richard A. Kirk. The hardcover contained 21 stories, 2 previously unpublished, an original poem, an amusing introduction by Douglas E. Winter, an incomprehensible afterword by Peter Straub, and a preface by the author. It was also available in a signed and numbered edition of 500 copies. Dystopia was a hefty 500-plus page collection containing 60 memorable short horror stories by Richard Christian Matheson, beautifully illustrated with Harry O. Morris' disturbing color photo images. Introduced by the author's father, the legendary Richard Matheson, and with a sensible afterword this time by Peter Straub, the book also boasted guest pieces by Clive Barker, Ray Bradbury, Poppy Z. Bright, Ramsey Campbell, Ellen Datlow, Dennis Etchison, Mick Garris, George Clayton Johnson, Stephen Jones, Stephen King, Dean R. Koontz, Joe R. Lansdale, Michael Marshall Smith, F. Paul Wilson, Douglas E. Winter, and several others. The special lettered edition was signed by most of the contributors, including King, and came with a video of the author's 13-minute directorial debut, Arousal, and a CD of him reading 6 of his stories, plus music from his band, The Existers. Limited to a 350-copy edition from Gauntlet, David B. Silva's collection, Through Shattered Glass, contained 17 short stories, with an introduction by Dean Koontz, while A Life in the Cinema was an impressive debut collection of 8 stories, 2 original, and an unpublished screenplay, written and directed by film and miniseries maker Mick Garris, with a little help from his friends Stephen King, introduction, Toby Hooper, afterward, and Clive Barker, cover and bookmark. The Ushers was a collection of 19 extreme horror stories, 7 original, by Edward Lee, published by Obsidian Press in a signed, limited hardcover. At least the author admitted in his foreword that he was not trying to be the Proust of horror. Lee also introduced Overlook Connections' Graven Images, a downbeat novella by Gary Razor, available in a signed trade paperback, signed hardcover, or signed leather edition. Tom Piccirilli's The Night Class, from Shadowlands Press, was a murder mystery involving stigmata. Edited by Edward E. Kramer and published by Bereshith Shadowlands Press in a signed limited edition of 400 copies and a 100-copy gilt-edged deluxe edition with limited sculpture, Strange Attraction, Turns of the Midnight Carnival Wheel, was an anthology of 24 stories and a poem inspired by the kinetic sculptures of Lisa Snellings. Contributors included Ray Bradbury, Gene Wolfe, Michael Bishop, Charles DeLint, Caitlín R. Kiernan, S.P. Somto, Nancy A. Collins, Peter Crowther, and Neil Gaiman, while Harlan Ellison supplied an introduction. Unfortunately, HWA Vice President Kramer was subsequently arrested in August for allegedly molesting a 13-year-old boy and his 15-year-old brother. Prompted by an anonymous complaint, the editor and author was charged with aggravated child molestation and denied bail in a September hearing in Atlanta, Georgia. After being released on a bond of $75,000 in November, he was returned to jail after apparently breaking his bail conditions. Kramer pleaded not guilty to all the charges. City Fishing by Steve Rasnick Tim was a superb career-spanning collection of 38 stories, 4 original, by a master of the form. Published by Silver Salamander Press in an edition of 50 deluxe numbered, 300 limited numbered, and 500 trade copies, The volume would have been even better had the author revealed a little about each of the stories contained therein. Britain's Razor Blade Press issued Tom Lebon and Gavin Williams' novel Hush in trade paperback. It involved an animal rights activist who discovered an even more gruesome conspiracy behind closed doors. From the same publisher, Hideous Progeny was an anthology of 20 Frankenstein stories with an introduction by Kim Newman. Co-published by the Alchemy Press, Ergedlam Publications, in a hardcover edition of 500 signed and numbered copies, Newman's Where the Bodies Are Buried reprinted 4 interconnected horror novellas with a new introduction by Peter Atkins and interior illustrations by Randy Broker. Also from the Alchemy Press, Saladoth Publications, came Swords Against the Millennium, editor Mike Chinn's anthology of 11 heroic fantasy stories, 2 reprints, by Ramsey Campbell, Adrian Cole, Simon R. Green, Joel Lane, Stan Nichols, and others. Featuring artwork by Bob Covington, David Bazina, Alan Hunter, and Jim Pitts, it was available as both a trade paperback and in a signed limited hardcover edition. Shane Ryan Staley's Delirium Books published Geoffrey Thomas' Terra Incognita, a collection of 13 stories, 5 original, introduced by Mark McLaughlin and illustrated by Jamie Oberschlake. Up Out of Cities That Blow Hot and Cold, from the same imprint, was a collection of 15 stories, 5 original, by Charlie Jacob, with an introduction by Tom Piccirilli and interior artwork by Gack. Piccirilli also introduced Barbara Malenky's Human Oddities, a collection of 6 stories. P.D. Kasich contributed the introduction to Cage of Bones and Other Deadly Obsessions, a collection of 20 stories, 8 original by John Everson, illustrated by Andrew Sharrock. Each Delirium title was published in a limited hardcover edition. Available in an edition of just 50 signed presentation copies for friends and colleagues, Jeff Vandermeer's The Book of Winter collected 3 reprint stories and was supposedly published by the author's fictional Hegbottom Press. Out from Vandermeer's The Ministry of Whimsy Press, and boasting a cover quote by Ramsey Campbell, Geoffrey Thomas' Punktown collected 9 interrelated stories, 2 reprints, set on a planet where 100 sentient species collided. Dark Highways Press published the original anthology Skull Full of Spurs, a roundup of 13 weird Western stories edited by Jason Bolfberg and Kirk Whittam, available in a 1,000-copy numbered edition with an introduction by Norman Pettridge. Despite an excellent dust jacket illustration by Alan G. Douglas, the fiction by Brian Hodge, Jack Ketchum, Richard Lee Byers, Edward Lee, Yvonne Navarro, Rick Atala, Nancy A. Collins, Richard Lehman, Robert Devereaux, and others was mostly disappointing. Brian A. Hopkins' Martin Zolotau continued the occult detective tradition in The Licking Valley Coon Hunters Club, a novel originally serialized on email and published in trade paperback by Yard Dog Press. Thank You for the Flowers, Stories of Suspense and Imagination, was a collection of 13 tales, 2 apparently original, by L. Ron Hubbard, Writers of the Future winner Scott Nicholson, published in trade paperback by North Carolina's Parkway Publishers. E. P. Berglund's Shards of Darkness reprinted 11 Lovecraftian stories in an attractive paperback from Mythos Books, and was the 2nd volume in editor Robert M. Price's Fan Mythos series. From Time Bomb Publishing came 2 new novels by Paul Pinn. In The Horizontal Split, a young schizophrenic mother searched for her stolen baby in India, while The Pariah involved a psychotic who could infiltrate the minds of others. Oklahoma's Hawk Publishing issued John Woolley's wish-fulfillment novel Dark Within, while the ubiquitous D.F. Lewis collaborated with his father, Gordon, on 10 honestly strange and mostly ghostly tales, in Only Connect, published by Cartwright. Wondrous Strange, Tales of the Uncanny, was a collection of 25 stories, 9 reprints, by Robin Spriggs from Circle Myth Press. Dark Matters was the 3rd Ash Tree Press collection from Terry Lamsley, limited to 600 copies and boasting another excellent Douglas Walters dust jacket. It contained 11 recent stories, 2 original, plus an introduction by the author about where he doesn't get his ideas from. Limited to 500 copies, We've Been Waiting for You was a welcome collection from Ash Tree of 22, 1 original, of John Burke's Tales of Unease, with an introduction by Nicholas Royle. A.F. Kidd's Summoning Nells and Other Inventions collected 46 ghost stories in an edition of 500 copies. Shadows and Silence, Ash Tree Press' second original anthology edited by Barbara and Christopher Roden, was also the first book from the publisher to boast a full-color dust jacket by Jason Van Hollander. Limited to a 600-copy edition, the 25 ghostly new stories included work by Steve Duffy, Jessica Amanda Salmonson, Steve Rasnick Tim, John Palin, Ramsey Campbell, Paul Finch, John Whitburn, Hugh B. Cave, and Stephen Volk. Reunion at Dawn and Other Uncollected Ghost Stories was an unpublished Arkham House collection of 17 stories by H.R. Wakefield, edited by Peter Ruber, with an afterword by Barbara Roden. The volume finally completed Ash Tree's Collected Wakefield series. Expertly edited and introduced by Mike Ashley, Phantom Perfumes and Other Shades, Memories of Ghost Stories magazine, collected 17 of the best stories to appear in the rare pulp publication between 1926 and 1931, while The Horror on the Stair and Other Weird Tales collected 26 stories by Sir Arthur Quiller Couch, edited by S.T. Joshi. The Haunted Grange of Goresthorpe by Arthur Conan Doyle was a lost 1870 story from Blackwood's magazine, published for the first time as a slim hardcover by Ash Tree Press on behalf of the Arthur Conan Doyle Society. The Ash Tree's companion imprint, Calabash Press, issued Ron Weigel's The Irregular Casebook of Sherlock Holmes, which collected 5 new stories by Dr. Watson, 3 of which involved the supernatural and included appearances by M.R. James, Aleister Crowley, Arthur Machen, and even Elizabethan Dr. John Dee. Jane Rubino's Knight Errant, The Singular Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, contained 3 adventures that Watson only tantalizingly hinted of, but never mentioned. Also published by Calabash, John Warwick Montgomery's The Transcendent Holmes featured a number of essays exploring various long-debated problems in the Holmes canon, plus a dialogue between the consulting detective and Watson. Robert Morgan's Sarab Press published Echoes of Darkness, Supernatural Tales, a new hardcover collection of 9 stories, 2 original, by L. H. Maynard and M. P. N. Sims, illustrated by Iain Maynard. From the same imprint came William I. Reed's Degrees of Fear, Tales from Usher College, a collection of 8 humorous Denniston stories, 5 original, illustrated by Nick Mallerit. Both titles were published in editions of 250 numbered copies. Richard Dolby's impressive Mistresses of the Macabre series continued with Number 90 and Other Ghost Stories, a collection of 15 macabre tales by B. Bithia, M. Mary Croker, and Not for the Nighttime, an 1889 collection of 4 ghost stories and a poem by children's writer Theo Gift, a.k.a. Dorothy Henrietta Havers, both edited and introduced by Dolby, illustrated by Paul Lowe, and limited to 250 and 300 numbered copies, respectively. The publisher also inaugurated a new Sarab science fiction and fantasy imprint with Brian Stableford's Year Zero, a satirical millennial novel illustrated by Tim Denton and limited to 300 hardcover copies. Parallax View collected 6 collaborative stories by Keith Brooke and Eric Brown, plus 1 by each author. Limited to 250 copies, it included a foreword by Stephen Baxter. From North Yorkshire's Tartarus Press, Rhys R. Hughes' The Smell of Telescopes was a hardcover collection of 25 often comic horror stories, published in an edition of 250 copies. A separate edition of Arthur Machen's 1906 novella, A Fragment of Life, added an original 4th chapter and a new introduction, while a reprinting of Machen's 1933 novel, The Green Round, included an extensive introduction by Mark Valentine. Valentine also contributed the introduction to John Mead Faulkner's The Lost Stradivarius and 2 previously uncollected short stories, the title story of which involved a 19th-century student possessed by an 18th-century necromancer through a Stradivarius violin hidden in an Oxford college. This 300-copy edition also included the tales A Midsummer's Night Marriage and Charlampia. Algernon Blackwood's 1912 collection, Pan's Garden, contained 15 stories and a new introduction by Mike Ashley, and was available in an edition of 300 copies. Shapes in the Fire was a reprint of M.P. Shields' 1896 collection of 5 decadent stories, a poem and an essay. With a new introduction by Brian Stableford, it was published in an edition of 300 copies. The Salutation was a reprint of the 1932 collection by the late Sylvia Townsend Warner, containing 15 stories and a new introduction by Claire Harmon. Ringstones and Other Curious Tales reprinted the 1951 collection of 6 stories by Sarban, a.k.a. John William Well, and added another recently discovered tale to the 350-copy edition from Tartarus. From Runa Raven Press, Hans Heinz Avers' Strange Tales collected 10 occult stories along with a foreword by Don Webb and a bio-bibliography by Stephen Flowers. Edited with a preface by Mike Ashley, A Haunting Beauty from Seattle's Midnight House collected the best psychological horror stories by Sir Charles Birkin, limited to 450 numbered copies. For the same imprint, John Pellin edited an expanded edition of Clive Pemberton's rare 1906 collection, The Weird o' It, and Pellin and Steve Saville compiled The Black Gondolier, the first of 2 volumes collecting the best of Fritz Leiber's horror stories. With Sesta and Other Strange Stories, editor Lee Weinstein compiled a previously unpublished, uncollected volume of stories by Edward Lucas White. Also from Midnight House, and limited to 460 copies, came Dick Donovan's 1899 collection of 14 stories, The Corpse Light and Other Tales of Terror, with an introduction by Richard Dalby. Expertly edited and introduced by John Pellin, but disappointingly illustrated by Kenneth Waters, The Third Cry to Legba and Other Invocations was the first in a proposed 5-volume hardcover series of the Selected Stories of Manly Wade Wellman, from San Francisco's Nightshade Books, containing all 16 John Thunston stories and 5 Lee Cobbett stories by the legendary Paul Bother. From the same publisher, As the Sun Goes Down was a handsome hardcover collection containing 16 stories, half of them original, by Tim Lebon with an introduction by Ramsey Campbell, while S.P. Somto's Tagging the Moon, Fairy Stories from L.A. contained 10 stories, 1 original, interior illustrations by Gach, and photographs by the author. New Genre was the first volume of a new biannual anthology series which declared its intention to legitimize the horror and science fiction genres. Editors Jeff Paris and Adam Golaski chose stories by Paul Walther, Charlie Jacob, A.R. Marlin, Mark Rich, and Jan Wilt for their debut softcover. Peter Crowther's P.S. Publishing continued to produce some of the most attractive and collectible chapbooks around, with new titles by Stephen Baxter, Peter F. Hamilton, and Ian MacDonald. Tim Lebon's carefully observed zombie novella, Naming of Parts, was published in signed and numbered editions of 300 paperbacks and 200 hardcovers by P.S., with an introduction by Steve Rasnick, Tim. Meanwhile, Crowther's own urban fantasy novella, Gandalf Cohen and the Land at the End of the Working Day, appeared as a chapbook from Subterranean Press in a signed edition of 250 numbered copies and 26 lettered copies, with an introduction by Ian MacDonald. James P. Blaylock's Home Before Dark was an original short story in Subterranean's new deluxe chapbook series, limited to 350 signed and numbered copies and featuring 2 color printing throughout. It went out of print upon publication. Garcia Publishing Services released Steve Rasnick Tim and Melanie Tim's semi-autobiographical short story The Man on the Ceiling as the first chapbook from the American Fantasy imprint. The 500-copy edition featured a cover illustration by J.K. Potter. Len Maynard and Mick Sims' prolific Enigmatic Press published The Dark Satanic, which contained 2 terror tales from the north of England by Paul Finch. A Letter to Lovecraft, a special presentation by Enigmatic Press reprinting Peter Tennant's eponymous winner of the Enigmatic Story of the Year, 1998-99, was illustrated by Ian Maynard. Maynard also supplied the artwork for Millennium Macabre, the 6th volume in the Enigmatic Novellas series, which collected 3 Scottish horror stories, one previously published online by William Michael, including a collaboration with Graham Hurray. As part of the series of enigmatic variations, chapbooks, Derek M. Fox's Treading on the Past contained 4 new supernatural stories, including the title tale, introduced by Mark Chadbourne and illustrated by Frank Mafrici. In the same series, Ballymoon by Alistair G. Gunn collected 3 debut stories in the Jamesian tradition, illustrated by Kathy Bubaruz, while Paul Finch's The Shadow Beneath contained 3 stories, 1 reprint, illustrated by Gerald Gobert. Enigmatic Press and the British Fantasy Society teamed up to publish F20, the first in a proposed series of annual chapbooks edited by Len Maynard, Mick Sims, and David J. Howe, and featuring fiction by Derek M. Fox, Steve Saville, a reprint, Paul Finch, Steve Lockley, and Paul Lewis, and Tim Lebon. Bob Covington and David Bezina contributed the illustrations. The British Fantasy Society also published The Spiral Garden, a collection of 5 stories by Louise Cooper, 1 original. It was edited by Jan Edwards with an introduction by Diana Wynne Jones. From Shadow Publishing came David Sutton's fascinating 7-part memoir, On the Fringe for 30 Years, a history of horror in the British small press, with an introduction from Stan Nichols and cover art by Stephen Jones. Billed as a creative tribute to Jack Finney's novel The Body Snatchers, Day Off Publications' Poddities, featured 9 stories by such writers as Brian Keane, D.F. Lewis, Tim Lebon, Dan Kean, and editor Suzanne Donahue, along with brief reminiscences and tributes from Michael Marshall Smith, Ed Gorman, Nicholas Royle, Thomas F. Monteleone, Stanley Water, Jack Williamson, Christopher Fowler, David B. Silva, Jack Ketchum, Christopher Golden, and Ramsey Campbell. Texas-based Gargadillo Publications published John Pellin's Haunted House novelette in Antique Vintage, limited to 150 copies with an introduction by Simon Clark and illustrations by Gack and Alan Kozowski. Gack also illustrated Gerard Horner's Dead Cat Bounce, a fable to horrify the inner child, about a dead cat's journey to hell and back, published by Space and Time. Chicago's Twilight Tales 11th Hour Productions continued its chunky chapbook series, edited by Tina L. Jens, with Daughter of Dangerous Dames, which included new and reprint fiction and poetry by a number of women writers, including Jody Lynn Nye, Karen E. Taylor, Nancy Kilpatrick, Carol Ann Davis, Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough, Yvonne Navarro, Sephora Giron, Lois Tilton, and Joe Fletcher. Also edited by Jens, Thulu and the Co-Eds Kids and Squids contained mostly new comedy Thulu stories and poems from Charles Stross, Mark McLaughlin, Bryce Stevens, Joe Fletcher, Stephen Dedman, Esther M. Freisner, and others. Andrea Dubnick edited Tales from the Red Lion, based around readings at the eponymous Chicago pub. It included 10 stories and an interview, and like the other 2 volumes was limited to 250 copies. Dubnick was also one of the featured authors in Tina Jens' Sort of Scary Stories, Tales of Make-Believe for Children, which appeared in an edition of just 50 copies, featuring 11 stories by Bruce Holland Rogers, Robert Weinberg, Lois Tilton, and others. Haunted Dreams No. 3, Desecration Day, was a chapbook from Paul Bradshaw's Dream Zone Publications that included 2 tales of crime and horror by Paul Finch and a special bonus novella by Simon Logan, illustrated by Desmond Knight. The busy Bradshaw was also behind Haunted Dreams Press, publisher of Peter Tennant's novella Confession of a Hollow Man, which featured an introduction by Andrew Busby and impressive cover artwork by Mitch Phillips. Paul Bradshaw's own fiction was collected in The Reservoir of Dreams from John B. Ford's BJM Press. It featured 10 new stories illustrated by Ian Maynard, Gerald Gobert, and others. Also published by BJM, illustrator Steve Lyne's Dreams of a Diseased Mind was a collection of Lovecraftian sonnets purportedly written by the fictional mad author Hayden Atwood Prescott. Paul Finch's By the Flame Gas Flickering featured 4 stories, plus an introduction by Paul Kane, whose own collection from BJM Press, Alone in the Dark, contained 12 stories and a song. From Nashville House, Gothic Fevers collected 6 stories by Gary William Crawford, selected by Bruce Boston and illustrated by Margaret Balliff Simon. Cullen Bunn's Undaunted Press published Octavio Ramos Jr.'s The Folio of Edicts, a new story also illustrated by Margaret Simon, and Pigtails, Stories from the Trough, a collection of 7 porcine poems and stories by Mark McLaughlin and others. McLaughlin was everywhere in the small press. Arizona's Eraserhead Press published his chapbook, I Gave at the Orifice, a collection of 7 previously published stories and 1 original, while Shoggoth Cacciatore and other eldritch entrees from Delirium Books contained 10 comedic Thulu mythos-inspired stories, 4 reprints, with an introduction by Simon Clarke and artwork from Colleen Crary. Simon Clarke, a working bibliography, and a trip out for Mr. Harrison, appeared in an edition of 250 signed and numbered chapbooks and 26 lettered hardcovers. Compiled by Paul Miller and published by Earthling Publications, the booklet contained introductions by Tim Lebon and Clarke, and the first publication of the eponymous 1978 radio story. Michael Marshall Smith, a primary and secondary bibliography, was available in a special signed and numbered edition compiled and introduced by Levi Tidder and published in an edition of just 40 copies from Last Call Publishing. The 13th issue of Michael Malafika's Pendragon's Penny Dreadful was a bumper 168-page collection of tales and poems of fantastic terror by Mark McLaughlin, Scott Thomas, James S. Dorr, Brian Keene, John B. Ford, and others. Featured artist Eric York's work was excellent and should have been used on the front cover. Isis Rising, The Goddess in the New Aeon, was a massive collection of mostly new poetry and art featuring Mark McLaughlin, Steve Sneed, Scott R. Green, and Charlie Jacob, amongst others, edited by Denise Dumars for Temple of Isis, Los Angeles. Published by California's Anamnesis Press, The Weird Sonneteers collected 123 Lovecraftian poems by editor Keith Allen Daniels, Jerry H. Jenkins, and Ann K. Schwader. Editor Scott Urban's Skulljaw Productions published A Student in Hell, a signed chapbook collection of 35 poems by Tom Piccirilli, with an introduction by Charlie Jacob and illustrations by 5 artists. From Louisiana's Gothic Press, Yellow Rider and Other Fantasy Poems was a collection of 34 poems by Steve Eng, selected by Gary William Crawford and illustrated by Charles Vess, S. Scott Sate, Hannes Bock, Jim Garrison, and Mel White. In mid-August, Wizards of the Coast Group announced the suspension of the latest incarnation of the venerable SF magazine Amazing Stories, with the summer 2000 edition. It was subsequently announced that the title had been purchased by Internet company Galaxy Online, itself facing financial problems, which revealed plans to produce the periodical in quarterly electronic formats. However, after the resignation of Galaxy Online publisher Ben Bova and fiction editor Rick Wilbur, the deal fell through. Amazing had been published in various different formats since 1926. Following the death of its namesake and founder in 1999, Marion Zimmer Bradley's fantasy magazine ceased publishing with its 50th issue in December. Sovereign Media Homestead Publications canceled its fiction title, Science Fiction Age, with the May issue because of falling circulation, resulting in the resignation of editor Scott Edelman. The magazine, which started in 1992, published 46 issues. A few months later, Edelman was appointed editor-in-chief of Science Fiction Weekly, an online magazine sponsored by the Sci-Fi Channel. Meanwhile, Science Fiction Age's sister magazine, Realms of Fantasy, edited by literary agent Shauna McCarthy, continued to appear bi-monthly and included Gahan Wilson's regular book reviews, plus a Frankenstein story by Bruce Glasgow and an article on movie vampires by Marty Bauman. It was joined on the stands by the first issue of editor John O'Neill's quarterly Blackgate, Adventures in Fantasy Literature, cover dated spring 2001, which included new fiction by Charles DeLint, Geoffrey Ford, and Richard Parks, a reprint from the late Carl Edward Wagner, and an excerpt from a new Elric novel by Michael Moorcock. Gordon Van Gelder liked the magazine of fantasy and science fiction so much that he bought it. Editor of the Fiction Digest since 1996, he purchased the magazine in October from Mercury Press, Incorporated, and its publisher and owner, Edward L. Furman. Van Gelder then left his 12-year editorial position at St. Martin's Press to devote himself full-time to the title, which began publishing in 1949. During the year, F&SF published stories and novellas by John Whitburn, S. N. Dyer, Tanith Lee, Bradley Denton, M. John Harrison, Joyce Carol Oates, Gary W. Shockley, Brian Stableford, Tananarive Due, Jack Dan, Nina Kiriki Hoffman, Jack Cady, Dale Bailey, Michael Blumlein, Scott Bradfield, and Ray Bradbury, plus nonfiction from Daniel Keyes, Paul J. McAuley, Mike Ashley, and David Langford, and the usual book review columns by Charles DeLint, Robert K. J. Kilheffer, Elizabeth Hand, Michelle West, and James Salas. Knowledgeably edited by Paula Garan, Horror Garage published its first 2 issues with fiction by the prerequisite John Shirley, Brian Hodge, Kathy Koja, Dennis Etchison, Norman Partridge, Thomas S. Roach, Caitlín R. Kiernan, Ed Gorman, David J. Shaw, Steve Rasnick Tim, Tom Tessier, Elizabeth Engstrom, Thomas Ligotti, and others, along with interviews with Julie Strain, Alice Cooper, and Craig Spector, essays on Wes Craven, and, of course, John Shirley, plus music-themed articles and book and video DVD reviews. The first issue also included a free Shocking Sounds of Horror CD featuring Alice Cooper. Once the untidy design is sorted out, the magazine could become a major market for new horror fiction. Editor and publisher David Pringle's Interzone featured some fine horror stories by Liz Williams, Richard Calder's Lord Soho historical fantasy series, and fiction from Don Webb, Tanith Lee, and Yvonne Navarro, amongst others. There was also a guest editorial by Bruce Sterling, interviews with Guy Gavriel Kay, Paul DiFilippo, Harlan Ellison, Alistair Reynolds, John Meany, Tricia Sullivan, Ben Japes, Stephen Gould, and Laura J. Mixon, Philip Pullman, Walter John Williams, Juliet McKenna, and Charles DeLint. The customary lively letters and controversial columns, plus film and book reviews. Despite contributions from Keith Roberts, Stephen Baxter, Eric Brown, John Christopher, Gary Kilworth, Charles Strauss, Jack Dayton, Barrington J. Bailey, and others, Spectrum SF, a new British paperback format magazine from editor Paul Fraser, still had a very long way to go before it could come close to matching the quality of Interzone. Richard T. Chismar's Cemetery Dance managed just a single issue which featured fiction from Graham Masterton, Tim Lebon, and Charles Beaumont, plus interviews with Christopher Golden and Leisure Books editor Don Doria. As usual, editor Andy Cox produced 4 impressive-looking issues of The Third Alternative, featuring cutting-edge fiction from M. John Harrison, Charles M. Saplak, Graham Joyce, Mark Morris, Rhys Hughes, Paul J. McAuley, Christopher Kenworthy, Charlie Jacob, Conrad Williams, and others, along with regular columns by Peter Crowther and Alan Ashley. Interviews with William Gibson and Peter Straub, features on Ed Wood, Dennis Potter, Federico Fellini, and Jan Svankmajer, and numerous book reviews. Also from TTA Press and editor Cox, the perfect-bound Crime Wave 3, Bringing Down the House, included fiction from Chaz Brenchley, James Lovegrove, Peter Crowther, and Tom Piccarelli, while 4 Mood Indigo featured contributions from Sean Doolittle, Marion Arnott, Brian Hodge, and Brenchley again. Another TTA publication was Zine, a nicely produced market guide to the independent press with reviews and short features. Edited by George Sithers and Darrell Schweitzer, and now in its 77th year, DNA Publications' Weird Tales produced 4 quarterly issues of the much-diminished pulp magazine, featuring fiction from William F. Nolan, Stephen Dedman, Ian Watson, Brian Stableford, Tanith Lee, Richard A. Lupoff, Don Webb, and Brian A. Hopkins, plus an interview with Neil Gaiman. Angela Kessler's vampire magazine, Dreams of Decadence, was also published by DNA, and the 3 issues which appeared included a novel excerpt by Laurel K. Hamilton and short fiction from Josepha Sherman, Lawrence Watt Evans, Lois Tilton, Don Webb, and Laura Ann Gilman. After a hiatus of more than 3 years, the Quarterly Century, edited by Robert K.J. Kilheffer and Jenna A. Felici, managed 2 issues and included some fine fiction by Michael Bishop, Ian R. MacLeod, Kathy Koja, and Terry Windling. Patrick and Hannah Swenson's attractive digest, Tailbones, produced 3 issues featuring science fiction and dark fantasy stories and poetry by James Van Pelt, Mark McLaughlin, Bruce Boston, Steve Bye, and others, along with interviews with Greg Bear and Amy Thompson, and the usual review columns by Ed Bryant, Janice Silverstein, and others. Sherry Decker's wondrously weird and offbeat Indigenous Fiction published 3 issues of fiction and poetry by Mark McLaughlin, Charlie Jacob, Gerard Daniel Herner, and others, plus an interview with Frederick Pohl. The 2 issues of Gordon Linsner's Space and Time included stories and poetry from James Van Pelt, Charlie Jacob, Joey Froelich, Del Stone Jr., and others, along with a color cover by Alan Kozowski. Edited by Daniel Conrad and Benoit Domy, the attractive French trade paperback magazine Ténèbres featured fiction from Richard Matheson, Richard Christian Matheson, Roberta Lannis, Norman Partridge, Brian A. Hopkins, and numerous French writers, plus interviews with both Mathesons and artist Alan M. Clark. Wine Dark Sea was a new Australian magazine, edited by Adrian Tan. The July-August issue of Firsts, the book collector's magazine, featured an excellent article on collecting Robert E. Howard books by Don Herron. The same issue also included pieces on Remembering Charles Beaumont by William F. Nolan, Davis Grubbs' The Night of the Hunter, and restoring an early edition of Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The October issue was a sci-fi and fantasy special with features on collecting Clark Ashton Smith, with a checklist by Herron, an overview of the best of 1999, which gave short shrift to horror, a conversation with Jonathan Lethem, and a look at Kurt Siodmak's Donovan's Brain. The July paperback parade was a special H.P. Lovecraft issue, with articles on collecting HPL paperbacks and the illustrated Thulu mythos, and an appreciation of the author by Gary Lovisi. The September-October issue of Book featured articles and interviews with both Anne Rice and Ursula K. Le Guin. The founder of Famous Monsters of Filmland, Forrest J. Ackerman, was awarded more than $720,000 in compensatory and punitive damages by a Los Angeles court in his case against former business associate Ray Ferry, the current owner of the magazine title. Ackerman's suit charged his former business partner with fraud, deceit, breach of contract, and trademark violation for using the pseudonym Dr. Acula. Amongst those who testified on Ackerman's behalf were Ray Bradbury, who turned 80 on August 22nd, and John Landis. Ferry's countersuit, in which he claimed that the 83-year-old Ackerman was stalking him and sending threatening faxes, was thrown out by the jury. Frederick S. Clarke's excellent Cinefantastique, the magazine with a sense of wonder, continued its bi-monthly schedule with cover features on The Green Mile, The World Is Not Enough, Star Trek, Voyager, Babylon 5, a double issue, X-Men, The X-Files, and Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, another double issue. David Miller's monthly Shivers, Britain's definitive magazine of horror entertainment from visual imagination, looked at The League of Gentlemen, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The Evil Dead, Lost Souls, Nightbreed, The Cell, The People Under the Stairs, Tigon Productions and Italian director Mario Bava, by Joe Dante. It also included interviews with Sean Cunningham, Allison Hannigan from Buffy, Robert Zemeckis, Harrison Ford, Chuck Russell, Dario Argento, Brian Clemens, Brian Usna, and Don Sharp. Tributes to Peter Cushing and Michael Ripper, regular columns by Ingrid Pitt, Kim Newman, and Josephine Botting, and the usual film, video, TV, and book reviews. Its companion title, Starburst, included the opinion piece, Whatever Happened to Horror, by book publicist Nicola Sinclair. Tim and Donna Lucas' always fascinating Video Watchdog featured such contributors as Kim Newman, Douglas E. Winter, Max Allen Collins, Ken Hankey, and M.J. Simpson, writing about the Blair Witch Project, James Bond, Stanley Kubrick, Stephen Weeks, Poverty Row Horror, Dr. Mabuse, Eurocine, Hercules, Donald Campbell, Universal Monsters, and Paul Naschy. There were also interviews with Richard Gordon, Bert I. Gordon, and Herschel Gordon Lewis, and the usual detailed video, DVD, and audio reviews. Michael Stein and James J.J. Wilson's enjoyable Film Facts, the magazine of unusual film and television, included interviews with veteran actors Christopher Lee, Carla Lamsley, Turhan Bey, Francine York, Gordon Mitchell, and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., writer Earl Hammer, Jr., directors Jim Clark and Paul Andrus, plus many others, along with a tribute to Sir Alec Guinness and AIP producer Louis M. Deke Hayward's ongoing reminiscences. Following his resignation from the company, editor Scott Edelman was replaced by Dan Perez on Sovereign Media's Sci-Fi Entertainment, the official magazine of the Sci-Fi Channel. The multimedia news and reviews title got a new design and went to a bi-monthly schedule. Issues included features on Sleepy Hollow, Pitch Black, The Hollow Man, X-Men, Blair Witch 2, makeup artist Tom Savini, and such TV shows as Angel, Harsh Realm, The Others, Lex, and The Invisible Man. Titan magazines continued to turn out monthly titles dedicated to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Xena Warrior Princess, The X-Files, and other TV tie-ins. Empire's The Greatest Horror Movies Ever. The definitive guide was a special glossy collector's edition that covered such topics as creature features, nightmare movies, hauntings, slasher movies, diabolic, psychomania, and comedy horror. Profiling 46 films, from An American Werewolf in London to Witchfinder General, contributors included Kim Newman. Locus, the newspaper of the science fiction field, reached its 33rd year of publication with interviews with artists Leo and Diane Dillon, and authors Brian Aldiss, Laurel K. Hamilton, Terry Bisson, and George R. Martin, amongst many others. Editor-publisher Andrew I. Porter managed to get out 2 more issues of his new zine, Science Fiction Chronicle, founded in 1979, before he sold the title to Warren Lepine's DNA Publications, the publishers of Weird Tales, Dreams of Decadence, and several other periodicals. Porter remained with the magazine as news editor, and DNA announced plans to eventually increase the title schedule back to monthly. Under its new publisher, SFC managed a further 2 issues during the year, but these suffered from poor design and numerous typographical errors, recurring problems with DNA-published titles. Along with the usual news and reviews from Jeff Rovin and Don DeMassa, the magazine also featured interviews with Nalo Hopkinson, Robert J. Sawyer, George Zabrowski, and Bradley Denton, plus articles by Frederick Pohl, John Betancourt, Cecilia Tan, and Alan M. Steele. Building upon its success as the UK's major small press magazine of supernatural fiction, Enigmatic Tales, under the tireless editorship of L. H. Maynard and M. P. N. Sims, expanded into a hefty, perfect-bound paperback featuring fiction from Tim Lebon, Peter Tennant, Alec Worley, D. F. Lewis and his father Gordon, John Pellin, James S. Dorr, Ian Maynard, and many others, along with Hugh Lamb's fascinating rediscovery series, Tales from the Grave. However, in August, Maynard and Sims announced that Enigmatic Press was suspending its operations due to a withdrawal of funds from the Eastern Arts Board, which constituted more than 60% of their revenue support. Despite attempts to find alternative sources of funding, the 80,000-word Enigmatic Tales No. 10 was the final issue, while Enigmatic Variations and the Enigmatic Electronic Webzine ceased publication immediately. This is entirely due to the withdrawal of support from Eastern Arts Board, revealed Sims, who considered the project was not viewed a priority in relation to other demands. The editors added that they would try to resurrect an imprint in the future, and that Enigmatic Press will be kept in a state of suspended animation. Ghosts and Scholars from Haunted Library Publications contain the usual M.R. James-inspired fiction, reviews, and letters. Edited by Barbara and Christopher Roden, All Hallows, the Journal of the Ghost Story Society, published excellent perfect-bound editions featuring fascinating articles by Steve Duffy, David G. Rowlands, Andy Sawyer, Hugh Lamb, and Richard Dalby. M.R. Jamesian fiction from Geoffrey Warburton, Paul Finch, John Whitburn, Michael Chislett, Tom Wagner, David G. Rowlands, Tina Rath, and others, along with all the usual news, reviews, letters, and queries. Graham Hurray's dependable Kimota featured fiction by Paul Finch, Peter Tennant, Hugh Cook, and others, plus some impressive artwork by the mysteriously named T-23. Although it had published nothing new since summer 1999, owner Mark Michaud denied that Necronomicon Press was in financial troubles or going out of business. However, Robert M. Price's long-running Crypt of Cthulhu magazine moved to Mythos Books with 2 delayed issues featuring Lovecraftian fan fiction and articles by Will Murray, T.G.L. Cockcroft, Kenneth W. Fegg, Jr., Darrell Schweitzer, and others. After its launch in 1999, Cullen Bunn's magazine of horror and dark fantasy, Whispers from a Shattered Forum, continued with new issues featuring fiction and poetry by Suzanne Donahue, Scotty Green, Sandy DeLuca, Thomas Zimmerman, and D.F. Lewis, amongst others. Paul J. Lockley's Unhinged, subtitled A Magazine of Disturbing Fiction, also entered its second year with 2 new issues, a new design, and fiction and artwork by D.F. Lewis, Peter Tennant, Gerald Gobert, and others. It subsequently changed to an electronic format. The 8th issue of editor Paul Bradshaw's The Dream Zone included stories by D.F. Lewis, Paul Lockey, Paul Finch, Peter Tennant, John B. Ford, and others, plus small press reviews, a letters column, and artwork by Ian Maynard, Gerald Gobert, and Desmond Knight. The first issue of Sandy DeLuca's Something Wicked, A Tapestry of Darkness, featured fiction by Trey R. Barker, Gerard Daniel Harner, Scott H. Urban, the ever-busy Mark McLaughlin, and others. Dark Regions and Horror magazine published an all-fantasy issue featuring stories and poetry by Ardith Mayer, Ken Wiseman, Mary Soon Lee, Lois Tilton, Bruce Boston, Mark McLaughlin, and others, plus an interview with Raymond Feist. Prism UK, the British Fantasy Society's bi-monthly news and reviews magazine, expanded under editor Jane Pryor, but was burdened for most of the year with dull clip art covers. The 6 perfect-bound issues featured regular columns by Chaz Brenchley and Tom Arden, articles from Mark McLaughlin, Jane Yolen, Guy N. Smith, and others, interviews with Peter Cannon, Stephen Bowkett, and David Gemmell, plus numerous book and media reviews. With the May issue, author Kathryn Ptacek took over as editor of the official newsletter of the Horror Writers Association, following the resignation of previous editor Vincent M. Harper. The quality, content, and frequency of the monthly magazine immediately improved under Ptacek's guidance, and it featured interviews with Tor Books editor Melissa Ann Singer, a reprint, and UK author D.F. Lewis, along with plenty of news, articles, convention reports, and market reports. Only Brian Keene's somewhat selfish and mean-spirited advice about how horror authors should promote themselves at the expense of other writers and bookstore staff gave the wrong impression. He should perhaps have taken notice of fellow columnist Steve Bye's rules on how to behave professionally and courteously to fellow writers and editors. For fans of Harlan Ellison, Rabbit Hole was the newsletter of the Harlan Ellison Recording Collection. Edited by the author's wife Susan, for $10 per year, members received 4 issues of the magazine, containing news and views by and about Ellison, along with exclusive offers of signed books. With the useful foreword by Ramsey Campbell, the British Library's Shadows in the Attic, A Guide to British Supernatural Fiction, 1820 to 1950, was a hefty 550-plus page bibliographic tome compiled by professional librarian Neil Wilson, which catalogued the work of 200 writers of supernatural fiction in alphabetical order, with bibliographic and biographical information given on each author. Published by McFarland, Jean-Marc L'Officier and Randy L'Officier's 800-page French science fiction, fantasy, horror, and pulp fiction, A Guide to Cinema, Television, Radio, Animation, Comic Books, and Literature, contained exactly what the title said it did, along with an introduction by Stephen R. Bissett. From the same publisher, James R. Keller's Anne Rice and Sexual Politics, the early novels, looked at the author's vampire novels and pseudonymous erotica. Ado van Belkom's Writing Horror was part of the Self-Counsel Press writing series. Despite containing some basic information for those just starting out and useful commentary from Nancy Kilpatrick, Stanley Water, Richard Lehman, Douglas Clegg, and others, It was difficult to take seriously a volume that recommended such authors as Gary Brander, Jack Ketchum, Edward Lee, and Andrew Niederman, but somehow forgot to include Robert Aikman, William Hope Hodgson, M.R. James, or Fritz Leiber. The Fear Codex, the Australian Encyclopedia of Horror and Dark Fantasy, was an electronic publication by Bryce Stevens that needed more work before it became a definitive reference source. Published by the Southern Illinois University Press, Philip L. Simpson's Psychopaths, Tracking the Serial Killer Through Contemporary American Film and Fiction, looked at serial killers as part of the same Gothic mythology that gave rise to vampires and werewolves. Gothic Radicalism, Literature, Philosophy, and Psychoanalysis in the 19th Century, by Andrew Smith, was a critical study of such seminal novels as Frankenstein, Dracula, etc. In Desert Island Books' Dracula, Sense and Nonsense, Elizabeth Miller explored the often erroneous mythology that has built up around the character and the book. From Greenwood Press, David A. Oakes' Science and Destabilization in the Modern American Gothic, Lovecraft, Matheson, and King, explored at pre-1900 American Gothic literature and was also a critical study of the three authors. From the same imprint came Ray Bradbury, a critical companion by Robin Ann Reed. Editors David E. Scholes and S. T. Joshi charted H. P. Lovecraft's life through extracts from his prolific correspondence in Lord of a Visible World, an autobiography and letters published by Ohio University Press. Joshi was also responsible for the annotated Supernatural Horror in Literature, a detailed critical study of Lovecraft's 1927 essay, published in trade paperback by New York's Hippocampus Press. Published by Subterranean Press in a signed edition of 500 numbered copies and a lettered edition of 26 copies, Bill Sheehan's At the Foot of the Story Tree, an inquiry into the fiction of Peter Straub, looked at each of the author's books and included an interview with Straub and a primary bibliography. Michael Colling's Hauntings, the official Peter Straub bibliography, was the first in a new series of biographies from Overlook Connection Press. It included a guide to all the author's work, including liner notes written for jazz recordings, plus an interview with Straub by Stanley Water. Former agent and editor Julius Schwartz has had one of the most eclectic and influential careers, as he detailed with the help of Brian M. Thompson in his autobiography Man of Two Worlds, My Life in Science Fiction and Comics, which included a distinctive afterword by Harlan Ellison. Richard Matheson's Mediums Rare from CD Publications looked at the history of psychic research. Movie tie-ins by well-known authors included Pitch Black by Frank Lauria, The Sixth Day by Terry Bisson, and X-Men by Christine Kathryn Rush and Dean Wesley Smith. Peter Larangis' The Sixth Sense was an unlikely young adult novelization of the film, which included 8 pages of color stills and an interview with director M. Night Shyamalan. D.A. Stern's books, Blair Witch, The Secret Confession of Rustin Parr, and Blair Witch, Book of Shadows, were original novelizations based around the movie mythology, while The Blair Witch Files, The Witch's Daughter, The Dark Room, and The Drowning were 3 young adult novels by Cade Merrill, and the Case File series loosely based on the 2 movies. The Crow, Wicked Prayer, was an original novel by Norman Partridge, inspired by the comics and movie series created by James O'Barr. Based on the classic creatures, David Jacobs' novel The Devil's Brood was subtitled The New Adventures of Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Universal Monsters. Once again, Buffy the Vampire Slayer was top of the TV tie-ins. Amongst the numerous adult and young adult Buffy titles published throughout the year were Deep Water by Laura Ann Gilman and Josepha Sherman, Prime Evil and Doomsday Deck by Diana G. Gallagher, The Xander Years, Volume 2 by Jeff Marriott, Here Be Monsters by Cameron Doki, The Evil That Men Do by Nancy Holder, Paleo by Ivan Navarro, Ghoul Trouble by John Passarella, and Revenant by Mel Odom. The first in a spin-off series, Spike and Drew, Pretty Maids All in a Row by Christopher Golden, was set in the 1940s and also published as a book club hardcover. The Buffy anthology, How I Survived My Summer Vacation, Volume 1, included 6 stories by Nancy Holder, Yvonne Navarro, Michelle West, Cameron Doki, and Paul Ruditis. Buffy's undead former boyfriend Angel also spawned his own series of novelizations by many of the same authors, including Not Forgotten by Nancy Holder, Close to the Ground and Hollywood Noir by Jeff Marriott, Redemption by Mel Odom, and Shakedown by Don DeBrant. Maelstrom by Matthew Costello and The Shadows Between by L.A. Liverakis were the 2nd and 3rd volumes in the series of books based on the TV show Poltergeist, The Legacy. Graham Grant and Andy Lane, respectively, novelized the disappointing new Randall and Hopkirk, Deceased series with Ghosts from the Past and Ghost in the Machine. The young adult The X-Files series continued with Quarantine by Les Martin, Haunted by Ellen Steiber, and Miracle Man by Terry Bisson. Based on the Archie Comics character and popular TV show, there were more than 30 Sabrina the Teenage Witch novelizations available, the latest being Switcheroo by Margot Battery, Mummy Dearest by Mel Odom, Reality Check by Diana G. Gallagher, Knock on Wood by John Vornholt, and It's a Miserable Life by Kathy Dabowski. More witches were to be found in Charmed, Kiss of Darkness by Brandon Alexander, the 2nd young adult novelization based on the TV series about the 3 Halliwell sisters. It was followed by The Crimson Spell by F. Goldsboro, Whispers from the Past by Rosalind Noonan, Voodoo Man by Wendy Corsi Staub, and Haunted by Desire by Cameron Doki. At least the Quantum Leap series of novelizations finally came to an end with the 18th volume Mirror's Edge by Carol Davis and Esther D. Reese. Merlin Part 3, The End of Magic, was the final volume in the trilogy based on the magical miniseries written by James Mallory. The 10th Kingdom and Arabian Nights, both by Kathryn Wesley, an obvious pseudonym of Christine Kathryn Rush and Dean Wesley Smith, featured 16 pages of color photos and an introduction by producer Robert Halmy, Sr. Hasbro-owned gaming manufacturer Wizards of the Coast was downsized in December with around 150 people let go. A downturn in Pokémon revenues and disappointing results from the previous year's Star Wars movie were blamed. Former CEO Peter Adkinson, who founded the company in 1990, was one of several executives who resigned. White Wolf's World of Darkness series, based on the role-playing game Clan, continued with the novels Ravnos by Kathleen Ryan, Giovanni by Justin Achille, Malkavian by Stuart Wyke, Bruja and Nosferatu by Gerbaud Fleming, and Tremere by Eric Griffin, plus Clan Novel Anthology, a compilation of 13 stories edited by Stuart Wyke. World of Darkness, Predator and Prey, Vampire by Carl Bowen launched a new 6-part crossover series based on White Wolf's role-playing games Vampire, The Masquerade, and Hunter, The Reckoning. S.D. Perry's Resident Evil 5, Nemesis, was a novelization of the shoot-'em-up zombie video games. Written by Andrew Migliore and John Streisig and published by Seattle's Armitage House, The Lurker in the Lobby, A Guide to the Cinema of H.P. Lovecraft, was a well-researched and profusely illustrated look at films inspired by the late author's work. Along with a preface by S.T. Joshi, it included brief interviews with Roger Corman, Daniel Haller, John Carpenter, Stuart Gordon, Jeffrey Combs, Brian Yuzna, Dan O'Bannon, and Bernie Wrightson, amongst others. Published by Titan Books, Bill Warren's long-awaited The Evil Dead Companion contained everything you ever needed to know about Sam Raimi's cult trilogy. New film and entertainment imprint Reynolds and Hearn launched in March with Jonathan Rigby's comprehensive study English Gothic, A Century of Horror Cinema, with a foreword by Richard Gordon, and Roy Ward Baker's biography, The Director's Cut, a memoir of 60 years in film and television, with a foreword by Roger Moore, CBE. The publisher's subsequent volumes included The Peter Cushing Companion by David Miller, an in-depth look at the stage and screen career of the late Hammer film star, including previously unpublished interviews and a foreword by Veronica Carlson. From McFarland came Uneasy Dreams, The Golden Age of British Horror Films, 1956 to 1976, by American author Gary A. Smith, with a foreword by Hammer composer James Bernard. Screen Sirens Scream, interviews with 20 actresses from science fiction, horror, film noir, and mystery movies, 1930s to 1960s, by Paul Parla and Charles P. Mitchell. The Films of John Carpenter, by John Kenneth Muir. Herschel Gordon Lewis, Godfather of Gore, The Films, by Randy Palmer, with forwards by the cult movie director himself and David E. Friedman. And Pop Lit, Pop Cult, and the X-Files, a critical exploration, by Denver English professor Jan de la Sarra. Scream, the unofficial guide to the Scream trilogy, was John Brosnan's look at Wes Craven's slasher series from Box Tree. Inside the Wicker Man, by Alan Brown, explored every aspect of the cult supernatural movie, including interviews with cast and crew members. The 1978 novelization of The Wicker Man, a novel by Robin Hardy and Anthony Schaefer, was also reissued with a new introduction by Brown. The MonsterClub.com guide to horror included a foreword by Ben Chapman, who played the Gill Man on land in Creature from the Black Lagoon. Berkeley published yet another updated paperback edition of John Stanley's Creature Features Guide, this time in a larger but still unillustrated format. In Chronicle Books, It Came from Bob's Basement, movie memorabilia collector Bob Burns and John Mitchell presented a visual trip through Burns' incredible archive of film artifacts, from King Kong's metallic armature to a life-size alien queen. Pocket Essentials, edited by Paul Duncan, were small, inexpensive paperback reference guides by various authors on such topics as Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Doctor Who, Alfred Hitchcock, David Lynch, Stanley Kubrick, and film noir. There was no denying that Robert Weinberg's Horror of the 20th Century, an illustrated history from Collector's Press, was an extremely handsome-looking volume, but that made its faults all the more obvious. Despite containing some marvelous full-color images, particularly the chapters devoted to the pulps, the use of contemporary reprints instead of original covers, a film section predominantly lifted from Ronald V. Borst's Graven Images, and a history of the genre that consisted of gaping holes and glaring omissions, revealed an unusually indolent approach by its knowledgeable compiler. The volume was also not helped by an incompetent index and the misspelling of Edgar Allan Poe's name on the dust jacket. From the same publisher, Ron Gillart's Comic Book Culture, an illustrated history, did the same thing for the golden age of American comics, but with more satisfying results. The Classic Era of American Pulp Magazines by Peter Haining was a handsome-looking hardcover from Pryan Books, featuring a personal history of the field along with black and white illustrations and full-color reproductions of numerous pulp magazine covers throughout. Equally as impressive was The Adventure House Guide to the Pulps, an attempt by historians Doug Ellis, John Locke, and John Gunnison to produce a complete index to the pulp magazines, with cover reproductions of most of the 900 individual titles listed. Spectrum 7, The Best in Contemporary Fantastic Art, was as usual edited by Kathy and Arnie Fenner. It contained an expanded 200 pages of full-color art and appeared in both hardcover and paperback editions from Underwood Books. Vertigo Visions, artwork from the cutting edge of comics, was a stunning compilation of covers, trading cards, and gallery art from DC Comics' adult Vertigo imprint, launched in 1993. With text by Elisa Quitney and full-color illustrations from Simon Bisley, Dave McKean, Gayan Wilson, Clive Barker, Michael William Kaluta, Tom Canty, Brian Bolland, Bill Sienkiewicz, John Bolton, Phil Hale, Phil Winslade, Glenn Fabry, and many others, it was a volume that should be required reading for every art director in horror publishing. British artist Glenn Fabry's often striking work was also showcased in Preacher, Dead or Alive, a full-color compilation of covers from the DC Comics Vertigo series that included the artist's preliminary sketches and designs. Following on from his definitive volumes on Batman and Superman, Les Daniels' Wonder Woman, The Life and Times of the Amazon Princess, was a complete history of the comics character created by the unconventional Dr. William Moulton Marston, beautifully designed by Chip Kidd and with an introduction by actress Linda Carter, who portrayed the character on TV. Greetings from Earth, The Art of Bob Eggleton, was another of Paper Tiger's excellent softback collections, with text by Nigel Suckling and numerous paintings and sketches by the multiple award-winning artist. The Strange Case of Edward Gorey featured a biographical essay by the late artist's longtime friend and neighbor, Alexander Theroux, along with numerous illustrations by Gorey. Finally published in a trade edition, Gorey's The Iron Tonic, or A Winter Afternoon in Lonely Valley, was only previously available in a limited edition of 226 copies in 1969. Robert de Sanssouci's macabre fairy tale, Cinderella Skeleton, was aimed at pre-teen readers and beautifully illustrated by David Catrow. The 2001 Thulu calendar from Armitage House Pagan Publishing featured Alan Moore's examination of Lovecraft's mythos from a Kabbalistic perspective, with illustrations by John Colthart and important Lovecraftian dates compiled by Thulu chronologist Guy Bach. For would-be collectors with plenty of cash to spare, the second edition of the original comic art price guide by Jerry Weist contained the latest prices for original SF art, pulps, monster magazines, fanzines, and comics. Chicago-based Moonstone Books acquired the comic book rights to the White Wolf role-playing games Vampire, the Masquerade, and Werewolf, the Apocalypse, along with the Kolchak, the Night Stalker TV series, Lee Fawkes, the Phantom newspaper strip, and the Kenneth Robeson pulp hero, The Avenger. Each title was planned as a perfect-bound quarterly. William Hope Hodgson's classic 1908 novel, The House on the Borderland, was adapted for DC Comics' Vertigo by Simon Revelstoke and artist Richard Corbin, with an introduction by Alan Moore. Written by Alan Moore and illustrated by Kevin O'Neill, the first volume of America's Best Comics, The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, was a Victorian romp featuring the team of Alan Quatermain, Captain Nemo, the invisible Hawley Griffin, Dr. Henry Jekyll and Mr. Edward Hyde, and Mina Murray, from Dracula, who were recruited by the enigmatic Campion Bond to save the world from the nefarious Dr. Fu Manchu and others. The handsome hardcover compilation also included an illustrated Lovecraftian prose story by Moore. The Night Terrors was a new black-and-white horror comic created by Bernie Wrightson and Joseph M. Monks and published by Chanting Monks Studios. The first issue also included work by William Stout, Ron Sutton, Quentin Hoover, and Randy Zimmerman. Savoy's Lord Horror series of graphic magazines continued with Reverb Storm 7, written as usual by David Britton and illustrated and designed by John Colthart. Wolf and Bird, Counselors of the Macabre, returned in Batten Lash's latest graphic novel, Son of a Witch, and Other Tales of Supernatural Law, in which the two attorneys encountered more creatures of the night, courts. Lash also contributed an introduction to Eternally Yours, a collection of Canadian writer-illustrator Janet L. Hetherington's black-and-white romance horror strips published by Best Destiny. In February, Hammer Films once again announced that it was about to make a comeback. Now owned by a consortium of media tycoons, including advertising executive Charles Saatchi, who purchased the company for £2.25 million, the predictable plans included a new TV series, remakes of various classic Hammer movies, and a number of new media tie-ins such as computer games, magazines, and other merchandising. Following its defeat in a test case in July, the British Board of Film Classification changed its rules and announced that it planned to make fewer cuts to 18-rated movies, but would reduce the amount of violence found in lower classifications. Proving that you can't go back into the woods again, a handful of devotees of the original legend emerged from the trees unable to account for 5 hours in the $10 million flop follow-up Book of Shadows, Blair Witch 2, which could only manage a measly $26.4 million at the U.S. box office. Perhaps the problem was because director Joe Berlinger didn't consider his film a horror movie, but instead described it as a disturbing psychological thriller. Yeah, right. The hopefully final episode of Wes Craven's franchise, Scream 3, was based around the making of a Hollywood slasher film, but failed to match the box office success of the previous two entries. However, Keenan Ivory Wayans' infantile scary movie, a hit-and-miss spoof of such post-modern horror films as the Scream series, along with The Sixth Sense and Shakespeare in Love, was a surprise hit on both sides of the Atlantic. Carmen Electra's cameo probably helped. A knife-wielding maniac was slicing and dicing the local virgins in Geoffrey Wright's wittily titled Cherry Falls, while John Ottman's redundant sequel, Urban Legends Final Cut, involved a group of film students being stalked by yet another crazed killer. It briefly topped the American box office chart before stalling at $21.5 million. A serial slasher was preying on teens in Robert Lee King's spoof Psycho Beach Party, written by cult New York playwright Charles Busch, who also turned up in drag as a policewoman. Probably the best teen horror film of the year was Final Destination from the former X-Files and Millennium team of Glenn Morgan and James Wong. When several students missed a doomed flight to Paris, death set out to reclaim them in bizarrely complicated ways, heralded by John Denver songs. There were some surprise shocks, and Tony Todd turned up as a creepy undertaker. Norio Tsuruta's Ring-O Birthday was an unnecessary prequel to the successful Japanese Ring franchise about a cursed videotape. And you could guess the surprise twist from the trailer for Robert Zemeckis' ghost story What Lies Beneath, which starred Harrison Ford and Michelle Pfeiffer as the perfect couple haunted by a body in the bathtub. Meg Ryan co-produced cinematographer Janis Kaminski's irritating directorial debut, Lost Souls, a troubling updating of The Omen in which a clearly disturbed part-time exorcist, Winona Ryder, believed that an atheist author, Ben Chaplin, would become the new Antichrist on his 33rd birthday. In fact, she was right. But despite a reshot ending, it still flopped, taking just $16.8 million at the U.S. box office. Poor Kim Basinger had to protect her niece from a cult of mad Satanists in Bless the Child, Chuck Russell's silly reworking of The Omen, and Johnny Depp was a book dealer in search of a satanic tome in Roman Polanski's The Ninth Gate, based on the novel by Arturo Pérez Reverte. Elizabeth Hurley's Sexy Satan granted tech support nerd Elliot Richards, Brendan Fraser, 7 wishes designed to win him the affections of his work colleague, Frances O'Connor, in Harold Ramis' disappointing remake of the 1967 Peter Cook and Dudley Moore comedy Bedazzled. Even worse was Adam Sandler's irritating spawn of the devil, who went to New York to take his brothers back to hell and fell for the charms of design student Patricia Arquette in the box office flop Little Nicky. It cost a reported $80 million, and struggled to take half that in 9 weeks. Quentin Tarantino turned up in a cameo as a blind preacher. Based on the controversial novel by Bret Easton Ellis, American Psycho starred Christian Bale as the sartorial serial killer Patrick Bateman, ably supported by Reese Witherspoon, Willem Dafoe, and Chloe Sevigny. Despite taking just $15.1 million at the U.S. box office, a sequel was quickly announced. Music video and commercials director Tarsem Singh made his feature debut with The Cell, a laughable serial killer SF thriller in which an empathic psychologist, miscast singer Jennifer Lopez, entered the twisted psyche of a psycho, a hysterical Vincent D'Onofrio, to discover the location of his latest kidnap victim. A 1997 episode of the TV series Sleepwalkers had an almost identical plot. After sitting on the shelf for a year or so, Stephen Elliott's psychodrama Eye of the Beholder, starring Ewan McGregor and Ashley Judd, finally received a belated release. Keanu Reeves was a homicidal maniac, pursued by James Spader's FBI agent in Joe Charbanik's feature debut, The Watcher. In Patrick Lucier's Wes Craven Presents Dracula 2000, retitled Dracula 2001 for its delayed release in the UK, Joel Soisson's pulpy script made a case for Dracula, a dull Gerard Butler, being the biblical Judas. However, the film was ruined by gratuitous product placement for Virgin stores. E. Elias Merigee's revisionist Shadow of the Vampire featured an Oscar-nominated Willem Dafoe as real vampire actor Max Schreck, hired in 1922 by German film director F.W. Murnau, John Malkovich, to lend some authenticity to his Nosferatu. Asia Argento starred in Guillaume Canet's Les Messieurs de l'Aube, a.k.a. Bites of the Dawn, a look at the vampire world of Paris. The animated Vampire Hunter D was a semi-remake of the 1985 anime, also from Japan, while in the Italian comedy Zora the Vampire, Dracula, Tony Bertarelli, was a Romanian immigrant living in poverty in Rome. Based on the series of young adult novels by Angela Summer Bodenberg, Uli Edel's The Little Vampire featured Jonathan Lipnicki as a resourceful young boy who aided a dysfunctional Scottish vampire family, which included Richard E. Grant and Alice Krieg. Bryan Singer's X-Men was a surprisingly dark and adult version of the hit Marvel comic book series, set in a near future where mutants were seen as a threat by humans. TV Highlander Adrian Paul teamed up with movie Highlander Christopher Lambert in the fourth film in the immortal series Highlander Endgame. The children's time-travel adventure Merlin the Return featured a bearded Rick Mayall as the Arthurian wizard and Craig Sheffer as the evil Mordred. Scripted by an unlikely David E. Kelly, TV's Ally McBeal, Steve Miner's fun Lake Placid had Bill Pullman, Bridget Fonda, and Oliver Platt menaced by a 30-foot CGI crocodile. After Hollywood's pathetic 1998 revamp, the original Jolly Green Giant was back battling a prehistoric UFO in Takao Okawara's Godzilla 2000. Scientist Sebastian Kane, Kevin Bacon, tested an invisibility serum on himself and became obsessed with his power in Paul Verhoeven's Hollow Man, which pretended to have nothing to do with H.G. Wells' original, while Eddie Murphy played an entire dysfunctional family in the Jekyll and Hyde comedy sequel Nutty Professor II, The Clumps. An uncredited rewrite by John Sayles couldn't save The Sixth Day, Roger Spottiswood's big-budget SF thriller in which Arnold Schwarzenegger's near-future family man discovered that he had been replaced with an illegal human clone by a ruthless business corporation. It grossed a pathetic $34.5 million in the U.S. David Tuohy's delayed Pitch Black featured a group of space survivors menaced by creatures of the night on a barren planet. John Travolta was laughed off the screen when he co-produced and starred as a 9-foot-tall alien in director Roger Christian's overblown version of L. Ron Hubbard's Battlefield Earth, a saga of the year 3000. U.S. critics called it the worst movie of the century. Gregory Hoblet's Frequency was a Twilight Zone-ish time-travel serial killer story, while Bruce Willis played the sole survivor of a train wreck who encountered Samuel L. Jackson's mysterious comics fan suffering from a degenerative bone disease in Unbreakable. M. Night Shyamalan's much-anticipated follow-up to The Sixth Sense, which grossed nearly $700 million worldwide. John Cusack and an almost unrecognizable Cameron Diaz got inside John Malkovich's head, literally, in Spike Jonze's fascinating fantasy, Being John Malkovich. Frank Darabont's adaptation of The Green Mile featured a terrific ensemble cast, headed by Tom Hanks, and was based on Stephen King's 1996 serial novel. Warner Brothers' reissue of the director's cut of The Exorcist, 1973, contained an extra 11 minutes of footage, including Reagan's spider walk down the stairs and a new ending. It grossed more than $34.8 million domestically, making it the highest-earning reissue outside the Star Wars trilogy. The most successful film of 2000 was Dr. Seuss' How the Grinch Stole Christmas, which grossed more than $250 million at the domestic box office. In the American top 20, it was followed by such other genre titles as X-Men, 6, Scary Movie, 7, What Lies Beneath, 8, Dinosaur, 11, Nutty Professor II, The Clumps, 13, and Unbreakable, 20. Other big earners were Space Cowboys, Scream 3, which failed to crack the $100 million mark, and Hollow Man. Further down the chart were The Cell, Mission to Mars, which still managed just over $60 million, Fantasia 2000, and Final Destination. As usual, genre films picked up many of the technical prizes at the 2000 Academy Awards in Los Angeles. Sleepy Hollow was presented with Best Art Direction, while Phil Collins' You'll Be in My Heart from Disney's animated Tarzan was voted Best Original Song. However, the big winner was The Matrix, which won in the film editing, sound effects editing, and visual effects categories. At the Orange British Academy Film Awards in April, Charlie Kaufman's script for Being John Malkovich was awarded Best Adapted Screenplay. Sleepy Hollow won Best Costume and Best Production Design, and The Matrix again picked up Best Sound and Best Achievement in Special Effects. The late Stanley Kubrick was awarded an Academy Fellowship collected by his widow, Christiana. In a landmark statement in May, the British Board of Film Classification announced that it would allow hardcore videos to be sold in licensed sex shops after it lost a High Court bid to block the distribution of 7 films. Craig Sheffer, the star of Clive Barker's Nightbreed, found himself on the end of the Cenobites hooked chains in Scott Derrickson's Hellraiser, Inferno, the 5th entry in Barker's ever-diminishing direct-to-video franchise. Richard Clabaugh's fun, low-budget monster movie, Python, involved a group of bike-riding 20-somethings battling a giant CGI mutant hybrid snake. The slumming cast included Will Wheaton, John Franklin, a bizarrely accented Casper Van Dien, Robert Englund, proving himself a worthy successor to Donald Pleasance, and victim cameos from Jenny McCarthy, Ed Lauter, and Mark McClure. John Ayre's Octopus featured a tentacled monster enlarged by a sunken supertoxin, while Toby Hooper's career hit rock bottom with Crocodile. Jack Shoulder's giant alien spider film, Arachnid, was shot in Spain, as was Brian Yuzna's Faust, based on the comic book by David Quinn and Tim Vigil, and starring Jeffrey Combs and Andrew Divoff. In The Nest, a swarm of insects on a remote island laid waste to a cast of B-movie actors that included Dean Stockwell. David Ducotteau's Ancient Evil, Scream of the Mummy, involved an Aztec mummy menacing students in an old, dark house during a storm, while Jack Frost 2 was more comedy than horror. Ted V. Michaels decided that the world was finally ready for Corpse Grinders 2, and the masked killer from the Scream movies made a surprise appearance in the low-budget Hong Kong slasher movie Resort Massacre. In the sleazy video category, Darian Kane starred as a softcore S&M monster in Seduction Cinema's Mistress Frankenstein. The DVD collector's edition included an uncut version of the film, behind-the-scenes outtakes, and the producer's home video outtakes. Gregory Cabot's Date with a Vampire involved the undead taking lots of nude showers. The Shankarama Cinema label released uncut versions of Vamp's Deadly Dream Girls, Psycho Sisters, and John Russo's Santa Claus, the latter starring the awful Debbie Rochon and reuniting original Night of the Living Dead cast members Carl Hardman, Marilyn Eastman, and Bill Hinsman. From Video Outlaw came the low-budget vampire videos Blood Kiss and At Dawn They Sleep. Alvin and the Chipmunks Meet the Wolfman was a cartoon feature released directly to video and initially supported by a national sweepstakes promotion with Sun-Made Raisins. Based on the new TV series, videocassettes of Archie's Weird Mysteries, Archie and the Riverdale Vampires, included a free exclusive Archie's Weird Mysteries comic book, while Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders was a new feature-length animated adventure released in time for Halloween. To tie in with a special edition of Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas on video and DVD, which included the director's short Vincent and the full-length version of Frankenweenie, 2 American video chains offered a series of exclusive figures and toys based on the movie around Halloween time. Burton's Edward Scissorhands also made its debut on DVD, celebrating its 10th anniversary with plenty of extras. The 2-disc 25th anniversary DVD of the Rocky Horror Picture Show added a making-of documentary, commentary by Richard O'Brien and Patricia Quinn, and numerous other extras, including great sing-along subtitles. The DVD of Nosferatu Special Edition contained the original 1922 vampire film with 2 Dolby digital scores for orchestra and organ, plus commentary by German film historian Locke Heiss. Boris Karloff, Horror's Gentleman, was a value-for-money 2-hour video compilation from Video Steve Productions that included fantastic film trailers, 1931 to 1968, and Boris Karloff in Television Land. At just over an hour in length, Vincent Price, a master of horror, followed a similar format, while Monsterland Matinee featured Hammer's 1958 TV pilot Tales of Frankenstein, trailers for all 7 Hammer Frankenstein movies, and the English-dubbed version of Aztec Mummy vs. the Robot, 1959. Billy Zane and Gloria Rubin starred in the 4-hour Fox miniseries Dean Koontz's Sole Survivor, about a mysterious plane crash. Joe Chappelle's low-budget cable TV movie Dark Prince, the true story of Dracula, starred the uncharismatic Rudolf Martin as ruthless 15th-century Romanian ruler Prince Vlad. Despite using the trappings of the vampire genre, only the final sequence of this historical drama actually involved the supernatural. Timothy Dalton and Christopher Plummer starred in the Showtime movie The Possessed, Stephen E. D'Souza's dramatization of the real-life case that inspired The Exorcist. In the Disney Channel's comedy Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire, single mother Caroline Ray met her unsuitable suitor via the Internet, while Disney's Phantom of the Megaplex was about a trio of children who investigated several strange happenings prior to a movie preview. Matt Frewer played an eccentric Sherlock Holmes for the Odyssey Channel in yet another version of Hound of the Baskervilles. Much better was writer David Peary's gruesome 2-hour BBC TV movie Murder Rooms, The Dark Beginnings of Sherlock Holmes, in which young medical student Arthur Conan Doyle, Robin Lang, assisted his tutor, pioneering forensic pathologist Dr. Joseph Bell, Ian Richardson, as they found themselves on the trail of a serial killer, possibly even Jack the Ripper, in 1878 Edinburgh. Unfortunately, Peary's 2-hour adaptation of J.S. Le Fanu's Gothic melodrama The Wyvern Mystery was less successful, despite featuring menacing housekeepers, a wardrobe full of cockroaches, and a disfigured madwoman. Based on the novel by Gillian White, director Stuart Orme's The Sleeper was an excellent made-for-TV chiller, with Anna Massey and George Cole in fine form as 2 pensioners who suspected something bad had happened to their friend. Andrew McCarthy's American architect arrived in London to renovate an old hotel, and soon started seeing dead people in The Sight, Paul W.S. Anderson's 2-hour pilot movie on the Fox network, and British Sky Broadcasting that did not contain a single original idea. Yancey Butler was the New York City policewoman who used the powers of an ancient gauntlet to battle evil in the TNT movie Witchblade, based on the Top Cow comic book series. Armand Assante, Rachel Ward, and Brian Brown survived a nuclear apocalypse in Russell Mulcahy's Showtime remake of Neville Shute's novel On the Beach, while Richard Dreyfuss, Harvey Keitel, Noah Weil, Brian Dennehy, George Clooney, James Cromwell, and Sam Elliott attempted to avert the end of the world in a live remake of the 1964 film Failsafe for CBS TV. The first 2 books in Mervyn Peake's unfilmable Gormenghast trilogy were turned into a lavish but uneven 4-hour BBC miniseries set in the eponymous Castle State. A fine ensemble cast of UK actors and comedians, including Stephen Fry, Richard Griffiths, Christopher Lee, Warren Mitchell, Ian Richardson, John Sessions, Fiona Shaw, Zoe Wanamaker, Eric Sykes, Windsor Davis, Martin Clunes, and Spike Milligan portrayed the eccentric and often bizarre characters. From the ever-busy Hallmark Entertainment, Steve Barron's Arabian Nights was a stylish miniseries that included a pair of stunning CGI dragons created by Jim Henson's Creature Shop. Henson was also responsible for the computer-created Death's Head harpies in Hallmark's erratic miniseries Jason and the Argonauts. which was not a patch on the 1963 Ray Harryhausen version. With Kathleen Turner as the wicked stepmother and Jane Birkin as the magical Mab, Channel 4's Cinderella was a bizarre contemporary reworking of the classic fairy tale filmed in the Isle of Man. Wisconsin Death Trip was James Marsh's award-winning docudrama made for the BBC's Arena series. Adapted from the book by McAuley and narrated by Iain Holm, it was based on real events of murder, madness, myths, and mayhem that took place in the state of Wisconsin between 1890 and 1900, as published in the newspaper of the town of Black River Falls. Gaian Wilson's The Kid was a cartoon comedy on Showtime about a boy with an overactive imagination voiced by Edward Asner, William Shatner, and Jennifer Tilly. In September, NBC TV decided to ban a Nike commercial, which was screened during the network's coverage of the Australian Olympics. It depicted runner Susie Favor Hamilton in Nike trainers escaping from a masked assailant wielding a chainsaw in the woods. In an echo of the hysteria that had earlier greeted the Harry Potter books, outraged American viewers and commentators branded the advertising as stupid, ill-conceived, and repellent, and disgusting and misogynistic. In fact, it was simply a clever spoof on slasher films. In The X-Files, FBI agents Fox Mulder, David Duchovny, and Dana Scully, Gillian Anderson, investigated an apparent werewolf attack in Los Angeles in a shot-on-video spoof of the Fox network's Cops show. Mulder also traveled to the town of Bethany, Vermont, to investigate ravens, broken mirrors, and murder, and discovered a perfect housewife transformed into a clawed monster. A smart-mouthed female genie, Paula Sorge, resulted in Mulder and Scully becoming involved in a variation on the monkey's paw, while in one of the series' best-ever episodes, written and directed by Duchovny, the duo found themselves being portrayed in a movie by a pair of unlikely actors, Gary Shandling and Duchovny's wife, Téa Leoni, battling sniper zombies. An audaciously poetic coda had the dancing dead rise from their graves on a Hollywood soundstage. After coming to a settlement with the Fox network and creator Chris Carter over his lawsuit claiming loss of potential profits, David Duchovny agreed to return for half of the X-Files episodes in the 2000 to 2001 season. So, with his character Mulder abducted by aliens in the previous season's finale, the show immediately picked up with the introduction of Scully's new partner, John Doggett, Robert Ptacek, as the new team investigated a decades-old mystery involving a mutant man-bat monster seeking revenge. Following the destruction of Sunnydale High School, the eponymous heroine, Sarah Michelle Gellar, went to college in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where werewolf Oz, Seth Green, discovered that his former girlfriend, Willow, Allison Hannigan, was now in a romantic relationship with good witch Tara, Amber Benson, and Buffy's super-soldier boyfriend, Riley, Mark Blucas, had an unhealthy addiction to vampires. The fifth season opened with Buffy vs. Dracula, in which Buffy was bitten and fell under the spell of the legendary Dracula, Rudolph Martin, also played an historical Vlad in the TV movie Dark Prince, the true story of Dracula. Meanwhile, Buffy mysteriously acquired a younger sister, Dawn, Michelle Trachtenberg, who was not all she seemed to be. Giles, Anthony Stewart Head, became the proprietor of Sunnydale's magic shop. Vampire Spike, James Marsters, fell in love with the Slayer, and Buffy's mother, Joyce, Christine Sutherland, shockingly died of a brain hemorrhage. There were also big changes over at spin-off series Angel, when Irish demon Doyle, Glenn Quinn, was heroically killed off and replaced by Wesley Wyndham Price, Alexis Denisov, while J. August Richards joined the regular cast as street gang member Charles Gunn. Told he may one day be human again, vampire with a soul, Angel, David Boreanaz, moved back into a Los Angeles hotel, and his obsessive crusade against the firm of attorneys Wolfram and Hart brought him into contact with renegade slayer Faith, Eliza Dushku, and his old undead flame Darla, Julie Benz. Urban Gothic was a cliched, cheap-looking half-hour anthology series created for Britain's Channel 5 by Tom DeVille and co-executive producer Steve Matthews. Among the slightly better episodes were those about a bitter, chain-smoking vampire who allowed a documentary film crew to follow him around London's Soho for a night, where he encountered actress Ingrid Pitt playing herself. 4 college students used a necromancy spell to raise the corpse of a wizard they discovered in an old house. A pair of young heroin addicts found themselves prisoners in a bizarre psychiatric hospital beyond death, and a young newspaper reporter, investigating a series of mysterious disappearances in London, discovered that the heart of the city harbored a secret evil between the cracks of its facade as he encountered its rotting zombie slaves. Other episodes dealt with a ruthless young villain who joined a very different kind of underworld club, 5 upwardly mobile friends whose lives were destroyed by a demonic stranger who used their secret desires against them, a group of teenagers in school detention who realized that they were living out a slasher movie, and 2 doctors who discovered a feral man and were soon behaving like animals. Despite the series' low quality and lack of imagination, a second season was announced. In the 4 half-hour episodes of BBC Scotland's Ghost Stories for Christmas, Christopher Lee portrayed Provost Montague Rhodes James, recounting the classic ghost stories The Stalls of Barchester, The Ash Tree, Number 13, and A Warning to the Curious, to students at King's College, Cambridge, on Christmas Eve. The BBC's short-lived The Mrs. Bradley Mysteries, based on the detective mystery novels by Gladys Mitchell, had high society sleuth Adela Bradley, Diana Rigg, and her faithful chauffeur, George Moody, Neil Dudgeon, investigating sightings of a ghostly soldier and also discovering that the murderous disciple of a satanic cult leader was recurring character Inspector Christmas, Peter Davison. Another unjustly short-lived series was NBC TV's The Others, executive-produced and often scripted by the team of James Wong and Glenn Morgan. College junior Marion Kitt's, Julianne Nicholson, special ability to see into the afterlife brought her to the attention of a small and mysterious group of misfits known as The Others. Directors included supervising producer Mick Garris, Toby Hooper, Bill Condon, and Tom McLaughlin, while an almost unrecognizable Clive Barker turned up in a cameo in the prerequisite Jack the Ripper episode. The Fearing Mind was an offbeat comedy on the Fox Family Channel about the darkness inside the mind of horror author Bill Fearing, Harry Van Gorkum. The Fox network quickly cancelled the Blair Witch-inspired Freaky Links, in which Ethan Embry investigated the supernatural for the eponymous paranormal website while trying to solve the murder of his twin brother. Over on NBC and PAX, Adrian Pasdar and Ray Dawn Chong teamed up to investigate paranormal activity in mysterious ways, while the 3rd season of Disney's So Weird introduced a new character played by Alexandra Johnson, who took over the investigation into unexplained phenomena. Too much comedy and Vic Reeves' mugging performance as the ghostly Marty Hopkirk spoiled Randall and Hopkirk, deceased, the BBC's 6-part, 50-minute revival of the 1960s TV series. The impressive list of guest stars included Tom Baker as Marty's ghostly mentor, Wyvern, Stephen Burkhoff, Peter Bowles, Martin Clunes, Charles Dance, Anthony Daniels, Alexis Denisoff, Hugh Laurie, Hugh Lloyd, Phyllis Logan, Simon Pegg, Gareth Thomas, Richard Todd, Wanda Ventham, Arabella Weir, and even original star the late Mike Pratt as a ghost. After averting the apocalypse, the 3 witchy Hallowell sisters, Prue, Shannon Doherty, Piper, Holly Marie Combs, and Phoebe, Alyssa Milano, discovered that an evil organization of warlocks was behind the past 2 seasons of magical attacks in Charmed. The 4th season of Sabrina the Teenage Witch ended with rival boyfriends Josh, David Lasher, and Harvey, Nate Richard, competing for Sabrina's heart. For the 5th season, the show moved from ABC TV to the WB channel. Sabrina, Melissa Joan Hart, broke up with Harvey, who could not handle the fact that his girlfriend was a witch, and she finally attended college where she met new characters Roxy, Soleil Moon Frye, Miles, Trevor Lissauer, and Morgan, Elisa Donovan. Inspired by the novel by H.G. Wells and the classic 1933 movie Universal's The Invisible Man, was a smart, funny, and stylish series in which burglar Darian Fawkes, the likable Vincent Ventresca, had a synthetic gland implanted in his brain, which, when it released the quicksilver hormone, made him invisible. Unfortunately, using his power for more than 30 minutes had the side effect of turning him insane, unless he was given the counteragent. Co-created by James Cameron, Dark Angel was a series set in a dystopian Seattle of 2019, where bar-coded messenger Max, Jessica Alba, discovered she was one of 12 genetically created super warriors who escaped as a child from a secret military organization. Indiana Jones-type adventurer Professor Sidney Fox, Tia Carrere, and her British assistant Nigel Bailey, Christian Anholt, searched for Zeus Sundial and encountered a cult of female vampires in an episode of ABC TV's Canadian-French series Relic Hunter. The aspiring French writer Chris Demetral teamed up with inventor Phileas Fogg, Michael Praed, to confront a Carpathian vampire king, Patrick Duffy, in an episode of the Canadian series The Secret Adventures of Jules Verne. Lorenzo Lamas' sword-wielding hero had been sending demons back to hell for 400 years after they killed his wife and kidnapped their child in the syndicated series The Immortal. Created by Terry Marcel and Harley Cokeless, Dark Knight was a cheap-looking series filmed in New Zealand that blatantly ripped off Dungeons & Dragons. In an episode from the final season of Xena Warrior Princess, the eponymous warrior woman had a confrontation with Lucifer, Alex Mendoza. Gina Lee Nolan was the shape-changing jungle heroine of UPN's Sheena, based on the classic comics character. Loosely inspired by the uncredited classic movie, in Kong the Animated Series, 18-year-old Jason Jenkins could merge his DNA codes with a friendly giant ape, recreated on the hidden prehistoric world of Kong Island by his scientist grandmother. The bizarre adventures of Archie Andrews and his friends in the town of Riverdale was the basis for the cartoon series Archie's Weird Mysteries, featuring characters appearing in Archie comics. The Baskervilles was a young children's cartoon series about the adventures of the eponymous family in Underworld, the theme park, a.k.a. Hell, run by The Boss, a.k.a. Satan. Max Steel was a stunning-looking CGI cartoon series about a college student whose body was transformed after becoming infected with Max probes. In one episode, the superpowered secret agent and Team Steel were sent to Egypt, where they discovered a robotic giant mummy and other ancient death gods. The Simpsons' Halloween special 11 opened with a great black-and-white spoof of the Munsters. Then a dead Homer had to do one good deed to get into heaven. Bart and Lisa encountered an evil witch and other grim characters, and humans were banished to the sea by vengeance-seeking dolphins. Also created by Matt Groening, Futurama was set the year 3001. In The Honking, which opened the third season, the alcoholic robot Bender was attacked on the moors and subsequently transformed into a murderous werecar each midnight. The Christmas special of the BBC's cult comedy series, The League of Gentlemen, was supposedly inspired by the old Amicus anthology movies. On Christmas Eve, 3 parishioners of Royston Vasey visited the church and told the misanthropic vicar a trio of spooky stories. These involved a masked witchcraft coven, a church choir of vampires, and a 19th-century vet who fell prey to a bloody monkey's paw-type curse. Genre veteran Freddie Jones had a cameo. In a bizarre story strand of the 30-year-old soap opera Days of Our Lives, a pregnant woman, Christian Alfonso, was being held captive. In a dream, she was rescued by arch-villain Stefano de Mera, Joseph Mascolo, and they were menaced by a giant spider crawling up a castle wall. Writer-director Adam Simon's The American Nightmare was an ambitious documentary for the independent film channel that attempted, not always successfully, to draw comparisons between horror films and social events in America from the late 1960s onwards. It featured interviews with George Romero, John Carpenter, Tom Savini, David Cronenberg, Wes Craven, Toby Hopper, John Landis, and various academics. To launch Monster Fest 2000, The Classics Come Alive, a Halloween tribute to the monster movies, AMC kicked off with the documentary Bride of Monster Mania, a salute to the female stars of horror films. For Turner Classic Movies, Kevin Brownlow's impressive feature-length documentary Lon Chaney, 1,000 Faces, included rare home movies, still photographs, behind-the-scenes footage, and clips of the silent film star, along with interviews with Ray Bradbury, Forrest Ackerman, Orson Welles, Michael F. Blake, Ron Chaney, Lon Chaney Jr., Jackie Coogan, Patsy Ruth Miller, Sarah Karloff, and the voice of Loretta Young. Nicely narrated by Kenneth Branagh. Hugh M. Hefner was executive producer. Shadow of the Blair Witch was a faux documentary on the Sci-Fi Channel to promote the disappointing Book of Shadows, Blair Witch 2, while A Taste of the Vampire was a half-hour documentary for Channel 4 about the one-day Vampiria 2 gathering in London that featured actors Eileen Daly, Madeline and Mary Collinson, Damien Thomas, dressed as Count Karnstein, and interviews with various fetish fans who like to dress up in rubber and pretend to be members of the undead. Finally, Chicago attorney Marvin Rosenblum, who owns the film and television rights to George Orwell's 1984, filed a lawsuit in August against CBS parent company Viacom and Orwell Productions, claiming that the companies intentionally misled viewers to believe that their hit reality TV show Big Brother was connected with Orwell's classic novel. Gilles Mayeux's Europop musical Notre-Dame de Paris was based on the novel by Victor Hugo and universally panned by the UK critics in May. A musical stage production of The Witches of Eastwick opened in London 2 months later, based on the novel by John Updike and the 1987 movie. Ian McShane starred as the devilish Darrell Van Horn, with Lucy Arnaz, Maria Friedman, and Joanna Riding as the women whose fantasies he made come true. On the toy shelves, H.P. Lovecraft fans could get themselves a cute and cuddly Thulu plush doll with posable wire wings and floppy tentacles. Sideshow Toys continued its 8-inch Universal Monsters series with a Metaluna mutant from This Island Earth, the Invisible Man with interchangeable heads, Lon Chaney Sr.'s Hunchback of Notre Dame with removable crown and scepter, Henry Hull complete with scarf, coat, and cap as the Werewolf of London, Boris Karloff as the son of Frankenstein, and one of the Mole People. Sideshow also released an articulated version of Karloff as the Frankenstein monster, complete with shackles, daisies, and a brain in a jar, plus a 2-foot caricature of the monster with a wire armature, and a 4-foot Little Big Head version limited to only 250 individually numbered fiberglass figures for a cool $1,000 apiece. Sideshow also continued its series of Little Big Heads with classic monster wrestlers Big Frankie, Mad Mummy, Freaky Phantom, Crazy Creature, and Dangerous Drac, and glow-in-the-dark versions of Frankenstein's monster, the Mummy, the Wolfman, Bride of Frankenstein, Dracula, the Invisible Man, the Phantom of the Opera, and the Creature from the Black Lagoon. On a somewhat taller scale, there was the Universal Studios classic monster bobbleheads, Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, the Mummy, and Dracula, while the Munsters bobbleheads featured nodding head figures of TV's Herman Munster and Grandpa. The 21-inch Bela Lugosi as Count Dracula vinyl model kit was sculpted by Tony McVeigh and authorized by Bela Lugosi, Jr. The latest in the Movie Maniacs series of collectible figures included detailed versions of King Kong, Edward Scissorhands, David Cronenberg's The Fly, John Carpenter's The Thing, Kurt Russell in Escape from L.A., and Bruce Campbell from Army of Darkness. The first series of silent screamers from Art Asylum included figures from such classic silent films as Graf Orlok and Knock Renfield from Nosferatu, and Dr. Caligari and Cesare from The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. X Plus Toys of Japan offered resin statues in various sizes and poses of such classic Ray Harryhausen creations as the Cyclops and Skeleton Warrior from The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, the Emir from 20 Million Miles to Earth, and Talos, the bronze giant from Jason and the Argonauts. For fans of TV's Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Moore Action Collectibles released 6-inch figures of Buffy, Angel, Willow, and the Undead Master from Season 1. Playmates The Simpsons Treehouse of Horror boxed playset was released exclusively to Toys R Us in time for Halloween and included Bart as the Fly, Ned Flanders as the Devil, Homer as King Kong, and Mr. Burns as Dracula. World Horror Convention 2000, the 10th annual gathering, was held in Denver, Colorado, over May 11th to 14th. Chaired by Edward Bryant, the impressive lineup of returning past guests of honor featured Peter Straub, Harlan Ellison, Steve Rasnick Tim, Melanie Tim, J. Michael Straczynski, artist Rick Leader, Ellen Datlow, and Toastmaster Dan Simmons. International Horror Guild Awards for recognition of achievement in the field of horror during 1999 were presented to Stephen King's The Storm of the Century for Best Television Show, and the Richard Matheson adaptation Stir of Echoes for Best Film. Paula Garan's electronic newsletter, Dark Echo, won for publication. The Artist Award went to Charles Burns, and DC Vertigo's Flinch No. 1-7 won in the graphic story category. Editor Neil Barron's massive Fantasy and Horror, a critical and historical guide to literature, illustration, film, TV, radio, and the Internet, won Best Nonfiction. Subterranean Gallery, edited by Richard Chismar and William Schaefer, was voted Best Anthology, and Douglas Clegg's The Nightmare Chronicles received the award for collection. Gemma Files' The Emperor's Old Bones, from Northern Frights 5, was Best Short Fiction. Lucius Shepard's Crocodile Rock, from the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, was Best Long Fiction, and Michael Sisko's The Divinity Student was voted Best First Novel. A Prayer for the Dying by Stuart Onan won in the novel category, and the Living Legend Award went to Richard Matheson. In an example of blatant nepotism, the IHG judges also voted a special award to editor Don Doria for Leisure Books' fledgling mass-market horror series. A whole raft of the Horror Writers Association Bram Stoker Awards for Superior Achievement were also presented during a banquet at the same convention on the Saturday. The Specialty Press Award, presented by the Board of Trustees, went to Christopher and Barbara Rodin's Ash Tree Press, and the Lifetime Achievement Awards were presented to past HWA President Charles Grant and the late Edward Gorey. Harlan Ellison's audio version of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream won the Other Media Award. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban picked up the award in Work for Young Readers, and M. Night Shyamalan's The Sixth Sense received the Screenplay Award. Neil Gaiman's Sandman, The Dream Hunters, won Illustrated Narrative. The Nonfiction Award went to Paula Garan's newsletter Dark Echo, and 999, New Stories of Horror and Suspense, edited by Al Sarantonio, was top anthology. The Nightmare Chronicles by Douglas Clegg won Fiction Collection. F. Paul Wilson's Aftershock, from Realms of Fantasy, won for short fiction, and there was a tie in the long fiction category between 5 Days in April, by Brian A. Hopkins, from the Chiaroscuro, and Mad Dog Summer by Joe R. Lansdale, from 999. Wither by J.G. Passarella, Jack Passarella, and Joe Gangimi collected first novel, and Peter Straub's Mr. X won the novel category. Due to a loss of revenue and the problems of presenting the Stokers under the banner of another organization's convention, it seems unlikely that the two events will be combined again. Held in its usual location of Rhode Island, the informal Nikon celebrated its 20th anniversary with a 300-plus page trade paperback featuring a history of the horror convention and stories and articles by Les Daniels, Peter Straub, Douglas E. Winter, Kathryn Ptacek, F. Paul Wilson, Ramsey Campbell, Brian Lumley, Joe R. Lansdale, Neil Gaiman, Jack Ketchum, Kim Newman, Thomas Tessier, and many others, including a previously unpublished collaboration between Stephen King and Edgar Allan Poe, written in the early 1970s. The instant collectible, limited to just 333 copies, also featured artwork by, amongst others, Don Mates, Jill Bauman, Jeff Jones, Bob Eggleton, Rick Leader, and Rick Berry. The winners of the British Fantasy Awards were announced at FantasyCon 2000, held over September 8th to 10th in Birmingham, England, with guests of honor Stephen Lawhead, Storm Constantine, Stan Nichols, and actor Doug Bradley. British Fantasy Society members voted Razorblade Press the best small press, and Peter Crowther's Lonesome Roads, from the same publisher, was awarded Best Collection. Best Artist was Les Edwards, while the Mammoth Book of Best New Horror Volume 10, edited by Stephen Jones, picked up the award for Best Anthology. Tim Lebon's novella White was voted the Best Short Fiction, and Graham Joyce was presented with the August Derleth Award for his novel Indigo. The special Carl Edward Wagner Award went to Anne McCaffrey, who paid tribute to the late author. The 2000 World Fantasy Awards were presented on October 29th at a banquet at the World Fantasy Convention in Corpus Christi, Texas. The British Fantasy Society won the Special Award, Non-Professional, and Gordon Van Gelder picked up the Special Award, Professional, for his editing at St. Martin's Press and the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. Best Artist was Jason Van Hollander. Best Collection was a tie between Moonlight and Vines by Charles DeLint and Reeve, the Just, and Other Tales by Stephen R. Donaldson. And Best Anthology went to Silver Birch, Blood Moon, edited by Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling. Ian R. MacLeod's The Chop Girl, from Asimov's, was voted Best Short Fiction. There was another tie in Best Novella between Laurel Winter's Sky Eyes, from FNSF, and Jeff Vandermeer's The Transformation of Martin Lake, from Palace Corby 8, while Martin Scott's, a.k.a. Martin Miller, obscure Thraxis was considered best novel by the 5 judges. Lifetime Achievement Awards were announced for Michael Moorcock and the late Marion Zimmer Bradley. The WFC softcover souvenir book was dedicated to the convention's theme, El Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, and featured profiles of guests of honor K.W. Jeter and John Crowley, Toastmaster Joe R. Lansdale, and artist guest Charles Vess, along with fiction and articles by Jeter, Terry Windling, Charles DeLint, and Bradley Denton, a new Blackburn story. Not surprisingly, California dealer Barry R. Levin's annual Collector's Award for Most Collectible Author of the Year went to J.K. Rowling. The lettered authorial presentation binding State of Pegasus in Space earned Anne McCaffrey the Most Collectible Book of the Year award as publisher, and the Lifetime Collector's Award went to Earl Melvin Korshak for his pioneering efforts as an early science fiction publisher and bookseller. When I announced the lineup of authors and stories for this particular volume of Best New Horror, there were apparently some complaints on the Internet from members of the horror community that I was once again using the same British novelists in the book. Partly as a result of these criticisms, I decided that this would be as good a time as any to explain how I determine which stories are selected for Best New Horror. If those who complained had bothered to look carefully at the contents of this volume and previous editions, they would have noted that while it is true that 2/3 of this year's contributors happen to be British, that is not always the case. Not only would they see that I tried to take a representative amount of fiction from the so-called small presses, but that I also endeavor to include new or upcoming writers in each and every volume. However, I do not adopt a quota policy, and I will only publish a new writer if, in my opinion as the book's editor, I think that their story merits inclusion. I also have an obligation to my publishers and my readers to deliver a commercial and entertaining work that will appeal to as wide a readership as possible, not just a handful of vocal horror fans. Each year I read many hundreds of stories from a wide variety of sources for Best New Horror, which, let us not forget, is a genuine book, not an e-book, not a print-on-demand title, not a limited edition, but an actual book that pays appropriate advances and royalties and is available in printings of thousands of copies in bona fide bookstores on both sides of the Atlantic. I always select the stories for each volume on the basis of the quality of the writing, not which country, or which sex, or which ethnic background the author comes from. Although the majority of writers in this year's edition happen to be British, it should be pointed out that many of their stories herein were first published in the United States. Best New Horror is a genuinely open market. Submission guidelines are regularly published online and in the major genre magazines, as well as being available on my website. And I always make myself available to talk to people at conventions and signings. So far as this particular volume is concerned, I have never published 2 of the writers anywhere before. It is only the second time I have worked with 5 of the authors. 8 of the stories are reprinted from small press or electronic formats, and only 6 tales originally appeared in so-called mainstream publishing projects. That is not a bad spread, even if I do say so myself, and for a book that is intended to reflect the current trends in horror and dark fantasy publishing, the list of authors included in this edition ably showcases some of the most talented people writing in the field today. However, it falls to reason that much of the best work to be collected in a volume such as this is going to come from the established, and therefore the more experienced and most widely published, authors associated with the genre. As for those new and upcoming writers who, in my personal judgment, have not quite made the grade yet, then I try to draw your attention to as many of their names and as much of their work as I can through my annual overview of the horror field. Hopefully you will eventually recognize some of them on the contents pages of future editions of this series. However, I would never be as disingenuous as to list purported honorable mentions of stories which, to put it bluntly, were just not good enough to be included in the final selection. If I think a story is worthwhile, then I will publish it. After all, that's what the title of the book says. The Editor, July 2001. Kim Newman, Castle in the Desert. Kim Newman lives in London. His recent books include the novels Life's Lottery, An English Ghost Story, and The Matter of Britain, with Eugene Byrne, the collections 7 Stars, Unforgivable Stories, and Where the Bodies Are Buried, and the non-fiction volumes Millennium Movies, End of the World Cinema, and BFI Classics Cat People. This is the first of 2 stories in this volume which will eventually form part of the next book in Newman's award-winning Anno Dracula sequence. You do not necessarily have to be a movie buff or a vampire fan to enjoy the following, but, as the author explains later on, it will certainly help. Anno Dracula, 1977. The man who had married my wife cried when he told me how she died. Junior, Smith Ulrich, Jr., of the Oil and Copper Ulrichs, hadn't held on to Linda much longer than I had, but their marriage had gone one better than ours, by producing a daughter. Whatever relation you are to a person who was once married to one of your parents, Raquel Loring Ulrich was to me. In Southern California, it's such a common family tie you'd think there'd be a neat little name for it. Pre-father or potential parent. The last time I'd seen her was at the Poodle Springs bungalow her mother had given me in lieu of alimony. 13 or 14 going on 108, with a micro-halter top and frayed jean shorts, stretch of still chubby tummy in between, honey-colored hair past the small of her back, an underlip that couldn't stop pouting without surgery, binary star sunglasses, and a leather headband with Aztec symbols. She looked like a preschooler dressed up as a squaw for a costume party, but had the vocabulary of a sailor in Tijuana and the glittery eyes of a magpie with 3 convictions for aggravated burglary. She'd asked for money to gas up her boyfriend's sickle, and took my television, no great loss, while I was in the atrium telephoning her mother. In parting, she scrawled, "Fuck you, Piggy Dad," in red lipstick on a Spanish mirror. Piggy Dad, that was me. She still had prep school penmanship with curly tails on her Y's and a star over the I. Last I'd heard, the boyfriend was gone with the rest of the Wild Angels, and Raquel was back with Linda, taking penicillin shots and going with someone in a rock band. Now things were serious. "My little girl," Junior kept repeating. "My little girl." He meant Raquel. "They took her away from me," he said. "The vipers." All our lives we've known about the vampires, if only from books and movies. Los Angeles was the last place they were likely to settle. After all, California is famous for sunshine. Vipers would frazzle like burgers on a grill. Now it was changing, and not just because of affordable prescription sunglasses. The dam broke in 1959, about the time Linda was serving me papers, when someone in Europe finally destroyed Dracula. Apparently all vipers remembered who they were biting when they heard the news. It was down to the Count that so many of them lived openly in the world, but his continued unlife and acknowledged position as king of the cats kept them in the coffin, confined to joyless regions of the old world like Transylvania and England. With the wicked old witch dead, they didn't have to stay on the plantation any longer. They spread. The first vipers in California were elegant European predators, flush with centuried fortunes and keen with red thirsts. In the early 60s, they bought up real estate, movie studios, talent agencies, cue lots of gags, orange groves, restaurant franchises, oceanfront properties, parent companies. Then their get began to appear. American vampires, newborns with wild streaks. Just as I quit the private detective business for the second time, bled-dry bodies turned up all over town as turf wars erupted and were settled out of court. For some reason, drained corpses were often dumped on golf courses. Vipers made more vipers, but they also made viper killers, including such noted humanitarians as Charles Manson, and created new segments of the entertainment and produce industry. As the Vietnam War escalated, things went quiet on the viper front. Word was that the elders of the community began ruthless policing of their own kind. Besides, the cops were more worried about draft dodgers and peace-freak protesters. Now vampires were just another variety of Los Angeles fruitcake. 100 coffin mausolea were opening up along the Strip, peddling shelter from the sun at $5 a day. A swath of Bay City, boundaried by dried-up canals, was starting to be called Little Carpathia, a ghetto for the poor suckers who didn't make it up to castles and estates in Beverly Hills. I had nothing real against vipers, apart from a deep-in-the-gut crawly distrust it was impossible for anyone of my generation, the Second World War guys, to quell entirely. Linda's death, though, hit me harder than I thought I could be hit. A full-force ulcer bursting right to the gut. 10 years into my latest retirement, I was at war. To celebrate the bicentennial year, I had moved from Poodle Springs back into my old Los Angeles apartment. I was nearer the bartenders and medical practitioners to whom I was sole support. These days I knocked about, boring youngsters in the profession with the Sternwood case or the Lady in the Lake, doing light subcontract work for Lou Archer, digging up family records at county courthouses, or Jim Rockford. All the cops I knew were retired, dead or purged by Chief Exley, and I hadn't had any pull with the DA's office since Bernie Oles's final stroke. I admitted I was a relic, but so long as my lungs and liver behaved at least 8 hours a day, I was determined not to be a shambling relic. I was seriously trying to cut down on the camels, but the damage was done back in the puff-happy 40s when no one outside the cigarette industry knew nicotine was worse for you than heroin. I told people I was drinking less, but never really kept score. There were times, like now, when Scotch was the only soldier that could complete the mission. Junior, as he talked, drank faster than I did. His light tan suit was the worse for soaking, and had been worn until dry, wrinkling and staining around the saggy shape of its owner. His shirt front had ragged tears where he had caught on something. Since his remarriage to a woman nearer Raquel's age than Linda's, Junior had been a fading presence in the lives of his ex-wife and daughter. Ex-daughter? I couldn't tell how much of his story was from experience and how much filtered through what others had told him. It was no news that Raquel was running with another bad crowd, the anti-life equation. They weren't all vipers, Junior said, but some, the ringleaders, were. Raquel, it appears, got off on being bitten. Not something I wanted to know. It hardly came as a surprise. With a motorcycle boy who went by the name of Heavenly Blues, but liked his friends to address him as Mr. President, she had been sporting a selection of bruises that didn't look like they'd come from taking a bad spill off the pillion of his hog. For tax purposes, the anti-life equation was somewhere between religious and political. I had never heard of them, but it's impossible to keep up with all the latest cults. 2 days ago at his office, Junior made a pretense of still running the company, though he had to clear every paperclip purchase with Riyadh and Tokyo. He'd taken a phone call from his daughter. Raquel sounded agitated and terrified, and claimed she'd made a break with the ALE, who wanted to sacrifice her to some elder vampire. She needed money, that same old refrain haunting me again, to make a dash for Hawaii or, oddly, the Philippines. She thought she'd be safe in a Catholic country, which suggested she'd never been to one. Junior, tower of flab, had written a check, but his new wife, smart doll, talked him out of sending it. Last night at home he had gotten another call from Raquel, hysterical this time, with screaming and other background effects. They were coming for her, she said. The call was cut off. To his credit, Junior ignored his lawfully married flight attendant and drove over to Linda's place in Poodle Springs, the big house where I'd been uncomfortable. He found the doors open, the house extensively trashed, and no sign of Raquel. Linda was at the bottom of the kidney-shaped swimming pool, bitten all over, eyes white. To set a seal on the killing, someone had driven an iron spike through her forehead. A croquet mallet floated above her. I realized he had gone into the pool fully dressed and hauled Linda out. Strictly speaking, that was violating the crime scene, but I would be the last person to complain. He had called the cops, who were very concerned. Then he'd driven to the city to see me. It's not up to me to say whether that qualified as a smart move or not. "This anti-life equation?" I asked Junior, feeling like a Seamus again. "Did it come with any names?" "I'm not even sure it's called that. Raquel mostly used just the initials, ALE. I think it was anti-life element once, or anti-love. Their guru or nabob or whatever he calls himself is some kind of hippie Rasputin. He's one of them, a viper. His name is Corda. Someone over at one of the studios, Traeger or Mill or one of those kids, maybe Bruckheimer, fed this Corda some money on an option, but it was never stuff. So far as I know, they never killed anyone before." Junior cried again and put his arms around me. I smelled chlorine on his ragged shirt. I felt all his weight bearing me down, and was afraid I'd break, be of no use to him at all. My bones are brittle these days. I patted his back, which made neither of us feel any better. At last he let me go and wiped his face on a wet handkerchief. "The police are fine people," he said. He got no argument from me. "Poodle Springs has the lowest crime rate in the state. Every contact I've had with the PSPD has been cordial, and I've always been impressed with their efficiency and courtesy." The Poodle Springs Police Department were real tigers when it came to finding lost kittens and discreetly removing drunken ex-spouses from floodlit front lawns. You can trust me on this. "But they aren't good with murder," I said. "Or vipers." Junior nodded. "That's just it. They aren't. I know you're retired. God, you must be, I don't know how old, but you used to be connected. Linda told me how you met, about the Wade Lennox case. I can't even begin to imagine how you could figure out that tangle. For her, you've got to help. Raquel is still alive. They didn't kill her when they killed her mother. They just took her. I want my little girl back, safe and sound. The police don't know Raquel. Well, they do, and that's the problem. They said they were taking the kidnap seriously, but I saw in their eyes that they knew about Raquel and the bikers and the hippies. They think she's run off with another bunch of freaks. It's only my word that Raquel was even at the house. I keep thinking of my little girl, of sands running out, desert sands. You've got to help us. You've just got to." I didn't make promises, but I asked questions. "Raquel said the ALE wanted to sacrifice her? As in, tossed into a volcano to appease the gods?" "She used a bunch of words. Elevate was one. They all meant kill. Blood sacrifice, that's what she was afraid of. Those vipers want my little girl's blood." "Junior, I have to ask, so don't explode. You're sure Raquel isn't a part of this?" Junior made fists like a big boy about to get whipped by someone half his size. Then it got through to the back of his brain. I wasn't making assumptions like the PSPD. I was asking an important question, forcing him to prove himself to me. "If you'd heard her on the phone, you'd know. She was terrified. Remember when she wanted to be an actress? Set her heart on it, nagged for lessons and screen tests. She was, 11 or 12? Cute as a bug, but froze under the lights. She's no actress. She can't fake anything. She can't tell a lie without it being written all over her. You know that as well as anyone else. My daughter isn't a perfect person, but she's a kid. She'll straighten out. She's got her mom's iron in her." I followed his reasoning. It made sense. The only person Raquel had ever fooled was her father, and him only because he let himself be fooled out of guilt. She'd never have come to me for gas money if Junior was still giving in to his princess's every whim. And he was right. I'd seen Raquel Ulrig, who had wanted to call herself Amber Valentine, act, and she was on the Sonny Tufts side of plain rotten. "Corda," I said, more to myself than Junior. "That's a start. I'll do what I can." Mojave Wells could hardly claim to come to life after dark, but when the blonde vipers slid out of the desert dusk, all 4 living people in the diner, Mom and Pop behind the counter, a trucker and me on stools, turned to look. She smiled as if used to the attention, but deeming herself unworthy of it, and walked between the empty tables. The girl wore a white silk mini-dress, belted on her hips with interlocking steel rings, a blue scarf that kept her hair out of the way, and square black sunglasses. Passing from purple twilight to fizzing blue-white neon, her skin was white to the point of colorlessness, her lips naturally scarlet, her hair pale blonde. She might have been Raquel's age, or God's. I had come to the desert to find vampires. Here was one. She sat at the end of the counter by herself. I sneaked a look. She was framed against the "No Vipers" sign lettered on the window. Mom and Pop, probably younger than me, I admit, made no move to throw her out on her behind, but also didn't ask for her order. "Get the little lady whatever she wants and put it on my check," said the trucker. The few square inches of his face not covered by salt and pepper beard were worn leather, the texture and color of his cowboy hat. "Thank you very much, but I'll pay for myself." Her voice was soft and clear, with a long-ago ghost of an accent, Italian or Spanish or French. "R.D., you know we don't accommodate vipers," said Mom. "No offense, ma'am, you look nice enough, but we've had bad ones through here. And out at the castle." Mom nodded at the sign, and the girl swiveled on her stool. She genuinely noticed it for the first time, and the tiniest flush came to her cheeks. Almost apologetically, she suggested, "You probably don't have the fare I need?" "No, ma'am, we don't." She slipped off her stool and stood up. Relief poured out of Mom like sweat. R.D., the trucker, reached out for the viper's slender bare arm for a reason I doubt he could explain. He was a big man, not slow on the draw. However, when his fingers got to where the girl had been, when his brain sparked the impulse to touch, she was somewhere else. "Touchy," commented R.D. "No offense," she said. "I've got the fare you need," said the trucker, standing up. He scratched his throat through beard. "I'm not that thirsty." "A man might take that unkindly." "If you know such a man, give him my condolences." "R.D.," said Mom, "take this outside. I don't want my place busted up." "I'm leaving," said R.D., dropping dollars by his coffee cup and cleaned plate. "I'll be honored to see you in the parking lot, Missy Touchy." "My name is Geneviève," she said, accent acute on the third E. R.D. put on his cowboy hat. The viper darted close to him, and lightning touched his forehead. The effect was something like the Vulcan nerve pinch. The light in his eyes went out. She deftly sat him down at a table like a floppy rag doll. A yellow toy duck squirted out of the top pocket of his denim jacket and thumped against a plastic ketchup tomato in an unheard-of mating ritual. "I am sorry," she said to the room. "I have been driving for a long time, and could not face having to cripple this man. I hope you will explain this to him when he wakes up. He'll ache for a few days, but an ice pack will help." Mom nodded. Pop had his hands out of sight, presumably on a shotgun or a baseball bat. "For whatever offense my kind has given you in the past, you have my apologies. One thing, though, your sign, the word viper. I hear it more and more as I travel west, and it strikes me as insulting. No vampire fare on offer will convey your message, without provoking less gentle vipers than myself." She looked mock-sternly at the couple with a hint of fang. Pop pulled his hold-out pacifier, and I tensed, expecting fireworks. He raised a gaudy Day of the Dead crucifix on a lamp flex, a glowing-eyed Christ crowned by thorny light bulbs. "Hello, Jesus," said Geneviève, then added to Pop, "Sorry, sir, but I'm not that kind of girl." She did the fast flit thing again and was at the door. "Aren't you going to take your trophy?" I asked. She turned, looked at me for the first time, and lowered her glasses. Green-red eyes, like neons. I could see why she kept on the lens caps. Otherwise, she'd pick up a train of mesmerized conquests. I held up the toy and squeezed. It gave a quack. "Rubber duck," said Mom with reverence. "That's his CB handle." "He'll need new initials," I said. I flew the duck across the room, and Geneviève took it out of the air, an angel in the outfield. She made it quack experimentally. When she laughed, she looked the way Raquel ought to have looked, not just innocent, but solemn and funny at the same time. R.D. began moaning in his sleep. "May I walk you to your car?" I asked. She thought a moment, sizing me up as a potential geriatric duckman, and made a snap decision in my favor, the most encouragement I'd had since Kennedy was in the White House. I made it across the diner to her without collapsing. I had never had a conversation with a vampire before. She told me straight off she was over 550 years old. She had lived in the human world for hundreds of years before Dracula changed the rules. From her face, I'd have believed her if she said she was born under the shadow of Sputnik, and that her ambition was to become one of Roger Vadim's ex-wives. We stood on Main Street, where her fire-engine-red Plymouth Fury was parked by my Chrysler. The few stores and homes in sight were shuttered up tight, as if an air raid was due. The only place to go in town was the diner, and that seemed on the point of closing. I noticed more of those ornamental crucifixes attached above every door as if it were a religious holiday. Mojave Wells was wary of its new neighbors. Geneviève was coming from the east and going to the west. Meager as it was, this was the first place she'd hit in hours that wasn't a government proving ground. She knew nothing about the anti-life equation, Manderley Castle, or a viper named Corda, let alone Raquel Ulrich. But she was a vampire, and this was all about vampires. "Why all the questions?" she asked. I told her I was a detective. I showed my license, kept up so I could at least do the subcontract work, and she asked to see my gun. I opened my jacket to show the shoulder holster. It was the first time I'd worn it in years, and the weight of the Smith & Wesson .38 Special had pulled an ache in my shoulder. "You are a private eye, like in the movies." Everyone said that. She was no different. "We have movies in Europe, you know," she said. The desert wind was trying to get under her scarf, and she was doing things about it with her hands. "You can't tell me why you're asking questions because you have a client. Is that not so?" "Not so," I said. "I have a man who might think he's a client, but I'm doing this for myself, and a woman who's dead. Really dead." I told the whole story, including me and Linda. It was almost confessional. She listened well, asking only the smart questions. "Why are you here? What is the name of this village?" "Mojave Wells. It calls itself a town." We looked up and down the street and laughed. Even the tumbleweeds were taking it easy. "Out there in the desert," I explained, "is Manderley Castle, brought over stone by stone from England. Would you believe it's the wrong house? Back in the 20s, a robber baron named Noah Cross wanted to buy the famous Manderley, the one that later burned down, and sent agents over to Europe to do the deal. They came home with Manderley Castle, another place entirely. Cross still put the jigsaw together, but went into a sulk and sold it back to the original owners, who emigrated to stay out of the war. There was a murder case there in the 40s, nothing to do with me. It was one of those locked-room things with Borgia poisons and disputed wills. A funny little Chinaman from Hawaii solved it by gathering all the suspects in the library. The place was abandoned until a cult of moon worshippers squatted in it in the 60s, founded a lunatic commune. Now it's where you go if you want to find the anti-life equation." "I don't believe anyone would call themselves that." I liked this girl. She had the right attitude. I was also surprised to find myself admitting that. She was a blood-sucking viper, right? Wasn't Raquel worried that she was to be sacrificed to a vampire elder? Someone born in 1416 presumably fit the description. I wanted to trust her, but that could be part of a trick. I've been had before. Ask anyone. I've been digging up dirt on the ALE for a few days, I said, and they aren't that much weirder than the rest of the local kooks. If they have a philosophy, this Corda makes it all up as he goes along. He cut a folk rock album, Deathmaster. I found a copy for 99 cents and feel rooked. Drinking blood, feel so good, that sort of thing. People say he's from Europe, but no one knows exactly where. The merry band at the ALE includes a dragon lady called Diane Le Fanu, who may actually own the castle, and L. Keith Winton, who used to be a pulp writer for Astounding Stories, but has founded a new religion that involves the faithful giving him all their money. That's not a new religion. I believed her. What will you do now? She asked. This town's dead as far as leads go, dead as far as anything else, for that matter. I guess I'll have to fall back on the dull old business of going out to the castle and knocking on the front door, asking if they happen to have my wife's daughter in a dungeon. My guess is they'll be long gone. With a body left back in Poodle Springs, they have to figure the law will snoop for them in the end. But we might find something that'll tell us where they are. A clue? We? I'm a detective, too. Or have been. Maybe a detective's assistant. I'm in no hurry to get to the Pacific. And you need someone who knows about vampires. You may need someone who knows about other things. Are you offering to be my muscle? I'm not that ancient. I can't look after myself. I am that ancient, remember. It's no reflection on you, but a newborn vampire could take you to pieces. And a newborn is more likely to be stupid enough to want to. They're mostly like that rubber duck fellow, bursting with impulses and high on their new ability to get what they want. I was like that once myself, but now I'm a wise old lady. She quacked the duck at me. We take your car, I said. Manderley Castle was just what it sounded like. Crenellated turrets, arrow-slit windows, broken battlements, a drawbridge, even a stagnant artificial moat. It was sinking slowly into the sands, and the tower was noticeably several degrees out of the vertical. Noah Cross had skimped on foundation concrete. I wouldn't be surprised if the minion who mistook this pile for the real Manderley was down there somewhere, with a divot out of his skull. We drove across the bridge into the courtyard, home to a VW bus painted with glow-in-the-dark fanged devils, a couple of pickup trucks with rifle racks, the inevitable Harley-Davidsons, and a fleet of customized dune buggies with bat-wing trimmings and big red-eye lamps. There was music playing. I recognized Corda's composition, big black bat and a tall dark hat. The anti-life equation was home. I tried to get out of the Plymouth. Geneviève was out of her driver's side door and around, over, the car in a flash, opening the door for me as if I were her great-grandmama. There's a trick to the handle, she said, making me feel no better. If you try and help me out, I'll shoot you. She stood back, hands up. Just then my lungs complained. I coughed a while, and red lights went off behind my eyes. I hawked up something glistening and spat it at the ground. There was blood in it. I looked at Geneviève. Her face was flat, all emotion contained. It wasn't pity. It was the blood. The smell did things to her personality. I wiped off my mouth, did my best to shrug, and got out of the car like a champion. I even shut the door behind me, trick-handled or no. To show how fearless I was, how unafraid of hideous death, I lit a Camel and punished my lungs for showing me up in front of a girl. I filled them with the smoke I'd been fanning their way since I was a kid. Coffin nails, they called them then. We fought our aesthetic impulses and went towards the music. I felt I should have brought a mob of Mojave Wells villagers with flaming torches, sharpened stakes, and silvered scythes. What a magnificent pair of knockers, said Geneviève, nodding at a large square door. "There's only one," I said. "Didn't you see Young Frankenstein?" Though she'd said they had movies in Europe, somehow I didn't believe vampires, I'd have to get used to calling them if I didn't want Geneviève ripping my throat out one fine night, concerned themselves with dates at the local passion pit. Obviously, the undead read magazines, bought underwear, grumbled about taxes, and did crossword puzzles like everyone else. I wondered if she played chess. She took the knocker and hammered to wake the dead. Eventually the door was opened by a skinny old bird dressed as an English butler. His hands were knots of arthritis, and he could do with a shave. The music was mercifully interrupted. "Who is it, George?" boomed a voice from inside the castle. "Visitors," croaked George the butler. "You are visitors, aren't you?" I shrugged. Geneviève radiated a smile. The butler was smitten. He trembled with awe. "Yes," she said, "I'm a vampire, and I'm very, very old and very, very thirsty. Now, aren't you going to invite me in? Can't cross the threshold unless you do." I didn't know if she was spoofing him. George creaked his neck, indicating a sandy mat inside the doorway. It was lettered with the word, "Welcome." "That counts," she admitted. "More people should have those." She stepped inside. I didn't need the invite to follow. George showed us into the big hall. Like all decent cults, the ALE had an altar and thrones for the bigwigs, and cold flagstones with the occasional mercy rug for the devoted suckers. In the blockiest throne sat Corda, a vampire with curly fangs, the full long hair and tangled beard hippie look, and an electric guitar. He wore a violent purple and orange caftan, and his chest was covered by bead necklaces hung with diamond-eyed skulls, plastic novelty bats, Austro-Hungarian military medals, inverted crucifixes, a Nixon in 72 button, gold marijuana leaves, and a dried human finger. By his side was a wraith-thin vision in velvet I assumed to be Diane LaFanu, who claimed, like a lot of vipers, to be California's earliest vampire settler. I noticed she wore discreet little ruby earplugs. At the feet of these divines was a crowd of kids of both varieties, all with long hair and fangs. Some wore white shifts, while others were naked. Some wore joke-shop plastic fangs, while others had real ones. I scanned the congregation and spotted Raquel at once, eyes a red daze, kneeling on stone with her shift tucked under her, swaying her ripe upper body in time to the music Corda had stopped playing. I admitted this was too easy. I started looking at the case again, taking it apart in my mind and jamming the pieces together in new ways. Nothing made sense, but that was hardly breaking news at this end of the century. Hovering like the Wizard of Oz between the throne dais and the worshipper space was a fat, living man in a 1950s suit and golf hat. I recognized L. Keith Winton, author of Robot Rangers of the Gamma Nebula, 1946, and other works of serious literature, including Plasmatics, the New Communion, 1950, founding text of the Church of Immortology. If ever there were a power behind the throne bird, this was he. "We've come for Raquel Loring-Ulrich," announced Geneviève. I should probably have said that. "No one of that name dwells among us," boomed Corda. He had a big voice. "I see her there," I said, pointing. "Sister Red Rose," said Corda. He stuck out his arm and gestured. Raquel stood. She did not move like herself. Her teeth were not a joke. She had real fangs. They fit badly in her mouth, making it look like an ill-healed red wound. Her red eyes were puffy. "You turned her," I said, anger in my gut. "Sister Red Rose has been elevated to the eternal." Geneviève's hand was on my shoulder. I thought of Linda, bled empty in her pool, a spike in her head. I wanted to burn this castle down and sow the ground with garlic. "I am Geneviève Dieudonné," she announced formally. "Welcome, Lady Elder," said the LeFanu woman. Her eyes held no welcome for Geneviève. She made a gesture which unfolded membrane-like velvet sleeves. "I am Diane Le Fanu, and this is Corda, the Death Master." Geneviève looked at the Guru Viper. "General Iorga, is it not? Late of the Carpathian God. We met in 1888 at the palace of Prince Consort Dracula. Do you remember?" Corda Iorga was not happy. I realized he was wearing a wig and a false beard. He might have immortality, but was well past youth. I saw him as a tubby, ridiculous fraud. He was one of those elders who had been among Dracula's toadies, but was lost in the world without a king vampire. Even for California he was a sad soul. "Raquel," I said, "it's me. Your father wants—" She spat, hissing red froth. "It would be best if this newborn were allowed to leave with us," Geneviève said, not to Corda, but Winton. "There's the small matter of a murder charge." Winton's plump, bland, pink face wobbled. He looked anger at Corda. The Guru trembled on his throne and boomed without words. "Murder, Corda?" asked Winton. "Murder? Who told you we could afford murder?" "Done was done," said Corda Iorga. I wanted to skewer him with something, but I went beyond anger. He was too afraid of Winton, not a person you'd immediately take as a threat, but clearly the top dog of the ALE, to lie. "Take the girl," Winton said to me. Raquel howled in rage and despair. I didn't know if she was the same person we had come for. As I understood it, some vampires changed entirely when they turned, burned out their previous memories, and became sad blanks, reborn with dreadful thirsts and the beginnings of a mad cunning. "If she's a killer, we don't want her," said Winton. "Not yet." I approached Raquel. The other cultists shrank away from her. Her face shifted, bloating and smoothing as if flatworms were passing just under her skin. Her teeth were ridiculously expanded, fat pebbles of sharp bone. Her lips were torn and split. She hissed as I reached out to touch her. Had this girl, in the throes of turning, battened on her mother, on Linda, and gone too far, taken more than her human mind had intended, glutting herself until her viper thirst was assuaged? I saw the picture only too well. I tried to fit it with what Junior had told me. He had sworn Raquel was innocent. But his daughter had never been innocent, not as a warm person, and not now as a newborn vampire. Geneviève stepped close to Raquel and managed to slip an arm round her. She cooed in the girl's ear, coaxing her to come, replacing the Death Master in her mind. Raquel took her first steps. Geneviève encouraged her. Then Raquel stopped as if she'd hit an invisible wall. She looked to Corda Iorga, hurt and betrayal in her eyes, and to Winton with that pleading moue I knew well. Raquel was still herself, still trying to wheedle love from unworthy men, still desperate to survive through her developing wiles. Her attention was caught by a noise. Her nose wrinkled quizzically. Geneviève had taken out a rubber duck and quacked it. "Come on, Raquel," she said, as if to a happy dog. "Nice quacky quacky. Do you want it?" She quacked again. Raquel attempted a horrendous smile. A baby tear of blood showed on her cheek. We took our leave of the anti-life equation. Junior was afraid of his daughter. And who wouldn't be? I was back in Poodle Springs, not a place I much cared to be. Junior's wife had stormed out, enraged that this latest drama didn't revolve around her. Their house was decorated in the expensive but ugly mock Spanish manner, and called itself ranch-style, though there were no cattle or crops on the grounds. Geneviève sat calmly on Junior's long grey couch. She fit in like a piece of Carrera marble at a Tobacco Road yard sale. I was helping myself to scotch. Father and daughter looked at each other. Raquel wasn't such a fright now. Geneviève had driven her here, following my lead. Somehow on the journey the elder vampire had imparted grooming tips to the newborn, helping her through the shock of turning. Raquel had regular-sized fangs, and the red in her eyes was just a tint. Outside, she had been experimenting with her newfound speed, moving her hands so fast they seemed not to be there. But Junior was terrified. I had to break the spell. "It's like this," I said, setting it out. "You both killed Linda. The difference is that one of you brought her back." Junior covered his face and fell to his knees. Raquel stood over him. "Raquel has been turning for weeks, joining up with that crowd in the desert. She felt them taking her mind away, making her part of a harem or a slave army. She needed someone strong in her corner, and Daddy didn't cut it. So she went to the strongest person in her life, and made her stronger. She just didn't get to finish the job before the anti-life equation came to her house. She called you, Junior, just before she went under, became part of their family. When you got to the house, it was just as you said. Linda was at the bottom of the swimming pool. She'd gone there to turn. You didn't even lie to me. She was dead. You took a mallet and a spike. What was it from, the tennis net? And made her truly dead. Did you tell yourself you did it for her, so she could be at peace? Or was it because you didn't want to be in a town, a world, with a stronger Linda Loring? She was a fighter. I bet she fought you." There were deep scratches on his wrists, like the rips in his shirt I had noticed that night. If I were a gather the suspects in the library type of dick, I would have spotted that as a clue straight off. Junior sobbed a while. Then, when nobody killed him, he uncurled and looked about, with the beginnings of an unattractive slyness. "It's legal, you know," he said. "Linda was dead." Genevieve's face was cold. I knew California law did not recognize the state of undeath. Yet. There were enough vampire lawyers on the case to get that changed soon. "That's for the cops," I said. "Fine people. You've always been impressed with their efficiency and courtesy." Junior was white under the tear streaks. He might not take a murder fall on this, but Tokyo and Riyadh weren't going to like the attention the story would get. That was going to have a transformative effect on his position in Old Rig Oil and Copper. And the PSPD would find something to nail him with, making false or incomplete statements, mutilating a corpse for profit, no more alimony, contemptible gutlessness. Another private eye might have left him with Raquel. She stood over her father, fists swollen by the sharp new nails extruding inside, dripping her own blood, the blood that she had made her mother drink, onto the mock mission-style carpet. Geneviève was beside her, with the duck. "Come with me, Raquel," she said, "away from the dark red places." Days later, in a bar on Cahuenga, just across from the building where my office used to be, I was coughing over a shot and a Camel. They found me. Raquel was her new self, flitting everywhere, flirting with men of all ages, sharp eyes fixed on the pulses in their necks and the blue lines in their wrists. Geneviève ordered bull's blood. She made a face. "I am used to fresh from the bull," she said. "This is rancid." "We're getting live piglets from next week," said the bartender. "The straps are already fitted, and we have the neck spigots on order." "See," Geneviève told me. "We're here to stay. We're a market." I coughed some more. "You could get something done about that," she said softly. I knew what she meant. I could become a vampire. Who knows, if Linda had made it, I might have been tempted. As it was, I was too old to change. "You remind me of someone," she said. "Another detective, in another country, a century ago." "Did he catch the killer and save the girl?" An unreadable look passed over her face. "Yes," she said. "That's exactly what he did." "Good for him." I drank. The scotch tasted of blood. I could never get used to drinking that. According to the newspapers, there had been a raid on the castle in the desert. General Liorga and Diane Lafanu were up on a raft of abduction, exploitation, and murder charges, with most of the murder victims undead enough to recite testimony in favor of their killers. They would stay in court forever. No mention was made of L. Keith Winton, though I had noticed a storefront on Hollywood Boulevard displaying nothing but a stack of immortology tracts. Outside, fresh-faced newborn vampires smiled under black parasols and invited passers-by in for a blood test. Picture thus: followers who are going to give you all their money and live forever. And they said Dracula was dead.
Raquel will be all right, Geneviève assured me.
She's so good at this that she frightens me. She won't make get again in a hurry. I looked at the girl, surrounded by eager, warm bodies. She'd used them up by the dozen. I saw the last of Linda in her, and regretted that there was none of me. "What about you?" I asked Geneviève. "I've seen the Pacific. Can't drive much further. I'll stay around for a while, maybe get a job. I used to know a lot about being a doctor. Perhaps I'll try to get into med school and requalify. I'm tired of jokes about leeches. Then again, I have to unlearn so much. Medieval knowledge is a handicap, you know." I put my license on the bar. "You could get one like it," I said. She took off her glasses. Her eyes were still startling. "This was my last case, Geneviève. I got the killer and I saved the girl. It's been a long goodbye and it's over. I've met my own killers in bottles and soft packs of 20. Soon they'll finish me and I'll be sleeping the big sleep. There's not much more I can do for people. There are going to be a lot more like Raquel. Those kids at the castle in the desert, the customers our bartender is expecting next week, the suckers drawn into Winton's nets. Some are going to need you, and some are going to be real vipers, which means other folk are going to need you to protect them from the worst they can do. You're good, sweetheart. You could do good. There, that's my speech over." She dipped a fingertip in her glass of congealing blood and licked it clean, thinking, "You might have an idea there, Gumshoe." I drank to her. Iain Sinclair, the keeper of the Rothenstein tomb. Iain Sinclair lives, works, and walks in London. His acclaimed books include Whitechapel Scarlet Tracings, the award-winning Downriver, Radon Daughters, Slow Chocolate Autopsy, with artist Dave McKean, and Lights Out for the Territory. His latest novel, Landor's Tower, although employing his standard transgeneric, paranoid visionary style, is unusual in being set outside London. It is a return to the country of his birth, Wales, an investigation and celebration of the borderland, Mackin quests and utopian communities. A second branch of this post-Powys Mabinogian grows out along the other bank of the River Severn. Unexplained suicides in the defense industry, a political conspiracy. The now-defunct Aust service station overlooking the Severn Bridge is seen as the hinge of the whole affair, a Hitchcockian location where the importunate dead encounter night travellers and stoic comedians. The keeper of the Rothenstein tomb is the underside of an earlier investigation, explains the author, undertaken with the artist Rachel Lichtenstein and published as Rodinsky's Room. A Spitalfields hermit disappears, leaving behind him a garret stuffed with clothes, records, books, Kabbalistic transcriptions. Lichtenstein teases out the truth of this sorry episode, and then, in subsequent researches, learns of a man who is paid to live in a Jewish graveyard as the keeper of a single tomb. Men were sick, women pregnant. Norton kept on walking. This was the form his mania took, hammering for hours at a time out there beyond the traces of the Roman wall. He could no longer enter the city. The density of surveillance undid him, leached his energies. Instead he played the canary, fluttering around the rim of the affected area, interested to discover at what point he would go down. Norton was stone crazy, written out. If he stopped moving, so he believed, the treadmill would grind to a halt, buildings would topple, ancient streams would rise to the surface. The Walbrook, the Fleet, the Tyburn, the wall would crumble back into dust, and the demons of greed, paranoia, corruption would escape. Hoxton hurt. Clerkenwell was a reservoir of self-images, a lake of shimmering paper reflections. Through dusty picture windows he drank the deep blues of photographed water. He found a surrogate calm in second-hand greenery, private parks, and landscaped gardens reproduced on stiff white card. Idols no thicker than a spray of varnish. Cabinets of naked strangers stared back at him. Poetry was accessed from boards outside newsagent shops, the ones that summarized what was happening in a tactful arrangement of upper-case lettering. Blind beggar sold. He loved these messages, covert dispatches, produced for his eyes only. They were like transcripts taken down, hot, from a psychic wire service. In the towers of Hawksmoor churches and derelict end-of-terrace houses, waiting for demolition, were spies and watchers who tapped in their reports. Blind beggar sold. This was all that was left of pure information, lean, spare, pertinent. Norton aspired to, but never achieved, the style of these anonymous masters with their calligraphic half-haikus. Blind beggar sold. His spirits lifted. The oasis of Bunhill Fields, the effigy of John Bunyan with grass growing from his sockets, hadn't lost its resonance. The stone cistern monument of the woman was tapped for the dropsy. He looked forward, literally, previewing streetscapes in a rush of single-frame images, to his breakfast with the only woman in London who would still commission a story. The only one generous enough to humour his affliction, his curse, this compulsion to repeat himself, to the police and all other citizens in the same voice, to tell it and keep telling it, beyond the point where he required listeners, a single listener, anyone. An off-duty academic, down from Cambridge on a jolly moonlighting as a tour guide, one of 3 jobs he needed to keep himself in Walter Benjamin reissues, told Norton about a set of examination papers he'd been called on to assess. A student from the Middle East, offering his response to the usual sneaky stuff about Beowulf, The Pardoner's Tale, Jane Austen, racial stereotypes in Conrad, Harry Potter, came up with precisely the same essay, copied out 5 times. The stratagem had been discovered by accident. The man was sailing through quite nicely. Very respectable upper 2-1, breezed the dawn, taking a refill, one for the road before the dash to King's Cross. He'd hit on the perfect form. Content doesn't matter. A smooth passage between relevant bullet points. Early light in Fortune Street soothed him, soothed Norton. Leaf patterns carpeting the grey tarmac, fish shadows, movement. The voices of girls singing behind the fence of the primary school, singing as they skipped, like a newsreel from the lost 50s. Ring a bell, Mamma's belly's going to swell.
"It's a privilege to be here at all, don't you think?" the young woman Katie Harwood asked, "before it disappears?" Give her credit, she could put away a decent plate of meat, 2 kinds of sausage, a couple of kidneys, liver black as treacle, nestling on a bed of refried potato, a bright wink of egg. She passed on the stout, the whiskey chaser Norton offered, to collect from the bar. Katie was picking up the tab for her employers to process. Norton liked her warmth, the moist heat of a woman who enjoyed a good walk, knocking off 20 miles every weekend. She was in bloom, hair shining, catching the best of the neon strips, the fluctuating interference in that fan-cooled dungeon beneath Smithfield Meat Market. A pale gold moustache added distinction to the modelling of that interesting area above the upper lip. What do they call it? Not labium. You could use the term for the lip itself, but it might give the wrong impression. Good word, though. Evocative, but inaccurate. John Major, remember him? Horribly misnamed, was a man defined by this apparently insignificant area of his physiognomy. Major had a swelling beneath the vertical trench that runs from lip to nose. It looked like a gum shield that had slipped, a moustache growing on the inside. The way the ridge bounced artificial light was his undoing. Nobody listened to what he had to say, the librium drone of a peevish man keeping his rage in check, vanity in a solemn disguise. You could see them at cabinet meetings, the Lamonts and Lawsons, Leonine, Heseltine, Baggy Ken, pantingly ambitious Portillo, sniggering behind their hands. The PM has a prow like the Titanic, so who cares what he wants us not to do? Better fix up something in the city, sketch out the slimming books before the whole mess goes public, before the punters get another chance to check out that inflexible philtrum. That's the word. One of the best. Pure music. Philtrum with philtral ridge. Katie's was a beauty, especially when she talked, flicked her hair back, told Norton what she had in mind. A follow-up to a book he'd managed to get his name on years before, a Jewish girl's research into a Whitechapel Kabbalist who had disappeared from a cluttered room, except that he hadn't and he wasn't, magician or golem maker. Just a sad survivor, the last of his family, swept away by social reform. Plenty of stuff had been liberated from the garret, the weaver's attic, books and manuscripts, real and fraudulent and really fraudulent, surfacing now with boring frequency in rare book dealers' catalogues. The synagogue itself was so well preserved nobody had set foot in it for years, except for kosher artists, names who did things with installations and pretty lights. Rodinsky's mirror has been traced. It was photographed eons ago, and some book we're still trying to locate, said Katie. But it seems to have acquired, in the years of its disappearance, a rather sinister reputation. Stare into it long enough, and you see his room, as it was, what really happened. The mirror never learnt to lie. It's fixed in a perpetually present tense, the moment when the room was sealed, the window boarded over, and the light died. "Fine," said Norton, disguising a yawn and a swipe of eggy bread. He'd heard it all before, and was weary of these Gothic retrievals, now that they'd run with the tide to Chelsea, Fulham, Putney, and Points West. The whole business had been heritaged, art-streamed, given a provisional blessing by lottery sponsors with a sharp eye for the way a good yarn can underwrite development. Tents on swamps, fairground rides rebranded as futurist architecture, and operated by airlines looking for a way to get out of hardware. What better than wingless modules attached to a bicycle wheel, a journey that never leaves the terminal? Great views, plenty of point-of-sale merchandising, minimal upkeep. We were back all unknowingly to those 2 quid flights around the bay, a glimpse of the pier, a quick chuck in the brown bag, and home for tea. Norton blamed himself. He couldn't keep stum, didn't know when to leave well alone. He had to worry at, tease out, secrets that were better left untold, vanishing caretakers, patterns of malign energy that linked 18th-century churches, labyrinths, temples, plague pits. Now they were far too loudly on the map, or trashed by attention. All he ever wanted was to write himself out, to fade into the masonry, become one of the revenants someone else would track. But there wasn't enough of him to interest even the most desperate bounty hunter. Biography? The guy had never done anything, been anywhere, said anything memorable. He was a material ghost, an addict of the city, not of smack or booze, women or whips. He couldn't even offer family interest, a monster father or a mum who put it about. Men were buried with their weapons, women with mirrors, polished copper ovals like ping-pong bats with a touch of mange. Super examples in the museum at Heraklion, Katie gushed. Been to Crete lately? I had a kebab once, Norton replied. Didn't care for it. Like gnawing your way through a mummified arm. It's just that I was thinking of, the famous Phaistos disc. The patterns of dust in Rodinsky's mirror, silvered flakes, where the backing is chipped away, seem to make up, if you want to see it, a sort of serpentine path, with mysterious figures or letters from an alphabet nobody has cracked. I've cracked it, Norton thought. I know what I am, a set of Scottish teeth. That is to say, an absence that nags, phantom pains, aching gums to remind you that something was once there. It was like sex. He'd been dreaming lately of pleasures he hadn't experienced in 30 years. The taste of good food, being able to bite back in a friendly domestic tussle. He relished nightmares involving an underground bunker, passages opening from passages, an earthy chill, and how, as his flickering candle failed, spilling hot wax on his trembling hand, he located the magic box, arm at full stretch, in a spidery aperture. Opening it, his fingers traced the solid tines of a Celtic comb, king brooch or miniature diadem. Before the light failed, leaving him disorientated, prematurely incarcerated in a vacant tomb, he saw what he'd found. Some hermit's upper set, a denture put aside against the lucky day when meat would be back on the menu. "Why I suggested the cock for our meeting," said Katy, discreetly sliding an envelope across the wreckage of the table, "was that the market porters drink here when they've finished their shift. What with the new Euro regulations and all the silly fuss about beef on the bone, Smithfield's a shrunken operation. Clean as a whistle, no blood in the sawdust, no trolleys of cows' heads." "Talking of which," Norton suggested, "they do a very nice bubble and squeak, if you could go another round. And a Guinness to wash it down?" "Look over there, but discreetly," she whispered, as Norton, feigning interest, was up on his toes. "The two old boys in that booth, know who they are? Last of the Bummeries. They still haul fantastic weights. Some of those carts weigh 500 pounds, empty. George is nearly 70 years old, ex-boxer, friend of all the villains, but he's sweet as pie. Keeps going, so they say, on alcohol." Norton expected creatures from the lower depths, not unlike himself, but in greasy leather aprons, and discovered instead two elderly gentlemen in business suits and wing collars being served with enormous tact and deference by the governor. 2 or 3 bone-helmet lads, with tattoos and prominent veins, stood back from the table, showing off their Cross of St. George T-shirts, as if auditioning for entry to a Templar lodge. "It's what they call their parliament. They meet here every morning after they've punched their cards," Katy said. "The Bummeries, a few of the security chaps, ex-military police, and skinhead foot soldiers from Dagenham, B&P, putting the world to rights. Old George is married to a tax lawyer, has a flat in their Barbican." "Moseley was a prince," George was telling them. "Toffs don't move like the rest of us. Brought up with horses, born in the saddle, so to speak, and dancing lessons." "Buggered rigid in all them schools," his friend chipped in, approvingly. "Discipline, top drawer personal hygiene. You've seen the films of Cable Street, Ned, rank and file like a load of bleeding ants, rushing and jerky, with old Nick still as a statue. Hand on hip. He always put me in mind of Robert Donat or Cary Grant, white tie and tails, stuck with the Keystone Cops." Katy led Norton over to George's table. This Parliament, the hack thought, isn't much different from the one in Westminster. They all talk as if they've got too much tongue in the mouth. They yawn and scratch like monkeys. The old boys, it's true, have better manners, less ego. They don't have to disguise their opinions, and they've put in a proper morning's graft before they let their prejudices out for an airing. "Please don't get up. No, really, George," Katy fluttered, laying a cool hand on the pin-striped sleeve. "We don't want to interrupt your meal. It's just that my friend is trying to get in touch with your friend, the one who works in the burial ground." "Who's she on about?" Ned wanted to know. Women weren't welcome on the wrong side of the bar unless plates needed shifting or an ashtray was beginning to spill. "You know, the lovely old chap who hurt his back and had to find a less demanding occupation? I don't know how you pull those weights. Carts are so unstable on cobbles and slippery floors. You're both so frightfully fit." "Bent less," Ned shouted. "The bint means bent less. He's only gone and got himself webbed up with a Jew boy. Who's it? Marks? Spencer? Lou-grade?" "Sorry, miss," George said. "We've lost touch with Leslie since he transferred east. I believe he's found employment taking care of the tomb of one of them banking families. Usurers, money-grubbing scum, but they take care of their own. Respect for the dead. And beautifully polished shoes." "Could you tell us which burial ground?" "It's a foreign country down there now, miss. I couldn't say. Try Brady Street. There was a few nice little boozers round that way before they sent the twins down." "Thanks so much," Katy said. "So helpful." And she signalled the governor to bring another round. The Parliament went back to giving the single European currency, regulations governing the transportation of livestock, a bit of a going-over. Restored to their table, Katy showed her delight by squeezing Norton's hand. He caught a nostalgic whiff of coconut butter. It seemed that Katy's hunch was confirmed. The whispers that her researcher, a man called Caporal, was trying to punt. Bent less, the supposed keeper of Rodinsky's mirror, was hiding out in a Jewish burial ground, just off the Whitechapel Road, within a stone's throw of the Royal London Hospital. You'd catch a great view of the stone slabs lined up on an east-west orientation, and hidden among scraggy trees, as they choppered you in after a major road accident. Norton, in his wanderings, had often paused near the new Sainsbury's to watch the latest Glasgow wet brain being elbowed by security guards. Despite the Dalgleish impenetrable curses and the waving arms, these demented jocks never spilled a drop of their industrial-strength tenants. Then there was the noise. You didn't see the red helicopters making for the hospital roof. You saw trees sway, windows rattle in the flats. The uncut grass of the burial ground, behind walls glimpsed through a locked gate, was woven into crop circles. Weed trees, sycamore and London plane, lost bark, felt their root anchors give. As if the day of judgment had come early, the Whitechapel apocalypse, when the parched ground gives up its dead. Have to fly, late for my appointment at the clinic. Norton had drifted off on his East London heritage trail, decommissioned synagogues, chirpy Marxist disputing the pavement, old Jack conducting his experiment in social engineering, a premature national health gynecologist. The word clinic brought him up shop. He wasn't a fastidious man, but he broke off his attempt to spear Kitty's leftover rind. Anything serious? I'm pregnant. Both of us, absolutely chuffed. Due on Midsummer's Day. My first. Useless at noticing these things or knowing what to say, Norton chewed his fingers. He'd read some stuff about the transit of Venus, a shift in the cosmological gears that was having a devastating effect. Women, in Norton's experience, conceived to ward off bad karma. One of his wives hadn't been able to go within 5 miles of Glastonbury without getting knocked up. An evil place, she'd mutter, as he embarked on his circumnavigation of the Tor. She couldn't read John Cooper Powys without breaking out in hives. I'm not pregnant, she would reply to impertinent questions. I'm having a baby. Go down there. See if you can persuade this man, Leslie, to show you the mirror. Keep it under 2,000 words. We're not the LRB. No digressions, nothing heavy. Bit of a mystery, blah, blah, blah. Like opening a pharaonic tomb or the palace of King Midas. Facilitate him if you have to, and we'll arrange to send a photographer. That's important. The story has to be picture-led. On the street, abandoned, left to a fractured narrative of self, Norton searched out potential parentheses. He was being paid in millennial increments. Grave robber, mirror, morbid frisson wasn't much to be going on with. He'd never been able to sculpt a page with dialogue. It came out like Pinter slumming. He couldn't work out where to leave those lovely white spaces the Sexton Blake gang exploited to polyfill their 30,000-word novellas. He got out of the sun and into a medieval church, strolled the crescent, the shady stone forest, as if he had a perfect right to the cloisters. He admired the stills from Shakespeare in Love, read verses dedicated to men whose lives were reduced to polished heads, roughed and chill in wall safes with a bit of text. Then he retraced his steps through laneways with perfect Elizabeth proportions, wine bars that serviced futures traders, victims who had signed up to the net, and consequently weren't there, not really. You saw them walking with things clamped to their heads like battery charges. Their lips never rested, driving, eating, lounging al fresco, chatting to their mates. They talked while they were talking, talked over themselves, contributed to the universal babble that formed a permanent electronic cloud over the city. Norton had been in bars and heard them yelp, "Where are you?" to someone sitting at the next table. And still they were happy to carry a spit-stick against the cheek, like an electric razor that chats back. The last time Katy had called him, caught him in his favorite grease calf, Norton thought she was on the job. She was panting so much he could barely hear what she had to say. It turned out she was running for a bus. Nothing in the slog through Clerkenwell, Shoreditch, Tower Hamlets took Norton's eye. If he'd had a camera, he would have left it in the bag. London was a book with no surprises. It knew itself too well. When self-consciousness turns into art, art into fashion, fashion into property, it's time to pull the plug. If that were an option. London, for Norton, was like life, unremittingly grim, until you considered the alternative. They were putting up a fresh poster outside a newsagent's shop on Bethnal Green Road. "Cherie, it's a boy." Didn't she know? For a week or more, Norton hung around McAuley House, ducking into their Bangladeshi mini-mart to buy a bottle of milk and a packet of brightly coloured dust that looked like broken biscuits and burnt a hole in his tongue. He'd been all round the Brady Street burial ground and hadn't found a way in. Most of the original doors had been bricked up. Norton didn't want to lurk in such a way that the CCTV cameras picked him up. He waited and he watched. A child, male, one of the dusky ones, a local, had a key. Either that or he knew how to pick a lock. Early every third day he would heft a clinking carrier bag leaning heavily against the bias of its weight into the burial ground. Norton positioned himself to track where the lad went when he passed through the gate. But that didn't help. He saw the blackened memorial slabs, the shell of a gatehouse, several grassy mounds, and an unnecessary profusion of trees. The place was half wilderness. It had been let go, sealed, willed towards erasure, as if someone wanted to wipe the slate, overdraw the memory bank. The stones here were mute. The sounds of the city ran around the perimeter wall, cracking bricks, but didn't penetrate the ash garden within. Norton refuted Bishop Berkeley. Here was a tree in the forest that fell unseen, and still experienced a profound existence, an otherness. The places, people, buildings that weren't there were the ones that affected Norton most. Chain the doors, cover hospitals with plastic sheeting, plant a crop of screening bushes, and the ghosts must sing. It was the bits you couldn't see, black holes in the map, unlisted bunkers and disregarded lives that made most noise. When an old 10 Street sign was chucked in the skip, Norton withered, felt the wind from the steps creep into his bones. The boy with the bag walked up to a black marble monument and vanished. Maybe it was the shock of finding one memorial in perfect nick, ready for inspection at any time. Norton stayed on watch until he reappeared, bag empty, rolled into a truncheon with which he swiped the heads from dandelions. Outside Tyler House, Masonic implications noted, Norton tried to suborn the lad. "Aye, baldy, fuck off, you pervert!" shouted a squad of his older mates, mob-handed but slender. They saw enough in Norton's eye, the way he ignored them, to appreciate that the designer vagrant was still capable of inflicting collateral damage. "Oi, wanker! Oi, oi, oi!" they taunted, moving off in search of better turf, reverting to the old language, bird-swift, choral, provoking laughter, neat as knives. For the price of a couple of dozen Pokemon figures from a machine outside the mini-mart, a deal was struck. Bad habits dying hard, the pedant Norton worried about the plural of Pokemon. Obviously, in his jellied brain computer, he was writing this as he went along, translating life into language. Pokemons? Pokemen. Or the one that sounds like an Afro-Caribbean menu. Poke-mon, poke and beans. Next time up, when the kid delivered his groceries to the man in the burial ground, the one who might be Bentless, Norton would shadow him, make his play. Norton was waiting outside McAuley House at dawn, looking at the lion, and it was worth the trouble. There was a plaque set into the wall above the bit that said, "Erected 1905, modernized 1980. The plaque had been dosed so heavily with emulsion that it was almost drowned, but you could still make out the Lion of St. Mark, the wreaths forming the inner rim of a mandala, a botched labyrinth. Jewish mysticism of some kind, Norton supposed. He owed a lot, more than he cared to admit, to Jewish patrons who emerged from time to time to underwrite some of his crazier projects, like publishing books. Through these relationships, practical wisdom that ran deep, he had defined himself, found out who he was, a void, a man without family, tribe, or allegiance, an outsider to outsiders. The kid plucked at his shirt-tails, rattled the keys. He moved fast, effortlessly, barely seeming to touch the ground. They were through the gate and locked inside this secret garden before Norton had time to register the drop in temperature, the coldness of his hands. The black marble tomb was a magnificent thing, belonging to various Rothensteins. Vessels of wrath, Norton punned. Someone had been busy with the weed-killer and the polish. What made his grandiloquent sepulchre stand out like a Rodin dropped amongst bits of coloured string and bean-bags in the Tate Modern was the unloved bleakness that surrounded it. Dead stones, half-eradicated histories, an angry form of black pollution, part crustose lichen, part soot, crept from the ground like a living shadow to swallow memory. "Come on, mate, hurry up, then," the kid called. Norton couldn't see him. He'd done his trick again and disappeared into thin air. Norton tapped the Rothenstein tomb till his knuckles bled, solid as an investment portfolio. He was glad that, in respect, he'd covered his head by cutting the peak from a baseball cap. He felt exposed, watched. He'd been turfed out of graveyards too many times, asked what he wanted, who he was looking for, if he knew where he was. The difficult ones. There were glass snails on the stone slabs, eyes without pupils, oval shapes you might find in Italy or Greece with photographs of the officially dead. Such things, Norton reckoned, didn't belong in a Jewish burial ground. He was niggling at this anomaly when a hand tugged his trouser cuff. The kid was in a hole in the ground. Les had done the crypt out quite nicely. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew he was there. Money was paid to an associate by an unknown intermediary for the upkeep of a single tomb. Les was bareheaded, silvery pale, with a black mouth, like a burnt-out light bulb. He was shifty, rocking his shoulders in a constant sparring action, dry-popping his lips. He'd got a mattress, a table, a couple of chairs, a paraffin lamp, and a battery-driven TV set that flickered and faded as a constant irritant in the shadowy depths of the chamber. There was also a cat, an albino that looked as if it had never seen the light of day. "My brother," Les said, "was in the demolition. Had first call on every fucking church in the East End. He'd done Princelet Street. Fetched out this mirror. Old, he reckoned. What you call it, Gregorian, Georgian? The business, John. I told him to run it up Camden Passage of a Wednesday." Down here, under Whitechapel, under poignant earth, Norton was in no hurry. The kid left his carrier-bag and skipped. Norton had waited through 60 lifetimes to broach this dark reservoir of time. He wasn't going to jeopardize the possibility of shifting dimensions, accessing a parallel world, by arguing the toss with a pensioned member of Mosley's legions. He let Les drag out cases of gas masks, bundles of newspapers, boots with brown labels, ceremonial robes. The longer this went on, the more time would coalesce overhead. There might at last be a way out of his fix, a way of quitting London definitively, without taking another step. The crypt, Norton imagined, ran into other crypts, other passageways. His dream of the dripping candle and the treasure hidden in an alcove began to seem prophetic. A bad sign. Rustling the cash money from Kitty Harwood's envelope under Les' nose was like belling one of Pavlov's dogs. Les was keen to be shot of this inopportune intruder, keen to return to silence and the oracle of the TV monitor. So old it played programs that had decayed before they could be repeated. "I want her in the hand. Give me a receipt and I'll take it away," Norton grunted. And muttering, Les shuffled off into the darkness, the inner sanctum, where he scratched about, searching for a pen. Picking up the mirror, the terrible thing that once hung on the wall of the Hermit Rodinsky's attic, Norton lost his breath. There wasn't, as promised, a room frozen in time, but a face. Vague, dolorous, tragic, shaped from pain, hair gone, mouth creased, toothless, with sunken cheeks. Norton. He was staring at himself. His first emotion was relief. He balanced the mirror against a stack of books and stepped back like a connoisseur. The face stayed where it was. An X-ray of the Turin shroud, a flash of white heat, a negative. That made sense. Fear projected into the silver surface like elective alchemy. This wasn't Norton. This was the back of the mirror, sacking in wood with the vague imprint of a man who had turned the mirror long ago to face the wall. You could scam Norton once, scam him again as often as you liked if you were female, but this contract smelt iffy. With Les still cursing and stumbling, Norton pulled back the oilcloth and looked under the table. A dozen mirrors. Wrecker's plunder, picked up for a couple of bob in Club Row. Naughty Les was pulling a flanker, raising funds for the party and the bummeries, an irony they would appreciate as they gummed a hunk of bull. An immigrant myth was being exploited to fund stiffer immigration laws, alien expulsions, detention camps. Les was punting his final solution to the Princelet Street mystery wholesale. Very neat. Norton called Les out to congratulate him before he smashed his ribs. But Les was gone. The TV had stuck on mob footage, face after face, accusing Norton, screaming their approval in a silent paroxysm of hero worship. He was alone. He sat at Les's table. He thought he heard the cat once, then nothing for hours. Days. He reversed the mirror. And there was a room. Like this. Exactly like this. Mattress, table, lamp. With one minor difference. No Norton. An empty room, with darkening shadows. A mortality Polaroid quietly transmuting into oil. Darkness that lapped around his ankles, threatening to rise. Some time later, when Norton realized and accepted that he would never leave this place, he brought out the other mirrors. Each one contained a different room, a crypt. Unfurnished chambers with slabs for beds, frames of film from a bureaucratic catalogue, a monumental library of the dead. Beneath London was an untenanted necropolis, while up above pale sunlight glinted on the glass snails, those small oval frames that had attached themselves with sticky secretions to the gravestones. In each frame now was a face, one of the sleepers from limbo, involuntary zombies, one of those who had to know how the story turned out. Mick Garris, Forever Gramma. Award-winning filmmaker Mick Garris began writing fiction at the age of 12. By the time he was in high school, he was writing music and film journalism for various local and national publications. His first movie business job was as a receptionist for George Lucas' Star Wars Corporation, where he worked his way up to running the remote-controlled R2-D2 robot at personal appearances, including that year's Academy Award ceremony. After working in film publicity at Avco Embassy and Universal Pictures, Steven Spielberg hired him as story editor on the Amazing Stories series for NBC TV, where he wrote or co-wrote 10 of the 44 episodes. Since then, he has written or co-authored several feature films, Batteries Not Included, The Fly 2, Hocus Pocus, Critters 2, and teleplays, Quicksilver Highway, Virtual Obsession, The Others, as well as directing and producing for cable TV, Showtime's Psycho 4, The Beginning, features, Critters 2, Sleepwalkers, television films, Quicksilver Highway, Virtual Obsession, series pilot, The Others, and network miniseries, The Stand, The Shining. His latest film is the 4-hour miniseries based on author Steve Martini's novel, The Judge. The recent collection, A Life in the Cinema, is his first book, although he has had stories published in several magazines and anthologies, including Dark Terrace 5, Hot Blood, Silver Scream, Splatterpunks, Midnight Graffiti, and Carpe Noctem. Forever Gramma was the story that almost wasn't, Garris reveals. After my story, A Life in the Cinema, was published in David J. Shaw's anthology Silver Scream, John Skipp and Craig Spector asked me to contribute a story to the follow-up volume to their Book of the Dead, stories that take place in the world of George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. Well, when Skipp and Spector rejected the story, my confidence in it was diminished, to say the least. So diminished, in fact, that I came very close to not including it in my first book. However, the collection was a bit underweight without the story, so I decided to add it for the calories. Imagine my surprise when it was cited as a favorite story in several reviews, which may say more about the other stories than this one, and included in this very volume you hold in your hands. I guess Gramma lives, after all. Folks think that what I saw happen to Gramma when she died when I was little might mess me up for the rest of my life, but I'm almost a teenager now, and that's a long time since I was 9, and I'm okay. Nobody ever believed me, of course, because I was just a little kid, except for one guy, and he ain't telling nobody nothing, at least so far as I know about it. So I just stopped telling it. I mean, what's the point of telling if everybody thinks you're a liar? I ain't no liar, no matter what you hear. Anyhow, they always get all het up about the gooshy dead and dying stuff. If they knew about the sex, they'd right have a hissy. It takes a while for word to get to Juniper Hill, and that suits the folks around here just fine. There ain't many of us in the first place, and they like that, too. Juniper Hill is mostly a bunch of houses the folks made for themselves, or their great-grandfolks did anyway, and kind of handed them down to their kids, and to their kids, and like that. I guess I like it being so pretty and natural and all, and there ain't even a church or nothing, except for the Baptists, so I like that. But I sure wish we had the cable. Old Mr. Mr. Cooperman, down to the general stores, got one of them satellite things, but it got knocked down in the big storm when I was really little, so we ain't got no TV at all. He keeps meaning to fix it up, but for close to 5 years now it's just been playing pigeon pond. When I think about Gramma, I don't think about the gooshy stuff, anyway. I think about peach cobbler. Mom and Dad got their own memories about her, but to me, and I bet to most people who knew her, it's that thick glass deep dish with juicy yellow peach parts with the heat bubbles you can see coming up through the sweet crumbly stuff on the top. When Gramma was making cobbler, you could smell it far as the eye can see. Once I even smelled it from in the underground fort, all the way out in the field, and I came running. I love my mom and dad, but they got their problems, like most folks, and they get to fighting. There's a lot of what they call cabin fever on the hill, especially when it's snowing, and folks kind of get their backs up, and you really can't blame them. Being cooped up kind of gets you antsy, particularly if you ain't got moving pictures or the TV or even a library to keep your mind off it. Dad kind of takes any excuse to make the 30-mile trip to the post office to check the mail, even though all that's ever in there are coupons for stuff you can't even get at the cootie man's. Gramma's the only person, male or female, that I never seen get cranky. She's just like the Gramma they got in that Dick and Jane book, with them appley cheeks, kind of plump and old-fashioned like, with salt and pepper hair pulled back in what you call a bun, and always in her flour-dusty apron. When you see a picture of her grandmother, that's my Gramma. I think she looks that way on purpose. Anyway, she's always got something cooking, or she did, and was always smiling and happy and seeing the silver lining in every cloud, and looking for the silk purse in every sow's ear. Everybody liked Gramma, but I think Guy was her special favorite. She always had something special for me around the house, like warm chocolate chip cookies and a bottle of Dr. Pepper, or a not-too-old issue of the X-Men that she got from some mysterious place. And she never told me that comic books would rot my mind. When Mom would bitch at me, Gramma would just tell her, "At least he's reading," and give me a twinkly old Santa Claus wink, kind of like we were spies on the same side. Gramma didn't shop at the cootie man's too much, because she had a pretty good garden of her own. She had all them fruit trees and vines and vegetables, and she didn't mind the neighbors picking them if they wanted to just help themselves. And that drove the old cootie crazy. She said store-bought stuff was all full of chemicals, and she liked her food the way God grew it. So the only time she went to the cootie man's store was for them police magazines she liked so much. It's kind of funny how an old lady could get so much pleasure reading about silk-stocking murders and shotgun killings and stuff. But that was Gramma. But what kind of cracked me up about the cootie was that he had this big crush on Gramma. He was an old guy, but, as he told Gramma, not a stranger to romance. So she called him Stranger, but always with a little twinkle in her eye so she didn't hurt his feelings. So here's this old guy who's just crazy about this old lady, and she never buys his groceries, and only goes into a store once a month. Not long before she died, whenever them magazines come in, he'd close up the store and come out himself, all personal-like, and bring them to her. Everybody on the hill knew the cootie had a crush on my Gramma, and they all thought it was real cute. It just cracked me up, because he was this crabby old guy, always yelling at you if you wanted to see if you'd already read one of the dusty old books on his rack, and grouching if you didn't have the right change or nothing. He was just a lonely, unhappy old guy who took it out on kids, because the grown-ups wouldn't take any of his guff. But when he was within spitting distance of Gramma, he turned into Mr. Google, all sweet and nervous and fumbly, with a bobbing Adam's apple and a voice that cracked more than the Pemberton's teenage son Mackie, who's got the Down syndrome, which means he's retarded. When Gramma died, I cried a whole lot, but remember, I was just a little kid back then. Even still, I still felt embarrassed to soak my pillow. I didn't know how hard it hurt to love somebody and lose them. It was kind of like there was a piece of her in me, and some crazy doctor came in and took a slice of Gramma off of me without any of that anesthetic stuff. It may have been my heart that was hurting, but my whole body felt the pain. Nobody'd ever died on the hill since I was born, and I didn't know much about the system. Did you know that when you die, they take out your blood and your guts and all your insides and sew you up and pump you full of stuff called formaldehyde before they buried you? It's true. Well, you might guess that they don't have no mortuaries in a place as little as Juniper Hill to do that gruesome stuff. So they was just about to make arrangements to send her off to Steepleton before the cootie raised his hand to volunteer. Back when he was a young man, which I don't believe was ever, seems he was an animal doctor. Fact is, when Grandpa died, and this was before I was even born, the cootie was the guy who got him ready for the big sleep. It turns out that most of the folks that passed away on the hill in the last 20 years or so got put to rest at the hands of the cootie. So somehow it seemed natural that if he took care of Grandpa, he should take care of his widow, too. So he did, even though I hated the idea of his hands on and inside my Grandma. But they didn't consult me on this matter, so the dirty deed was done. It made me sick to my stomach. Not a good sick, like too much of Grandma's bread pudding, but an ugly kind of sick, devil's sick, like something mean and ugly's tugging at your innards. They had the funeral at Grandma's house. The Baptists said we could have it their place, but Grandma always said if she had a drop of Baptist blood in her veins, she'd cut her wrists and let it all run out. I know that don't sound like the sweet old granny I've been telling you about, but that's what she said anyway. Everybody on the hill showed up, and even some folks from Steepleton. It was a grand affair, and I think it was so crowded not only because everybody loved Grandma so much, but also because there was nothing much to do around here anyhow. Everybody made one heck of a hissy, and there was lots of big love words and tear-wet shirts and dresses. Even my daddy cried, and that kind of scared me because I never saw him do that before. Once, when he was chopping wood, I seen the head come flying off the hatchet and stick with a bone chop plunk into the cradle of his arm, and all it made him do was yell a bunch of F-words and their cousins. He even watched the doctor in town sew it up so's you couldn't see the raw meat inside no more, and his eyes never ever even got watery. I try not to let nobody ever see it, but there's something wrong with my eye plumbing, 'cause it's real easy to get the river to flow. Sometimes just stubbing my toe will set them to stinging, and they'll get all wet and shiny. And I'll act like it's my allergy or something, but it ain't. One time, I remember just seeing a hawk way up there in the top of the old spruce feeding her baby hawks, and the sky was so blue it was almost purple, and the clouds were like cotton balls, and it was all so darn pretty that it started again. I feel like a baby when it happens, but there ain't nothing I can do about it. The Lord just built me a little off-kilter. It don't make me queer or nothing, just a little wet-eyed sometimes. Some folks is like that. So I hated that old funeral. There was people everywhere, and Grandma looking like a wax dummy in a wood box, and it didn't even look like her. But they was baking Grandma's recipes for all the folks, and I guess that's what really did me in. I smelled that peach cobbler, and it just made my belly do jumping jacks. I felt all yucky and queasy, and my eyes just started running. No way I was going to eat no imitation cobbler some old lady thought she could make like Grandma. She could copy the spices and the recipe, but nobody could put in that little pinch of Grandma. I pretended to start sneezing, even though lots of other folks, mostly the ladies, was bawling their hearts out. I just wandered outside and sat under a tree by myself. There was a big crowd up by the casket, and I watched them through the doorway. Like I said, everybody loved Grandma, and they all wanted to pay their respects. I don't think it was so respectful to be eating at her funeral and trying to copycat Grandma's food, but adults got different ideas from kids, and they run stuff, so I just sat and missed her. It was kind of creepy how they all kept walking up and saying how natural she looked. It seemed kind of ghoulish to me, all of them talking about her corpse like it was some kind of pretty new wallpaper or something. And the cootie man was there, soaking it all up like he was the Leonardo da Vinci of dead folks. They was telling him what a genius he was, and ain't it awful how the Lord called her home, and he was just all puffed up and not looking sad for real at all. When everybody else was jawing over the cookies and coffee, I saw the cootie man look real close at Grandma, kind of a gooey romance movie kind of look, and then he stroked her face real gentle with the back of his hand. Then he leaned down, and I couldn't really tell for sure from my place outside. He either whispered some private secret to her,
or kissed her on the ear. Either way, it gave me the willies, and if she was alive, she'd have smacked him a good one right across the face. He turned around real sneaky-like to make sure that no one was looking, and he saw me looking back at him, and turned the color of his bow tie bright, ugly red with pink spots. I looked away, wanting to throw up. I didn't want to feel such a, intimate moment with that old crabapple. But it was too late. I glanced back, and his eyes were burning holes in my head, and we was both embarrassed. Then he brushed at her face like there was a smudge or something, and that he was doing business, not swiping a kiss off my dead grandmother. But he didn't fool me. I hated him, and I bet he felt the same about me. Gramma always wanted to be buried out under God's eye, so everybody got together to make the trip out to the meadow where they buried Grandpa. Mr. Cooperman had a van because of the store, so he loaded the casket inside and took off to meet everybody at the field for the burial. We all waited a long time before he finally showed up. He said he had to get gas, and so everybody else had been waiting there, wiping their shoes on their pant legs and talking about what a perfect day it was and how happy Grandma would be about it. I hated how they talked about how Grandma used to be. She still lived in my heart. I was just talking with her a few days before, and she told me a joke and gave me a pepper free. And to all these people she was like Abraham Lincoln and Marilyn Monroe and John F. Kennedy and all them other dead history people. Grown-ups got weird ways to handle their problems. They push them away and put them in a box with something like their problems, but not exactly the same, and not painful, so that what hurts them don't hurt them no more. If you know what I mean, and I bet you don't. Well, that was the longest day of my life, even up to now, and I was glad when it got dark and I didn't have to look at the masks everybody wore on their faces. It took me a long time to get to sleep that night, I remember, because I kept thinking of Gramma, and the cootie kissing her gave me a real nervous headache. It was a long time later that the creepy stuff started happening. It must have been the end of summer, maybe a month or two after the funeral, because I remember it was a real hot, dry day, and the evening was still kind of what Grandma would have called sultry. Mom and Dad just declared war for the 8th time that week, and I was just outside walking and hiding my leaking eyes. My chest was hurting, but I knew little kids didn't have heart attacks, so I wasn't going to die. But my heart sure did give me pain. I just wanted to get lost. But that was easier said than done on the hill. I spent my life roaming the area, mostly because there wasn't nothing else to do. I'd been out for hours and never even had my dinner. My stomach was howling like a coyote, but I didn't pay it no mind. I started thinking of Gramma and just plain missing her. I never knew how close we were until she died, and now she just left a big chunk out of me. That old lady took up a lot of space in my heart. And now that Mom and Dad were at it again, I had no place to take it but the woods. I thought about the way she sang to me when I was a baby, and those big red cheeks and the little veins on her nose and the dark blue dresses with white polka dots, and stopped and sat under the tree, my heart weighing 1,000,000 tons. All of a sudden I knew why I started thinking about Gramma. More than the missing her, and my folks fighting. My nostrils started doing a dance. Gramma's peach cobbler was in the air. I kind of shook off the jacket of walk-around I was wearing and found myself on the dirt road that circles the old cootie's place. I never would have come there on my own, but somehow some secret autopilot in my brain hooked into the cobbler scent and brought me here. There was no mistaking it. There was a pinch of nutmeg, and just a whiff of ripeness that Gramma waited for to make her cobbler the juiciest. Nobody made cobbler like Gramma, even when they tried to, like at the funeral. But I smelled Gramma's cobbler now, and it was coming out of the cootie's window, and that just didn't seem right. Well, I ain't no peeping Tommy, but I hiked up onto my tippy-toes and Indian walked quiet as I could through the crackly leaves and up to the window. The scent of the cobbler was so strong now you could almost see it hang in that summer air. Now, I never been inside the cooties before, and I didn't right know what to expect. I couldn't see a whole lot because the windows were real crusty, old man bachelor dirty, and there were some girly-looking lace curtains hanging kind of half-assed in the way. The whole place just seemed kind of dark and messy, a lot cruddier than my room at its very worst.
There was junk all around that I couldn't really see, and a stuffed duck-billed platypus on the mantel by the stove. The cootie was even creepier at home than in his store, and I guess he was some kind of animal lover, because the platypus wasn't the only stuffed animal I saw there. There was a pile of old-fashioned teddy bears lying all over the floor, and over by the front door, I swear to God, there was a big stuffed black bear, full-sized, standing up and posing like he was a ballet dancer. If it weren't so goosebumpy, it might have been funny. Now that I'm remembering, it seems like I saw more than I thought I did at the time, because of the windows and the curtain. But the main thing I remember was seeing Mr. Cooperman himself sitting at the table, a big old poop-eating grin on his face, eating a dish of what looked to me like Gramma's cobbler. He didn't have a shirt on, and he was all red and pink-dotty in the face, all sweaty like he'd been cutting wood or something. He might have been naked. I couldn't see past the table, and didn't want to. It was bad enough seeing that he had titties, almost like a lady. It was disgusting. Anyhow, he was just talking and laughing and acting all happy and weird. I couldn't see if there was anybody else there that he was talking to, or if he was just crazy and talking to his own self. I suspected the latter. Well, by now, as you might guess, I was getting mighty creeped out. I couldn't see nothing more, so I just kind of hauled ass. Even home seemed better than Mr. Cooperman's nut house at that point, so I ran home and climbed in the bedroom window so as I wouldn't have to interrupt the parental argument that was still happening in the front room. Well, the old creep that I tried to steer real clear of was now becoming a center of intrigue. I just kind of lay in my bed, turning it over in my head, wondering what any of this meant. The cootie ain't no cook, that much was sure, and that cobbler was Gramma's, no doubt about it. Maybe he had some in the freezer and popped it in the microwave. I doubted that Gramma would have encouraged him by baking him cobbler. That was her special dish, and she just didn't give out her special dish to cooties, at least not to my knowledge. But the thing that kept sticking in my mind like a ghost story was his face, all blotchy and purple and sweaty, with a big cobbler-choked smile, and his hair all oily and mussed up, and them big man titties shaking when he laughed. Yuck! I knew I had to go back to the cooties, and the next time I did, I was as sorry as much as I was glad, maybe sorrier. It got real cold real fast. I thought it was going to be sultry like that other night, so I didn't wear a jacket. It turned real cold after dark, and I was shivering when I got there. It looked like nobody was home at first, and I remember saying a dirty word or two to myself. But the van was in the driveway, so even though there weren't any lights on that I could see, it was obvious that he must be home. Where else could he be on Juniper Hill? I stalked the place, real sneaky-like, and went back to the same window I stood at a few nights before. Nothing. Just moonlight making scary shadows on the stuffed animals. But everything was real still, not even a breeze to lift the dying leaves off their branches. It felt like a ghost town. A cold ghost town. There was really nothing much to see, though it looked creepier in the dark than it did the other night, so I started to make a circle around the place. It was real secluded there, just a bunch of grandfather trees and a wagon wheel fence around the house, and that was no big deal to step over. He didn't have no living animals, which seemed kind of weird for a guy who used to be an animal doctor. But what about the cootie wasn't weird? But it got weirder just the same. The next window I came to was the bathroom. I guess when you don't live next to nobody, they don't put that ripply-knobbly glass in so folks can't see you pooping. The cootie just had plain old glass there, and I could see right inside. I couldn't see nothing happening in there, and it was so cold I was getting ready to go home without a story until I saw the yellow light. Way down at the far end of the hall, there was just a flicker, a little sunburst of firelight coming from under the door. He was home, after all. I finished the circle around the house and ended up at the bedroom window. Even before I got there, I could see the light peeking out into the night through the crusty window. I sneaked over there, stretched up on my toes, and played spy versus spy. My eyes had to adjust because the moon was real full and bright that night. All I could see at first was silhouettes, because the fireplace was at the other side of the room, with a big, hot fire crackling. I saw it all through the lace curtain, which ticked me off, and my breath in the cold night air kept fogging up the glass. At first it was just shapes kind of squiggling on the bed, but before long I could kind of bring it all into focus. It's kind of hard for me to make my brain remember this stuff, because it really don't want to. But I think I'm going to feel a whole lot better if I get it all out, every bit of it, because not a whole lot of it made sense to me. The stomach ache that always comes with the memory always goes away anyhow. The first thing was seeing that old Mr. Cooperman was lying naked on his belly on top of the bed. That was almost enough to set my gorge to rise, and once again I almost turned around and headed home. He was kind of moving and humping, sort of like doing the bottom-ups, but not in the bathtub. It was like he was trying to drill into the bed with his middle section. It was kind of half disgusting and half fascinating and educational, watching them two big white moons of his butt moving up and down, clenching and jiggling like jello molds with a muscle inside. He was all hot and bothered, and because I was just a little kid then, I didn't know what the heck was going on. I just thought he was rubbing his tummy on a pile of pillows like some weird grown-up hobby or something. But you probably guessed that he was sexing. Well, it weren't pillows he was sexing with, and this is the hard part. He was grunting and puffing like the 9:15 through Steepleton before he rolled over and fell onto his back. He had that same purple, sweaty smile on his face I told you about when he was eating that cobbler, and that's the first thing I noticed. That and his little wet and gummy pecker hiding under his big fat belly. But my brain made my eyes move across the bed to the white puffy pile that he rolled off of. It took a while for me to make it out through the grime and the curtains. But that was a body he was humping. He had himself a woman, and I'd never seen a naked woman before, so I looked. She wasn't moving, it seemed like, and certainly not heaving and out of breath like Mr. Cooperman. She had a big old tummy, kind of stretched tight-looking like a water balloon, and real yellow, though that could have been from the firelight. And then I saw my first naked boobies, leastwise the first one since when I was a nursing baby, but I don't remember them. These was real big and kind of saggy, and fell onto the bed on both sides of her as she lay on her back, with big, long, stretchy creases on them. They just kind of hung there and settled into bowls of titty under her arms. She had long hair down around her shoulders, salt and pepper gray, just like Gramma's, except not in a bun, and candy apple cheeks, just like Gramma's. My soul got caught in my throat, and I felt my body scream like a little girl. Old Mr. Cooperman was sexing with my dead grandmother. I could see juices running out between her chubby thighs, making her gray hair down there get all sticky and shiny in the firelight, and I thought she was peeing in her sleep, like little kids sometimes do. But somehow I knew, even at age 9, that he had been poking his wiener in there, and he got his wet in her. And then that old horse-crap pig that invaded my grandma looked up at the window right into my eyes, and I saw the fear of God move in. Well, the thing inside me that set me to screaming took hold of me and threw me on the ground and wouldn't let me move. I suddenly felt the cold get 1,000,000 times colder, and I finally started to shiver so hard it wouldn't stop. My body was shaking, and my eyes were running, and my mouth just wouldn't stay shut. I know I screamed some more, and couldn't stop screaming. The old cootie came running out of the house, buck naked in the night, his baggy old skin turning into baggy old goose-flesh, and he picked me up by the scruff of the neck and shook me real hard to try to shut me up. It was like he had to tell me excuses, make me think he was a good guy instead of a creepy old pig that fouled my grandma. He was yelling at me, but scared-like, not mad, but I was too messed up back then to understand what he was saying. "I brought her back," he kept yelling, like it made any difference to me. "It was the seed, the seed." Well, a 9-year-old kid don't know dick about no seed, I'm here to tell you, but he went on about how potent his seed was, and the power of the reproductive organ, and how much his love for my grandma brought her back to life. I couldn't look at him. My eyes just dropped and fixated on his shriveled-up little pee-pee, all sticky and matted and ugly. I didn't want to see it, but it was right in my face. The cootie tried to pull me up, but I just yanked away. I didn't want the son of a bitch to touch me. He smelled all sour and filthy, and I just wanted to upchuck all over him in his darned house. And he just kept trying to explain to me. I didn't want to hear it. I know now that he was even crazier than I thought with all his talk about his seed, but to a little kid he was just a big, weird, scary grown-up. He looked like a big old bald-headed polar bear out in the moonlight, and without his glasses his face looked all beady and dim-witted. The goosebumps made him look like a plucked turkey from some angles, and my brain must have thought it was real funny-looking because it made my mouth start to laugh and wouldn't let it stop. My body was still shaking from the cold, and my breath was steam. There was tears running like rivers down my face, and he's trying to tell me his side of the story. Finally I got myself together enough to pull away from his fat guy hands that couldn't get a tight grip anyway, and turned and ran. Right into Gramma! It right scared the cider out of me. My dead grandmother was standing in my way, naked as a newborn, her boobies swinging side to side, her eyes staring holes through me. I waited for her to say something, or do something, or help in some way, but she just stood there, her mouth falling open and a long string of saliva dribbling out across her lip. Her eyes were kind of half-masked, somehow stupid, and it looked to me like there was nobody home. Her body was all swollen up, ripe, looking like a melon, but dry as summer dirt. It's funny how even though I knew right away that it was Gramma's body, it only seemed just barely related to her with her spark extinguished. She was D-E-double-D dead, without any doubt, and she smelled real bad, and I knew where the cootie had gotten sour. She smelled like something the dog dug up, and in a way I guess she was. The look on her face told me she didn't know much of what was going on, but as she watched me, I saw something flicker in her head, and her jaw started to rock from side to side. Her lips, all dried up in a road map of wrinkles, were working, moving. She was trying to talk. Her words were as dusty and corroded as she was, and it took a while for me to figure them out. It was more the rhythm I recognized than the actual words. It was a familiar sing-song refrain I'd heard many times at her house. All I've got is diet. Not all of Gramma's lights were out, but they sure had gotten dim. She stared at me from under leaded lids, but there was no connection. This wasn't the way I wanted to remember Gramma. I blinked, and the tears blurred her, and for just a flash I saw her at the oven, dusted with flour, a polka-dot apron with peach juice on it, carving me out a big hunk of cobbler. But old Mr. Cooperman's voice brought me back home. His voice was real high and girly now, and it was like some kind of monster was talking to him. "She's still with us, boy, don't you see? Stay here, she'll make cobbler. Won't you, Emily?" I felt like I was going crazy with him, standing between these bulging, naked old bodies, one sweaty and drooping, the other dry and swollen, rotting. I tried to run, and Gramma turned to look at me in an empty, vacant barn stare. I ran into a tree, and it was like somebody took a flash picture in my face. I fell again, and Gramma was coming after me, like maybe to put a Band-Aid on the boo-boo. The cootie freaked and grabbed at her, afraid she was leaving him. His hand caught onto her titty, and it just kind of burst with a little pop and slid off her body into his hand. I saw a bunch of little worms and crawly stuff wiggling out of the hole on her chest, and in the flesh soup in his hand. My head hurt, and the ground started to tilt and spin, and I could hear laughing from far away, kind of like from people who lived here a long time ago in history. I was real dizzy, and I saw Mr. Cooperman start to cry. Naked Gramma turned to face him, cocking her head from side to side like a curious puppy as she stared at him. The cootie called out her name real soft and romantic-like, and reached for her hand. She took his hand in both of hers, and brought it up next to her lips, just staring at it for the longest time before sticking it into her mouth. The cootie was smiling until the bite, which I could hear real loud from the garden. Her dentures crushed the bones in two of his fingers, and she sucked on them, ignoring his screams. I think she was eating the marrow out of them. Then she pulled away, and I saw the skin from his fingers in her mouth stretch like rubber bands and snap with a final tug. Blood was spurting from his finger holes, and she looked like she was wearing old-time lipstick as she chewed his fingers like Fritos. Old Cootie Man couldn't move. The blood was gushing, and his eyes was bugging out like they was like to pop out of his head and into the garden. But they didn't till later. Gramma just kind of swooned and fell on top of him, and their bare bodies chafed together like fingers on a chalkboard, making my skin crawl. My head hurt too much to move, and my eyes wouldn't look away as Gramma's hands worked their way down to Cootie's flesh, just like an old lady checking for the ripest peaches in the store. She found what she was looking for, both her hands wrapped around his sticky little weenie and balls. He stopped screaming for a minute, and her red lips kind of gaped apart real slow, like a wound that wasn't quite healed, splitting open, with blood getting thick in strings across the opening of her lips. She took his Peter and balls into her mouth like a 50-50 bar and started to chew. Gramma didn't even open her mouth when she looked up at me, and the hairy skin around his Peter just tore and spurted like a butchered buck. The ground was still spinning when our eyes locked, and she stared at me with a mouthful of Mr. Cooperman. His screams went real far away as I threw up and passed out. It wasn't till right after sunup the next day that I woke up to my dad picking me up and carrying me to the pickup. I saw what was left of the old cootie on the ground, a big rib bone sticking out of the chewed-up skin, a big chunk of his head missing. Dad kept turning my head away, but I had to keep looking back to see. There was no sign of Gramma anywhere. I couldn't talk much for a while after that, and I was scared that I was going to be in trouble because nobody believed me about my Gramma coming back. But I was 9, and the cootie man was mauled up pretty good. Folks figured I saw something, but I was little, and they wanted to protect me or something. Everybody was scared there was some kind of crazy killer or renegade bear for a while, and after a while I just let it go. Nobody ever even thought twice about Gramma. As far as they knew, she was at rest in the field next to Grandpa. I wanted to think so, too. But every now and then, when the nights go all sultry and we pop open the Dr. Peppers, I think about the Gramma who loved me and made me stuff to eat and saved me the best parts of the chicken, and my eyes go all wet and girly. But I have had occasion, more than once, to make my way past the cootie man's house, still abandoned after all these years. And I swear on all I hold holy that I've smelled peach cobbler cooling just inside the window. But I ain't had the guts to go up close and look. Now, I never knew you could come back after you die, and folks say you can't, even real smart teacher-type folks. But I know different, and I know true. I don't know what brought her back, the cootie man's seed or her own will, but I do know that if she came back it wouldn't be to go sexing around with him. And I also know one other thing. Wherever she is, part of her has a little house in a chamber in my heart, where she is forever. I love you, Gramma. Christopher Fowler. At Home in the Pubs of Old London. Christopher Fowler is the director of London's The Creative Partnership, which markets films like Hannibal and American Psycho. His novels include Rough World, Rune, Red Bride, Darkest Day, Spanky, Psychoville, Disturbia, Soho Black, and Calabash. His short fiction has been collected in City Jitters, The Bureau of Lost Souls, Flesh Wounds, Sharper Knives, and Uncut, and he was the 1998 recipient of the British Fantasy Award for his short story, Wage Slaves. His story, The Master Builder, became a CBS TV movie starring Tippi Hedren, while another, Left Hand Drive, won Best British Short Film. He also scripted the 1997 graphic novel Mens Insana, illustrated by John Bolton. I think the English treat London in the same way that they treat their language, says Fowler, with a certain amount of healthy disrespect. We like new words and new buildings, and see no reason why they should not coexist with the old. I was commissioned to produce a spoken-word piece for those good chaps at Filthy McNasty's bar, and decided to write something that would use locations as characters. I also wanted to try a story where the payoff is the result of denying the reader a piece of information. I'm always making lists, and like exploring cities, I limited myself to 13 sites in one city, as I had with an earlier story called 13 Places of Interest in Kentish Town. Naturally, I had to visit all of the sites mentioned in the story. The Museum Tavern, Museum Street, Bloomsbury. Despite its location diagonally opposite the British Museum, its steady turnover of listless Australian bar staff, and its passing appraisal by tourists on quests for the British pub experience, comprising 2 sips from half a pint of bitter and 1 salt-and-vinegar-flavoured crisp nibbled and returned to its packet in horror, this drinking establishment retains the authentically seedy bookishness of Bloomsbury, because its corners are usually occupied by half-cut proofreaders from nearby publishing houses. I love pubs like this one because so much about them remains constant in a sliding world. The smell of hops, the ebb of background conversation, muted light through coloured glass, china tap handles, mirrored walls, bars of oak and brass. Even the pieces of fake Victoriana, modelled on increasingly obsolete pub ornaments, become objects of curiosity in themselves. At this time I was working in a comic shop, vending tales of fantastic kingdoms to whey-faced netheads who were incapable of saving a sandwich in a serviette, let alone an alien planet. And it was in this pub that I met Leslie. She was sitting with a group of glum-looking Gothic Gormenghast offcuts who were on their way to a book launch at the New Age Smells and Bells shop around the corner, and she was clearly unenchanted with the idea of joining them for a session of warm Liebfraumilch and crystal gazing, because as each member of the group drifted off she found an excuse to stay on, and we ended up sitting together by ourselves. As she refolded her jacket, a rhinestone pin dropped from the lapel, and I picked it up for her. The badge formed her initials, L.L., which made me think of Superman, because he had a history of falling for women with those initials. But I reminded myself that I was no Superman, just a man who liked making friends in pubs. I asked her if she'd had a good Christmas. She said no. I said I hadn't either, and we just chatted from there. I told Leslie that I was something of an artist and would love to sketch her, and she tentatively agreed to sit for me at some point in the future. The World's End, High Street, Camden Town. It's a funny pub, this one, because the interior brickwork makes it look sort of inside out, and there's a steady through traffic of punters wherever you stand, so you're always in the way. It's not my kind of place, more a network of bars and clubs than a proper boozer. It used to be called the Mother Redcap, after a witch who lived in Camden. There are still a few of her pals inhabiting the place if black eyeliner, purple lipstick, and pointed boots make you a likely candidate for cauldron stirring. A white stone statue of Britannia protrudes from the first floor of the building opposite, above a shoe shop, but I don't think anyone notices it, just as they don't know about the witch. Yet if you step inside the foyer of the Black Cap a few doors further down, you can see the witch herself painted on a tiled wall. It's funny how people miss so much of what's going on around them. I was beginning to think Sophie wouldn't show up. Then I became convinced she had, and I had missed her. Anyway, she finally appeared, and we hit it off beautifully. She had tied back her long auburn hair so that it was out of her eyes, and I couldn't stop looking at her. It's never difficult to find new models. Women are flattered by the thought of someone admiring their features. She half-smiled all the time, which was disconcerting at first, but after a while I enjoyed it because she looked like she was in on a secret that no one else shared. I had met her 2 days earlier in the coffee shop at Bermondsey, where she was working, and she had suggested going for a drink, describing our meeting place to me as that pub in Camden near the shoe shop. The one thing Camden has, more than any other place in London, is shoe shops, hundreds of the bastards, so you can understand why I was worried. It was quite crowded, and we had to stand, but after a while Sophie felt tired and wanted to sit down, so we found a corner and wedged ourselves in behind a pile of coats. The relentless music was giving me a headache, so I was eventually forced to take my leave. The King's Head, Upper Street, Islington. The back of this pub operates a tiny theatre, so the bar suddenly fills up with a gin-and-tonic brigade at 7 each evening, but the front room is very nice in a battered, nicotine-scoured way. It continued to operate on the old monetary system of pounds, shillings, and pence for years, long after they brought in decimal currency. I'm sure the management just did it to confuse non-regulars who weren't in the habit of being asked to stump up 19 and 11 pence halfpenny for a libation. Emma was late, having been forced to stay behind at her office, a property company in Essex Road. The choice of territory was mine. Although it was within walking distance of her office, she hadn't been here before, and loved hearing this mad trilling coming from her door at the back of the pub. I'd forgotten to explain about the theatre. They were staging a revival of a 20s musical, and there were a lot of songs about croquet and how ghastly foreigners were. I remember Emma as being very pale and thin, with cropped blonde hair. She could easily have passed for a jazz-age flapper. I told her she should have auditioned for the show, but she explained that she was far too fond of a drink to ever remember anything as complicated as a dance step. At the intermission, a girl dressed as a giant sequined jellyfish popped out to order a gin in French. Apparently she had a big number in the second act. We taxed the barman's patience by getting him to make up strange cocktails, and spent most of the evening laughing so loudly they probably heard us on stage. Emma agreed to sit for me at some point in the future, and although there was never a suggestion that our session would develop into anything more, I could tell that it probably would. I was about to kiss her when she suddenly thought something had bitten her, and I was forced to explain that my coat had picked up several fleas from my cat. She went off me after this, and grew silent, so I left. The Pineapple, Leverton Street, Kentish Town. This tucked-away pub can't have changed much in 100 years, apart from the removal of the wooden partitions that separated the snug from the saloon. A mild spring morning, the Sunday papers spread out before us, an ancient, smelly Labrador flatulating in front of the fire, a couple of pints of decent bitter, and 2 packets of pork scratchings. Sarah kept reading out snippets from the News of the World, and I did the same with the Observer, but mine were more worthy than hers, and therefore not as funny. There was a strange man with an enormous nose sitting near the gents' toilet who kept telling people that they looked Russian. Perhaps he was, too, and needed to find someone from his own country. It's that kind of pub. It makes you think of home. I noticed that one of Sarah's little habits was rubbing her wrists together when she was thinking. Every woman has some kind of private signature like this. Such a gesture marks her out to a lover or an old friend. I watched her closely scanning the pages. She had forgotten her glasses, and felt a great inner calm. Only once did she disturb the peace between us by asking if I had been out with many women. I lied, of course, as you do, but the question remained in the back of my head, picking and scratching at my brain right up until I said goodbye to her. It was warm in the pub, and she had grown sleepy. She actually fell asleep at one point, so I decided to leave quietly. The Anchor, Park Street, Southwark. It's pleasant here on rainy days. In the summer, tourists visiting the nearby Globe fill up the bars and pack the riverside tables. Did you know that pub signs were originally provided so that the illiterate could locate them? The Anchor was built after the Southwark Fire, which in 1676 razed the south bank just as the Great Fire had attacked the north side 10 years earlier. As I entered the pub, I noticed that the tide was unusually high, and the Thames was so dense and pinguid that it looked like a setting jelly. It wasn't a good start to the evening. I had several pints of strong bitter, and grew more talkative as our session progressed. We ate toad in the hole, smothered in elastic gravy. I was excited about the idea of Carol and I going out together. I think she was, too, although she warned me that she had some loose ends to tie up, a former boyfriend to get out of her system, and suggested that perhaps we shouldn't rush at things. Out of the blue, she told me to stop watching her so much, as if she was frightened that she couldn't take the scrutiny. But she can. I love seeing the familiar gestures of women, the half-smiles, the rubbing together of their hands, the sudden light in their eyes when they remember something they have to tell you. I can't remember what they say, only how they look. I would never take pictures of them, like some men I've read about. I never look back, you understand. It's too upsetting. Far more important to concentrate on who you're with and making them happy. I like to think I made Carol feel special. She told me she'd never had much luck with men, and I believe it's true that some women just attract the wrong sort. We sat side by side watching the rain on the water, and I felt her head lower gently onto my shoulder, where it remained until I moved, a special moment, and one that I shall always remember. The Lamb and Flag, Rose Street, Covent Garden. You could tell summer was coming because people were drinking on the street, searching for spaces on the windowsills of the pub to balance their beer glasses. This building looks like an old coaching inn and stands beside an arch over an alleyway, like the Pillars of Hercules in Greek Street. It's very old, with lots of knotted wood, and I don't suppose there's a straight angle in the place. The smoky bar is awkward to negotiate when you're carrying a drink in either hand, as I so often am.
This evening Cathy asked why I had not invited her to meet any of my friends. I could tell by the look on her face that she was wondering if I thought she wasn't good enough, and so I was forced to admit that I didn't really have any friends to whom I could introduce her. She was more reticent than most of the girls I had met until then, more private. She acted as though there was something on her mind that she didn't want to share with me. When I asked her to specify the problem, she either wouldn't or couldn't. To be honest, I think the problem was me, and that was why it didn't work out between us. Something about my behavior made her uneasy right from the start. There was no trust between us, which in itself was unusual, because most women are quick to confide in me. They sense my innate decency, my underlying respect for them. I looked at the other drinkers standing around me and witnessed the contempt they hold for women. My God, a blind man could feel their disdain. That's probably why I have no mates. I don't like my own sex. I'm ashamed of the whole alpha male syndrome. It only leads to trouble. I made the effort of asking Cathy if she would sit for me, but knew in advance what the answer would be. She said she would prefer it if we didn't meet again, and yelped in alarm when I brushed against her hip, so I had to beat a hasty retreat. The King William IV, High Street, Hampstead. Paula chose this rather paradoxical pub. It's in the middle of Hampstead, therefore traditional and okay, with a beer garden that was packed on a hot summer night, yet the place caters to a raucous gay clientele. Apparently Paula's sister brought her here once before, an attractive girl, judging from the photograph Paula showed me, and such a waste, I feel, when she could be making a man happy. I wondered if, after finishing with Paula, I should give her sister a call, but decided that it would be playing a little too close to home. We sat in the garden on plastic chairs beside sickly flower beds of nursery-forced plants, but it was pleasant, and the pub had given me an idea. I resolved to try someone of the same gender next time, just to see what a difference it made. I picked up one of the gay newspapers lying in stacks at the back of the pub, and made a note of other venues in central London. I explained my interest in the newspaper by saying that I wanted to learn more about the lifestyles of others. Paula squeezed my hand and said how much she enjoyed being with someone who had a liberal outlook. I told her that my policy was live and let live, which is a laugh for a start. I am often shocked by the wide-eyed belief I inspire in women, and wonder what they see in me that makes them so trusting. When I pressed myself close against her, she didn't flinch once under my gaze, and remained staring into my eyes when I drained my beer glass. A special girl, a special evening, for both of us. The Admiral Duncan, Old Compton Street, Soho. Formerly decorated as a cabin aboard an old naval vessel with lead-light bay windows and a curved wood ceiling, this venue was revamped to suit the street's new status as a home to the city's homosexuals, and painted a garish purple. It was restored again following the nail-bomb blast that killed and maimed so many of its customers. Owing to the tunnel-like shape of the bar, the explosive force had nowhere to escape but through the glass front, and caused horrific injuries. A monument to the tragedy is inset into the ceiling of the pub, but no atmosphere of tragedy lingers, for the patrons, it seems, have bravely moved on in their lives. In here I met Graham, a small-boned young man with a gentle West Country burr that seemed at odds with his spiky haircut. We became instant drinking pals, buying each other rounds in order to escape the evening heat of the mobbed street beyond. After what had occurred in the pub, I found it astonishing that someone could be so incautious as to befriend a total stranger such as myself. But that is the beauty of the English boozer. Once you cross the threshold, barriers of race, class, and gender can be dropped. Oh, it doesn't happen everywhere, I know, but you are more likely to make a friend in this city than in most others. That's why I find it so useful in fulfilling my needs. However, the experiment with Graham was not a success. Boys don't work for me, no matter how youthful or attractive they appear to be. We were standing in a corner, raising our voices over the incessant thump of the jukebox, when I realized it wasn't working. Graham had drunk so much that he was starting to slide down the wall, but there were several others in the vicinity who were one step away from being paralytic, so he didn't stick out, and I could leave unnoticed. The Black Friar, Queen Victoria Street, Blackfriars. This strange little pub, stranded alone by the roundabout on the north side of the river at Blackfriars, has an arts and crafts style interior, complete with friezes, bas-reliefs, and mottos running over its arches. Polished black monks traipse about the room, punctuating the place with moral messages. It stands as a memorial to a vanished London, a world of brown trilbies and woolen overcoats, of rooms suffused with pipe smoke and the tang of brilliantine. In the snug bar at the rear I met Danielle, a solidly built Belgian au pair, who looked so lonely, lumpen, and forlorn that I could not help but offer her drink, and she was soon pouring out her troubles in broken English. Her employers wanted her to leave because she was pregnant and she couldn't afford to go back to Antwerp. To be honest, I wasn't listening to everything she was saying, because someone else had caught my eye. Seated a few stools away was a ginger-haired man who appeared to be following our conversation intently. He was uncomfortably overweight and undergoing some kind of perspiration crisis. The pub was virtually deserted, most of the customers drinking outside on the pavement, and Danielle was talking loudly, so it was possible that she might have been overheard. I began to wonder if she was lying to me about her problems, if perhaps they were more serious than she made them sound, serious enough for someone to be following her. I know it was selfish, but I didn't want to spend any more time with a girl who was in that kind of trouble, so I told her I needed to use the toilet, then slipped out across the back of the bar. The Angel, Rotherhithe. Another old riverside inn. I seemed to be drawn to them, anxious to trace the city's sluggish arteries sight by sight, as though marking a pathway to the heart. The interesting thing about places like the Angel is how little they change across the decades, because they retain the same bleary swell of customers through all economic climates. Workmen and stockbrokers, estate agents, secretaries, van drivers and tarts. They just rub along together with flirtatious smiles, laughs, belches, and the odd sour word. The best feature of this pub is reached by the side entrance, an old wooden balcony built out over the shoreline, where mudlarks once rooted in the filth for treasure trove, and where you can sit and watch the sun settling between the pillars of Tower Bridge. As the light faded, we became aware of the sky brushing the water, making chilly ripples. Further along the terrace I thought I saw the red-haired man watching, but when I looked again he had gone. Growing cold, we pulled our coats tighter, then moved inside. Stella was Greek, delicate and attractive, rather too young for me, but I found her so easy to be with that we remained together for the whole evening. Shortly before closing time she told me she should be going home soon, because her brother was expecting her. I was just massaging some warmth back into her arms. We were seated by an open window, and it had suddenly turned nippy, when she said she felt sick, and went off to the ladies. After she failed to reappear, I went to check on her, just to make sure she was all right. I found her in one of the cubicles, passed out. The Ship, Greenwich. The dingy interior of this pub is unremarkable, with bare board floors and tables cut from blackened barrels, but the exterior is another matter entirely. I can imagine the building, or one very like it, existing on the same site for centuries, at a reach of the river, where it is possible to see for miles in either direction. I am moving out toward the mouth of the Thames, being taken by the tide to ever-widening spaces in my search for absolution. There was something grotesquely Victorian about the weeds thrusting out of ancient brickwork, tumble-down fences, and the stink of the mud. It was unusually mild for the time of year, and we sat on the wall with our legs dangling over the water, beers propped at our crotches. Melanie was loud and common, coarse-featured and thick-legged. She took up room in the world, and didn't mind who knew it. She wore a lot of makeup, and had frothed her hair into a mad dry nest, but I was intrigued by the shape of her mouth, the crimson wetness of her lips, a cynical laugh, her seen-it-all-before eyes. She touched me as though expecting me to walk out on her at any moment, digging nails on my arm, nudging an elbow in my ribs, running fingers up my thigh. Still, I wondered if she would present a challenge, because I felt sure that my offer to sketch her would be rebuffed. She clearly had no interest in art, so I appealed to her earthier side and suggested something of a less salubrious nature. To my surprise, she quoted me a price list, which ruined everything. I swore at her and pushed her away disgusted. She, in turn, began calling me every filthy name under the sun, which attracted unwanted attention to both of us. It was then that I saw the ginger-headed man again, standing to the left of me, speaking into his chubby fist. The Trafalgar Tavern, Greenwich. I ran, tore myself free of her, and ran off along the towpath, through the corrugated iron alley beside the scrap-yard and past the defunct factory smokestacks, keeping the river to my right. On past the yacht, too low-ceilinged and cosy to lose myself inside, to the doors of the Trafalgar, a huge, gloomy building of polished brown interiors as depressing as a church. Inside, the windows of the connecting rooms were dominated by the gleaming grey waters beyond. Nobody moved. Even the bar staff was still. It felt like a funeral parlour. I pushed between elderly drinkers whose movements were as slow as the shifting of tectonic plates, and slipped behind a table where I could turn my seat to face the river. I thought that if I didn't move, I could remain unnoticed. In the left pocket of my jacket I still had my sketchbook. I knew it would be best to get rid of it, but didn't have the heart to throw it away, not after all the work I had done. When I heard the muttered command behind me, I knew that my sanctuary had been invaded, and that it was the beginning of the end. I sat very still as I watched the red-headed man approaching from the corner of my eye, and caught the crackle of radio headsets echoing each other around the room. I slowly raised my head, and for the first time saw how different it all was now. A bare saloon bar filled with tourists. No warmth, no familiarity, no comfort. When I was young, I sat on the step. Every pub seemed to have a step, with a bag of crisps and a lemonade, and sometimes I was allowed to sit inside with my dad, sipping his bitter and listening to his beery laughter, the demands for fresh drinks, the dirty jokes, the outraged giggles of the girls at his table. They would tousle my hair, pinch my skinny arms, and tell me that I was adorable. Different pubs, different women, night after night. That was my real home, the home I remember. Different pubs, but always the same warmth, the same smells, the same songs, the same women. Everything about them was filled with smoky mysteries and hidden pleasures, even their names. The world turned upside down. The Queen's Head and Artichoke, the Rose and Crown, the Greyhound, the White Hart. All of them had secret meanings. People go to clubs for a night out now, chrome and steel, neon lights, bottled beers, drum and bass, bouncers with headsets. The bars sport names like the Lounge and the Living Room, hoping to evoke a sense of belonging, but they cater to an alienated world, squandering noise and light on people so blinded by work that their leisure time must be spent in aggression, screaming at each other, shoveling drugs, pushing for fights. As the red-haired man moved closer, I told myself that all I wanted to do was make people feel at home. Is that so very wrong? My real home was nothing, the memory of a damp council flat with a stinking disconnected fridge and dog shit on the floor. It's the old pubs of London that hold my childhood, the smells, the sounds, the company. There is a moment before the last bell is called when it seems it could all go on forever. It is that moment I try to capture and hold in my palm. I suppose you could call it the land before time. The Load of Hay, Haverstock Hill, Belsize Park. The red-haired officer wiped at his pink brow with a Kleenex until the tissue started to come apart. Another winter was approaching, and the night air was bitter. His wife used to make him wear a scarf when he was working late, and it always started him sweating. She had eventually divorced him. He dressed alone now and ate take-away food in a tiny flat, but he wore the scarf out of habit. He looked in through the window of the pub at the laughing drinkers at the bar, and the girl sitting alone beside the slot machine. Several of his men were in there celebrating a colleague's birthday, but he didn't feel like facing them tonight. How the hell had they let him get away? He had drifted from them like bonfire smoke in changing wind. That Trafalgar had too many places where you could hide, he saw that now. His men had been overconfident and undertrained. They hadn't been taught how to handle anyone so devious, or if they had forgotten what they had learned. He kept one of the clear plastic ampules in his pocket just to remind himself of what he had faced that night. New technology had created new hospital injection techniques. You could scratch yourself with a microneedle and barely feel a thing, if the person wielding it knew how to avoid any major nerve endings. Then it was simply a matter of squeezing a little bulb, and any liquid contained in the ampule was delivered through a coat, a dress, a shirt, into the flesh. Most of his victims were drunk at the time, so he had been able to connect into their bloodstreams without them noticing more than a pinprick. A deadly mixture of rohypnol, zimovane, and some kind of coca derivative. It numbed and relaxed them, then sent them to sleep. But the sleep deepened and stilled their hearts, as a dreamless call slipped over their brains, shutting the senses one by one until there was nothing left alive inside. No motives, no links, just dead strangers in the most public places in the city, watched by roving cameras filled with witnesses. That was the trouble. You expected to see people getting legless in pubs. His attention was drawn back to the girl sitting alone. What was she doing there? Didn't she realize the danger? No one heeded the warnings they issued. There were too many other things to worry about. He had been on the loose for a year now, and had probably moved on to another city, where he could continue his work without harassment. He would stop as suddenly as he had begun. He'd dropped a sketchbook, but it was filled with hazy pencil drawings of pub interiors, all exactly the same, and had told them nothing. The only people who would ever really know him were the victims, and perhaps even they couldn't see behind their killer's eyes. As the urban landscape grew crazier, people's motives were harder to discern. An uprooted population, on the make and on the move, faster, fastest. And for the briefest of moments he held the answer in his hand. He saw a glimmer of the truth, a constancy shining like a shaft through all the change. The woman alone in the smoky saloon, smiling and interested, her attention caught by just one man, this intimacy unfolding against a background warmth, the pulling of pints, the blanket of conversation, the huddle of friendship. But then it was gone, all gone, and the terrible sense of unbelonging filled his heart once more. Caitlín R. Kiernan, In the Waterworks, Birmingham, Alabama, 1888. Caitlín R. Kiernan's short fiction has appeared in many anthologies since 1995 and has been collected in 3 volumes: Candles for Elizabeth, 1998, Tales of Pain and Wonder, 2000, and From Weird and Distant Shores, 2001. She has also written graphic novels for the DC Comics Vertigo line, including The Dreaming and The Girl Who Would Be Death. Her first novel, Silk, received the Barnes & Noble and International Horror Guild Awards for Best First Novel, and her second full-length work, Threshold, a novel of deep time, was recently published by Rock. In the Waterworks is a prequel of sorts to my new novel, Threshold, formerly Trilobite, explains Kiernan. It was a very difficult novel for me to get started, or to finish for that matter, and doing this story first helped me begin to get a feel for the book's parameters. The Waterworks tunnel is real, and it has always fascinated and frightened me. There's a very old stone blockhouse at the entrance on Red Mountain, with a rusty wrought-iron gate to keep people out, but the gate is only held shut by a padlock and a length of chain, and occasionally kids cut the lock off and break in. You can tell how long it's been since a break-in by how rusty the chain and padlock are. If you stand at the entrance face to the bars, you can make out the huge pipes, snaking away into the darkness like intestines, something from a Giger painting. On hot summer days there's always a stream of cool, damp air flowing from the Waterworks tunnel, but it smells terrible. dank, fetid, like mold and mushrooms, mud and bat guano. There are weathered limestone boulders near the entrance, left from the excavation, and you can still find fossils on them. In Threshold, the waterworks tunnel is a nexus, a point of origin and departure, both real and metaphoric. Red Mountain, weathered tip-end of Appalachia's long and scabby spine, this last ambitious foothill before the land slumps finally down to black belt prairies so flat they've never imagined even these humble altitudes. And as if nature hasn't done her best already, as if wind and rain and frost haven't whittled eons away to expose the limestone and iron ore bones, modern industry has joined in the effort, scraping away the stingy soil, and so whenever it rains, the falling sky turns the ground to sea slime again, primordial mire, the color of a butchery to give this place its name, rust-dark mud that sticks stubborn to Henry Matthews' hobnailed boots as he wanders over and between the spoil piles heaped outside the opening to the waterworks tunnel. Scarecrow tall and thin, young Mr. Henry S. Matthews, lately of some place far enough north to do nothing to better the reputation of a man who is neither married nor church-going, who teaches geography and math at the new Powell School on 6th Avenue North, and spends the remainder of his time with an assortment of books and rocks and pickled bugs. The sudden rumble of thunder somewhere down in the valley, then, and he moves too fast, careless as he turns to see, almost losing his footing as the wet stones slip and tilt beneath his feet. "You best watch yourself up there, Professor!" one of the workmen shouts, and there's laughter from the black hole in the mountainside. Henry offers a perfunctory nod in the general direction of the tunnel, squints through the haze of light October rain and dust and coal smoke at the rough grid of the little city laid out north of the mountain. Barely 17 years since John Morris and the Ellerton Land Company put pen to ink, ink to paper, and incorporated Birmingham, drawing a city from a hasty scatter of ironworks and mining camps. 17 years, and he wonders for a moment what this place was like before white men and their machines, before axes and the dividing paths of railroad tracks. The thunder rolls and echoes no answer he can understand, and Henry looks back to the jumbled ground, the split and broken slabs of shale at his feet. The rain has washed away the thick dust of the excavations, making it easier for him to spot the shells and tracks of sea creatures preserved in the stone. Only a few weeks since he sent a large crate of fossils south to the State Geological Survey in Tuscaloosa, and already a small museum's worth of new specimens line the walls of his cramped room, sit beneath his bed, and compete with his clothing for closet space, with his books for the shelves. An antediluvian seashore in hardened bits and pieces, and just last week he found the perfectly preserved carapace of a trilobite, almost the length of his hand. A whistle blows, shrill steam blast, and a few more men file out of the tunnel to eat their lunches in the listless rain. Henry reaches into a pocket of his waistcoat for the silver watch his mother gave him the year he left for college, wondering how a Saturday morning could slip by so fast. The clock black hands at 1 and 12, and he's suddenly aware of the tugging weight of his knapsack, the emptiness in his belly. Hours now since breakfast, but there's a boiled egg wrapped in waxed paper and a tin of sardines in his overcoat. The autumn sky growls again, and he snaps his watch closed and begins to pick his way cautiously down the spoil toward the other men. Henry Matthews taps the brown shell of his hard-boiled egg against a piece of limestone. Crack, crack, crack. Soft white insides exposed, and he glances up at the steel-gray sky overhead. The rain has stopped, stopped again, stopped for now, and crystal-wet drops cling to the brown gold-red leaves of the few hickory and hackberry trees still standing near the entrance of the tunnel. He sits with the miners, the foremen, the hard men who spend dawn to dusk in the shaft, shadowy days breaking stone and hauling it back into the sunlight. Henry suspects that the men tolerate his presence as a sort of diversion, a curiosity to interrupt the monotony of their days. This thin Yankee dude, this odd bird who picks about the spoil like there might be gold or silver when everyone knows there isn't anything worth beans going to come out of the mountain, except the purple-red ore, and that's more like something you have to be careful not to trip over than try to find. Sometimes they joke, and sometimes they ask questions. their interest or suspicion piqued by his diligence, perhaps. "What you looking for, anyways, mister?" And he'll open his knapsack and show them a particularly clear imprint of a snail's whorled shell or the mineralized honeycomb of a coral head. Raised eyebrows and heads nodding, and maybe then someone will ask, "So them's things what got buried in Noah's flood?" And Henry doubts any of these men have even heard of Lyell or Darwin or Cuvier, have any grasp of the marvelous progress that science has made the last 100 years, concerning the meaning of fossils and the progression of geological epochs. So always politic, aware that the wrong answer might get him exiled from the diggings, and genuinely wishing that he had time to explain the wonders of his artifacts to these men, Henry only shrugs and smiles for them. "Well, actually, some of them are even a bit older than that," or a simple and non-committal and usually that's enough to satisfy. But today is different, and the men are quiet, each one eating his cold potatoes or dried meat, staring silent at muddy boots and lunch pails, the mining car track leading back inside the tunnel, and no one asks him anything. Henry looks up once from his sardines and catches one of the men watching him, smiles, and the man frowns and looks quickly away. When the whistle blows again, the men rise slow, moving with a reluctance that's plain enough to see, back toward the waiting tunnel. Henry wipes his fingers on his handkerchief, fish oil stains on white linen, is shouldering his knapsack, retrieving his geologist's hammer, when someone says his name. "Mr. Matthews?" Voice low, almost whispered, and he looks up into the foreman's hazel-brown eyes. "Yes, Mr. Wallace. Is there something I can do for you today?" And Warren Wallace looks away, nervous glance to his men for a moment that seems a lot longer to Henry, who's anxious to get back to his collecting. "You know all this geology business pretty good, don't you, Mr. Matthews? All about these rocks and such?" And Henry shrugs, nods his head. "Yes, sir, I suppose that I do. I had a course or two." "Then maybe you could take a look at something for me sometime," the foreman says, interrupting, looking back at Henry, and there are deep lines around his eyes, worry or lack of sleep, both, maybe. The foreman spits a shit-brown streak of tobacco at the ground and shakes his head. "It probably ain't nothing, but I might want you to take a look at it sometime." "Yes, certainly," Henry says. "Any time you'd like." And already Warren Wallace is walking away from him, following his men toward the entrance of the tunnel, shouting orders, and "Be careful up there, Mr. Matthews," he says, spoken without turning around, and Henry replies that he always is, but thanks for the concern anyway, and he goes back to the spoil piles. 15 minutes later it's raining again. Harder now, a cold and stinging rain from the north, and wind that gusts and swirls dead leaves like drifting ash. May 1887, when the Birmingham Water Works Company entered into a contract with Judge A.O. Lane, mayor and aldermen, and plans were drawn to bring water from the distant Cahaba River north across Shades Valley to the thirsty citizens of the city. But Red Mountain standing in the way, standing guard, or simply unable to move, and its slopes too steep for gravity to carry the water over the top. So the long tunnel, dreamed up by engineers, the particular brainchild of one Mr. W.A. Merkel, first chief engineer of the Cahaba station. A 2,200-foot bore straight through the sedimentary heart of the obstacle, tons of stone blasted free with gelignite and nitro, pickaxes and sledgehammers in the sweat of men and mules. The promise of not less than 5 million gallons of fresh water a day, and in this bright age of invention and innovation, it's a small job for determined men moving mountains, coring them like ripened crimson apples. A week later, and Henry Matthews is again picking over the spoil heaps. A cool and sunny October day, crisp as cider, autumn's soft breeze that smells of dry and burning leaves, and his spirits are high, 3 or 4 exceptional trilobites from the hard limestone already, and a single disc-shaped test of some species of echinodermia he's never encountered before, almost as big as a silver dollar. He stoops to get a better look at a promising slab, when someone calls his name, and he looks up, mildly annoyed at the intrusion. Foreman Wallace is standing nearby, scratching at his thick black beard, and he points at Henry with one finger. "How's the fishing, Professor?" he asks, and it takes Henry a moment to get the joke. He doesn't laugh, but a belated smile, finally, and then the foreman is crossing the uneven stones toward him. "No complaints," Henry says, and produces the largest of the trilobites for the foreman's inspection. Warren Wallace holds the oyster-grey chunk of limestone close and squints at the small, dark cryptolithus outstretched on the rock. "Well," the foreman says, and rubs at his beard again, wrinkles his thick eyebrows, and stares back at Henry Matthews. "Ain't that some pumpkins? And this little bug used to be alive, crawling around in the ocean?" "Yes," Henry replies, and he points to the trilobite's bulbous glabellum, the pair of large, compound eyes to either side, and "this end was its head," he says, "and this was the tail," as his fingertip moves to the fan-shaped lobe at the other end of the creature. Warren Wallace glances back at the fossil once more before he returns it to Henry. "Now, Professor, you tell me if you ever seen anything like this here," and the foreman produces a small bottle from his shirt pocket. Apothecary bottle, Henry thinks at first, and then, no, not medicine, nitroglycerin. Warren Wallace passes the stoppered bottle to the schoolteacher, and for a moment Henry Matthews stares silently at the black thing trapped inside. "Where did this come from?" he asks, trying not to show his surprise, but wide eyes still on the bottle, unable to look away from the thing coiling and uncoiling in its 8-ounce glass prison. "From the tunnel," the foreman replies, spits tobacco juice, and glances over his shoulder at the gaping hole in the mountain. "About 500 feet in, just a little ways past where the limestone turns to sandstone. That's where we hit the fissure." Henry Matthews turns the bottle in his hand, and the thing inside uncoils, stretches chitinous segments, an inch, 2 inches, almost 3, before it snaps back into a legless ball that glimmers iridescent in the afternoon sun. "Ugly little bastard, ain't it?" the foreman says, and spits again. "But you ain't never seen nothing like it before, have you?" And Henry shakes his head. No, never. And now he wants to look away, doesn't like the way the thing in the bottle is making him feel. But it's stretched itself out again, and you can see tiny fibers like hairs or minute spines protruding between the segments. "Can you show me?" he asks, realizes that he's almost whispering now, library or classroom whisper, like maybe he's afraid someone will overhear, like this should be secret. "Where it came from? Will you take me there?" "Yeah, I was hoping you'd ask," the foreman says, rubs his beard. "But let me tell you, Professor, you ain't seen nothing yet." And after Warren Wallace has taken the bottle back, returned it to his shirt pocket so that Henry doesn't have to look at the black thing any more, the two men begin the climb down the spoil piles to the entrance of the tunnel. A few feet past the entrance, 15, 20, and the foreman stops, stands talking to a fat man with a pry bar, while Henry looks back at the bright day framed in raw limestone and bracing timbers, blinking as his eyes slowly adjust to the gloom. "Yeah," the fat man says. "Yeah," and Warren Wallace asks him another question. It's cooler in the tunnel, in the dark, and the air smells like rock dust and burning carbide, and another smell tucked somewhere underneath, unhealthy smell like a wet cellar or rotting vegetables, that makes Henry wrinkle his nose. "Yeah, I seen him before," the fat man with the pry bar says, wary reply to the foreman's question, and a distrustful glance toward Henry Matthews. "I want him to have a look at your arm, Jake, that's all." And Henry turns his back on the light, turns to face the foreman and the fat man. "He ain't no doctor," the fat man says, "and I already seen Doc Joe anyways." "He's right," Henry says, confused now, no idea what this man's arm and the thing in the jar might have to do with one another, blinking at Wallace through the dancing, white-yellow after-images of the sunlight outside. "I haven't had any medical training to speak of, certainly nothing formal." "Yeah," the foreman says, and he sighs loud, exasperation or disappointment, spits on the tunnel floor, tobacco juice on rusted steel rails. "Come on, then, Professor." And he hands a miner's helmet to Henry, lifts a lantern off an iron hook set into the rock wall. "Follow me, and don't touch anything. Some of these beams ain't as sturdy as they look." The fat man watches them, massages his left forearm protectively when the schoolteacher steps past him, And now Henry can hear the sounds of digging somewhere in the darkness far ahead of them. Relentless clank and clatter of steel against stone, and the lantern throws long shadows across the rough limestone walls. Fresh wound, these walls, this abscess hollowed into the world's thin skin. And such morbid thoughts, as alien to Henry Matthews as the perpetual night of this place. And so he tells himself it's just the sight of the odd and squirming thing in the bottle, that and the natural uneasiness of someone who's never been underground before.
"You're wondering what Jake Isabel's arm has to do with that damned worm, ain't you?"
the foreman asks, his voice too loud in the narrow tunnel, even though he's almost whispering. And, "Yes," Henry replies. "Yes, I was, as a matter of fact."
"It bit him a couple of days ago. Jesus, made him sick as a dying dog, too. But that's all. It bit him."
And, "Oh," Henry says, unsure what else he should say, and beginning to wish he was back out in the sun looking for his trilobites and mollusks, with a high October blue sky hung far, far overhead. "How deep are we now?" he asks, and the foreman stops and looks up at the low ceiling of the tunnel, rubs his beard.
"Not very, not yet. 120, maybe 130 feet.
And then he reaches up and touches the rock ceiling a couple of inches above his head.
"You know how old these rocks are, Professor?"
And Henry nods his head, tries too hard to sound calm when he answers the foreman.
"These layers of limestone here? Well, they're probably part of the lower Silurian system, some of the oldest with traces of living creatures found in them."
And he pauses, realizes that he's sweating despite the cool and damp of the tunnel, wishes again he'd declined the foreman's invitation into the mountain.
"But surely hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of years old," he says.
"Damn," the foreman says, and spits again.
"Now that's something to think about, ain't it, Professor? I mean, these rocks sitting here all that time, not seeing the light of day all that time, and then we come along with our picks and dynamite."
"Yes, sir," Henry Matthews says, and wipes the sweat from his face with his handkerchief.
"It is indeed."
But Warren Wallace is moving again, dragging the little pool of lantern light along with him, and Henry has to hurry to catch up, almost smacks his forehead on the low, uneven ceiling. Another 300 feet or so, and they've reached the point where the grey limestone is overlain by beds of punky, reddish sandstone, the bottom of the Red Mountain Formation, lifeblood of the city locked away in these strata, clot-thick veins of hematite for the coke ovens and blast furnaces dotting the valley below, and
"Not much farther," the foreman says. "We're almost there."
The wet, rotten smell stronger now, and glistening rivulets meander down the walls, runoff seeping down through the rocks above them, rain filtered through dead leaves and soil, through 100 or 1,000 cracks in the stone. Henry imagines patches of pale and rubbery mushrooms, perhaps more exotic fungi, growing in the dark. He wipes his face again, and this time keeps the handkerchief to his nose, but the thick and rotten smell seeps up his nostrils anyway. If an odor alone could drown a man, he thinks, is about to say something about the stench to Warren Wallace when the foreman stops, holds his lantern close to the wall, and Henry can see the big sheets of corrugated tin propped against the west side of the tunnel.
"At first I thought we'd hit an old mine shaft,"
he says, motions toward the tin with the lantern, causing their shadows to sway and contort along the damp tunnel.
"Folks been digging holes in this mountain since the 40s to get at the ore. So that's what I thought at first."
"But you've changed your mind?" Henry asks, words muffled by the useless handkerchief pressed to his face.
"Right now, Professor, I'm a whole lot more interested in what you think."
And then Wallace pulls back a big section of the tin, lets it fall loud to the floor, tin clamor against the steel rails at his feet. Henry gags, bile-hot rush from his gut and the distant taste of breakfast in the back of his mouth. "Jesus!" he hisses, not wanting to be sick in front of the foreman, and the schoolteacher leans against the tunnel wall for support, presses his left palm against moss-slick stone gone soft as the damp rough hide of some vast amphibian.
"Sorry, guess I should have warned you about the stink."
And Warren Wallace frowns, grim face like Greek tragedy, and takes a step back from the hole in the wall of the tunnel, hole within a hole, and Henry's eyes are watering so badly he can hardly see.
"Merkel had us plowing through here full chisel until we hit that thing. Now it's all I can do to keep my men working."
"Can't exactly blame them." Henry wheezes and gags again, spits at the tunnel floor, but the taste of the smell clings to his tongue, coats it like a mouthful of cold bacon grease. The foreman gestures for him to come closer, close enough he can peer down into the gap in the rock, and Henry knows that's the last thing he wants to do. But he loathes that irrational fear of the unknown that keeps men ignorant, keeps men down, and all his life gone to the purging of that instinctual dread, first from himself and then his students. And so Henry Matthews holds his breath against the stench and steps over the mining cart tracks, glances once at Warren Wallace, and to see a strong man so afraid and hardly any effort into hiding it is enough to get him to the crumbling edge of the hole. And that's the best word, hole. A wide crevice in the wall of the tunnel, maybe 4 feet across, and dropping suddenly away into darkness past the reach of the lantern, running west into more blackness, but pinching closed near the tunnel ceiling. A natural fault, he thinks at first, evidence of the great and ancient forces that must have raised these mountains up, and the smell could be almost anything. Perhaps this shaft opens somewhere on the surface, a treacherous, unnoticed pit in the woods overhead, and from time to time an unfortunate animal might fall, might lie broken and rotting in the murk below, food for devouring mold and insects. And the thing in the jar, probably nothing more or less than the larvae of some large beetle new to entomology, or perhaps only the hitherto unknown pupa of a familiar species. "Take the lantern," Warren Wallace says, then handing the kerosene lamp to the schoolteacher. "Hold it right inside there, but don't lean too far in, mind you." And Henry feels the foreman's hand on his shoulder, weight and strength meant to be reassuring. "Hold it out over the hole," he says, "and look down." Henry Matthews does as he's told, already half convinced of his clever induction, and preparing himself for the unpleasant, but perfectly ordinary, sight of a badly decomposed raccoon or opossum, maybe even a deer carcass at the bottom, and the maggots, maybe more of the big black things that supposedly bit Mr. Isabel's arm. He exhales, a little dizzy from holding his breath, gasps in another lungful of the rancid air rising up from the pit. One hand braced against the tunnel wall, and he leans as far out as he dares, a foot, maybe 2, the flickering yellow light washing down, and he almost cries out at the unexpected sight of his own reflection staring back up at him from the surface of a narrow subterranean pool. "It's flooded," he says, half to himself, half to the foreman, and Warren Wallace murmurs a reply. "Yeah, it's flooded," and something else that Henry doesn't quite catch. He's watching the water, 10 feet down to the surface at the most, water as smooth and black as polished obsidian. "Now look at the walls, Professor, where they meet the water." And he does, positions the lantern for a better view, and maybe just a little braver now, a little more curious, so he's leaning a little farther out, the foreman's hand still holding him back. At first he doesn't see anything, angle a little less than 90 degrees where black rock meets blacker water at first, and then he does see something, and thinks it must be the roots of some plant growing in the pool, or more likely running down from the forest above to find this hidden moisture. Gnarled roots as big around as his arm, twisted wood knotted back upon itself. But one of them moves, then. Abrupt twitch as it rolls away from the others, and Henry Matthews realizes that they're all moving now, each tendril creeping slow across the slick face of the crevice like blind and roaming fingers, searching, and, "My God," he whispers, "my God in heaven," starts to pull away from the hole, but the foreman's hand holds him fast. "No, not yet," Warren Wallace says calmly, "and watch them for just another second, Professor." And one of the tendrils has pulled free of the rest, rises silent from the water like a charmed cobra. Henry can see that it's turning toward him. Already 6 or 7 feet of it suspended above the dark water, but it's still coming. The water dripping off it very, very loud, impossible, drip, 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 like a drumbeat in his ears, like his own racing heart. And then he notices the constant movement on the underside of the thing, and knows at once what he's seeing. The worm thing in Wallace's bottle, coiling and uncoiling. And here are 1,000 of them, restless polyps, sprouting from this greater appendage, row upon writhing row, and now it's risen high enough that the thing is right in front of him, shimmering in the lantern light, a living question mark scant feet from Henry Matthews' face? And later, lying awake in his room, or walking at night along 20th Street, or broad daylight, and staring up toward the mountain from the windows of his classroom, this is the part that he'll struggle to recall. Warren Wallace pulling him suddenly backwards, away from the hole, as the tendril struck, the lantern falling from his hand, tumbling into the hole, and maybe he heard it hit the water, heard it splash at the same moment he tumbled backwards into the dark, tripped on the rails, and landed hard on his ass. And the foreman cursing, the sounds of him hastily working to cover the hole in the tunnel wall again, and lastly the dull, wet thunk, meat mallet thud again and again from the other side of the tin barrier. Minutes later, that seemed like days, and the schoolteacher and the foreman sit alone together in the small and crooked shed near the tunnel, sloppy excuse for an office, a table and 2 stools, blueprints and a rusty stovepipe winding up toward the ceiling, coal soot and the sickly sweet smell of Wallace's chewing tobacco. Henry Matthews sits on one of the stools, a hot cup of coffee in his hand, black coffee with a dash of whiskey from a bottle the foreman keeps in a box of tools under the table. And Warren Wallace sits across from him, staring down at his own cup, watching the steam rising from the coffee. "I won't even try." Henry starts, stops, stares at the dirt floor, and then begins again. "I can't tell you what that was, what it is. I don't think anyone could, Mr. Wallace." "Yeah," the foreman says, shakes his head slow, and sips at his coffee. Then, "I just wanted you to see it, Professor, before we bring in a fellow to brick up that hole next week. I wanted someone with some education to see it, so someone besides me and my men would know what was down there." And for a while neither of them says anything else, and there's only the rattle and clatter of a locomotive passing by a little farther up the mountain, hauling its load of ore along the loop of the L&N Mineral Railroad. In the quiet left when the train has gone, the foreman clears his throat and, "You know what hematite means?" "From the Latin," Henry answers. "It means bloodstone." And he takes a bitter, bourbon-tainted sip of his own coffee. "Yeah," the foreman says. "I looked that up in a dictionary. Bloodstone." "And why?" Henry asks, watching the foreman, and Wallace looks a lot older than he ever realized before. Deep lines and wrinkles, patches of gray in his dark beard. And the foreman reaches beneath the table, lifts something wrapped in burlap, and sets it in front of Henry Matthews. "Just that maybe we ain't the only thing in the world that's got a use for that iron ore," he says, and pulls the burlap back, reveals a large chunk of hematite. Granular rock, the exact color of dried blood, and the foreman doesn't have to point out the deep pockmarks in the surface of the rock, row after row, each no bigger around than a man's finger, no bigger around than the writhing black thing in Warren Wallace's nitroglycerin bottle. The chill and tinder-dry end of November. Mr. W.A. Merkel's tunnel finished on schedule, and the waterworks began laying the 2 big pipes, 42 and 30 inches round, that would eventually bring clean drinking water all the way from the new Cahaba pumping station. Henry Matthews never went back to the spoil heaps outside the tunnel, never saw Warren Wallace again, the last crate of his Silurian specimens shipped away to Tuscaloosa, and his attentions, his curiosity, shifted instead to the great Warrior coal field north of Birmingham, the smoke-gray shales and cinnamon sandstones laid down in steamy carboniferous swamps, uncounted ages after the silt and mud, the ancient reefs and tropical lagoons that finally became the strata of Red Mountain, were buried deep and pressed into stone. But the foreman's pitted chunk of hematite, kept in a locked strong-box in one undusted corner of Henry's room, and wrapped in cheesecloth and excelsior, nestled next to the stone and floating in cloudy, preserving alcohol, the thing in the nitroglycerin bottle, kept like an unlucky souvenir or memento of a nightmare. And late nights, when he awoke cold sweating and mouth too dry to speak, these were things to take out, to hold, something undeniable to look at by candle or kerosene light. A proof against madness, or a distraction from other memories, blurred, uncertain recollection of what he saw in that last moment before he fell, as the lantern tumbled toward the oil-black water and the darker shape moving just beneath its mirror surface. All would be well. All would be heavenly, if the damned would only stay damned. Charles Fort. Paul J. McAuley, Bone Orchards. Paul J. McAuley's first novel, 400 Billion Stars, won the Philip K. Dick Memorial Award. Since then, he has been awarded the 1995 Arthur C. Clarke Award for Best SF Novel published in Britain, the John W. Campbell Award for Best Novel, the British Fantasy Award for Best Short Story, and the Sidewise Award for Best Long-Form Alternate History Fiction. His other novels include Fairyland, The Secret of Life, and Whole Wide World, while his acclaimed The Book of Confluence trilogy is actually a single novel comprising Child of the River, Ancients of Days, and Shrine of Stars. The story which follows is a sequel to his tale Naming the Dead, published in the previous volume of Best New Horror, which also featured the mysterious Mr. Carlyle. If you're in London, the author recommends, Abney Park is well worth a visit. The 73 bus will take you to Church Street in Stoke Newington, which has a good selection of bookshops, too. Like most Victorian burial grounds in the city, it was built on a pyramid scheme. Fees for new burials were the only income to pay for upkeep of the place. When no more graves could be squeezed in, the money ran out, and it soon became like an engraving from Richard Geoffrey's After London, a little patch of wilderness guarded by the dead. Cemeteries are fine, private, quiet places, for it is the living, not the dead, who make ghosts. It is the living who slough shells of anger or terror, shed shivers of joy, or ooze sullen residues of hate, sticky as spilled crude oil. Only the living, at the crucial moment of transition, cast off yearning or puzzled phantoms, and because most ghosts do not know they are dead, they do not often stray into the gardens of the dead. And so it is that I go to cemeteries to find respite from the blooming, buzzing confusion of the city. Usually my clients must seek me out, and I make sure that I am not easy to find, because I am their last hope, not their first. But rarely I discover someone I can help, and this was one such affair, begun in the peace of a bone orchard. It was in the spring of 1990 Collective manias and delusions at the end of that dreadful century had set loose a host of strange and wild things. I had taken to walking about the city, trying to understand the redrawn maps of influence. It was a transformation as slow but sure as the yielding of winter to spring, but more profound, more permanent. It was as if the climate was changing. My walks were not entirely random. I made a point of stopping for an hour or two of peaceful contemplation in the sanctuary of one or another of the city's cemeteries. The secret garden of the Moravian Cemetery, entered by an unmarked door next to a public house off the King's Road. Kensal Green Cemetery, with its great Doric arch and gravelled roads wide enough for horse-drawn carriages. The ordered plots of Brompton Cemetery, radiating from the central octagonal chapel. The City of London Cemetery, its drained lake, now a valley of catacombs. Even Bunhill Cemetery, its weathered tombs protected by prissy green municipal railings, could afford a little tranquillity as long as one avoided the lunchtime crowds of office workers. That day I had walked north up the Kingsland Road past the new mosque. Although my family has a long and honourable tradition in the matter of the dead, I am not a religious man, but any sign of communal faith gives me hope. Through the brawl and tacky commerciality of Dalston, the Santeria shop was closed down. I wondered if that had been caused by a minor fluctuation of the new climate. To Stoke Newington and Abney Park Cemetery. Abney Park. Beyond the modest entrance off Church Street, hard by the fire station, beyond the imposing graves of Salvation Army generals, paths divide and divide again, leading you away from city noise. The place is thick with trees, and saplings push up between close-set graves, or are even rooted in the graves themselves, as if the dead are sprouting at skull or ribs or thigh. There are angels and pyramids and obelisks and hundreds of ordinary headstones. There is a lion. There are anchors cast on a rough boulder. Many graves are tilted, as if the dead, restless for Judgment Day,
have been pounding on the roofs of their tombs. At the centre is the derelict Chapel of Rest, a Gothic ruin surprisingly free of graffiti, its windows boarded up or covered in bright new corrugated iron, every bit of glass smashed from the rows at the apex of the square tower. Boards have been prized away from one window. The scraps of the trespassers' spent lust curl within like exhausted snakes. That day yellow daffodils nodded in the mild breeze above some graves. The last land our lives leave, our final plot, is a garden the size of our bodies, and others were bright with rain-washed silk flowers. I wandered the paths, munching chocolate bourbons from the packet I had purchased at a Turkish corner shop. The blue sky was netted by a web of bare branches. Birds sang, defining their territories. A man in a grubby T-shirt and a wrinkled leather jacket led an eager mongrel on a string and carried a can of strong beer. Imps hid from me in the tangled rat-tails of his hair. An art student in black was hunched on a bench, sketching one of the angels. Its left arm had been broken off at the elbow. Fresh stone showed as shockingly white as bone against its weathered grey skin. A man and a woman in identical shell suits sat at another bench, talking quietly. A young woman pushed her baby in an old-fashioned perambulator. And an old woman in a shabby grey anorak knelt like a penitent at a grave. Something about her made me stop and sit at a bench nearby. I took out my book, a badly foxed copy of Abellio's La Fin de l'Esotérisme, and pretended to ruffle through its pages while raking her with covert glances. She was bathed in sunlight that fell at an angle between close-laced branches, like a saint in a medieval woodcut. A quite unremarkable woman in her late 60s, with a pinched, exhausted face, devoid of makeup, coarse grey hair caught under a flowery scarf. Her anorak, her rayon trousers, and her cheap flat shoes had all been bought in the same high-street emporium. She was tidying the grave with slow, painful care, raking its green gravel, straightening the silk roses in their brass pot, washing city dirt from the white headstone. She did not see me, nor did she see what seemed to be a small child running about the old graves in the distance. No one could see it but me. At last the woman pulled a shiny black purse from the pocket of her anorak, opened it, and took out a piece of paper. She lifted up a smooth beach pebble, removed something, and tucked the paper underneath. Then she laboriously got to her feet, one hand on the small of her back, dusted her hands, and hobbled away down the path. I shut my book and went to the grave and retrieved the paper. It was a sheet torn from a cheap, lined writing-pad, as soft as newspulp, folded twice into a square. I was about to unfold it when something said, "That's mine." It presented as a girl of 10 or 11, thin, determined, petulant, in a pale dress 50 years out of date. A scarf was knotted at her skinny neck. Eyes that were no more than dark smudges were half hidden by tangled hair that stirred in a breeze I could not feel. It stamped ineffectively and said again, "That's mine." I held out the folded sheet of paper.
"I don't want it now. Not now you've touched it, you smelly old thing."
"I will read it for you, if you like."
"Smelly old fat thing,"
it said spitefully, and turned and took a few steps along the path the old woman had taken before stopping and looking at me over its shoulder, hesitant, unsure. "I can read it for you," I said again. "I am not like the others. I speak for people like you." The pale child ran up to me and swiped at the paper with fingers crooked into talons. It failed to take it, of course, and was suddenly dancing in fury.
"Fat fucker! Smelly fat fucking fucker!"
The sun seemed to darken, and the child grew in definition as a candle flame steadies after it has been lit. Branches moved overhead like bony fingers rubbing together.
"You fucking fat, smelly fuck!"
Stuff like drool slicked the child's chin, dripped onto the path. I waited, holding out the paper. When the child was quiet again, I said, "I can read it for you. I do not think you can."
"Fuck you."
Quieter now. "Is she your mother?"
"She's mine. She's always been mine. You can't have her."
And then the child was chasing away through the trees after the old woman like smoke blown from a gun. There was a wetness on the path, frothy as the mucus shed by a salted slug. I unfolded the sheet of paper, read the few lines written in painstaking copperplate, then looked at the headstone of the grave. Jennifer Burton, 28th November 1933 to 28th November 1944. Taken from us, she sleeps in peace. I had thought the grave only a few years old. It had been faithfully tended for over 50 years. I wrote down the particulars in the flyleaf of my book, copied the lines on the sheet of paper, and tucked it back under the pebble. Jennifer Burton was murdered, Detective Superintendent Rawls told me. Strangled by the scarf her mother gave her for her birthday. Murdered, but not sexually assaulted. Her sister was found wandering the streets nearby with scratches on her arms and face. She had been attacked, too, but she must have managed to get away when her sister was strangled, and she couldn't remember anything. It's funny to think of ordinary crimes being committed then, while the war was going on, but there it is. The case is still open. Like a wound, I said, remembering the scarf around the little girl's neck. We were sitting in the snug of the Seven Stars, the comfortable old pub just around the corner from Lincoln's Inn Fields. Rawls was due to give evidence at a murder trial in an hour. He was uncharacteristically nervous, and kept stealing glances at his watch as I described my encounter and worked my way through a steak and kidney pie. Around us, sleek lawyers in dark suits talked loudly about chambers gossip and old and forthcoming cases. The sad, quiet shade of a potboy drifted about a dark corner of the bar. Out of courtesy, we pretended to ignore each other. Rawls passed a hand over his close-cropped white hair and sighed. My old friend and ally looked worn out. There were deep lines either side of his mouth and nests of hair in his ears. The skin on the backs of his hands was as loose as a lizard's, and crazed with a diamond pattern. He said, "Do you really think you should be prying into this, Carlyle?" "How long is it until you retire, Robert?" 3 months, as you know very well." "I'm dreading it." "The bungalow in Essex? Your roses?" "I can't wait to get out of the city. What I dread is the party they're going to give me." "I will be there in spirit." Rawls drained his pint glass and said, "The bungalow is brand new. No ghosts at all." "There are ghosts everywhere, Rawls. I can look at your bungalow if you like. You might be surprised." "I'd rather live in ignorant bliss. That's going to be my motto from now on. See nothing, hear nothing. What about you, Carlyle? Why the interest in this?" "Think of it as spring cleaning. It is the time of year when you do all those little jobs that in the depths of winter you always meant to get around to, but never quite did. Now the world wakes, and you do too." "I've seen your place," Rawls said. "I don't think you've ever dusted in your life." "It is merely a metaphor. In these strange times, a small bit of work like this will do me some good. Think of it as a charitable case." Rawls said, "I'm going to be out of it soon, thank Christ," and pushed the brown folder across the table. It was tied with faded green string. "I want this back, and if the animal that killed her is still alive, I suppose I'll have to do something about it." Jennifer Burton had been murdered a few streets from where she lived, on a bomb site where, according to the police report, the local kids had made a kind of camp or den. She had been found amidst candle stubs and broken bits of furniture, strangled by her birthday scarf. It was amongst the anonymous streets just to the east of the British Museum in Bloomsbury, where cheap tourist hotels, student hostels, council blocks, red-brick mansions blocks, and university offices crowd together along treeless streets where the sun never quite reaches. There was a block of flats, white concrete and metal-framed windows, where the bomb site had been. I rang bells at random. When at last someone answered, I said, "It's me," and shouldered aside the door when it was buzzed open. I found a stair down to the basement and stood a while in the dim light that seeped from a pavement grill, amongst bicycles and boxes of discarded belongings, under pipes that snaked across the ceiling. There was nothing there, but I had not expected anything. The ghost of the murdered girl had fled with her sister, I thought, and she had carried that burden ever since. My darling Jennifer, the old woman had written. "It is a lovely spring day, and so I came to visit you, and see that you were nice and tidy. It will soon be the next century, the new millennium, and I wonder how it is that I am still alive. I carry you with me always, my darling." The fierce, deep anguish that burned through these banal sentiments. I had learned little from the old police files. Jennifer Burton had been 11 when she had died, older by a half-hour than her twin Joan. The police had interviewed known sex offenders and every soldier arrested in London for drunkenness or desertion in the weeks following the murder, but with no result. Joan had been interviewed 3 times, but remembered nothing of that day. The case had gone cold. I left that quiet basement and found the address where the 2 girls had been living with their mother. They had only recently returned from the village in Devon to which they had been evacuated at the beginning of the Blitz. The building had been made over into offices, with a stark modern foyer behind big plate-glass windows. A security guard sat behind a bleached oak desk. I could have worked up some plausible bluff, but someone who could help me was nearby, and I went to find him instead. Coram's Fields, in the middle of the parish of St. Pancras, is one of the happiest places I know. There is a playground to which adults are admitted only in the company of children, and there is an adjoining park, St. George's Gardens, where I sometimes sit for a while. The playground is built on the site of the Foundling Hospital. The gardens are laid out on what was once a cemetery. I know only too well how much of London is built on her dead. That the park and playground are unmarked by darkness is due in large part to its unofficial and unacknowledged guardian. Harry Wright was a pacifist who became a volunteer fireman during the war. He was killed at the height of the Blitz, when the front of a burning house collapsed on him as he went in to rescue 3 children trapped inside. I sat on a bench amongst clipped, mulched rose beds in cold sunlight. The shrieks and laughter of children at play was clear and sharp. Presently Harry drifted over, tentative and curious. "It's you, Mr. Carlyle," he said, smiling with relief. "For a moment I thought it might be trouble." "I am afraid that I have brought a little trouble, Harry. Sit down, and I will tell you about it." "I'll keep watch, if you don't mind, Mr. Carlyle, and I do it better standing." He was a small, tough bantam rooster of a man in his mid-30s, in shirt and braces, his honest face smudged and indistinct, like a half-erased sketch. He drifted around the bench, head cocked for any trouble, as I explained my encounter at Abney Park Cemetery. "Oh, I couldn't go all the way up there," he said, when I had finished. "I have enough of a job here." "I understand. What I have in mind is much closer to home." "I don't know if I could, Mr. Carlyle." "There is a child to be helped, Harry, and it will take only a little of your time." "Still," he said doubtfully, "things are difficult at the moment. It all seems so hopeless sometimes, as if the whole world is bearing down on me and my little patch." "Things are changing, Harry. We all feel it." "I saw that librarian chap a while ago," Harry said. He was still patrolling my bench, keeping watch on the perimeters of the park. "Was it last week? Anyway, he felt the same thing." Like many of his kind, Harry was vague about time. I knew it must have been at least several months ago, for that was when the librarian had been devoured. It had been my fault. I had sent him against something whose strength I had underestimated. I still carried the guilt, like an ink stain on my soul. I said, "I am afraid that he has passed on." "That's a shame. Him and me, we had some interesting talks. Very well educated he was, and polite as anyone I've met." "Perhaps it was for the best, Mr. Carlyle. I don't suppose he would have liked the changes to his place." The old reading-room of the British Library was closed. Its books had been transferred to the new red-brick building on Euston Road. When I had last been there, I had stood a while in the wood-panelled room where autograph manuscripts had once been on view, and where display boards and glass-cased models of the new extension now stood, mantled with a fine layer of concrete dust from the building works, disturbed only by the occasional tourist who had taken a wrong turning. I had waited a long time, but he had not come. I told Harry Wright's restlessly circling ghost, "You are quite right. He would have hated it." "He was a man of his time, Mr. Carlyle. Now, I think I can help you, but I'll have to be quick. Even the day isn't safe any more." I was glad that I did not have to compel him. I waited outside the office building while Harry made his search. I waited more than an hour, pretending to read my book under the gaze of a security camera. And I grew so anxious that I almost cried out in amazement when at last Harry appeared with his burden. "We'll take the poor mite to my place," he said, brisk and matter-of-fact. "Safer that way." I lost him when I had to wait for a gap in the traffic shuddering angrily down Judd Street, but he was waiting for me in the rose garden. He was still holding the child he had rescued. Her face was pressed against his shoulder. There was a scarf around her neck, and she wore the same dress as the venomously angry thing I had confronted in Abbey Park. "She's scared," Harry said. "She was hiding in a cupboard. It's all right now, darling," he added, speaking softly to the child. "You're safe here." It took a while to coax her round. At last Harry set her on her feet and resumed his patrol while she scampered about, stopping every minute to look up at the sky. I waited until she drifted back to me, shy and sidelong.
"You're a funny man,"
she said. She stood on one foot, twisting the other behind her calf. A breeze could have blown her away. "I know I am," I said. A woman walking her dog glanced at me as she went past. I suppose she would have seen an overweight man in a black raincoat, hunched over and talking to himself. Hardly an uncommon sight in these troubled times. The girl said,
"So many people came at first, and they were making such a fuss that I hid. But then they went away, and after that I couldn't make anyone hear me. I thought Joan would find me. I waited and waited. Will you take me to her?"
"I cannot do that. But I can help you, if you will help me. I want to know what happened to you. Do you understand?" She nodded. She said,
"It was like being filled with black boxes. The dark came flying in, and it had corners. It filled me up."
"Did you see who brought the dark, Jennifer?" The child's hands had gone to her throat, plucking at the knotted scarf. She said,
"I don't want to cause trouble."
"None of that matters, not any more."
"That's what the nice man told me," the child said, and added, "He said that he was a fireman."
"So he is, and a very good one. We both want to help you, Jennifer. I think I know what happened, but I need to be sure. Will you tell me?"
"Joan was cross. She wanted my scarf because she said that it was nicer than hers. She said I always got nicer things because I was older. She wanted it, and I wouldn't give it to her because it was mine."
She ran then. I did not try to follow her, and at last Harry brought her back. She would not talk, but it did not matter, because I knew now how wrong I had been. I told the little girl that she could rest, that she could sleep, and then I sent her away. Harry said, "Is it like that, Mr. Carlyle? Like going to sleep?" "I do not know," I said, "but that is what everyone wants to believe." Harry brushed his hands together. "There's no rest for the wicked, as my gran used to say. I'll be back to work. It's getting dark, and there can be trouble after dark." A week later I was sitting on the bench in Abbey Park Cemetery, near Jennifer Burton's grave. I had been coming here every day, waiting for Jennifer's sister and her burden. Every day at dusk, when I knew that the old woman would not come, I passed by her mean little basement flat on Albion Road on my way home. I once saw her coming up the steps in her grey coat and her neat scarf, moving slowly and painfully, bowed under the weight of her burden, which hissed like a cat when it spied me across the street. It was another sunny day. The buds were beginning to break on the trees, so that the stark outlines of their branches were blurred by a ghostly scantling of green. The old woman came just after noon, and her burden came with her, circling us both at a distance, hardly more than broken shadow and sunlight. At last the old woman finished tidying her sister's grave. She took out a piece of folded paper and tucked it under the pebble, and crumpled up the note I had carefully replaced. The ghost circled through the trees as the old woman went away down the path. I called its name and told it to come to me, and it did, glaring at me through the tangle of its hair.
"You fat old fucker," it said. "You don't scare me."
"I know why you did it, Joan. You wanted the scarf. You did not realize that you had hurt your sister so badly."
"She messed her knickers,"
the thing said with a vicious smile.
"She made a funny sound and messed her knickers, the smelly silly."
It was the ghost Joan Burton had cast off in a moment of sudden and intense anger.
It was the memory that she could never acknowledge, the memory of murdering her own sister. She had been imprisoned by it ever since, a longer sentence than any court would have imposed. It glared at me through its tangled hair and hissed, "Keep away from me, you fat fucker! I'll hurt you, I will!" "Enough," I said, and gathered it to me. It was like lifting up an armful of icy briars, but only for a moment. "So you found nothing?" Detective Superintendent Royle said. "That's not like you, Carlyle. You usually like to see things through to the end." Once again we had met in the Seven Stars. Once again Rawls was stealing glances at his watch. The jury in his case was expected to announce its verdict that afternoon. I said, "Times are changing." "Times change, Carlyle, but you don't. You're more or less the same as when I met you back in '64. "Ah, but I was already old then." "You do have a bit of a spring in your step today," Rawls said. "I noticed when I came in." "I did." "I suppose it is the season. Everything seems hopeful at this time of year." I had passed Joan Burton on the way out of the cemetery. She was still stooped, but I think it was out of habit, not necessity. I said, "A nice day, is it not?" She glanced at me and smiled, and I saw in that smile the pretty girl she had once been. "I hadn't noticed," she said, "but yes, you're right. Isn't it beautiful?" Ramsey Campbell. No Strings. Ramsey Campbell has received more awards for horror fiction than any other writer. He has been named Grand Master by the World Horror Convention and received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Horror Writers Association. His latest novel is Pact of the Fathers, and a film of the book is already in development in Spain. He has also recently completed a new supernatural novel, The Darkest Part of the Woods. Campbell's M.R. Jamesian anthology, Meddling with Ghosts, is published by the British Library, and he has co-edited Gathering the Bones with Jack Dan and Dennis Etchison. S.T. Joshi's study, Ramsey Campbell and Modern Horror Fiction, is available from Liverpool University Press. No Strings was written at the behest of Michelle Slung for an anthology about strangers, the author reveals. Sadly, she decided it wasn't strange enough. I bear no resentment. Without Michelle, the story wouldn't exist, and I'm grateful. It was written in the mornings of most of a fortnight of August 1998, in an apartment, or rather on the balcony thereof, west of Tavronatus in Crete. Just shows how much darker it tends to be inside my head. "Good night, till tomorrow," Phil Linford said, having faded the signature tune of Linford Till Midnight up under his voice. "And a special good night to anyone I've been alone with." As he removed his headphones, imitated by the reverse of himself in the dark beyond the inner window, he felt as if he was unburdening himself of all the voices he'd talked to during the previous 2 hours. They'd been discussing the homeless, whom most of the callers had insisted on describing as beggars or worse, until Linford had declared that he respected anyone who did their best to earn their keep, to feed themselves and their dependents. He hadn't intended to condemn those who only begged, if they were capable of nothing else, but several of his listeners did with increasing viciousness. After all that, the very last caller had hoped aloud that nobody homeless had been listening. Maybe Linford oughtn't to have responded that if they were homeless they wouldn't have anywhere to plug in a radio, but he always tried to end with a joke. There was no point in leaving listeners depressed. That wasn't the responsibility he was paid for. If he'd given them a chance to have their say and something to carry on chewing over, he'd done what was expected of him. If he wasn't doing a good job, he wouldn't still be on the air. At least it wasn't television. At least he wasn't making people do no more than sit and gawk. As the second hand of the clock above the console fingered midnight, he faded out his tune and gave up the station to the national network. The news paced him as he walked through the station, killing lights. This year's second war, another famine, a seaboard devastated by a hurricane, a town buried by a volcano. No room for anything local, not even the people who'd been missing for weeks or months. In the deserted newsroom, computer terminals presented their blank, bulging profiles to him. Beyond the unstaffed reception desk, a solitary call was flashing like a warning on the switchboard. Its glow and its insect clicking died as he padded across the plump carpet of the reception area. He was reaching for the electronic latch to let himself into the street when he faltered. Beyond the glass door, on the second of the 3 concrete steps to the pavement, a man was seated with his back to him. Had he fallen asleep over the contents of his lap? He wore a black suit a size too large, above which peeked an inch of collar gleaming white as a vicar's beneath the neon streetlights, not an ensemble that benefited from being topped by a dark green baseball cap pulled as low as it would stretch on the bald neck. If he was waiting for anyone, it surely couldn't be Linford, who nonetheless felt as if he had attracted the other somehow, perhaps by having left all the lights on while he was alone in the station. The news brought itself to an end with a droll anecdote about a music student who had almost managed to sell a forged manuscript before the buyer had noticed the composer's name was spelled Beathoven, and Linford eased the door open. He was on the way to opening enough of a gap to sidle through into the stagnant July heat beneath the heavy clouds when early morning moods commenced with a rush of jaunty flourishes on a violin. At once the figure on the steps jerked to his feet as though tugged by invisible strings and joined in. So he was a busker, and the contents of his lap had been a violin and its bow. But the discovery wasn't the only reason why Linford pulled the door wide. The violinist wasn't merely imitating the Baroque solo from the radio. He was copying every nuance and intonation, an exact echo no more than a fraction of a second late. Linford felt as though he'd been selected to judge a talent show. "Hey, that's good," he said. "You what?" He had barely started speaking when the violinist dodged away with a movement that, whether intentionally or from inability, was less a dance than a series of head-to-toe wriggles that imparted a gypsy swaying to the violin and bow. Perhaps to blot out the interference Linford's voice represented, he began to play louder, though as sweetly as ever. He halted in the middle of the pedestrianized road, between the radio station and a department store lit up for the night. Linford stayed in the doorway until the broadcast melody gave way to the presenter's voice, then closed the door behind him, feeling it lock. "Well done," he called. "Listen, I wonder—" He could only assume the musician was unable to hear him for playing. No sooner had the melody ended than it recommenced, as the player moved away as though guided by his bunch of faint shadows that gave him the appearance of not quite owning up to the possession of several extra limbs. Linford was growing frustrated with the behavior of someone he only wanted to help. "Excuse me," he said loud enough for the plate glass across the street to fling his voice back at him. "If it's an audition you need, I can get you one. No strings, no commission." The repetition of the melody didn't falter, but the violinist halted in front of a window scattered with wire skeletons sporting flimsy clothes. When the player didn't turn to face him, Linford followed. He knew talent when he heard it, and local talent was meant to be the point of local radio. But he also didn't mind feeling like the newsman he'd been until he'd found he was better at chatting between the choices of music too old to be broadcast by anyone except him. Years of that had landed him the late-night phone-in, where he sometimes felt he made less of a difference than he had in him. Now here was his chance to make one, and he wasn't about to object if putting the violinist on the air helped his reputation too, not when his contract was due for renewal. He was almost alongside the violinist, close enough to glimpse a twitching of the pale, smooth cheek, apparently in time with the mouthing that accompanied the music, when the other danced, if it could be called a dance, away from him. Unless he was mute, no, even if he was, Linford was determined to extract some sense from him. He supposed it was possible that the musician wasn't quite right in some way, but then it occurred to him that the man might already be employed, and so not in need of being discovered. "Do you play with anyone?" he called at the top of his voice. That seemed to earn him a response. The violinist gestured ahead with his bow, so tersely that Linford heard no break in the music. If the gesture hadn't demonstrated that the player was going Linford's way, he might have sought clarification of whatever he was meant to have understood. Instead, he went after the musician, not running or even trotting, since he would have felt absurd, and so not managing to come within arm's length. The green glow of a window display, clothed dummies exhibiting price tags or challenging the passer-by to guess their worth, their blank-eyed faces immobile and rudimentary as death masks moulded by a trainee, settled on the baseball cap as the player turned along the side street that led to the car park, and the cap appeared to glisten like moss. A quarter of a mile away down the main road, Linford saw a police car, crested with lights, speed across a junction, the closest that traffic was allowed to approach. Of course the police could drive anywhere they liked, and their cameras were perched on roofs, One of his late-night partners in conversation had declared that these days the cameras were the nearest thing to God. While Linford felt no immediate need of them, there was surely nothing wrong with knowing you were watched. Waving a hand in front of his face to ward off a raw smell the side street had enclosed, he strode after the musician. The street led directly into the car park, a patch of waste ground about 200 yards square, strewn with minor chunks of rubble, empty bottles, squashed cans. Only the exit barrier and the solitary presence of Linford's Peugeot indicated that the square did any work. Department stores backed onto its near side, and to its right were restaurants whose bins must be responsible for the wafts of a raw smell. To the left, a chain fence crowned with barbed wire protected a building site, while the far side was overlooked by 3 stories of derelict offices. The musician was prancing straight for these beneath arc lights that set his intensified shadow scuttling around him. He reached the building as Linford came abreast of the car. Without omitting so much as a quaver from the rapid, eager melody, the violinist lifted one foot in a movement that suggested the climax of a dance and shoved the back door open. The long, brownish stick of the bow jerked up as though to beckon Linford. Before he had time to call out, if indeed he felt obliged to, he saw the player vanish into a narrow oblong, black as turned earth. He rested a hand on the tepid roof of the car and told himself he'd done enough. If the musician was using the disused offices as a squat, he was unlikely to be alone, and perhaps his thinness was a symptom of addiction. The prospect of encountering a room full of drug addicts fell short of appealing to Linford. He was fishing out his keys when an abrupt silence filled the car park. The music, rendered hollow by the dark interior, had ceased in the midst of a phrase, but it hadn't entirely obscured a shrill cry from within, a cry Linford was too sure to be able to ignore it, for help. 5 minutes, less if he surprised himself by proving to be in a condition to run, would take him back to the radio station to call the police. There might even be a phone booth in the main street that accepted coins rather than cards. Less than 5 minutes might be far too long for whoever needed help, and so Linford stalked across the car park, waving his arms at the offices as he raised his face to mouth for help at the featureless slate sky. He was hoping some policeman was observing him and would send reinforcements. He was hoping to hear a police car raise its voice on its way to him. He'd heard nothing but his own dwarfed, isolated footsteps by the time he reached the ajar door. Perhaps someone had planned to repaint it and given up early in the process. Those patches of old paint that weren't flaking were blistered. The largest blister had split open, and he saw an insect writhe into hiding inside the charred bulge as he dealt the door a slow kick to shove it wide. A short hall with 2 doors on each side led to a staircase that turned its back on itself halfway up. The widening glare from the car park pressed the darkness back towards the stairs, but only to thicken it on them and within the doorways. Since all the doors were open, he ventured as far as the nearest pair and peered quickly to either side of him. Random shapes of light were stranded near the windows, all of which were broken. The floorboards of both rooms weren't much less rubbly than the car park. In the room to his left, 2 rusty filing cabinets had been pulled fully open, though surely there could have been nothing to remove from them, let alone to put in. To his right, a single office desk was leaning on a broken leg and grimacing with both the black rectangles that used to contain drawers. Perhaps it was his tension that rendered these sights unpleasant, or perhaps it was the raw smell. His will to intervene was failing as he began to wonder if he had really heard any sound except music. And then the cry was repeated above him. It could be a woman's voice or a man's grown shrill with terror, but there was no mistaking its words. "Help!" it pleaded. "Oh, God!" No more than a couple of streets away, a nightclub emitted music and loud voices, followed by an outburst of the slamming of car doors. The noises made Linford feel less alone. There must be at least one bouncer outside the nightclub, within earshot of a yell. Perhaps that wasn't as reassuring as he allowed it to seem, but it let him advance to the foot of the stairs and shout into the dimness that was, after all, not quite dark. "Hello? What's happening up there? What's wrong?" His first word brought the others out with it. The more of them there were, the less sure he was how advisable they might be. They were met by utter silence, except for a creak of the lowest stair on which he'd tentatively stepped. He hadn't betrayed his presence, he told himself fiercely.
Whoever was above him had already been aware of him, or there would have been no point to the cry for help. Nevertheless, once he seized the splintered banister, it was on tiptoe that he ran upstairs. He was turning the bend when an object almost tripped him, the musician's baseball cap. The banister emitted a groan not far short of vocal as he leaned on it to steady himself. The sound was answered by another cry of "Help!" or most of it before the voice was muffled by a hand over the mouth. It came from a room at the far end of the corridor ahead. He was intensely aware of the moment, of scraps of light that clung like pale bats to the ceiling of the corridor, the rats' tails of the flexes that had held sockets for light bulbs, the blackness of the doorways that put him in mind of holes in the ground, the knowledge that this was his last chance to retreat. Instead, he ran almost soundlessly up the stairs and past 2 rooms that a glance into each appeared to show were empty, save for rubble and broken glass. Before he came abreast of the further left-hand room, he knew it was where he had to go. For a moment he thought someone had hung a sign on the door. It was a tattered office calendar, dangling from a nail. Dates some weeks apart on it, the most recent almost a fortnight ago, were marked with ovals that in daytime might have looked more reddish. He was thinking that the marks couldn't be fingerprints, since they contained no lines, as he took a step into the room. A shape lay on the area of the floor least visited by daylight, under the window amid shards of glass. A ragged curtain tied at the neck covered all of it except the head, which was so large and bald and swollen it reminded him of the moon. The features appeared to be sinking into it. The unreadably shadowed eyes and gaping whitish lips could have passed for craters, and its nostrils were doing without a nose. Despite its baldness, it was a woman's head, since Linford distinguished the outline of breasts under the curtain. Indeed, enough bulk for an extra pair. The head wobbled upright to greet him, its scalp springing alight with the glare from the car park, and large hands, whose white flesh was loose as oversized gloves, groped out from beneath the curtain. He could see no nails on them. The foot he wasn't conscious of, holding in mid-air, trod on a fragile object he'd failed to notice, a violinist's bow. It snapped and pitched him forward to see more of the room. 4 desk drawers had been brought into it, one to a corner. Each drawer contained a nest of newspapers and office scrap. Around the drawers were strewn crumpled sheets of music, stained dark, as though, Linford thought, and then tried not to, they had been employed to wipe mouths. Whatever had occurred had apparently involved the scattering about the bare floor of enough spare bows to equip a small string orchestra. By no means anxious to understand any of the contents of the room until he was well clear of it, Linford was backing away when the violin recommenced its dance behind him. He swung around, and at once saw far too much. The violinist was as bald as the figure under the window, but despite the oddly temporary nature of the bland, smooth face, particularly around the nose, it was plain that the musician was female too. The long brown stick she was passing back and forth over the instrument had never been a bow. Not that one would have made a difference, since the cracked violin was stringless. The perfect imitation of the broadcast melody was streaming out of her wide, toothless mouth, the interior of which was at least as white as the rest of her face. Despite her task, she managed to smile, though he sensed it wasn't for him, but about him. She was blocking the doorway, and the idea of going closer to her, to the smell of rawness, some of which was certainly emerging from her mouth, almost crushed his mind to nothing. He had to entice her away from the doorway, and he was struggling to will himself to retreat into the room, struggling to keep his back to it, when a voice cried, "Help!" It was the cry he'd come to find, exactly the cry, and it was behind him in the room. He twisted half round and saw the shape under the window begin to cover her mouth, then let her hand fall. She must have decided there was no longer any reason to cut the repetition short. "Oh, God!" she added, precisely as she had before, and rubbed her curtained stomach. It wasn't just a trick. It was as much of an imitation as the music had been. He had to make more of an effort than he could remember ever having used to swallow the sound of the realization almost forced out of his mouth. For years he'd earned his living by not letting there be more than a second of silence. But could staying absolutely quiet now save him? He was unable to think what else to do. Not that he was anything like sure of being capable of silence. "Help! Oh, God!" the curtained shape repeated, more of a demand now, and rubbed her stomach harder.
The player dropped the violin and the other item, and before their clatter faded she came at Linford with a writhing movement that might have been a jubilant dance, came just far enough to continue to block his escape. His lips trembled, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't suppress his words, however idiotic they might be. "My mistake. My mistake. I only—" Several voices took up his protest at once, but he could see no mouths uttering it, only an agitation of the lower half of the curtain. Then 2 small forms crawled out from underneath, immediately followed by 2 more, all undisguised by any kind of covering. Their plump white bodies seemed all the more worm-like for the incompleteness of the faces on the bald heads, no more than nostrils and greedily dilated mouths. Just the same, they wriggled straight to him, grabbing pointed fragments of glass. He saw the violinist press her hands over her ears, and thought that she felt some sympathy for him until he grasped that she was ensuring she didn't have to imitate whatever sound he made. The window was his only chance now. If the creature beneath it was as helpless as she seemed, if he could bear to step over or on her so as to scream from the window for somebody out there to hear— But when he screamed, it was from the floor, where, having expertly tripped him, the young were swarming up his legs, and he found he had no interest in the words he was screaming, especially when they were repeated in chorus to him. Kathryn Ptacek. The Grotto. Kathryn Ptacek has sold over 200 short stories, reviews, essays, and interviews in her 2-decade career. Her recent publication credits include Canadian Fiction Magazine, Northern Horror, the Mammoth Book of Vampire Stories by Women, and 2 stories in 100 Crafty Little Cat Stories, Barnes & Noble, the editor of the official newsletter of the Horror Writers Association, and compiler of the Healer Queen's Guide to Markets. Ptacek's company Little Bird Editorial Services looks at fiction and non-fiction manuscripts. I had to write a story with images of old gods in it for a themed anthology, the author explains, and for the longest time I couldn't pin down what I wanted. Then I thought of those grotesques that decorate some buildings. But where to set the story? For a long time now I've wanted to visit Tuscany, and once I started doing the research, I realized how well the arch-gods of the Etruscans fit. Seal Uccello-Wallace had always wanted to visit Tuscany. It was a shame that she had returned to her ancestral home only now, when she was dying. Seal slowed her pace, then detached herself from the tour group that she'd been following all morning, and wandered down a narrow cobblestone street, so angled and steep that she thought if she fell she'd just bounce, much like a pinball, off the thick stucco walls all the way down to the vineyard below the walled town. She chuckled. The tour group was out of sight now, heading toward the town's unassuming church. Otherwise she was the only one out and about this close to one. Overhead the sky was a stark cerulean, and a faint, spicy smell wafted from the profusion of bright flowers blooming in window boxes. A black-and-white cat sitting in a doorway yawned as she passed by. San Demonio, northwest above Florence, had been her family's home for more generations than anyone could count. Local tradition held that her family, the Uccellos, and a handful of others, were Etruscan farmers who had migrated to this valley some 3,000 years ago. Seal thought that was a fanciful story, fabricated to satisfy history-hungry tourists. Tourists like herself, she thought ruefully. In a single day she'd played the role, checking the handful of shops, none with the usual tourist knickknacks, which she found refreshing, as well as visiting the church, a most unpretentious structure with nothing of value to offer, not a single marble statue, lofty bell tower, stunning mosaic or fresco, or even a worthy capella or chapel. In fact, she had never seen such a boring church. It was almost as if the place were unused, and yet she had seen some townspeople going inside. Hadn't she spotted a priest earlier? Actually, as she thought about it, there was very little in San Demonio of interest to visitors. On her map the town appeared as just a tiny dot, and when she'd tried to find out more about it, she'd met with a dead end. San Demonio wasn't famous for its nondescript church, nor was it known for the wine from its vineyards. In fact, what she had glimpsed of those on her way into town seemed sadly insignificant to the vast and renowned vineyards she had seen in Chianti, south of Florence. Surely, though, the town must have something of note. As she reached La Rondine, the town's one and only inn, a flock of birds wheeled overhead, She shielded her eyes with one hand and peered upward into the bright sky. The flock dipped, barreling straight toward the street, then abruptly changed direction and flew out of sight. Were they swallows, she wondered, or just common sparrows? She didn't know if there had actually ever been swallows in the area to give the inn its name. Still, for all that, it was a pleasant place, and the staff seemed quite friendly. She headed straight for the dining-room. It was close enough to lunch-time, if the slight rumbling in her stomach was to be believed. Besides, she'd had only a cup of tea before leaving that morning. "Buongiorno. And how did the signorina sleep last night?" Arturo Ventaglio, the owner of La Rondine, asked in English. He was an older man, with hair dusted with grey. Marco, the teen-aged morning desk clerk, who also served as the dining-room waiter, smiled widely, revealing a few gaps in that handsome expression. "Quite well, thank you. It's so restful here." Seal thought Signora Ventaglio was being quite diplomatic, referring to her as a young woman. She wasn't old at 41, but then she guessed she didn't fall in the young woman category either. Not any more. Still, it was flattering. Ventaglio bobbed his head. "Very soothing, see?" Marco nodded too. "Very, very healthy, too." "Yes, so I understand," she said with some irony. "The climate is certainly ideal." She was grateful both men spoke English, because her Italian was rusty. Her parents had fled the village during the ravages of World War II and settled in New York City, and then later, as the family grew, across the Hudson to Kearny, New Jersey. But always when they spoke of home it was the Tuscan village. Once Seal started school, her parents insisted that they speak only English. Sometimes, though, her father and mother reverted, and Seal and her brother and sister picked up the language that way. Her parents had died before they could return, and so Seal had taken it upon herself to go to San Demonio. Year after year, though, she cancelled her plans, with one decade dissolving into another. Her sister and brother were to accompany her, but early in the year Michael had died in an army training mission, while Lucy had been killed by a drunk driver at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shortly after that, Seal and her husband of 2 years separated, and it was the following month that she had had the wake-up call of cancer. In that moment she knew she had to go home. She'd told no one of her coming. She wasn't even sure any family remained. If that were so, then that made her journey even more poignant. She was the last of the Uccellos. "More sightseeing today?" Signora Ventaglio asked, escorting her into the dining-room. He drew out the high-backed chair with a flourish, and she smiled. "Yes." He did tend to fuss a bit over her, but as she scanned the dining-room she didn't see many other guests, a retired couple by their appearance, and a man about her age. Perhaps Signore Ventaglio just felt the need to hone his hospitality skills. "Ah, good. There are many ruins north of town. Very old. Who knows how old, see? And you must visit the vineyard. Tell them that Arturo Ventaglio sent you, and they will give you a bottle of their best vino. And the Grotto," Marco called as he headed toward the kitchen to get her tea. She noticed that he walked with a marked limp. Signore Ventaglio scowled at Marco. "See, the Grotto, although that is a difficult climb for most. Straight up," he gestured with both hands. "Much better for a capra." He saw her confusion. "A goat." Interesting, but her guidebook hadn't mentioned a grotto, not here in this out-of-the-way village. "Tell me more, signore." The man shrugged. "The grotto. It isn't very spectacular. Damp, dirty. Not a place for a lady such as yourself." No, Marco said, shaking his head. He was back with her pot of tea. "Not the place for a lady." She smiled. "I'm hardly a lady. I'm a historian who's been on many archaeological digs. I've gotten dirty with the best of them." The innkeeper's frown deepened. "It is not a place for a lady such as yourself," he repeated, then took Marco by the shoulder and shoved him back into the kitchen. The door swung shut behind them as Ventaglio's voice rose, loud and angry. She heard the word imbecille. She felt sorry that Marco was in trouble because of her. But, she told herself, she'd done nothing. The boy had volunteered the information. She read the menu, forcing herself to ignore the shouting. A few minutes later Marco returned, a chastised expression on his face. He stood by her chair, waiting for her to make up her mind. "Just an antipasti," she said. He nodded and shuffled back to the kitchen. Her appetite had decreased over the past few weeks. She knew she should eat more. It was just that nothing tasted or smelled good. When her doctor told her of the cancer, she panicked. She wanted to run from the exam room, as if she could escape her fate. She stayed, though, and listened to him, noted his recommendation for an oncologist. The next few days remained a blur. The cancer specialist saw her, then he gave her the prognosis. Yes, he could fill her body with chemicals and radiation, but it wouldn't matter. Nothing would help at this late stage. She was dying. It was just a matter of time. Curiously, Seal remained somewhat aloof from all this. It was as if it was happening to someone else. The specialist said he would sign her into the hospital that afternoon to start the therapy, but she said no. She thanked him, then dressed and returned to the university where she taught for the past decade. She typed out a resignation, handed it to her bewildered department chairman — summer classes were in season — waved to her fellow history lecturers, packed up the few personal items in her office, and went home. There she unplugged the phone and crawled into bed, fully dressed, burrowing under the covers. She lay there for nearly 20 hours before finally emerging. She hadn't slept much, just dozing here and there. All the time she did little but think. Mentally she felt like a mouse in a maze, her mind running down first one corridor, then another, and all of them dead ends. There had to be some way out, some corridor that didn't dead end. She did know, however, she didn't have enough time left to lay around the house and feel sorry for herself. She showered, dressed in her favorite pair of jeans and shirt, and called a travel agent. Then she called a real estate agent who was a friend and had the house put up for sale. Funds from that sale — she would take the first offer, she said — were to be wired to her. Of her belongings she took only what she would need for a prolonged visit. Everything else she donated to charities. 4 days later she was on her way to Italy. Any time, the specialist had said, she could die any time. It could be a week from now, a month, a year. It could even be longer, or not. She had medicine for the pain that the doctor said would come later. Mostly, though, she just felt tired. As she poked at a pepper on the antipasti plate, she realized that she still hadn't cried about it. Of course, what good would that do? Crying wouldn't cure her. Besides, she had too much to do yet, so much to see. Better for her to focus on that. For the past month she toured Venice, Rome, Naples, and Milan, leaving Florence and the surrounding Tuscany countryside to the last. And now that she was here, she didn't know. She didn't feel like she'd come home. She didn't feel much of anything, besides a certain curiosity. She speared an olive as she gazed out the window. The same black-and-white cat she had seen earlier lounged on a bench opposite the inn. He yawned and rolled over, exposing a white belly to the summer sunshine. A shadow spread across the dozing cat, and the animal leaped up and darted into a shop. She peered up, saw nothing. An eagle or a hawk, perhaps. Do they have eagles here? She wondered, and reminded herself to search for a book on the local flora and fauna. The guidebook was certainly useless in that respect. "Excuse me," said a smooth baritone voice. Startled, Seal dropped her fork onto the plate. "I am sorry to have frightened you." It was the man from the other side of the dining room. "You didn't," she replied somewhat crossly. She picked up her fork, then set it down. "I'm sorry. That was bad manners. Please sit down and join me." "I could not help but overhear your conversation. You expressed interest in the Grotto." "Yes." "I could take you there, Signorina
Uccello? Seal Uccello?"
Until this moment she had been going by her husband's last name. It was time to change, she thought. Time, and how much longer of that did she have? Would she stand up after this meal and simply drop dead? Would she simply not wake up one morning? She forced herself to concentrate on what the man was saying. "Ah, did you know that your last name means bird?" She nodded. "My parents told me when I was small." "Ah, but yes, about the Grotto. It's close to the villa up the hill." "I see." Seal wasn't sure about this. The man spoke with a slight accent, almost English. "I am sorry again. My name is Lawrence Sandamonio." She arched a brow. "The same as the town?" The corners of his thin mouth lifted ever so slightly. "The very same. My family has been here for a long time, but as to whether we were named after the town or it after us, no one can say. My mother, though, was English. As a child I lived in Kent. When I was old enough I came home." "I see." She was repeating herself. What a dunce he must think her. "And you're a tour guide now?" she asked lightly. He laughed, a rich sound. "Hardly. A businessman. A little of this, a little of that." Oh, swell, she thought. A ne'er-do-well, and yet he hardly looked the part. His clothes, while casual, seemed expensive, and he was well groomed. Maybe, one part of her said, he was a mass murderer, a local one, and he was waiting to get her alone before he stabbed her 7,000 times. "Go ahead," another part of her said. "Who cares?" Who cares indeed? Seal wondered, and realized she did. "Okay, when?" "Tomorrow." "Fine, if she lived that long." Seal, stop it, she told herself. Stop. "I'll meet you here around noon, then." He stood and bowed ever so perceptibly, then returned to his table. Seal finished her antipasti and set down her fork. Signore Ventalio approached as if he had timed his entrance to that very moment. "Signore San Demonio is quite a gentleman," Ventalio said as he whisked her plate away. "Very charming indeed." "Indeed?" Seal said, trying hard not to smile. "Very continental." "Si," he beamed at her. "And would there be anything else for you?" "Yes, a new life." "Allowed?" "Not today, grazie." As she started to leave the dining-room, she noticed for the first time a terracotta medallion to one side of the door. The bas-relief appeared quite worn in places, as though many fingers had rubbed it. "What's that?" "Janus, the god of the sun and of all portals, doorways, and thresholds," the innkeeper said. A grotesque, she knew, was an architectural decoration, a fanciful creature or representation of a person, commonly found on old architecture. Did this date from some ancient temple? Oh, yes, of course. Janus, the Roman god. "The Etruscan god," Signore Ventalio corrected politely. Of course. Rome's authority lessened the farther north she went. Here the Etruscan influence remained strong. Interesting. Perhaps there was a book about the Etruscan gods, if she could find a bookshop. All these books she was buying, when would she have time to read them? She had the rest of her life, and she nearly laughed aloud at the idea. She could have gone to her room for a nap, but she wasn't tired, at least not yet, and besides, wouldn't she have time enough later on to rest? It was close to 3:30 now, and the shops were just beginning to reopen. Seal nodded to an elderly woman sweeping the stoop in front of the grocer's. Several times she thought she was being watched, but when she turned around she saw no one. Only another black-and-white cat. Or was that the same one? Always a magnet for animals, she wouldn't be surprised if this one adopted her. She'd seen few animals in the village, which was odd, because in other towns she'd visited she'd seen dozens of roaming dogs and cats. At a fruit vendor's she selected several oranges. A few steps away she discovered a store filled with antiques. Lots of the contents, she realized after she had stepped inside and greeted the owner, weren't much older than a few decades, but still there might be something she just couldn't live without. She paused, an ironic smile on her lips. Sometimes, for a moment or two, she forgot. Briefly, tears threatened to sting her eyes. She bit her lower lip and moved away so that the owner couldn't see her. "What is this?" she asked, holding up a bronze object, one of many on a table. It was shaped almost like a bowl, the center of a sun-face, with an outer circle of moons. "Etruscan lamp," the proprietor answered, her dark eyes solemn. "Very, very old. From 2,000 years ago. It comes from the tombs. A sepulchral lamp. Very famous." Seal studied the lamp. Olive oil had filled the vessel, the wick floating. The lamp might well date from the time of Christ, yet if the lamp were a copy it was well done. She ran her fingers along it, the bronze cool against her skin. "I'll take it." She paid for the lamp, tucked it into her oversized purse, then stopped at the threshold. Another terracotta medallion hung by the door. This one depicted a youth wearing a cape and helmet, his right hand holding a lance. The carving was so lifelike that she reached up to touch the rounded cheeks. Mars, she guessed. Laran. The Etruscan version, I see. By the time she arrived at the vineyard, she was hot, dusty, and extremely thirsty. She traipsed into the winery's restaurant and ordered a glass of wine. "On the house," the man said, proffering a glass of Chianti. She thanked him and asked if it were all right to wander through the vineyard. He nodded toward another door. Outside again, she strolled up and down the orderly rows. She wasn't sure why she wanted to do that. She scarcely knew anything about wine. Some wines were white, some red, some sweet, some dry, French, Italian, Californian, New York. That was the sum total of her vino knowledge. Here and there, olive trees intermingled with the vines. The trees were gnarled, old, perhaps even ancient. How many decades, centuries, had they grown, she wondered? These trees would be here long after she was dead. She marveled at the age of everything in this town. Americans, with a history of only a few centuries, could not comprehend something 1,000 years or older. Insects buzzed around the fruit, the only sound. She paused under the shade of an olive tree. A dusty haze hung over one end of the vineyard. Perhaps she thought someone was working there. With the heat of the sun and the droning of the insects, she felt drowsy now. Suddenly something moved a few rows away from her. She'd caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of her eye. She stepped back into the sun and peered around a fat bunch of grapes. Nothing. Her skin prickled, and again she sensed being watched. Surely there were workers, pickers, harvesters, out here. As she glanced around, she saw no one. She returned the glass to the man and thanked him. She checked for a terracotta medallion. Surely the winery had one. In the tasting room she found it. A man in middle years, his smiling face surrounded by grapes and grape leaves. "Bacchus," she said, pointing. The man shook his head. "Fufluns, the god of wine, of vitality," he winked. Ah, so it would seem, at least in the townspeople's versions, that the Roman gods could all be traced to the Etruscan gods. That made sense. The Etruscans were the first to settle this area, and it was the tongue of Tuscany, after all, the basis of the language of the country. She wondered if any of the shops sold the medallions. She would ask Signore Ventaglio about it. He would know. The lamp, the medallion. What would she do with all these things she was suddenly adding to her life? She could always send them to her husband, her soon-to-be ex-husband. The divorce proceedings hadn't started yet. Perhaps he would be curious as to why she wasn't there. Perhaps not. And she wished with all her heart that she could turn back the clock, return to when she'd met her husband and change that chance encounter. She'd find someone who would truly love her for the time she had left. She shook her head sharply. Enough. "You are sad," the man said. She shrugged. "You are so young yet. You must live." "I wish," she said bitterly, and left the winery. She took her time returning to the inn. It was all uphill now, and sometimes quite steep. Exhausted, she paused only to wave to Signore Ventaglio and climbed the stairs to her room. She wanted a bath, badly. The minute she reached her room, she started stripping clothes off. She ran hot water until the tub was half filled, then eased into the warmth, and almost immediately the aches of the day began to fade. She closed her eyes. She would rest for a moment or so. When she awoke, the bath water was cold. She finished bathing, toweled herself dry, then slipped into a long T-shirt that served as her nightgown. Checking her watch, she was shocked to see that it was after 9. She had been in the tub over an hour. She should go downstairs for dinner, but just the thought of talking to someone right now seemed too much of a strain. She had her oranges. She'd dine on those. And perhaps if she got ravenous later, she'd ask if a tray could be delivered to the room. She sat on the bed, peeling her first orange carefully, and flipped through the guidebook, reading about all the places she hadn't visited yet. She finished the orange, then selected another, but when she realized she was doing more yawning than peeling, she put the orange down and washed her hands. She wobbled back across the room, turned out the light, and fell into bed. Almost instantly she drifted off to sleep. It seemed like only a moment later that she opened her eyes, but she knew she'd been asleep for some time. Was that a noise that had awakened her? She listened hard, but heard nothing. As she moved her legs, she touched something furry, and she yelped, leaped up, and switched on the light. The black-and-white cat lay curled on the mattress. It blinked at her, then yawned. She laughed nervously. "Just how did you get in here?" The window, wide open. She had forgotten to latch it. "I suppose you can stay." She flicked the light off and crawled back into bed. The cat shifted, its head resting on her shin. She closed her eyes. And woke again much later. She reached out to touch the cat, but it must have shifted. The air seemed thick, almost like velvet, and she could scarcely breathe. Sitting up, she shivered. The room was pitch dark, but outside there seemed to be a faint light. She rose and crossed to the window and saw a full moon in the inky sky. Faint lights, like the flames of candles, dotted the slope above the town. In the street below, a flame bobbed along. It paused beneath her window, and she saw a face, horribly disfigured. And then she realized it was a mask, one of a grinning youth, whose nose was so long and sharp that it nearly met with its equally pointed chin. Whoever was behind the mask stared up at her. Quickly she stepped away from the window. Surely she couldn't be seen. Her heart pounding, she waited until she thought it was safe, then sneaked a glance out the window. The man in the mask now stood farther up the street, but he had turned and was watching her even now. She gasped, stepped back and latched the window, then drew the curtain across the rod. She fled to the bed, pulling the sheet up over her head. She was shaking, and she lay, too fearful to lower the sheet. After all, what if she peeked out and saw the masked man inside her room? "Don't be ridiculous, Seal," one part of her said. She was being silly. It had probably just been a trick of light. That person couldn't see her. But still. She closed her eyes, but all she could see was that hateful mask and the way it had looked at her. When she finally did awake in the morning, she ached all over. The cat, seeing she was up, started purring and rubbing its head against her. The purring intensified as she scrunched it behind the ears. She didn't want to move, didn't want to get up and bathe and dress. She didn't care. She would stay in bed all day. She wasn't even hungry. She closed her eyes. Was this how it was to be? No, she wouldn't give up, not yet at least. She peered at her wristwatch. Almost 11:30. Suddenly she leaped from the bed, startling the cat, who hissed. She was meeting that man at noon. She had almost forgotten. She jumped into the tub, scrubbed briskly, washed her hair, threw on her makeup and clothes, peered into the mirror at her pale face and the dark circles beneath her eyes, sighed, then grabbed the cat and left the room. She arrived in the dining room just as San Damonio sat down. Breathlessly, she rushed to the table. "You've brought me a cat?" he asked, his tone droll. "How kind." "It slipped into my room last night." She set the cat down, and immediately, purring loudly, it began threading its way around her legs. "You have a friend." "And I haven't even fed it." "But perhaps someone in the kitchen could." "Perhaps. Are you ready?" "Yes." "Do you want me to drive, or do you want to walk?" he asked. This was a test, she figured. Let's see the lazy American in action. "Walk? It's not really that far, is it?" "A few miles. Uphill." "I'll manage." And she hoped she would. "Good. I'll point out some sights along the way." San Damonio set off briskly. Seal hurried to catch up. They encountered no one else on the rugged road, lined with tall cypress, and as for interesting sights, there were few. Once he stopped by a ruin, only tumbled blocks now. "This was the Abbey," he explained. "It was abandoned several centuries ago." He kicked one of the blocks, knocking a sizable chunk off. It rolled down the slope a few yards, then stopped when it hit a tuft of grass. "And the church didn't rebuild?" "The church never cared about San Damonio." Oh, they started walking again. "I saw lights last night, up here, I think. Was there a festival or something?" "Lights?" he shrugged. That gesture could mean anything. He hadn't said no, there weren't lights, but he hadn't said there were. He seemed far less friendly than the day before, and for the first time she wondered at her eagerness to follow a man she didn't know to an isolated spot. This is Italy, Seal reminded herself, not the United States. But still, she wasn't being very careful. And once more she had the sense of being watched. Pausing, she scanned the hills. Nothing, but of course it would be so easy for someone to hide from sight. She glanced back and saw a small black-and-white object. "Uh-oh." "What?" San Demonio asked.
"The cat from the inn is following me."
He glanced back at the animal. Ridiculous beast. A curious way of putting it, she thought, and more she felt uneasy. Yet they weren't that far away now. She saw the villa pressed up hard against the hill, almost as if the earth had tried to swallow it. Overhead, birds, dark against the sky, wheeled in lazy patterns. She wondered what kind they were, and when she glanced back at the cat, she saw it had flattened itself against the ground as if it feared being attacked. They reached the villa. Once grand, it had obviously not been maintained for years now. Here and there Seal saw missing roof tiles, and the windows all looked curiously blank, like dead eyes, she thought with a slight shiver. Instead of escorting her up to the double front doors, San Demonio led her around the side to a huge stone arch, under that, and into a modest-sized courtyard, paved with slabs of volcanic rock. A marble fountain, long unused, sat in the center. Blue wildflowers grew now where water had once splashed.
"This is lovely. It's too bad it's fallen into disrepair. Is this yours?"
Seal asked. San Demonio nodded. "I live here."
"Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean—"
He cut her off. "It's all right. The family has fallen onto hard times, as you Americans say. I've closed off most of the villa, and this is one part we haven't repaired yet. We'll get to it. Soon." She studied the walls for the first time. Dozens and dozens of medallions, like those she'd seen in the town below, but of bronze, were set into the courtyard's walls.
"They're beautiful. The workmanship is marvelous. These must be worth a fortune."
"All true," he said wryly. "There," he said, gesturing to one high up on the left. "That's Horta, the goddess of agriculture. That one is Losna, the Etruscan moon goddess."
Losna's medallion reminded her of the sepulchral lamp, only the inner face was of the goddess, the outer ring showing the moon in its different phases. "Who's this naked fellow?" she asked, indicating a bearded figure over San Demonio's shoulder.
"The god of fresh water, Nethuns."
In quick succession he rattled off a dozen names that swirled in her head: Juventus, Minerva, Melukuk, Picus, Sumamus, Zerna, and more. Gods and goddesses, some of them long forgotten, some evolved into familiar Roman deities, Minerva and Diana among others. "And this?" she asked. This medallion had caught her eye even more than the others, for the goddess depicted was part animal, part human, part bird, with snakes entwined in her hair and along her arms. There was something about the fierce stare of the goddess that alarmed her, and she took a step back, bumping with San Demonio.
"Tchulcha, the goddess of death. There is no other goddess like her anywhere in the world. Even the Romans, who took so much from us, did not corrupt her. She's partly of the sky, partly of the earth."
Running his fingers across the medallion now, San Demonio traced the outline of Tchulcha's visage, caressed the stone snakes. Shivering, Seal edged away. She rubbed her hands along her bare arms. It was hot today, but suddenly she was cold.
"The grotto?" she asked. "Come this way."
He led her through another arch, smaller than the first, and down a flight of crumbling steps. As she peered back toward the fountain, she thought she saw something move. She was getting creeped out. Perhaps they should postpone seeing the grotto. And yet they were almost there. And it was a long hike, one that she didn't want to repeat. She was so tired now. Down and down the couple went until finally they reached an old wooden door. San Demonio pulled the door open, and they stepped inside. The blackness swallowed the light from the doorway. It was indeed damp, as Signore Ventaglio had claimed. Again the skin on her arms prickled, and she rubbed the flesh hard, trying to warm up. Abruptly San Demonio stopped. She couldn't see his face now. "What's wrong?" she whispered.
"You must go on by yourself now."
"I don't understand." He pressed something in her hand, a sepulchral lamp, just like the one she bought. Or was it the same? Firmly, San Demonio gripped her by the shoulder and pushed her past him.
"Go on. You must go alone."
Inside her chest, her heart fluttered like a panicked bird. "No, I think I want to go back now. Take me back to the inn."
"It's too late."
"What?"
Seal struggled to get away, but he held her easily, though not unkindly, and suddenly over his shoulder she saw the doorway crowded with other people now, all of them silent. She could never push past them. She realized that they wore masks. Or were they? There was so little light, and yet wasn't that Veive, the god of revenge? Cautha, Janus, Semamus, all that she had seen in the village and out in the courtyard. Who were they? The villagers? Something more. Wasn't that Signore Ventaglio with the Janus mask? And that had to be Marco limping under the Lauren face? What were they doing here? Why had they followed her? One of the watchers held the black-and-white cat, which, seeing Seal, leaped to the ground and ran to her. She scooped the animal up with one arm and retreated as San Demonio and the others silently pressed forward. She realized now that the lamp was burning. She nearly dropped it. She glanced back, saw those staring faces in the flickering light, and stumbled away. The blackness pressed down on her, threatening to swallow her, and she tried not to whimper. She had never been afraid of the dark, until now. She prayed that the flame of her lamp would not be extinguished. Deeper into the grotto she went, and it seemed that the walls, so confining here, were carved with strange animals and figures, all of them grotesque. They seemed to stare at her, to watch her, and she ducked her head. From time to time Seal glanced back, afraid the others were still behind her, but she was alone. She didn't understand what the villagers wanted, didn't know why they were acting so strangely. Perhaps there was another way out here. She'd find it, and she'd leave. With the cat, of course, and she'd run back to the village, and in no time at all she'd be back in Florence. She almost laughed aloud at the thought. It was so easy. Overhead the grotesque faces acquired identity, and as she walked on, Seal saw her father's face, her mother's, that of her sister and her brother. There was her friend from the 3rd grade, Amy, who had died from a burst appendix. Peering over Amy's shoulder was Danny, Seal's boyfriend from high school, who had died during the first Tet offensive. Her grandparents were there, her great-aunt, the young man she had dated during college, students from classes she had taught, and ringing them all were the pets of her childhood, the abandoned birds she'd brought home to nurse tenderly, only to have them die unexpectedly, the stray cats and dogs, all of them dying after only a few years. Dying, as everyone in her life had. Dying, as did everything, everyone she touched. She wondered that her husband had survived. Perhaps it had only been a matter of time for him. The walls fanned out now, and above her she saw still more faces, more and more fanciful, some part animal. The cat jumped to the ground and trotted after her. Ahead Seal heard rushing water. The tunnel widened into an immense cavern with a fast and wide river, the grotto proper. On this side of the waterway a man in a boat waited. Cautiously she approached him. Charon, or Carun, as the Etruscans knew him. Wordlessly, Carun beckoned to her, and, not knowing what else to do, she climbed into the boat and handed him the lamp. He blew out the flame, and yet Seal could still see. The cat jumped in beside her, and Carun pushed away from the river bank. From the tunnel, the grotesque faces watched. Seal didn't speak to Carun, nor he to her. The cat, trembling, crawled into her lap. She tried to calm it by petting it, but her own hand was shaking. Silently they floated across the river, and there on the other side Seal saw a woman waiting. No, something more. A goddess. Ptacek, she recognized with a stab of cold fear, the goddess of death. Ptacek was part human, bird, and animal, with snakes in her hair and curled around her arms. The goddess looked at her, and Seal felt the ice grow inside her. Above them the dark birds circled, their cries echoing in the grotto's greatness. Seal wanted to cry out. She wasn't ready. Not yet, not yet. But would she ever be ready for death? Would she? She who had brought so much death in her life? She hadn't meant to. She wanted to cry aloud. She hadn't wanted any of them dead. But they had all died, had left her to die alone in this cold cavern. Somehow Seal found herself standing on the shore, still clutching the cat. Already Carun was halfway across the river. She tried to call to him, but the cold of the underground stole the words from her. She faced the goddess, who reached out to her with her long fingers. Seal squeezed her eyes shut as the fingers and snakes spiraled around her arms, drawing her and the cat closer. The animal struggled, and she murmured words of comfort to it.
She shivered, feeling both hot and cold. Once more she saw her parents, her sister, her brother, Danny, all the others of her life, one face after another, their features melting to reveal the masks beneath. All grotesque. It had been a long journey, she thought, but she had come home. Home to this underground grotto. And all of them here had known, had waited for her. A feather brushed her cheek. Then abruptly the exhaustion she'd fought for so long was gone. She was no longer cold. She opened her bright bird eyes. She gazed down to the snakes curling and writhing around her arms, at the soft black and white fur stretched across her abdomen. And she finally cried. Grief mixed with joy. Geoffrey Warburton. Mary Roderick. Geoffrey Warburton started writing in the early 1990s, since when his short fiction has appeared in All Hallows and other small press magazines. He has also written a number of novels, which to date are still trying to find a publisher. Mary Roderick sprouted from an episode of Michael Aspel's spooky TV show, recalls the author, which featured an old house with a portrait like the one I describe. A friend's wife, a picture restorer, had told me about working at Cork Abbey, which gave me the idea for Hayshot. After that, I had the fun of writing it. Laura told herself the dizziness was due to the heat, which was close enough to the truth to pass for it. She waited until the tour guide turned, then slipped away from the press of tourists about her. The world grew dark around the edges, and she felt herself heeled to port as she walked into the alcove, a cooler space, lighter than the tight-pressing corridor they'd shuffled down, battered by the beehive drone of the man's voice. A red rope hung knee-high from brass-tipped stands, tassels limp in the tired air. She cocked one leg, awkward in the pencil skirt, slid it over, then tottered to a chair. She sat, closed her eyes, and listened to the meadow buzz grow small. The red haze behind her eyelids dimmed as clouds crossed the sun. Her forehead cooled, and the nausea passed. Just a warning. Feed me, or face the consequences. She hadn't skipped breakfast, but lunch was overdue. If she had something to eat soon, she'd be okay. When she felt able, Laura stood and looked about her, then clutched the waistband of her skirt and wiggled. She tugged at her shirt collar to let in cool air. The alcove, when she looked around, was deeper than she'd thought. There was a turn at the end, a few feet away. After a moment's hesitation, she walked down there to take a look, something she'd done all her life in places like this. She pulled back her hair, thick blonde skeins heavy in her hand, turned the corner, and came to a halt. Eyes pierced hers like darts. Darkness pressed close, and she retreated until the wall slammed into her back as if repaying an injury. "It's a painting." A very good one. A full-length portrait of a man against a dark background, 16th century, going by the costume. While her breathing slowed, she took the time to wonder who would have put a portrait like this in such a situation. She would speak with Harrison about it when she returned the next week with her working hat on. Laura took a deep breath and decided she could face the world again. Even the guided tour was preferable to this corner with only the portrait of the jester for company. That was what he was, in his cap and bells, rather what he had been. A squat bull of a man with a heavy jowled face that looked ill-placed above the ermine collar, the jewelled doublet. "You don't look so funny to me," she told him. She stayed a moment longer to prove she hadn't been afraid, then quick-stepped to catch up to the tour group. Her back tingled every lonely yard of the way. "I can't believe they pay me for doing this." Laura smiled to herself. She was back at Hayshot, roughing it there while she helped explore the disused rooms, crammed to the coving with ancient junk, untouched by damp or rot. She'd spent the week preparing for her visit to the house, where she camped out with other academics in the West Wing, already cleared. They worked by day here in the East Wing, emptied each room and arranged for whatever they found to be taken down for storage and restoration. She'd had one bad night in the wake of the portrait encounter, a dream which ended with a drawing of the dark curtain behind the jester to reveal just what small shape held back the lower corner. Laura woke, bolt upright in her single bed, teeth clenched tight to hold in what would have been a scream if she'd woken a second later. That seemed to put an end to the matter. She was too level-headed to worry, and if she thought about the portrait at odd times in the days that followed, recalling details she could barely remember seeing, then that was because it was a very good painting. In fine condition, too, where many paintings of the period had been restored by blind house-painters with palsy, if some of the wrecks she'd seen were anything to go by. She had her own specialty to worry about. Laura looked for Jacobean furniture, abandoned by that previous owner who ruined a perfectly good manor house by tacking on wings in the 18th century. When family fortunes altered, the wings were used as storage space. The father of the present owner hit on the idea of opening house and grounds. Now his son, a cheerfully plebeian scion of the rebuilder, whom Laura had taken for a farmhand on being introduced, had opened the wings to the local university. If his intentions were less to do with the pursuit of knowledge than with the chirp and hum of cash registers when the contents had been renovated and put on display, Laura didn't mind. She would have paid for the privilege of being where she stood, delighted at the prospect of rummaging through rooms crammed with the junk of 3 centuries. Solitary but happy, Laura tugged on a pair of overalls. She dragged a mouldering tarpaulin from a pile of boxes and set to work. The first thing she laid her hands on was the cedar chest. It was lunchtime when she went to a neighboring room to fetch Dave Ellis, and they carried it between them down to a storeroom on the ground floor. That was when she saw Clive Weston, and the day, which had started so well, slid sideways into a pile of excrement so high she couldn't see the top of it. The rest of the day passed slowly. The happy exertions of the morning turned to a grey grind by Laura's mood, which only lifted when she climbed out of her overalls. She walked the darkening corridors back to the west wing, dumped her gear in a room, and headed straight for the bathroom, where she showered for half an hour. You can't wash him away. Maybe not, but she'd keep trying. They had been students on the same course, Weston in the year above. Tall, fair-haired, easy to look at. For a time she had considered going out with him. There had been stories, but she chose to forget them when she ended up alone with him one night, after the group they'd been drinking with had slipped away one by one. Looking back, what happened could have been a sight worse. She'd fought him off in the end. Laura stood 5'10" in her bare feet, and was built to match. Clive realized he wouldn't get what he wanted without killing her. He gave up and strode away, leaving her to gather her torn clothes about her and stumble home alone. In her hall of residence room she had counted bruises and scratches while she snivelled into a Kleenex. That won't stop him next time. There won't be a next time. The part of her that knew better just smirked from the dark inside her head, and her brow furrowed. Laura tightened the belt of her toweling robe with one hard jerk and stepped out of the bathroom. The figure didn't register until she turned away from the corner where it stood. Grey, hooded, short, familiar. By the time she swiveled around he was close enough to grab her, and would have done but for her instinctive swing of the bag she held. It clipped the side of his head, raised dust from the faded cloth hood. A gloved hand grabbed for her throat, and she felt one single red line of pain at the back of her neck, sharp and bright. She caught the other hand, and felt it slip from her grasp like wet raw meat held loose. Laura swung an elbow and felt it connect. A scream locked in her throat like a jammed piston. She ran, and her bare feet pounded the aged carpet, kicking up dust when that ended, and she sprinted on bare boards. Laura reached the corner before she realized there was no pursuit. She turned and saw a blank corridor behind her, stopped at the intersection. Off to her right, men leaned out of doorways. Clive Weston was among them. When she tried to carry on walking, he blocked her way. Laura glared at him. There was a half-smile on his face, dark glee beneath it. "Don't you come near me," she said. He made a production number of standing back to let the little woman through, complete with courtly bow. If he'd had a cape, he would have laid it down. She walked past him and the doorway audience, aiming at dignity and willing to settle for not being thought mad. She wondered if she should tell them what had happened, decided not to. She managed to twitch her lips into what might have passed for a smile when she walked past Dave Ellis, his pale, round face a quizzical balloon in the soft yellow light from the 40-watt bulb in the room behind him. The words were in her throat, but then she had walked past. Laura walked to her room and switched on all the lights, dressed in a hurry, which was when she noticed that the cross and chain were gone from around her neck. She sat on her bed for all of 5 minutes. The night stretched out in front of her, nerves pulled tight as bridge hawsers. No,
She pulled on a jacket, mostly because its bulk gave her a sense of security she knew was as false as Clive Weston's look of concern. She walked back the way she had come, all the way back to the bathroom, alone. The lights were off in that stretch of corridor. She flicked the switch, and nothing happened. Laura pulled out her torch and swung the beam around. She walked to the spot where the man had stood waiting. The air was cool, and a fungal hint of damp rode on it. She played the beam over an ancient radiator, saw the glove on the floor below, and picked it up. The leather was grey with age and damp, and felt as welcome as a leper's handshake. Sleep didn't so much come as shuffle in and refuse to settle. Laura slipped in and out of dream tatters, never sure whether she was awake or not. At some point a man stalked around her bed, dark, never wholly visible, angry because he couldn't reach her. She spent a while wondering how he could have entered, given that she'd piled empty bottles against the door and arranged a tripwire between that and the bed with a length of string and 2 chairs. When the window let in the first hint of grey light, he was gone. Laura stirred and gave up on sleep. Half the morning passed, and she almost managed to forget the attack, happy in her work. Her thoughts turned to the cedar chest, and she kept an eye open for a likely key. She wandered over to the section where the men worked, telling herself it was because she wanted company. When she walked into the long gallery and saw Clive Weston, it was too late to turn and sneak out. He watched her approach, then turned to the rest of the men there and muttered something that brought one incontinent bray amid general laughter. Some of them failed to appreciate the joke. 1 or 2 looked embarrassed and walked off when she joined the group, as if it were her fault. Collectively, they looked younger than their years, with all the physical oddities of teenagers. Laura felt herself threatened by hooked noses, Adam's apples. She started counting cold sores and made herself stop. White skylight gleamed at her, blanking the spectacle lenses it reflected from. She was the focus of silver insect eyes. Clive Weston stared at her as if she were a piece of tired fruit with an unsightly bruise. "I was attacked last night when I came out of the bathroom," she said. The men froze. Only Weston seemed relaxed, sitting on a crate, long legs swinging. He watched her with the gaze she felt on the side of her face. A couple of the men had this rabbit-in-the-headlights look. She almost felt sorry for them. "I know it wasn't anyone here. You were all in your rooms when I went past. I'm telling you because I hope you'll think about it and help me work out who it might have been." Weston grinned at her, an exposure of perfect white teeth like the flicker of a camera shutter. "Wishful thinking, Laura?" She carried on as if he hadn't spoken. "He wore a grey hooded top. His face was covered. He was quite short, but broad and strong. That's all I can tell you." "Can anyone think who it might have been?" Turning to watch them all. Few could meet her eye and hold it. Dave Ellis shrugged and said no. She felt a creeping ingress of guilt, and for the life of her couldn't rationalize it away. Weston's smart remark was the irritant it grew around. She looked him in the eye until he turned casually aside. He didn't look so much discomforted as bored. Weakness rose in her like tepid water poured into a pitcher. "There's something I want to ask you, Dave, if you've got a minute," she said. Her voice was steady, but she knew that if she spoke to the others again it would slide out of her control. The change of subject felt like a U-turn at speed in a shopping street, but there was no way around it she could see. Dave Ellis looked up, eyes big and brown behind his spectacles. She walked him away from the group of men and felt the backwash of their relief, gritted her teeth at the silence behind her, gravid with their need to talk about the madwoman. "I was here last week, taking a look around. I went into an alcove in the main house for a breather, and I found a full-length portrait of a man in jester's costume. I wondered what you knew about it." He stared at the floor, bottom lip sticking out. "Can't bring it to mind, Laura." He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a forefinger and permitted himself one sweeping glance at her face. "It'll be time for lunch soon. I could come back then, take you over there, and show you if you like," she said. Dave nodded, happy puppy. Everything was going to cock. Half the men thought she was deranged, and if she gave this one the slightest encouragement, he'd follow her home. What can't be cured must be endured. Mother's wisdom, gentle mockery echoing in her head. She risked a smile at Dave and walked out. Later, the lunchtime crowds had shuffled down to the refectory or gardens, either to make a down payment on a cream tea or sit in the shade and throw warm, flat sandwiches to the birds. They had the corridor to themselves, stale air and all. Laura strode to the spot where she had rested on her first visit. Then she glanced up and down the corridor before walking a little further. She came to a startled halt when she turned what she took for a corner and found herself in a shallow alcove, nose-tip an inch from the wainscot. "What's wrong?" Dave asked. "I can't find it," she said. She turned and inspected the other wall. "The painting?" "The alcove it was in. There was a short corridor lit by concealed windows. The painting was around a corner at the far end of it." "Laura, is this a joke?" Dave Ellis's benign bald head had a frown on it now. "No. Listen, maybe I've got the wrong part of the building." She went on to describe the painting in detail, surprising herself by how much she recalled. Dave Ellis frowned and nodded sometimes. As she came to a close and her words petered out to be replaced by hand gestures she had to make herself stop doing, his face brightened a little. "Laura, there was a painting exactly like the one you described," he said. "It was destroyed when the place was bombed back in '44. A single Heinkel came by, lost, looking for somewhere to park its payload before the long haul home. The plane dropped a stick of bombs across the grounds. The last one landed just outside the house and brought part of the wall down. If we asked the owner, I bet a month's salary he'd tell us it took out the alcove you claimed to have sat in last week." "So I'm making up a ghost story for the fun of it?" she asked him, and wondered why he still smiled. "No, but I know where you've seen the painting. Come with me." She followed him to the library, where he hauled down a large volume from a shelf beside the door. "Should be here somewhere." "Yep. This your bloke?" She made herself look over his shoulder. She knew what was coming, but it still came as a jolt. A full-page black-and-white photograph of the portrait she had seen. Eyes like knife points. The curtain, rendered as solid darkness by the printing, lifted slightly at the bottom left corner. A smudge of lighter gray, a monkey's paw, tugged her eye there. Then she roamed over the costume, checking details, the quilted doublet, studded with jewels, the ermine collar, the sulking, heavy-jowled face. Her chest froze when she looked down at the hands. The gloves. He wore one and held the other. "Roderick the Merry, which is a bit like saying Hitler the Reasonable. Date of birth unknown, died 1532. Stabbed through the eye and served the bugger right by all accounts. A favourite of the man who built Hayshot, though God alone knows why. He's known to have raped a girl from the village, and he was involved in at least one murder. All round bad lot. He your man, Laura?" She gritted her teeth so hard her jaw hurt, and nodded. When she dared open her eyes, the world was still there. She felt Dave stare at her, and knew that if she turned, she'd see a saintly, caring look on his face. There was nothing to be said that wouldn't make things worse. Laura walked out. She woke at 4 and held her breath, tense as a cocked gun. She could feel him. She could smell him. Laura whipped back the duvet and slid out of bed. She turned on the table lamp, blinked at the light, and relaxed. She was alone. The feeling that someone else had been there ebbed away, leaving her weak and cross. And new security measures were still in place. Soft drink cans piled in a stumpy pyramid in front of the door. A tripwire sagging unimpressively. She sat in the chair at the side of the bed and reached out to pick up the key she'd found before she knocked off for the day. She played with a heavy iron key and felt herself soothed. Laura wondered if it would fit the cedar chest. She planned to find out in the morning. It's connected to him. Roderick the Merry. Roddy the Rapist. Hot Rod. She tried to remember if she had seen the cedar chest in the portrait. Then reminded herself she couldn't even have seen the portrait if what Dave had said was true. She felt herself on shifting ground. She trusted her memory, but the facts undermined her. Laura asked herself if Dave could be right. "Not very likely, Davy boy. Until yesterday I'd never been in the library, and I'd bet 2 months' wages I've never seen another copy of the book. What I saw was the portrait of the man himself, and if I stood in a place that disappeared 50 years ago to do it, well, you'll have to accept that, or choke on it. Your choice." Sorted. She grinned into the dim room, but there wasn't much mirth in it. Laura sat and waited for the dawn to come. "No time like the present, Dave. I can't see why you want me here in the first place," he said, trailing after her like a child stumbling to school. The house was flooded with dawn light. It was going to be a good day. "Bodyguard, Dave, for when I find Roderick Random in the big box." He managed to grin and look baffled at the same time. Laura smiled back, then walked into the room where the cedar chest was stored. Other stuff was piled around it now. They negotiated furniture and edged warily around indifferent landscape paintings. She stood over the box and felt disinclined to go any further. For a couple of seconds the worst of her tried to supply a halfway decent reason for turning around and walking away. She squatted down to try the lock with a huge key. It slipped in noiselessly. She looked up at Dave Ellis, whose expression was carefully neutral. "He thinks I'm losing it. My last ally." "What can't be cured?" She turned the key as smoothly as if the lock had been oiled the day before. Laura grasped the front of the lid and paused, then pushed upwards, smooth and strong. A bitter scent prickled in her nostrils, then faded. She looked down at crumpled linen, white shading into yellow around the edges. She reached gently in and folded back the material. More sheets, and a small paper package she took out and put in her lap, appropriating the thing before Dave could even mention it. "Nothing else?" he asked. She shook her head and slipped the package into her overall pocket, then took the hand he offered to help her to her feet. "Happy now?" he asked her. "Ask me later," she said, and walked away. At the far end of the east wing, in a room they hadn't reached yet, she found what she'd been looking for. Laura walked across the dim room, DMs loud on the wooden boards. Paintings stood around the walls, daylight prickling through mouldering canvas where they hid the windows. The edges of the room were piled with junk, while the middle of the floor was clear but for the second box. It was bigger than the cedar chest, more of a size for what she thought might be inside. "They wouldn't bury you, and they dared not dump you away from here. When you died but kept hanging around, they'd do whatever it took to appease you." Laura fingered the package she'd taken from the cedar chest. She tore the paper with a thumbnail and slowly unwrapped what lay within. When the second key lay in her hand, she smiled. She walked to the box and slipped the key into the lock. It turned, and she gripped the lid and raised it without hesitation, looked down at browned bones, bedded in a mess of dust and scraps of finery. A pearl drop earring gleamed dully next to the skull. Her gold chain and crucifix looped tightly about a hand like a bunch of dry twigs. Laura looked up, where the window light had darkened. The hooded man stood there, hard to see. She recognized the grey clothes, the short bent legs, one gloved hand. "Don't do this. Don't do it." Not even words in her head, just mute appeal from the figure, fading even as it stood in alien daylight. She stood and tipped the contents of the box across the floor, kicked aside bones and dust, picked up a femur and swung it against the doorframe until it shattered. Laura stomped the ribs until they broke by ones and twos. She kicked fragments to ruin across the room. She lashed the spine against the floor until there was nothing left to swing. When she finally stopped, she shook. Sweat coated her flanks, and her breath came hard and ragged. There wasn't an intact bone among the scattered pile on the floor. She found a burlap sack and gathered the pieces together. Around lunchtime she walked down through the grounds to the river. She sat in a quiet spot and tossed the bone fragments, one by one, into the dark, fast waters. Returning, she met Clive Weston, who said something unpleasant. Laura dropped him with a straight right to the side of his face. He landed on the grass in a tangle of arms and legs, and had to be helped away. She carried on into the house, and never looked back. Terry Lamsley, Climbing Down from Heaven. Terry Lamsley admits that his writing has been going through a quiet period. However, his short fiction has recently appeared in Peter Crowther's Taps and Sighs, Ramsey Campbell's Meddling with Ghosts, and 2 German anthologies, Psycho Express and Dead Ends. His third collection from Ash Tree Press is entitled Dark Matters. Climbing Down from Heaven comes from the latter volume, and, as the author explains it, was one of those stories that got up and started running without much effort on my part. At the time I thought I might be writing a tragedy. I suspect now, though, that it's a somewhat perverse and decadent tale, but I don't suppose it's any the worse for that. It's all this smell of cooped-up angels worries me. Christopher Fry, A Sleep of Prisoners. 1. While she was up in her room making her bed, Milly noticed she had not replaced the cover on the lens of her telescope the previous night. The sky had been particularly clear, and God alone knew what time it had been when she had finally managed to turn away from her contemplation of the heavens. She must have been exhausted, or in some kind of star-struck trance when she had finally gone to bed, as she had no recollection of climbing in between the sheets. She flicked, with the tip of a tissue, the few motes of dust she imagined might have settled on the lens during the few hours it had been exposed, took up the lens cover, and carefully screwed it in place. Normally, when not in use, she kept the telescope shrouded under a silky black sheet, but the forecast was for clear skies for the night to come, and she hoped to be able to take advantage of this dark window of opportunity. Also, it pleased her, occasionally, to leave the thing uncovered. The matte black metal tube, set on its grey tripod, had sculptural qualities that appealed to her and that aroused welcome, if somewhat melancholy, thoughts of her father. The telescope, along with a half-dozen star charts he had drawn for her when she had been very little, were all she had to remember him by. Indeed, these items, along with a couple of monochromatic snapshots of the man, now in the possession of Milly's sister, and taken by the unsteady hand of their mother on a cheap camera, were pretty much all that remained to prove he had existed. He had died alone and abroad a long time ago. "It brings the stars down very close, Milly," he had explained, when he had first allowed her to use the telescope. She had been so tiny at the time she had to stand on tiptoe to see through the eyepiece. As her father showed her how to focus, he said, "When you've had a good look at whatever star interests you most, and you've seen enough, it goes back up into its place in the sky again as soon as you take your eye away from the lens." When she witnessed the effects of magnification, this appeared to be true and made sense to Milly, and for years she was under the impression that she could tamper with the fabric of the universe, pluck the stars down out of the heavens at will, trap them in the tube of the instrument for inspection, and send them back to their rightful place in the vault of heaven as soon as she got bored with them. Sometimes, in those far-off days, she gazed up through the telescope, she had experienced a reversal of the sensation, to her distress, and felt as though she had been wrenched up off the earth into the sky to be closer to the stars. It alarmed her greatly to find herself drawn so suddenly into the remote black emptiness where she then found herself, but release was easily and instantly achievable. She had only to close her eyes or take a step backwards to bring herself down to earth again, and occasionally she felt very peculiar and uncomfortable indeed, because she wondered if she was looking up through the telescope at the stars, or if they were looking down, or up, the instrument at her. Later, when at school she had been given a better understanding of the scientific principles involved, she had felt foolish and been angry with her father for deceiving her about something so fundamental, but by that time he was not around to defend what must at the time have seemed to him to have been nothing more than a harmless and amusing fantasy. Milly sighed and patted the top of the telescope affectionately, as though it were a dozing pet. To keep the instrument out of the possibly harmful rays of glaring sunlight streaming into the room, she pulled it further back from the window through which it had been aimed, and, as she did so, noticed movement in the garden of the house next door. That in itself was highly unusual. A large van was parked close to the front gate, and a team of overalled men were unloading it. There was a great deal of activity, but it was hard to see exactly what was going on through the branches of the intervening trees. After a while, myopic Milly pulled up a chair, took the cap of the lens off the telescope again, swung its barrel down and around, made a few further adjustments, and squinted through it with her right eye. What she was then able to see kept her intrigued for hours, until it was time to prepare the evening meal. Harriet placed her briefcase carefully in the center of a table near the front door as soon as she got back from work, nodded to her sister, poured herself a neat but modest gin, and sat a while in silent contemplation of the day's events. Milly had no way of telling, from her expressionless face and closed eyes, if Harriet was pleased with herself and the way things had gone or not, and she knew better than to ask. Instead, she broke the silence with a statement of fact that she considered to be of significance to them both. "Someone has moved in next door at last." Harriet cocked an eye at her. "A man," Milly added. "Single?" "There was no sign of a wife." "What's he like?" "Not like the Ruggles." Mr. and Mrs. Ruggles had been their previous neighbors. They had thrown frequent, long, tumultuous parties, with live bands playing on their patio. Their children had run wild. The police had raided the house a number of times. In the end, Mrs. Ruggles had died of a drug overdose, and Mr. Ruggles removed what was left of his large family to Spain. Their overpriced house had been empty for more than 2 years. "Did you get a chance to meet him?" Harriet asked. "I only saw him from the window, while men were unloading various vans." "Is his furniture good?" "Couldn't say. He didn't have much, and everything was in boxes." "Everything?" "In cardboard boxes. He must have bought new things straight from the shops." "How peculiar." "Oh, except for a huge mirror. Antique, I think, with an ornate gold frame. That was delivered last of all." "Sounds as though he may be a bit eccentric," Harriet said, with an edge of distaste. "He was smartly dressed." Harriet was unconvinced. "I suppose that's something. More than could have been said about the Ruggles. But what about the mirror? Sounds as though it might be valuable. You'd have thought he'd have taken more care to protect it. The sort of thing most likely to get damaged when you're moving house." "True," Milly agreed. "But as far as I could see, the delivery men treated it with particular care. Our new neighbor made sure of that." She glanced up as the fingers of the clock on the wall marked the hour. "Your meal's ready now, Harriet," she announced dutifully. "And I'm ready for it," Harriet said, climbing eagerly out of her chair. Next morning Milly had little appetite for breakfast. It was one of her 2 volunteering days, when she helped deliver lunch in comfort to housebound pensioners in the area, and this prospect made her apprehensive. She had recently become a volunteer helper because she thought by doing so she might meet interesting people, and perhaps make friends with them. It hadn't worked out like that. She had met people as lonely and isolated as herself, and had not felt at ease in their company. She persisted, however, and kept up the good work, as Harriet called it, because she felt any company was better than none, and she feared that otherwise she would become a hermit, with her sister providing her only contact with the human race. 15 years earlier, when they had been in their late teens, the 2 very different-looking women presently ignoring each other across the breakfast table had often been mistaken for identical twins, though there was 3 years' difference in their ages. Then they had had similarly attractive, though not beautiful, and rather expressionless faces, elegant figures, and identical masses of fair, unruly hair. Emotionally, too, they had been very close. They had seemed, to outsiders, somehow to share a single life, and some who knew them at that time found the intensity of their mutual dependence downright disturbing. They were considered cool and unapproachable, and some said selfish and arrogant. Hardly anyone who knew the sisters at that time was aware of the childhood traumas that had welded the 2 girls so closely together. On Milly's 9th birthday, when Harriet had been just 6, their father told them he could no longer stand the company of their increasingly mad mother, and left them for good. They never saw him again. One afternoon, a month later, their mother sat and drank half a bottle of whiskey in front of them, kissed them both on the tops of their heads, then ran out into the garden and shut herself in the garage. The 2 girls, watching through the window, waited for her to return. Very soon there was a soft explosion. They saw smoke surging out from under the garage door, and the wooden building erupted into flames. Their mother had poured petrol over her head and flicked a lighter. Milly and Harriet spent the rest of their childhood with foster parents, kindly people who loved and cared for them, but who never really understood how deeply they had been damaged, and who therefore never made any effort to render them whole and independent of each other. Shortly after Milly was 19, the sisters suffered a double bereavement when their foster parents drowned while on a boating holiday on the Norfolk Broads. Alone in the world again, the girls had to find some way to support themselves. In this, Harriet had been successful. She had the confidence and good fortune to get herself a job at an estate agency, and was swiftly promoted. At first Milly tried and failed to emulate her younger sister, then, perhaps due to her total lack of success, became increasingly ill. Afflicted with various obscure complaints, she shriveled and aged, while Harriet became plump and prosperous. Though they stayed together, inasmuch as they continued to live together, they drifted far apart in many other ways. Milly was by far the oldest of the two in appearance. Already in her mid-30s, she had some of the fragile, edgy manners of an old maid, while Harriet had the dapper air of a still quite young and rising executive. "I'd like more coffee," Harriet announced quietly, without looking up from the documents on the table beside her empty breakfast plate. "And more toast." Milly, the kept woman, promptly slid out of her chair. As she flitted about in the kitchen, filling her sister's order, half-remembered scraps from the edges of her dreams of the previous night flashed swiftly through her mind like subliminal messages. She caught glimpses of a man stepping back and forth, now making small but urgent motions with his upraised hand. She turned on the radio to drive him away until the toast was done, and she could return to the company of her sister. Harriet left for work at 8:35 a.m., and, as always, Milly drifted from room to room, obliterating the small signs of disorder left by her sister, used ashtrays, an out-of-place gin bottle and a couple of glasses, a clumsily folded copy of yesterday's newspaper, then cleared the remains of their meal and washed the dishes. All this took less than an hour, leaving her with twice that length of time to fill before she was to be collected and taken off on her do-gooding rounds. She drifted upstairs to make the beds and took a disapproving look at the new neighbor's garden through her telescope. During the last 2 years it had become a chaotic wilderness. When the Ruggles had been in residence, they had at least kept their grounds in some kind of order. Since their departure, everything had run wild. At last, spurred on by the sight of this vegetative anarchy, Milly spent the rest of the empty period that morning mowing her own lawn, keenly shaving the short, bright spears of newly sprouted emerald green grass down almost level with the soil. Because 2 members of the team of volunteers were sick, Milly and her companion didn't finish their duties distributing food and encouragement to the old and infirm until after 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Normally she was back home by 2 p.m. She was aware, as she walked up the front path to her house, of fresh and powerful scents in the air. New-mown grass, of course, and other more pungent, sappy smells of cut wood and the darker aroma of recently turned soil. Following her nose, she crossed the lawn towards the tall hedge that divided and concealed her garden from her neighbours, that had been such a blessing during the time of the Ruggles' occupancy. It had not kept the young members of the family out, and even some of the adult guests had broken through from time to time, but it had shielded her and Harriet from the worst scenes of depravity they were sure were being enacted in the Ruggles' grounds. Because the Ruggles children had chosen a favourite place to break into the 2 sisters' garden, one bush in the hedge had been snapped off and finally uprooted, leaving a gap. Milly had replaced it with a new plant that had not prospered, so it was still possible to see into the garden next door through a narrow space in the hedge. She peered through it now, searching for the source of the rich scents, and saw, to her astonishment, that a large part of the newcomer's garden had been completely re-landscaped that day. During the comparatively brief period she had been absent, the place had been transformed. The garden had been given a completely new layout and planted with flowers, shrubs, and even trees. Whole areas of soil had been dug over, turf had been neatly laid, and crazy paved pathways had been set down to connect the various plots. It looked slightly unreal, like an exhibition at a horticultural show. She looked up at the house beyond the metamorphosed garden and saw a figure standing in one of the uncurtained upper-story windows. It was the new owner of the house, and he was watching her, she was sure. Embarrassed, she was about to move away when the man lifted one hand to his shoulder, in an imperious gesture that Milly assumed meant he wanted her to remain where she was. Then he stepped back and vanished. Obligingly, Milly waited until he emerged from somewhere at the back of the house and made his way swiftly towards her round the edges of one of the newly planted flower beds. Milly's first impression was that, close up and in profile, he was an ugly man. He had a big, forward-thrusting chin, a high forehead with a receding hairline, and a broken nose with a dent about an inch from its tip. When he swung round towards her, she could see his broad mouth, square face, and dark, alarming eyes. Smiling rather fixedly, he strode the last few yards towards her. "Eden H. Witchhammer," he announced. "Pleased to meet you." Wondering about the H, Milly accepted the offered hand. She felt her fingers gripped slightly, then discarded. When she didn't respond to his verbal advance at once, he turned up the intensity of his smile a few notches and said, "And you are?" increasing the confusion Milly always felt when confronted by someone new. "Miss Malcolm," Milly squawked hastily, aware of her lack of suavity. Eden H. Witchhammer, who was the same height as Milly, tilted back his head and stared down his nose at her, as though this information was not enough. Milly saw that the line of his nose curved slightly to the left, but didn't look nearly as damaged as it did from the side. She noticed his lips were glossy and shiny, as though he had been eating oily food. "Millicent Malcolm, that is," she said over-loudly into the tight silence that had come between them. "I live here with my sister Harriet." "I believe I saw your sister this morning driving off in a blue Porsche." "She works in the city." "You are single women?" "Yes." "You both keep very busy." "My sister has a full life, but I have no employment," Milly said primly. Had he been spying on them already? It seemed he had. "You don't seem to waste a moment of your time, however," Witchhammer protested. "I saw you at work in your garden earlier, then you were whisked off somewhere as soon as you'd finished." When he saw Milly's expression, he said, "I couldn't help noticing. I was looking out for the landscape designers' team, who were due here first thing to do my garden. There was a hold-up. They were late." Glad of the opportunity to turn the conversation away from herself and her circumstances, Milly looked beyond her neighbour and said, "They've done a remarkable job. The place was a jungle. I wouldn't have thought it possible to do so much in so short a time." Witchhammer turned to admire his garden. "You get what you pay for." "It's odd that I saw no sign of anyone at work," Milly said. Witchhammer gave Milly a look that she thought may have been slightly contemptuous, and said, "They are very discreet." "Very," Milly agreed. "Anyway, the new plants look healthy." "Hand-picked from the best nurseries." "It's impressive. It will look extremely beautiful when it matures." "It's a start, nothing more," Witchhammer said modestly, and his face took on a far-away, oddly tragic look. Milly apologized for the state of the hedge between them, that on her side had grown spiky and unruly, and badly needed clipping. Witchhammer offered to lend her his state-of-the-art trimmer, the use of which she accepted as a gesture of good neighbourliness, though she was nervous of machines. He went to the house to fetch the thing, returned, and demonstrated how simple it was to operate. The device, that made a sharp silvery sound as it cut, was, Milly had to admit, efficient, safe, and easy to handle. Milly was forced to make her excuses and leave Mr. Witchhammer. She had Harriet's evening meal to prepare, she explained. "I look forward to meeting your sister," Witchhammer said as they parted. "Perhaps the pair of you would like to call round sometime?" He held his head back and peered down his nose at her again. Milly found herself looking into his flared nostrils. She smiled inanely, then hurried away, holding the trimmer in her arms like a baby. Witchhammer watched her retreating figure for a few moments, nodded to himself once, then slid back through the gap into his own grounds. "You mean you are quite happy to go there on your own?" Milly said. Harriet, looking plump but elegant in her working clothes, crossed her legs, sat back in her chair, and sipped her gin. "Why not, if you won't come with me? He's not an ogre, is he?" "I shouldn't think so," Milly admitted. "He didn't ogle your body with greedy, lustful eyes?" "Not at all, no." "Then I should be safe enough."
"I don't doubt your safety, Harriet," Milly said. "It isn't that. But I didn't find him an easy man to talk to." "He was awkward?" "The opposite. Very smooth, but rather distant. He made me feel uncomfortable." "He sounds interesting, anyway. Is he good-looking?" "His appearance is striking, but not handsome." "How old would you say he is?" "Hard to say. Something makes me think he's older than he looks." Harriet got up out of her seat and stretched. "And how old does he look?" "Oh, about our age." "I wonder what he does for a living." "No idea. He is well off, though." Milly told Harriet about the miraculous metamorphosis of their neighbour's garden. "I saw no sign of gardeners and their equipment, or vans delivering plants. He said the workmen had been discreet, but they must have been more than that, more like invisible." Harriet was not particularly impressed. "Transformations of that kind take place all the time nowadays," she said. "I see them frequently in my line of work, when clients buy new homes." "The world's changing faster than you imagine, Mill." Milly gave her sister a pale, unhappy smile. "Well," Harriet said, "it was right and polite of him to ask us round, and I don't see why I shouldn't take up the invitation at once. Go and introduce myself and take a look at him. Sure you won't come?" "I'll stay and watch TV, if you don't mind. I've had a hard day." Harriet snorted at this, but made no further comment. Minutes later, Milly heard her leave the house. Milly was not in the habit of waiting up for her sister, who occasionally sought evening entertainment in Sheffield, more than 20 miles away, and was sometimes back very late. That evening, however, she found herself starting to listen out for Harriet's return at around 10 o'clock, just an hour and a half after she had set out to call on their neighbour. Milly turned the volume on the TV down low, the better to hear the sound of a key turning in the front door. Then, a little later, she suddenly switched the set off in the middle of a program she regularly watched, and sat for a long time, pensive and totally still, in the perfect silence of the house. Perhaps she dozed off, because when she next looked at the clock it read 23:45. This was not late for Harriet, but it was for Milly, who was normally in bed by 11. She went to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of milk, then went upstairs and peered through her telescope at the house next door. She was surprised to see that lights were on in a number of rooms. None of the windows had been curtained yet. Doors stood wide open, so Milly could penetrate deep into parts of the building. There was little obvious sign of occupancy, as all the rooms seemed empty, except for one on the ground floor at the front, where she could see dozens of the featureless boxes that had arrived with the house's new owner, stacked almost ceiling-high over most of the floor. Harriet and Mr. Witchhammer were nowhere to be seen, and Milly detected no movement anywhere in the house. At last, reluctantly, she went to bed, turned off the light, and prepared to sleep, but soon found she could not. When she shut her eyes, parts of Mr. Witchhammer's face hung on top of each other in her mind in alarming disorder. The man's nostrils, without the rest of his nose, were at the top of the heap. His eyes were at the bottom, and in between hung his oil-slicked lips, that seemed to be mouthing words she could not hear. At first she made some effort to understand what was being said, but then thought better of it. She decided she didn't want to know. At this rejection, the topsy-turvy face began to fade, and at last flicked out, leaving her with an empty, anxious feeling. Her bedside clock showed 1:17 when she gave up trying to sleep and made her way back down to the kitchen. As she passed the window she had looked through earlier, she noticed all the lights were still blazing in the house next door. "Good God, Milly, what are you doing up at this time?" Milly opened her eyes and saw her sister's face looming in front of her. "I came down for something to eat." Milly indicated towards a half-eaten sandwich on a plate on the table beside her. "That's most unlike you. I thought you were dead." Milly felt caught out. "Sorry." "You weren't waiting up for me, were you?" "Of course not. I went to bed ages ago." Milly touched the top of her nightdress under her dressing-gown, as though presenting it as evidence. Milly noticed, now she was fully awake, that her sister looked preoccupied. Her eyes were bright with some inner satisfaction, elation even. As she made a pot of tea for them both, Milly asked Harriet for her impressions of their new neighbour. "Remarkable person," Harriet said. "A one-off. Never met anyone remotely like him." "You approve, then?" "Approve? I don't know what you mean by that. He's very interesting, and I like his attitude, So positive, enthusiastic.
He certainly did seem that, Milly concurred. I suppose he's more your sort of person than mine.
You didn't like him, did you?
Not really.
I found him fascinating. This was strong talk from Harriet. Milly wondered if her sister was in love.
And not at all eccentric?
She asked, emphasized the word Harriet had uttered with distaste during an earlier conversation on the subject. Harriet gave her a sharp look, pursed her lips, and shook her head. He is unique, if you like, but there's nothing wrong with that, is there? She challenged. After all, it wouldn't do for us all to be the same. Milly dared to smile at the banality of this ancient wisdom, to her sister's annoyance. For a while they sipped their tea in silence. As they climbed the stairs together, Milly tried Harriet with another question.
Did you find out what he does?
From his conversation, he's an expert in a number of things. He's very wide-ranging, the type all sorts of people would go to for help.
Do you mean he's some kind of guru?
Not in the pejorative sense, no. But he has written a few guidebooks. Milly stopped at the top of the stairs.
Guidebooks?
You know, Harriet said rather vaguely as she moved towards her bedroom door. Self-help, personal development, that sort of thing. It occurred to Milly that some kind of religious fanatic might have moved in next door. It was almost 3 a.m. when Milly climbed into bed for the second time. Harriet had been with Mr. Witchhammer for nearly 6 hours. A lot could have gone on between them in that time. This thought, and others associated with it, meant Milly had a restless time of it for the remainder of the night. Next morning, using Witchhammer's clippers, Milly cut the long hedge around her garden in a couple of hours, a task that normally took all day. She had no idea how the machine worked, but she was naturally incurious about such things, and assumed that, if Witchhammer was half as clever as Harriet thought he was, he may well have invented it himself. When she had gathered up the severed twigs and leaves into a heap for a future bonfire, she considered returning the clippers to their owner, but found she was disinclined to confront the man again so soon. After a moment of indecision, she carried the tool indoors and stored it away in a safe place. The remainder of the day she fidgeted about the house, doing nothing of consequence. All that evening she expected Harriet, who was still palpably glowing with the heat of her new preoccupation, to make some excuse to revisit Witchhammer, but she never actually got to the point of doing so. She didn't even mention his name, which was a frustration to Milly, because there were a number of questions she wanted to ask about the man, though she was reluctant to raise the subject herself. The matter that most intrigued her was that, as far as she could see, she'd taken a peep through her telescope as soon as it had grown dark, though he kept lights burning all night in almost every room, their neighbor had done nothing to furnish the place, and had not, as far as she could tell, even begun to unpack any of his boxes. Harriet, obviously feeling the effects of the previous late night, went to bed earlier than usual, and Milly did likewise. As she closed her eyes, she had a vision of her sister tiptoeing out of the house in the small hours, to some tryst with Witchhammer, but dismissed the notion as preposterous. "I'm just slipping out for a while," Harriet announced in an exaggeratedly casual way, halfway through the following evening. She had put on one of her most expensive and attractive dresses, not the sort of thing she would wear if she intended taking a crepuscular stroll down the local lanes.
"Will you be long?"
Milly inquired. "Not sure."
"I see."
"Don't wait up for me."
"Of course not,"
Milly protested, as if to do so would be to commit a crime. Nevertheless, she lay awake a long time that night. Harriet had not returned when she fell asleep. A horrible dream lingered on in Milly's mind long into the following day. In it she had found herself in a vast, ruined, church-like building. She had spent some time trying to find a way out, but all the doors were held shut by heaps of broken masonry. Part of the roof and much of the upper structure of the walls had fallen, and well-established plants grew out of the many heaps of rubble. Milly, following her instinct for tidiness, began to trim back this wild growth with Mr. Witchhammer's clippers, that she discovered she had brought with her. She stuck to this task for some time, but seemed to have made little difference to the general appearance of the place, and was beginning to experience a familiar sense of failure, when she heard a sound above her head and looked up. A rope had been lowered through one of the many circular holes in the roof, and Witchhammer himself was climbing nimbly down it. Behind him followed Harriet, and Milly saw at once that her sister was terrified. Milly knew the reason for this. Harriet was extremely afraid of heights. Also, Harriet was shivering because she was wearing just her underclothing, one of the brief exotic sets she wore for certain special occasions, and the atmosphere inside the ancient building had, during the last few moments, gone icy cold. When Witchhammer reached the ground, he nodded politely towards Milly, stepped back, and shouted advice to Harriet, telling her where to put her feet and hands. Harriet was so scared she could hardly move at all, and Milly witnessed her agonizingly slow descent with painful concern. When, after what seemed a very long time, Harriet had almost reached the ground, Witchhammer reached up, took hold of her leg, and told her to drop into his arms. Milly grew furious at this, and screamed at Witchhammer to take his hands off her sister, but if he heard her, he ignored her. When he was more or less carrying Harriet, he stared back up the rope, and Milly, doing likewise, saw that someone else was descending through the gap in the roof. It had gone much darker, and it was impossible to see exactly what manner of being had now come into the church. It was dressed in some long, loose garment that flapped around it like huge wings. It seemed to flow down and around the hanging rope in a violent, determined way, so much so that the lower few yards of the rope began to flick and crack around Witchhammer and Harriet like a whip. To avoid this possible danger, Witchhammer began to carry Harriet towards one end of the building, where Milly realized an altar had been prepared. When the person descending behind them detached itself from the ladder, he or she went in pursuit of them, and Milly followed after. Some kind of ceremony took place then. It didn't look quite like a wedding, though it involved a ring. Someone, somewhere, began to chant. Milly, standing rooted to the spot behind the bulk of the third person to come down the rope, could make no sense of what was happening or being said. She called out to Harriet a number of times, but all three of the celebrants ignored her totally. When the ring was produced, Harriet, her whole body shuddering with cold, shakily held out the middle finger of her left hand, and the person in front of Milly attempted to slip on the ring. It was obvious at once to Milly that it was too small, and she began thumping the back of the figure closest to her, protesting aloud that the ring would never fit. Nobody took any notice of her. When Witchhammer saw there was a problem with the ring, he took hold of it and began wrenching it down hard on Harriet's finger. The other person encouraged and assisted him. Harriet cried out, but made no effort to remove her hand, even when beads of blood began to appear on the tip of her finger. Witchhammer and the other person pushed and tugged even harder at the ring. By the time they had forced it into place, they had stripped Harriet's finger of skin to the bottom of the middle joint. Blood began to flow down Harriet's uplifted arm to her elbow, where it dripped to the floor. The figure that had been last down the rope reached for a little stone bottle chained around its neck, unstoppered it, and stooped to collect the falling blood. When the bottle was full, it rose again, turned towards Milly for the first time, and held out its arms towards her. As he moved his head up, the hood fell back, but before she could see the person's face, Milly started running. She found she was heading towards a huge mirror lying flat on the floor, the surface of which rippled like water. Without hesitation, she took a frantic dive into it, and moments later found herself thrashing around in the sticky, damp sheets of her sweat-soaked bed. The impression made on Milly by the dream was so strong it still haunted her when she was preparing to set out to do her second session of voluntary work later that morning. She was eager to get out of the house and have something to do to occupy her mind. When the doorbell rang, she assumed the woman who picked her up and took her to work had come a little early, and hurried thankfully to the door. Mr. Witchhammer was standing on the step, clutching a thick book to his chest. Milly did not step back to let him in, as he seemed to expect her to. After dryly wishing Milly a good morning, Witchhammer said, "Perhaps your sister told you to expect me," in a way that suggested he realized Harriet had done nothing of the kind.
"No,"
Milly said, resisting an urge to close the door firmly in his face to shut out the creature of her nightmare. "I trust the instrument I lent you was of some use," he said ingratiatingly.
"It was very effective, thank you."
"I have in my possession many other contraptions I could put at your disposal, time and energy savers of various kinds to assist you in your daily work. You have only to ask." Milly thought of the little catalogues that came unbidden through the letter-box every few weeks, that offered dozens of unlikely and gimmicky household devices for sale by mail, and sniffed dismissively. Witchhammer looked uncomfortable holding the heavy book. "I told your sister I'd bring this round," he explained. "She must have forgotten to mention it."
"She doesn't read books."
"I assure you, Harriet expressed an interest in this one." Not many people, Milly reflected, got on first-name terms with her sister so quickly, in just a few days. She pointed to the table near the door where Harriet placed her briefcase when she returned from work.
"Put it there, please."
Witchhammer edged past her, deposited the book, and looked around. He stepped forward to peer at a painting hanging on the wall. After stooping to give it a close inspection, he gave a nod of approval, murmured "charming," and moved further down the hall to scrutinize another picture.
"He's in now," Milly thought. "How am I going to get him out?"
"You have nice things," Witchhammer observed. "Are you a collector?"
"Everything is Harriet's. She owns the house and all it contains. I am totally dependent on her. I have no income. Never have had."
Milly fancied she sounded sad and foolish. "So I believe," Witchhammer said. Milly felt betrayed. Harriet had been talking to him about her. What else had she said? The doorbell rang again. Witchhammer turned towards the source of the sound with a look of resentment, as though the mellow chime pained his ears.
"I'm afraid I must ask you to leave," Milly said with relief. "Someone's come to take me away."
Witchhammer didn't bother to hide his dissatisfaction. "That's unfortunate. I was beginning to enjoy our talk. I must call round again sometime." Milly failed to encourage this suggestion as she let her friend into the house. Moments later the two women followed Witchhammer down the garden path.
"Who's your friend?"
whispered Milly's companion.
"Not a friend, Jenny,"
Milly insisted.
"a new neighbour."
"What a slimy-looking sod," Jenny said.
"Is that how he strikes you?"
Milly was delighted with her companion's acuity. "I wouldn't want him living next to me. I'd move." Milly found she wanted to laugh.
"My sister seems to have become very fond of him."
"More fool her," Jenny said. Milly went straight to Witchhammer's book when she returned home that afternoon, opened it, and riffled through the pages. It was called A Place for Everyone, and subtitled And Everyone in Their Place, by Professor E. H. Witchhammer.
"Professor of what?" Milly asked herself.
The blurb on the inside flap of the dust jacket was enthusiastic in the extreme. Polymath Professor Witchhammer's cornucopia of advice and information is indispensable to anyone wishing to rise and prosper in today's demanding and stressful world, it proclaimed, after listing the man's virtues at length. Much more pompous, portentous nonsense followed. A surge of irritation suffused Milly's mind. She felt furiously angry with the book and slammed it shut with both hands. The dull thump it made in the empty house reminded her briefly of the quiet explosion she had heard in the garage at the moment of her mother's self-destruction, an event she recalled at least once every day. Hastily, with an expression of sharp distaste distorting her features, she replaced the book and left it for Harriet to discover. 2. A week passed. The level of the gin in Harriet's bottle no longer sank at the rate of an inch a day, Milly noticed. Previously, for many years, measuring out her 2 or 3 evening tipples with clinical precision, as though they were fortifying medicine, Harriet had gotten through a bottle and a half of Gordon's in 7 days. This abrupt adoption of abstinence was only the most obvious outward evidence of the changes in Harriet's life. For Milly, who knew her better than she knew herself, there were plenty of more subtle signs that her sister was going through some inner alteration. Conversion was the word Milly found most fitting to describe, in her own mind, this metamorphosis. The sight of Harriet sitting at the dinner-table long after the evening meal was over, poring over Witchhammer's wretched book, and scribbling notes in a notepad she had brought specially for the purpose, drove Milly to despair. At first Harriet had attempted to get her sister to share her enthusiasm for the man and his work, but Milly's instinctive and, to Harriet, unreasonable rejection of both was total. They came to the point where Milly shuddered at the mere mention of Witchhammer's name, and she begged her sister to talk of something else. Milly no longer felt secure in Harriet's house. She was losing her interest in stargazing, and only used her telescope to spy on her next-door neighbor. Worse still, she found she was becoming afraid of the dark, and subject to night fears. At first she thought her dreams, most of which were visited by Witchhammer in some guise or another, were the cause of this unease, even though she could only remember snatches of them.
But in a couple of weeks she wasn't dreaming much, because she was hardly sleeping, and she spent the nights twisting in her bed, listening for Harriet's footsteps on the stairs. It was Milly's volunteering day again, and she had never been so glad to get out of the house. She decided to confront her sister about her relationship with Witchhammer that evening. She would talk to Harriet, even if Harriet wouldn't talk to her. When it came to it, however, she noticed, to her surprise, that Harriet appeared to be sickly and off colour, and took pity on her. Like the coat of an out-of-condition cat, Harriet's dyed black hair looked dull and dank and clung to her scalp. Her eyes had lost the extra brightness that had been noticeable recently, and she seemed awkward and out of sorts. Milly imagined her sister had even lost some weight. By then Milly was in the habit of scuttling upstairs at all times of the day to take a look at the property next door. Just before serving the evening meal she couldn't resist sneaking off again to her telescope. Through it she was surprised to see a number of people in Witchhammer's garden, wandering about casually as though it were a public park. Some of them were even picnicking. The last rays of a lurid sunset were fading fast. Milly thought they would soon feel the chill sitting there on the grass in the gathering dusk. After dinner, Harriet glanced sharply up from time to time and stared at the curtained windows. There seemed to be a lot of traffic on the normally quiet road outside the house, and car doors banged somewhere nearby. At each slam Harriet started and winced as though her nerves were frazzled. At last, driven by curiosity, Milly left her, went up again to the first floor, and again peered through the telescope. There were lights shining all through Witchhammer's house. Strings of multicolored bulbs, like Christmas decorations, hung in the newly planted trees along the front drive and in various places in the garden. In their bright illumination it was possible to count 20 or more cars parked nose to tail on the drive. Many more stretched along the road beyond. Others were arriving all the time. Their drivers sneaked past slowly, searching for parking space. 2 large coaches pulled up outside Harriet's house as Milly watched. Streams of people disembarked and followed each other through Witchhammer's front door, which stood welcomingly open. None of the passengers had any kind of luggage, Milly noticed, so presumably they had come for a meeting of short duration, or possibly some kind of party. The latter explanation of the presence seemed unlikely, as all Witchhammer's guests were dressed rather formally, in dark, sombre clothes. Milly did not get the impression they had come to let their hair down. They looked a sober, serious lot. Once inside the house, they made their way purposefully towards particular rooms, where they stood waiting patiently, not drifting about like party-goers. They acted as though they were under instructions. Milly saw Witchhammer enter a couple of rooms, address a few words to the crowds there assembled, then quickly leave. It was obvious he was completely in charge of whatever was taking place. Noises from the floor below alerted Milly to the fact that Harriet was leaving the house. Moments later she saw her sister, a slightly hunched and ungainly figure, like someone escaping furtively from a long, uncomfortable confinement, almost running along the drive towards the neighboring house. Milly could hear the crunch of her feet on the gravel. Harriet paused for a moment when she reached Witchhammer's doorstep, straightened up, turned to take one glance behind her, as though to satisfy herself that she had not been followed, then marched deliberately into the building. After a while, Milly noticed that no more cars were arriving. Everything had gone still and quiet. Then all the lights in the garden went out, and the front door of Witchhammer's house slammed shut. Milly was unable to witness what happened next, however, because the windows of the next-door building gradually became opaque, as though the place was filling with steam. This phenomenon, more than anything else she had seen, greatly disturbed her. She shuddered and became afraid for her sister, and, she realized, for herself. She remained where she was for a long time, gazing out but seeing nothing, her mind full of a multiplicity of apprehensions that demanded all her attention. Next morning Milly couldn't remember getting into bed. She had slept well, but too heavily. Her brain felt stodgy. She looked at the clock beside her and saw it was quite early, before 7. She got up, looked out of the window, saw all the vehicles that had been parked outside the night before had gone, then went and tapped on her sister's bedroom door. After a few long seconds of silence, a voice she hardly recognized as Harriet's called out, "What do you want?" For a moment Milly was speechless, because her sister sounded so strange. Her voice was high and constricted, like a record played a little too fast, and heard through a damaged speaker. Milly wanted to open the door, but dared not without being invited to do so. Harriet was fanatical about protecting her own private space. At last Milly found herself telling a lie.
"I wondered if you had called out to me," she said. "Something must have woken me early, and I couldn't think what else it could have been." "I didn't hear anything." "I'm sorry if I disturbed you."
"Perhaps you had a bad dream."
Milly was grateful for this possibility. Briefly, she wondered if the events of the past couple of weeks, since the arrival of their new neighbor, had all been merely a bad dream, but the sound of her sister's voice when she spoke again was enough to shatter this hope.
"Milly,"
Harriet said,
"I'm hurt. Fetch the first-aid box and leave it outside my door."
"Hurt?"
Milly yelped, appalled.
"How?" "It's not serious, but I need a bandage."
Milly almost grabbed the door-handle to force an entry into the room, but restrained herself.
"I'll call a doctor."
"No,"
Harriet snapped.
"I can manage on my own,"
she added.
"Just do as I say. Please."
There was more than pain in her voice, Milly realized. There was a note of embarrassment, humiliation even. She was begging.
"I'll get what you want,"
Milly said, and ran downstairs. At first she couldn't remember where the first-aid box was stored. It took her a couple of minutes to locate it in the back of the little used cupboard in the kitchen. In front of it on the shelf lay the hedge-clipper that Witchhammer had lent her, that she had also forgotten about and should have returned. The shock of this discovery was almost sickening, as though she had come across something organic that had been left a long time to rot. The strange, shining machine looked sinister as a human skull, which, she realized, to some extent it did resemble. She could not, at that moment, have brought herself to touch it. Avoiding even looking at it, she reached above it for the handle of the red box marked with a white cross, lifted it out, and ran with it to her sister's room. She knocked on the door and said, "I've got it."
"Leave it, Milly,"
Harriet said. "Go away. I'll bring it in myself." "Harriet,"
Milly said, finding herself suddenly in tears.
"What have you done? What's happened to you?"
"I don't want to talk about it,"
Harriet said. Milly had always felt she was unable to do enough for her sister, who supported her with every material thing she needed in life, and was too independent to require much, except loyalty, in return.
"But, Harriet, I want to help you," she said miserably. "Please tell me what I can do."
"Go away,"
Harriet repeated. Milly realized her sister was now standing close to her, just behind the door. The door opened a crack.
"Milly,"
Harriet's voice now had a wheedling tone.
"you've done all you can. Thank you. Now leave me alone. Do what you normally do. Make breakfast."
Milly fled. Behind her she heard Harriet step onto the landing and take the first-aid box into her room. When the door had closed behind Harriet, Milly stopped and looked back. Something glistened on the polished wooden floor. She retraced her steps and saw it was a little pool of blood, about an inch in diameter. She reached for some tissues in the pocket of her dressing-gown, stooped down, and blotted up the blood. Inside her room, Harriet cried out, presumably with pain. Harriet came down for breakfast at the usual time and took her place at the table without speaking. Milly had her back to her when she entered the room, and found a number of unnecessary but time-consuming things to do before she felt she could turn to face her sister. When they did finally confront each other, Milly was relieved to see that Harriet's features, at least, bore no signs of damage. Her expression was hard and tight, however. She looked ill, and the smile she attempted did not succeed. It was not until Harriet began to try to eat the food in front of her that Milly realized her sister only had the use of her right hand. The left one was resting on her lap, out of sight below the edge of the table. After disposing of her cereal in silence, Harriet came to a halt when she started to try to deal with bacon and eggs. She pushed the full plate away from her a little way, then drank some of her coffee slowly, with exaggerated calmness, as though nothing was amiss. Milly said,
"Did you find what you needed?"
"In the first-aid box? Yes, everything was in place. It's hardly ever been used."
"And your wound? I take it you've hurt your other hand?"
Harriet nodded and lifted her almost empty cup to her lips, perhaps in an attempt to avoid having to make any further comment.
Milly wasn't going to let her get away with it.
"Did the accident happen at our neighbour's house?" she asked. "I saw you going in there. I happened to be looking out of a window."
"Did I say anything about an accident?" Almost wearily, as though she was tired and her arm was heavy, Harriet lifted her left hand and placed it on the table beside her plate. Her fingers were bandaged inexpertly together. Only her thumb and the lower part of the back of her hand was visible.
"I assumed—"
Milly's voice died on her. Harriet shook her head. "Not an accident," she said. Milly stared at the bandaged hand. Blood was seeping through the gauze at the tip of the fingers. She said,
"Harriet, are you not going to tell me anything about what's happened?"
Harriet shook her head, got up, went into the hall, and picked up a briefcase. Milly said,
"Surely you are not going into work like that?"
"Why not?"
"You don't intend driving with your hand in that condition?"
For a moment Harriet looked nonplussed, as though the possible difficulty of doing this had not occurred to her. After a moment's deliberation, she dismissed the problems. "I'll manage," she said. "Don't worry." As soon as Harriet had gone, Milly went to the cupboard where she had found the first-aid box and pulled out Witchhammer's clipping machine. She stood inspecting the peculiar object for some minutes, turning it over and over in her hands absent-mindedly, as though her thoughts were on other things. Then she made up her mind, and left the house with the thing under her arm. She strode across the garden to the gap in the hedge that separated the grounds of the two houses, and slipped through quickly. Becoming apprehensive as soon as her feet were on Witchhammer's land, she forced herself forward through the recently planted shrubs and bushes, that were now thickly leaved, and in some cases covered in blossom, as though they had been rooted there for years. Then followed the mossy, seemingly ancient, but actually modern, crazy-paved pathway that wound round towards the side of the house. When she was within 15 feet of the nearest window, Milly took advantage of the cover offered by a trellis of intertwined roses, and came to a halt. She peered round one end of the trellis, so she could see through the window into the house. She was surprised to see the window's wooden frame was very rotten, with most of the paint peeled off. It was hard to believe the structure of the house had degenerated so much in 2 years since the Ruggles had left. The room beyond the window was, as far as she could see, empty. There was an emerald-green carpet on the floor, but no furniture of any kind anywhere. She realized that if she walked a few yards to the far end of the trellis, she would get an even better view into another nearby window. She made her way towards it, keeping her head well down. This room was not empty. A large, gilt-framed mirror, some 6 feet high by 8 wide, rested against the opposite wall. The floor was covered with midnight blue carpet, and on this carpet danced Mr. Witchhammer. He was swooping backwards and forwards with his hands held out in front of him, working his fingers all the while, bending them into complex shapes as though sending messages to his own image in elaborate sign language. The image in the mirror was darker than the reality it imperfectly copied, and it took a few moments for Milly to realize that the reflection of Mr. Witchhammer in the mirror was not mimicking his actions in an exact reverse copy of his movements, but had a life of its own. It did its own, slightly different, more lethargic dance, and the two of them were communicating somehow. Information of some kind was passing from one to the other. They were conversing. Milly's hands, still clutching the machine, began to tremble. She realized Witchhammer was not just a charismatic, powerful, dangerous, possibly evil man. She had underestimated him. He was much more than that. The creature that was not quite a reflection wore clothes similar to Witchhammer's, but its hands were hidden in long, wide sleeves, and its head was partially covered by an antiquated-looking headpiece that flopped down around its ears and over the upper part of its face like a cowl. Milly studied the half-concealed face and saw that it wasn't quite the same as Witchhammer's, because, as far as she could tell, the features were unmarked, the nose unbroken. It was more conventionally handsome, appealing even, and could have been Witchhammer's younger brother. With a final, rather clumsy, windmilling gesture of its arms, the figure in the mirror jerked to a halt and leaned sharply forward from the waist. Milly realized it was looking straight at her, that it could see her. Better, perhaps, than she could see it, because, without realizing, In an attempt to get a better look at the creature, she had stepped out from concealment behind the trellis. The second witch-hammer stretched out a hand towards her, and she saw the tip of a pointing finger emerge from a sleeve and reach forward towards the surface of the glass. At this, witch-hammer himself, who had had his back towards Milly, turned casually round and stared blankly at her. His arms, caught in mid-gesture, held out beside him, could have expressed welcome or surprise. But in fact he seemed quite unperturbed to find Milly gazing back at him. The second figure, that seemed more interested in her, stepped sluggishly forward until it was very close to the mirror. When he was standing just inches behind the glass, he opened his mouth, and Milly saw he had many sharp little teeth. Crouching, giving her a slack-jawed smile, he made movements that suggested to Milly that he was going to leap through the mirror and window towards her. She suspected he could do that, could pass through both sheets of glass without breaking either. She was about to turn and run when the thing made a sudden, possibly aggressive gesture towards her, and, acting without thought of the consequences, she lifted Witchhammer's machine above her head with both hands and flung it with all her strength towards the face of the grinning figure. Then she ran. Behind her the window shattered, a noise that gave her a brief feeling of elation, and seemed to make running easier. She hurtled forward in a straight line towards the gap in the hedge, trampling through flower-beds and kicking aside any plants that got in her way. She stumbled, but did not stop until she reached her own front door. Once there, as she searched for her key, she looked back the way she had come and saw she had not been followed. Milly sat for some hours in her favourite chair, thinking a great deal, but moving not at all, waiting for her sister. Harriet returned, looking sicker than ever. She sneaked into the house at 3 in the afternoon and locked herself in her room without saying a word to Milly. Milly put food and drink outside her door, but this was a wasted gesture. Harriet did not respond in any way. Milly left the door of her room open when she went to bed so she would hear if Harriet started to move about, but she was not disturbed. The house remained silent that night. Nevertheless, Harriet was nowhere to be found next morning. Milly searched the house, furiously cursing Witchhammer as she did so, then went to the kitchen. She jerked open the cutlery drawer, pulled out a 6-inch knife with a pointed blade she used to prepare vegetables, and made it safe by wrapping it in a number of paper towels. Feeling ashamed and afraid, she hid the knife in the side pocket of her slacks. This almost certainly foolhardy action had slowed her down and taken the edge off her anger. She now felt in better possession of herself. She marched out of the house and crossed the ground towards the house next door with determination and a sense of purpose, though in fact she had no idea what she was going to do or say to Witchhammer if she could find him. She thought this time he might have gone, taking Harriet with him. Witchhammer must have seen her coming, because he was sauntering towards her as she slipped through the gap in the hedge. When she stood in front of him, he held his head slightly up and back, as he had done during their first meeting. Again he looked down his nose at her, giving the impression he was glaring down at her from a great height. Both remained still and silent for some moments. Milly was glad to find she was easily able to give him back as hard a stare as he gave her. At last Milly said, "You know why I'm here. Take me to her." Witchhammer seemed to be expecting this instruction. He nodded, and without further comment, led her down an unfurnished, untidy hallway littered with discarded, screwed-up scraps of paper that she guessed were discarded leaflets of some kind. Witchhammer kicked at some of these and sent them bowling along ahead of him, as a happy, heedless child might have done. There was other rubbish strewn about, and in a number of places stains on the floor that could have been vomit or dried blood. The interior of the house was in uniformly poor condition. The air was full of unpleasant, and to Milly, unidentifiable smells. They went through a number of rooms, some of them scattered with now empty cardboard boxes, until they came to the one where Witchhammer had been when she had spied on him from the garden. She knew this, because the window she had smashed had been hastily boarded up with wooden slats, and the huge mirror still rested against one of the walls. Otherwise it was a featureless space, like all the others she had passed through in the house. As with those other rooms, there was not a single item of furniture to be seen, not so much as a chair to sit on. "What have you done with her?" Milly demanded, when Witchhammer came to a halt close to the mirror. Her voice, echoing in the emptiness,
sounded less confident now, and had a wheedling edge. Witchhammer said, "You'll soon see. I'll fetch her." He walked towards the mirror, stooped down below the level of the top of the frame, which must have been a little less than 6 feet high, and stepped through the glass. Milly gasped and put her hand to her gaping mouth, but she had known what was about to happen as soon as Witchhammer had turned away from her. After some moments of trepidation, she went closer to the mirror and stared at the reflection of the room she was in. Her own image was not reproduced there. The only figure she could see was Witchhammer, retreating towards the door through which they had entered together. Less than a minute later, Witchhammer and Harriet appeared at the door and the reflection in the mirror, and passed through it. Instinctively, Milly turned to glance behind her at the actual doorway, which was empty. Somewhere, wherever he really was, Witchhammer laughed softly. Harriet looked pale, tired, wounded. She had lost much of the extra weight she had carried for years, but this had not improved her appearance. She resembled a recuperating invalid, someone who had been half-starved and bedridden for weeks. Her hair was plastered flat against her skull, and her chalky skin glistened with sweat. Without the fastidiously applied makeup she normally wore, her face looked flat, her features undefined. Milly spoke her sister's name querulously once, but found she had nothing else to say. The sight of Harriet horrified her into silence. Witchhammer stretched his arm across Harriet's back in a familiar gesture and hugged her close to him. Harriet allowed herself to be mauled in this way, and continued to regard Milly with empty, unresponsive eyes. "Your sister has been very concerned about your welfare, Harriet," Witchhammer said at last. "Please say something to calm her fears." Harriet's body jerked slightly. The sides of her almost white lips parted slightly. She made clicking sounds in her throat before she said, "Don't trouble yourself about me. I don't need you any more, Milly." Harriet held up her right hand and unwound the bandage on her middle finger to reveal a bloody stump. The top joint had been severed. Milly stared at the stump, then turned towards Witchhammer, who nodded gravely. "It was done at my request," he said, "but voluntarily." "Why?" "As a token of commitment." "In return for what?" "My patronage and protection," Witchhammer said, "and a place by my side. Obviously." "And are you happy with that bargain, Harriet?" Milly asked irritably. She was exasperated because she knew what the answer to the question would be. "I want nothing else. There is nothing else for me now." "You may have given yourself up," Milly said, "but what about me? How am I to live?" At this Witchhammer let go of Harriet and said, "Other arrangements have been made for you." He stepped through the mirror into the room where Milly was standing, leaving Harriet on the other side. Milly heard his soft steps getting closer to her, and remembered that she was not altogether powerless. She turned to face him, sliding her hand into her pocket as she did so to grasp the handle of the knife she had armed herself with. Milly wondered if she was strong enough to thrust the knife deep into his chest, to reach his heart. She knew she could and would act. She longed for the sight of the creature's blood. Only her physical frailty could let her down. The way to do it, she decided, was to lunge upward and force the blade in under his ribs. Witchhammer was watching her face curiously, and with some amusement. He had stopped 3 feet away from Milly, who needed him closer. She had wrapped the blade of the knife too well, and found to withdraw it she would first have to partly unravel its paper sheath. In doing so, fumbling in the tight space of her pocket, she ran her fingers against the blade. At first, the sensation was more alarming than painful, but even so she was unable to repress a yelp of distress that Witchhammer misinterpreted as a cry of despair. He started to speak, perhaps to offer some kind of perverse consolation, and stepped towards her, until Milly judged he was close enough. She had the knife in her grasp now. The sight of Milly's clenched fist as it arced up towards him was the first warning Witchhammer had that he was being attacked. He made no effort to avoid the blow, but swung his right hand round with such speed that, for a fraction of a second, it was invisible, then grabbed Milly's wrist and twisted it once. Milly shrieked and dropped the knife. Witchhammer stooped, caught the weapon by the handle before it hit the ground, and withdrew with it back into the mirror.
Milly, driven to a fury beyond reason by Witchhammer's contemptuous treatment of her and the pain he had inflicted, threw herself after him. The man in the mirror had half turned back towards her as she smashed against the silvered glass, that cracked from top to bottom but did not shatter. Milly, who had not doubted she would be able to pass through as easily as her enemy had, bounced back like a migrating bird that had flown full tilt against the window-pane and collapsed on the floor. Stunned, she remained in that position until a slight sound alerted her to the possibility of further danger, and she pulled herself up and looked back at the mirror. Witchhammer was standing very close on the other side of the glass, reaching up with both hands towards the back of the upper section of the mirror's thick, heavy frame. His feet were wide apart, his knees slightly bent, his chest thrust forwards. Milly understood what he was straining so hard to achieve when the top of the mirror began to dip towards her. As she tried to scuttle back away from it on her hands and knees, she heard Witchhammer give a wordless shout. Very soon after, the mirror smashed down on top of her. The intensity of the subsequent pain mercifully drew her away into unconsciousness. The sound of her own whimpering was the first thing Milly was able to identify when consciousness returned. She lay absolutely still for some time while she reconstructed the events that had led to her being where she now was. She realized she was lying face down on a filthy, stinking carpet covered with fragments of broken glass. She hauled herself up a little way from the ground and forced the top half of her body round into something like a sitting position. As she did so, various sharp, agonizing sensations below her knees made her gasp. The room she was in was darker than it had been, but she was just able to see that she was situated in the center of the frame of the shattered mirror. She lay down then, feeling exhausted and defeated. On her back, finding herself perforce gazing upwards, she saw there was a mark like an uneven black disk on the ceiling directly above her. Its outline wavered slightly, as though her eyes were unable to keep it in focus. She stared harder, trying to give greater definition to the dark shape, but as she did so, it seemed to move smoothly up away from her. It sank into the ceiling, and soon Milly found she was looking into a vertical tunnel about 5 feet in width that was stretching further and further away. The far end of it became increasingly dark. When, after perhaps 10 minutes, this most remote part had become utterly black, 1 or 2 tiny dots of silvery light appeared, as though pinpricks had been made in its surface. Other light emerged in that vicinity, unevenly spaced, and shining with unequal brilliance. Milly watched this process in stunned wonder, realizing gradually that what she could see was a section of the sky, but not a part that she recognized. Milly knew all about the stars. Her father had taught her to identify the major constellations, and she had never forgotten those first lessons. She tried now to make sense of the circle of sky above her and fit it into what she knew of the layout of the universe, but was unable to do so. The spread of stars above shone in a different sky than the one she had studied in her childhood. Awed and alarmed by this revelation, Milly forced herself to look away and tried to take stock of her immediate situation. What little light there was in the room seemed to be merely that of the stars that must have been shining down from a very remote part of the universe. She could just make out the outline of her hand when she held it, fingers outstretched, above her face. Some sensation, mostly of cold, had returned to her body that had been for a while insensate. She could hear nothing at all, not even the sound of her own breathing, but there was a curious taste in her mouth, and she was aware of a particularly foul smell in the air around her that seemed somehow to be associated with the taste. There was a tiny sound in the air above her, like the silky hissing of a snake. Up above her face, something that had been descending slowly and unseen towards her came to a halt a foot or so away from her forehead. She reached up to touch it and realized that a thick rope was dangling down from the hole in the ceiling. She took hold of the rope with both hands and began to tug at it, passing hand over hand twice in order to pull herself partially upright. Hanging on to the rope like a drowning mariner who had been thrown a line, she wondered if, were the rope to be withdrawn, she would have the strength to keep a hold of it while she was lifted up into the unfamiliar section of heaven above, and decided with absolute certainty that she had not. If she were borne up, she would fall off very soon, and perhaps increase her injuries when she tumbled back into the frame down on earth. Milly leaned back, already exhausted, and was about to let go of the rope's end when it seemed to come alive in her hand and was twitched violently out of her grasp. There was a pause then, while the rope hovered quite still again above her head, for what could have been seconds or hours. Her perception of the passing of time seemed to have deserted her, or become deranged, until at last. Then the tip of the rope started moving again, swaying swiftly from side to side like the tail of an impatient dog. It was fascinating, hypnotic, snake-like. The rope. Its movements captured all Milly's attention, absorbed her completely in her semi-conscious state, and it was only very slowly and vaguely that the gesticulations of the rope became meaningful and significant. Gradually, however, she understood that someone was clambering towards her, climbing down from heaven. She could even, she fancied, make out against the alien pattern of the stars the outline of a fluidly mobile figure dressed in some loose outfit or in tattered rags, and still a long way above her, clinging to the rope. After an unmeasurable expanse of time, she realized who was descending, who it had to be. As she waited to receive him, to welcome him now, she tried to move into a posture from which she could greet him and meet him face to face. To her great distress, as she forced herself to struggle from one cramped position to another, she was aware that the stink she had previously noticed in the air around her became stronger and more pungent, until it became thick enough almost to encase her and hinder her movements. Nevertheless, she continued to twist listlessly about until, at last, overwhelmed by exhaustion that it was an exquisite pleasure to succumb to, she gave up all effort and became still. The rope continued to snap and sway above her motionless head, and motionless Milly was to remain until someone came to claim her. He dropped nimbly down from the rope's end and took a brief look down at what was left of Milly. Then, slowly, scrupulously, missing nothing, he gathered together, bit by bit, all there was of her. He threw the pieces into a sack made of skin he always carried with him beneath his robes, tied it tight to the neck, and swung the sack over his shoulder. After refreshing himself from a little bottle chained round his neck, he carried Milly away to join her sister, who was waiting for her in the place they had both come from, where their mother still looked down at the petrol she had poured over her head and body, where their father still gazed up at the sky, and where the stars looked neither up nor down at anyone. Nicholas Royle, Empty Stations. Nicholas Royle lives in West London with his wife and 2 children. He is the author of 4 novels, Counterparts, Saxophone Dreams, The Matter of the Heart, and The Director's Cut, and more than 100 short stories. He has edited 11 anthologies, including Darklands, The X-Files, A Book of 2 Halves, and The Time-Out Book of London Short Stories, Volume 2. He is currently writing a new novel, a sequel to The Director's Cut, entitled Straight to Video. I'm drawn to lost things, reveals the author, lost films, lost stations, lost minds, because of the mystery that springs up around anything that is lost, but also because they reflect the ephemerality of all things. This story spins off a narrative strand from my last novel, The Director's Cut. It stands alone, but reflects a growing interest in intertextuality, as well as a lasting affection for Deathline, a.k.a. Raw Meat, Gary Sherman's 1972 tube cannibal movie. Gareth Sangster, freelance hack and sometime actor, was sitting in front of a computer screen in the office spare bedroom of his Stoke Newington flat. He was staring just past the screen at the rear windows of the houses in the next street. He wasn't watching anything in particular, just passing the time, seeking distraction from an unfinished review. A press release lay on his desk, next to the keyboard. He'd read it a dozen times. He'd seen the film he was trying to write about only the night before in a Wardour Street basement, but something about it resisted his attempts to get it down. He knew what it was. It was the fact that he'd seen the film 100 times before, and read the press kit as often. The studios went to the trouble of giving them different titles, but they were all the same movie. The script got a minor rewrite, and the actors ghosted through 90 minutes without breaking a sweat. The phone rang, shattering his reverie. He picked it up and listened. "Where?" he asked. "When?" He hung up and went back to looking out of the window. He was wondering if his life was about to change, or if Ash had fired the starting pistol for another wild-goose chase. You never knew with Ash. He could be right, he could be wrong. Most of the time, he was wrong. Gareth looked at the screen. He knew he should shut the machine down and go out to meet Ash, but a phrase had entered his tidy mind, and he decided to write it down before he forgot it. The phrase proved to be the key to unlocking the piece, and his review wrote itself in less than 10 minutes. He emailed the review to his editor, then selected "Shut Down" and left the flat while the machine was still finishing up. Most life-threatening situations that cannot be blamed on the random concurrence of unrelated events are reached as a direct result of people delving too deep into their own obsessions. When the alarm bells should no longer go ignored is when two people's crazy desires are indulged at the same time, and one of them shows all the signs of being quietly mad. The alarm bells would have been ringing to wake the dead, and Gareth should have heard them, but for some reason he had his head stuck up his arse. He always had where Ash was concerned. He picked up a black cab on Church Street and allowed its fluid acceleration to propel him back in his seat as the gates to Abney Park Cemetery flickered past the window. Whenever he passed the great Victorian boneyard, a still image of its fabled subterranean catacombs would light up like a silent movie behind his eyes. Gareth's obsession was with lost London films. He'd been in one, of course, which was how the bug bit him. When he was doing stage acting, appearing in fringe productions, and living hand-to-mouth in a squat in South Street, Mayfair, he'd agreed to take a part in Harry Fox's 9 South Street. The conceit, that the film would feature a bunch of Mayfair squatters playing themselves, appealed to him. He liked the fact that the director wanted them to improvise around a basic thriller plot that was already in place. He also liked the director. It was Harry Fox's first film, but the tyro seemed confident beyond his experience. Since its initial, extremely limited release, 9 South Street had never been screened. While other British independent films of the same era, such as Richard Stanley's Hardware and Vadim Jean's Leon the Pig Farmer, would enjoy an occasional afterlife at the Watermans or the Riverside, 9 South Street simply disappeared. Its only scheduled network TV broadcast was postponed due to a live football match going into extra time, and it was never reprogrammed. So Gareth Sangster's only screen performance went unseen by most of the world, including its casting directors and independent producers. Years later, when attempts were made to locate prints of the film for a revival at the NFT, none was unearthed. Even the negative had vanished. Ash, who had been Gareth's co-star in 9 South Street, was less concerned by the disappearance of the film, since he'd had no acting ambitions in the first place, despite being a talented mimic. Ash was squatting in South Street at the same time as Gareth, and they had formed a relationship, in spite of personal incompatibility, based on their shared interest in film. They went to movies together, making the most of the Lumière, the Electric, the Scala, while they were still in business. Mostly they saw British films from the 1960s and 70s. Nicholas Roeg, Lindsay Anderson, John Schlesinger. They caught Skolimowski's rarely screened Deep End at the ICA and The Shout at the Roxy. Gareth watched Malcolm McDowell and James Fox with the concentration of a counterfeiter staring at legal banknotes, then reproduced their tics and mannerisms in his fringe work. "It's not the same as what you do," he explained to Ash. "It's not impersonation, but reinterpretation." "Tell that to the judge," Ash replied in his best Bogart. And so when Gareth and Ash encountered a tall, long-haired stranger prowling around the disused corridors of 9 South Street, or forbidding ex-office building they squatted with a dozen or so others, they were only too happy to buy his story about scouting for locations for a low-budget film. The three of them shared a bottle of Stoli that Harry fetched from the off-license in Shepherd Market, and the idea for the film was born. For Gareth, it was the perfect opportunity to fulfill his dreams. Ash was less clear about what he wanted out of life. South Street was his first base in London, and he'd only been there a couple of months, having moved south from the West Midlands, where, he claimed, he had been the drummer in a band. He'd quit before they'd got a recording deal, and then, as soon as they started to acquire a cult following, had been written out of their past, he said, airbrushed out of rock history. But Gareth soon learned to treat whatever Ash told him with caution. The Midlander drank heavily and did a lot of drugs. When they had first met, Gareth had been slightly in awe of him. Despite being a year or two younger, Ash was astonishingly dissolute. He maintained his various expensive habits by stealing books and CDs, which he sold on to second-hand dealers. He never paid for a meal in a restaurant, and so never visited the same establishment twice. Later, when it became clear that unreliability was part of Ash's character, Gareth could never quite erase the power of those earliest memories. Consequently, when Ash called to report a lead in the search for a lost London film, Gareth jumped. The cab cut through the top end of Barnsbury and hit the Calais Road a few yards from the tube station that bore its name. As he paid the driver, Gareth spotted Ash peering up and down the street from just inside the station entrance. "Are they after you again?" Gareth asked. "It's no joke, man," Ash insisted. "Anyway, I don't think I was followed, on this occasion." "Ash, who the fuck would follow you?" Ash looked pale and unwell, fish out of water. "You might," he said. Gareth shook his head in exasperation. "Come on," Ash pressed him. "We haven't got much time." They took the stairs, and within moments were waiting on the westbound Piccadilly line. Gareth noticed in the sickly gloom that prevailed on the tube platform that Ash didn't look so pale. He was also less tense than he seemed on the streets these days. Increasingly, it seemed, they hung out underground, travelling by tube to basement bars or preview theatres beneath Wardour Street. Getting from the tube to the venue was always something of a dash. It was one reason why Gareth didn't see as much of Ash as he used to. It had started as an interest in the city beneath the city, London under London, like the book by Trench and Hillman, one of the few books Ash had stolen and not offloaded the next day. The interest had gradually eclipsed any others apart from film. He combined the two by being selective about which cinemas he went to. Out went the gate in the Phoenix, in came the Lumière, the Metro, the Renoir, cinemas where the auditoria were located below ground level. Once on the train itself, Ash seemed to glow with vitality. He even started grinning at Gareth. "Stop that, I don't like it," Gareth said. "Tell me where we're going. Is this a wind-up?" Ash leaned forward. "You know how sometimes late at night," he said, "you're waiting on the tube platform, and an empty train goes by without stopping? No lights on? It barely slows down, just passes through the station, as if it weren't there." Gareth nodded. Instead of continuing, Ash sat back and crossed one leg over the other. He was grinning again. Gareth looked away. The train was pulling into King's Cross. He thought about getting off and leaving Ash to head off on his own, but then he remembered he felt the same impulse most times they saw each other, and he never acted on it. When the doors closed and the train set off again, Ash crossed the carriage and sat next to Gareth. He had to shout to make himself heard over the din of the train's progress through the tunnels. "Just as there are empty trains that go through our stations, your stations and my stations, everybody's stations, without stopping, so there are other stations where these trains," he pointed at the carriage floor for emphasis, "go through without stopping. Empty stations." Gareth's nose was close to Ash's mouth, but for once he couldn't smell alcohol in the younger man's breath. "Empty stations," Gareth said, humouring him. "Empty stations." "You mean disused? Like York Way, British Museum, Wood Lane?" "No, I mean empty. These stations have never been used, at least not by the likes of you and me. These stations are not on the network. They're off the map. I suppose you found a way to get out at one of these stations?" Gareth couldn't keep the sarcasm out of his voice. "You just have to get on the right train. You have to get on one of the trains that stops at those stations. Some of them stop at empty stations as well as normal stations. Some only stop at the empty ones." Ash indicated the rush of light that signaled their arrival in the next station. "And you've done that, I suppose?" Gareth snapped. "No, I haven't. But I know a guy who has. He lives in the tunnels." "Yeah, right. And here we are at Russell Square. I've seen death line Ash. Do us a favor and stop bullshitting me, okay? Just piss off." Gareth jumped to his feet and stepped smartly between the closing doors, leaving Ash in his seat with a strange, sad little smile on his face. Gareth marched off up the platform, angry with himself more than anything for allowing himself to get sucked into Ash's paranoid fantasies. The train accelerated past him. He looked up in time to catch a smeared glimpse of Ash's face through the last window, his features as blurry as those of a corpse behind heavy plastic. Gareth watched as the train slid into the tunnel. Its red light burned until the first bend had been navigated. He reached the end of the platform, glared at the unbroken wall, and cursed. He'd been so wrapped up in his anger he'd managed to miss the exit. He turned round and looked down the full length of platform. There was no exit sign, but that didn't mean anything, as half the stations on the network were falling apart. He started walking back down the platform, paying more attention to his surroundings. He must have got confused when he'd been talking to Ash, because this didn't look like Russell Square. In fact, he couldn't see the station's name anywhere. Halfway down the platform, however, he found the exit. It was still unsigned, but it appeared to be a way out, so he took it. The corridor led away from the platform and turned a corner. Faced with a flight of steps, Gareth climbed them rapidly. The dull echo of his footfalls disturbed him. He'd noticed a lack of posters on the walls. But then some stations were like that, in parts, at least. There were no other people in evidence apart from himself. He moved faster. At the top of the steps, the corridor went left, then right. And then it stopped. It didn't run into a rough concrete wall or massive steel doors. It didn't end in barred gates, scraps of litter idling in desultory circles on the dusty, unattainable floor beyond. It ended in a perfectly ordinary, perfectly grouted, green-tiled wall. There was a subtle bevel where one wall joined the next, just as there would be if it was a proper wall, if it was supposed to be there. The effect was like that of an amputation on a living limb. It was a dead end. Gareth touched his fingers to the cool, tiled surface. He was aware of no particular sensation, but a strange feeling was growing inside him, in his stomach and creeping down into his legs. It was fear. He walked back to the platform, forcing himself not to run, but he passed no other opening on the way. He checked up and down the platform, but there was no other exit as far as he could see. Movement on the track caught his eye. Moving closer to the edge, he peered into the suicide pit, the space between the rails. He saw it again, a tiny fragment of darkness detaching itself from the background and scuttling away. A mouse. Then Gareth felt the displacement of air on his face. He looked up, but there was nothing to see. The rails began to whine, and the turbulence increased. Suddenly, pushing air out of the tunnel ahead of it, a train burst into the empty station at speed. Gareth staggered back from the edge, waiting for the train to stop. But it didn't. It didn't even slow down. Once he had realized it wasn't going to, he started waving his arms in the air and shouting. Not a single passenger caught his eye or reacted in any way. They seemed to stare right through him, almost as if they were staring at the dark rushing of the tunnel wall. He watched the red light of the disappearing train with an emptiness growing inside him that felt like death. Ash told the police that London was built not on clay, as most people believed, but on celluloid. Some of the deeper tube lines bore right through the stuff, he said. Key locations and significant films were not picked at random. Location scouts went looking for spots where the material ran close enough to the surface to affect the atmosphere. His witness statement was not worth the tape it was recorded on. It had been me who had dragged him into the inquiry after Gareth's girlfriend had called me to say he was missing. Gareth, he said, had gone looking for a copy of a lost London movie starring Terence Stamp and Teresa Russell. Ash was one of the few people who had seen it. Since it bore no credits, it was impossible to say who had directed it. The presence of Teresa Russell suggested Rogue, but the style was too laid back for him. Ash suspected the hand of Jerzy Skolomovsky, although he couldn't say why, and in any case the police didn't give a fuck. They were going to charge him with wasting police time, but when they realized that they would have to get psychiatrists' reports and all that carry-on, they let it drop, and Ash was a free man. Gareth, however, was still missing, His girlfriend was unconsolable. Couldn't I do something, she wanted to know. I'd known Gareth almost as long as she had. Surely I had some idea where he might have gone, where he might have buried himself. I told her I'd do my best, but what did I have to go on? Not a great deal. I checked out the big homeless areas. I rode the tube system, every line, each station. Once I thought I saw the back of his head at Archway, but I lost him in the crowd and later convinced myself I'd been mistaken. I didn't really know Gareth as well as his girlfriend thought I did. It was more a professional relationship, and a sporadic one at that. I commissioned film reviews off him and various longer pieces, but her need impressed itself upon me. One night, in the early hours, the phone rang, and it was Gareth. At least I thought it was Gareth. It was hard to be sure. His voice sounded a long way off, obscured by static and interference. He kept breaking up, but I managed to pick out the name of a tube station before the line went dead. Russell Square. I was down there at 5 a.m., first customer through the gate. I prowled every corridor, bumped up and down in the old lifts. I peered into air shafts furred with years' worth of dead skin. Nothing. If I'd been hoping to get, at the very least, a sense of Gareth's recently departed presence, I was disappointed there, too. Dejected and worn out, I slumped down onto one of the blue metal seats to wait for the next train. On the seat next to mine was an unlabeled, scuffed videocassette. I took the tape home and played it. There was nothing on it but static. If I try really hard, after a dozen or so viewings, I imagine I can hear Terence Stamp's voice, the laconic London drawl of the hit, rather than the forced Cockney caricature of the limey, struggling to make itself heard over the interference on the soundtrack. Or I convince myself that the snowy picture is about to resolve itself into a tasteful interior shot of Teresa Russell's naked back. Times when I'm still stuck in front of the screen way into the quiet hours, the bottle on the floor beside me more or less empty, I kid myself the voice I think I can hear is Gareth's, but then I remember Ash's talent for mimicry and reach for the remote. Stop, rewind, play. Charlie Jacob, Flesh of Leaves, Bones of Desire. Charlie Jacob has published almost 400 poems and around 200 short stories, mostly in the small press. Her first novel, This Symbiotic Fascination, appeared in 1998 from Necro Publications. It was nominated for both Bram Stoker and International Horror Guild Awards in the first novel category. It has recently been reprinted by Leisure Books, who will follow it with her second novel, Soma. Jacob's short story collection, Dread in the Beast, was published by Necro in 1999, and the title novella was nominated for a Bram Stoker Award. It was followed by Up, Out of Cities That Blow Hot and Cold, released by Delirium Books and also nominated for a Stoker. She has another collection forthcoming from Delirium, Guises, and she is currently finishing a third novel, Vestal. I am one of those people who likes to go out for walks, explains the author, trying to unkink from extended periods spent sitting at the computer. I use the time to consider various story aspects. One day I was trying to write a Halloween story, but was stuck searching for a fresh idea. It was only a few days before October 31st. Strolling around the neighborhood, I barely glanced at the Halloween decorations people had put out. I'd done quite a few at my own house, rubber bats, fanged rats, screaming skulls, etc. Out of the corner of my eye I saw something which startled me, hung from a tree branch, not swinging, for there was no wind. It was red and yellow-brown, slick-looking, like some piñata made in the shape of an adult man. Well, right after Halloween would be El Dia de los Muertos. It wasn't uncommon to see Day of the Dead decorations in Dallas. This particular object was uncanny, reminding me of a body comprised out of dead vegetation, like some twisted nature god. On closer inspection I discovered it was only a regular, life-sized, cut-out cardboard skeleton, but leaves falling from the big oak tree it was hung in were damp from a recent rain. They were stuck everywhere on the bones, between the ribs and through eye sockets. I had only seen it wrong. This was when I got the idea for skeletons of leaf people. It was the day which would eventually turn into the night of Halloween that the seller of skeletons came to our town. Obviously intended as decorations for the traditional celebration of good-natured horror, they were immediately more interesting than those plastic or cardboard types which the 5 and dime sold. They weren't flat, for one thing, but had 3 dimensions, having been molded out from an intricate form of papier-mâché, perhaps. The skulls in particular were startling, almost an origami of macabre beauty. These were nothing mass-produced in some far-off Oriental country, created by near-slave labor who didn't even know what Halloween was. Simonville was not a big place, and the foundling strings of bones soon found niches in front-yard trees and on broad covered porches. The mayor, who ran into the skeleton cellar outside of the luncheonette, where he habitually went each noonday, even bought 26 to be hung about the park, 26 being twice 13, and somehow appropriate for the light-hearted festival of modern Samhain. I lived in an apartment, so there was no place where I might have put one up. But I noted the skeleton seller as he took the wheelbarrow from his pickup truck and peddled his bones from place to place. I followed him when he had sold them all, curious as to where he would go. Did he have relatives in Simonville? Would he sleep in his truck that night, or in the park where so many of his wares would be shaking in the branches? He journeyed to the edge of town, where the old surgical instrument factory used to be, before the recession and the popular advent of lasers overcoming more antique steel. The building had been empty for 20 years, and the overall appearance of it used to cause embarrassed townfolk to insist on its demolition. One day soon, the city fathers kept promising. If the land sold, that would be done. Eventually people just stopped complaining. Every window had been broken by children, and the glass spiked like the fangs in deformed jack-o'-lanterns. The roof sagged like a broken back and had gaping holes in places where the weather had free access to the rooms below. The grounds had grown up with weeds. He parked his truck and got out and walked over to me. I was, of course, mortified that he'd noticed I was following, but I'd meant nothing unfriendly in it. I always had all day with nothing to do but walk the town, and there was only so much in such a small, unchanging place to keep me from boredom. I hadn't been able to work since the fire. If it hadn't been for the disability checks, what would I have done? I walked Simonville from one end to the other, and had done so for years, for so long that nobody even stared at me any more, having become as used to my scars as they were accustomed to the eyesore of a former instruments factory. "Yes, this is where I will be staying the night," the skeleton seller told me, as if answering a question I had never said aloud. I noticed how incredible his complexion was, smooth and glowing with health, and yet he didn't seem to be a young man, and life out of a pickup truck purveying faux squelettes couldn't have been easy. It made me squirm, standing there with the pocks and ripples of my own devastated skin. It made me envious. "My year's up. Come see me tonight," he said, then turned away and walked into the dilapidated building. I wondered what he could have meant by that. Yet I had replied with nothing. I'd only swung around because this was the edge of Simonville. I began another predictable journey across the face of the town. But it had piqued my interest, and so I didn't return to my little rooms at day's end. Usually I would never be caught outside after dark on Halloween, not with a mask I always wore. Instead, I walked the streets, keeping to the shadows, a strong sense of impending phenomena keeping me more alert than usual. Children ran from house to house, doing their time-honored begging. The air was as still as it had been all day, suffocating with humidity and the cloying rot of fallen leaves. It was terribly hot for so late in the year, the temperature breaking the old record set back in the last century. The skeletons hung wherever they had been placed, limp but strangely elegant, considering what they represented. They seemed like vessels waiting to be filled. Sweating in rivulets down the channels of ruined skin, I went up to several and examined them, touching them along the straight lengths of thigh bones, tracing with my fingertips the curves of ribs which slid into such pale hollows. I closed my eyes and imagined these were the bodies of lovers, cool and unblemished, never judging with their lips, never reflecting back cruel mirrors with their eyes. If I'd believed something would happen when I caressed them, I was sorely disappointed. The hour grew late, and children went home. The adults came out to party, some with heavily painted faces, and a few even costumed for fright soirees hosted at the local bars. Drunken stragglers stumbled down the sidewalks. People who were just too hot indoors came out to walk through the park and look at the stars. The wind came up sharply. The bones jangled in chimes which could be heard clear across Simonville. I watched as those in the park actually seemed to dance, suspended from the ground, limbs moving in graceful hovering ballet. The leaves on raked piles on the ground rose up as if burst apart by lightning, then swirled about the skeletons, then clung. Whatever trees still had leaves were finally denuded of them in sudden downdrafts of wind that also blew them onto the skeletons. I rubbed my eyes. What had been strings of bones were now covered with rustling red and gold skins. Crackling hands reached overhead to break the strings which tied them up. They let themselves down, and before I could see where they were going, they'd slipped into the shadows and were gone. I walked on a bit, leaving the park. On Main Street I spied a drunken man weaving past the shops, his face made up like a vampire. I was close enough I heard the whisper which stirred from the dark doorway of a drugstore, medicines for sleep and pain advertised in the filmy windows. "Trick or treat?" He stopped, looking about him, and a figure stepped from the blackened rectangle. It was a burnished woman, all of sorrel and bronze limbs and breasts, the texture scratchy in the wind. Naked, she glided up to him and put her arms around his neck. She lifted herself up, putting her legs round his hips, pressing the soft thatch of her crotch to his groin. For a moment they seemed to dance, turning an autumn tango, her face pressed to his and his breath soughing into her lips. If he resisted her sexual assault, he didn't show it. Then they collapsed to the sidewalk, she continuing to grind against him, his own pelvic thrusts seismic through his clothes. The wind howled, stray leaves skittering in miniature whirlwinds down the street. The drunk made the soft moaning noises of a wounded animal trapped beneath them, and then he stopped moving altogether. The woman climbed back to her feet. I marveled at the appearance of her flesh now, bright under the lamplight, no longer a beautiful but uneven patchwork of brittle rouges and aureolin. She had perfected herself, and now walked away from the man she'd accosted. I crept forward and found his suit full of odd, desiccated bones, and nothing else. "Trick or treat," I heard murmured from between parked cars of the hospital. I saw one of the leaf men slide out and wrap himself around a nurse coming off her shift. Her white uniform had been spattered with blood as she exited the building, like the dappling on the leaves of some diseased elm. His member stood out, a thick twig, forked and throbbing like a dowser's rod. He gently pushed her to the macadam, and she didn't scream, didn't struggle. I could hear her sighing, heard it rendered sepulchral like an echo down a well as the leaf man swallowed it. Watched while she tore off her own underthings and guided his branch flesh into herself. Observed as they undulated for minutes, and then he got up from her bones, refined, whole, human, or reasonably so. I went back into the park, saw 2 times 13 foliage bodies of harvest gold and seasonal blood red clasped about a party of revellers who'd left a midnight barbecue to come count meteors. The withered but brilliantly colored skins rolled obscenely across these people, folks perhaps I even knew. The rustling limbs moved insatiably, carnal boughs which held the shapes of secret femurs and ulnas and clavicles. I watched with sick fascination, too much heat in my own flesh. I wanted to lie down with them and be a part of what made them smooth and indefective. I wanted to experience that melting closeness of passion and desperation, for I could see 1 or 2 of the people squirm, hands flailing free from the orgiastic assemblage, as of victims left for dead beneath piles of leaves reaching out. The appetite boiled, then grew chill in the hard wind. The skeletons were left in the disarray of their various garments. The new people rose and walked off in different directions into Simonville. I wondered where they were going, whose lives they were going to assume, if they would need to replenish themselves ever again, and if some day all of the town would be made up of such creatures. I tried to guess what other places were filled either partially or entirely of these artificial folk. The seller of skeletons had left his keys in his truck. I borrowed it, and then drove it back to the old factory. I knocked lightly at the door, which hung only by half its rusted hinges. "Come in," I heard from inside. "I've been waiting for you." The flawless man smiled as I entered the building. Here and there, beneath the shadows and dust, were glints of razor-sharp metal, once used to make scalpels with. A rack of needles gleamed in a corner where moonlight stabbed through one of the rents in the roof. For a moment I almost mistook them for pine needles instead of the business ends of hypos. "I brought all the skeletons in the back of the truck," I told him. I'd been amazed while doing so how light the bones were, how peculiar their substance. They hadn't seemed like human bones at all.
The essence was neither dense nor porous, and didn't appear to be anything associated with vertebrate beings. This seemed to indicate that something essential had been drained from them, metamorphosing into what more clearly resembled papier-mâché. He nodded, as if this was what he'd expected of me. It's my turn, isn't it? I asked, feeling a little humiliated because I knew my voice had a pleading quality to it. Oh, I was so afraid of being rejected. Yes, this will be your year, he replied. He stripped off his peddler's clothes, the glow of his polished skin almost so good it hurt my eyes. I stripped and rushed forward to let him love me, to allow him to shrivel away in our erotic harvest. I felt his erection of smooth muscle come up between us and then fall away into a twig, seem in a spurt of vegetation spore and then dust. The wet sponge of his tongue became a parched leaf against mine. As for me, my bones rang with desire. I could sense a resonance all the way down to my marrow. I trembled, giving my scars, hearing everything which descends in autumn shaking, brittled or reborn in the wind.